It's so cold. Pang Bei stood in the snow-covered mountain forest, the scene before him making him shiver involuntarily. All around was a vast expanse of white. Every inch of land was covered with snow and ice, as if he were in a world wrapped in silver. He exhaled, and his breath instantly condensed into a mist that slowly rose and quickly dissipated in the frigid air. At this moment, his eyebrows were frosted over, and icicles hung from his nose. Especially now, he was wearing thin clothing. He hugged himself tightly, trying to retain warmth in this way, but the cold still mercilessly invaded his body. Looking around, there was no sign of life except for the snow and the biting wind. This mountain forest seemed to be a forgotten corner, devoid of people, without warmth, only endless cold and loneliness. If not for the tangible reality, he would have thought he was dreaming. Because just yesterday, he was Lin Bei, a top sniper in the Northeast Tiger Special Forces Unit in 2024. During an operation to capture a fugitive, there was an unexpected helicopter crash. When he woke up again, it was 1958 in northeast China. Not only had his name changed from Lin Bei to Pang Bei, but his identity had also shifted from a Special Forces soldier to a villager who could barely afford food. But extreme cold and hunger didn't give him time to marvel at this. The original owner of this body had already frozen to death in this icy wilderness. What Pang Bei needed to do now was to survive in place of the original owner. To say, the original owner was quite a tough guy. Although only 17 years old, he risked everything for his mother and younger sister. Being the third child in the family, he had an older brother and sister. His mother was reportedly traded by his father for 100 caddies of cornmeal, while his father had driven away his first wife, leaving behind 2 children. And the original owner and his younger sister, Pang Qian, were born to his mother. But after marrying his mother, his father did not mend his ways but instead became even more abusive. All household chores fell on his mother, including those for his grandparents. In the depths of winter, her hands were cracked and bleeding. Despite this, his father beat her severely because she prepared dinner for his grandmother too late. Because of this incident, the original owner quarreled with his family, demanding to split the household and live separately with his mother and sister. If they stayed, his mother might be beaten to death, and his sister would eventually die of starvation or freezing. Splitting the household was something his mother initially disagreed with, fearing how her own father, who was ill, would react upon learning about their dire situation. However, when she realized that her husband would harm the recovering Pang Bei, she decided to take the risk. Even if it meant dying, they would die together. His mother left secretly carrying a packet of rat poison. The original owner saw it, but said nothing. He understood what she intended and did not blame her. "I need to hurry, or I'll freeze to death before catching any game," Pang Bei pondered. Honestly, Lin Bei deeply respected the original owner. Without him, he would now be a lonely soul wandering in this snowy landscape. Therefore, he was determined to fulfill the original owner's wish to care for his family. After all, he was using the original owner's body. It was only right to repay him for saving his life. However, while the original owner had good intentions, his capabilities were limited. In the freezing winter forest, his method of hunting was simply waiting for prey to come to him. Moreover, the traps he set were amateurish and too obvious, positioned incorrectly, unlikely to catch anything. Pang Bei now only had a hemp rope tied around his waist, a small knife, and these traps. For most people, using such equipment to hunt would be futile. Setting up traps like these in the mountains required more than just hoping for luck. It was almost reckless. The mountain forest contained not only rabbits, but also various wild beasts. Waiting for prey passively was akin to gambling with one's life, and clearly, his luck hadn't been good enough to win. Pang Bei dismantled the crude trap made by the original owner, collected the snares, and prepared to move to another location. Upon disassembling the trap, he found it was already damaged. The original owner's technique wasn't professional even if a rabbit stumbled into it. The height was wrong, allowing the rabbit to jump over easily. He wandered through the woods for a while, found a suitable branch, and remade the trap. This type of snare primarily utilized the principle of a slipknot, using the elasticity of a branch to ensure that once triggered, it would tighten around the rabbit's neck, causing suffocation. The harder the rabbit struggled, the tighter it would get. The main structure consisted of a hollow tube, with a fresh, flexible root used to create a notch beneath. Another branch was then partially split and inserted into the hole of the hollow tube, while the other end was held in place by a smaller stick. The height was critical. It should allow the rabbit to pass through, but its back would touch the crossbar. Once the crossbar was disturbed, the upright branch would spring up, lifting the snare and tightening around the rabbit's neck. A panicked rabbit would struggle desperately, ultimately strangling itself. This mechanism was simple yet challenging to execute. Finding wild rabbits in winter was difficult due to scarce food sources, and the rabbits themselves were wary of predators. These challenges, however, were nothing to a former elite special forces member like him. In the mountains, his sense of smell was sharper than hunting dogs. Rabbits followed predictable patterns in their movements. After removing the trap, Pang Bei prepared to search elsewhere. Just then, he heard a faint voice in the forest. Brother, brother. Pang Bei froze, turned towards the sound, and spotted a tiny figure. Her little face was red from the cold, wrapped in a large scarf, with snow reaching her waist, but she lifted a tattered cloth bundle high above her head, struggling forward. It was his sister, Pang Xian. At only 4 years old, she could easily freeze to death in this mountain forest. Seeing this, Pang Bei immediately ran over, kicking up a spray of snow. Due to the deep snow, he stumbled and crawled his way to her side. When he saw Pang Xian, he couldn't help but scold gently. Why are you out here? Where's Mother? Did she send you? Pang Xian blinked her big black eyes and raised the bundle high. Brother, for you to eat. Pang Bei was stunned. He looked at the bundle. Then he picked her up, and Pang Xian stuffed the bundle in his arms. Uncle brought it. Mother couldn't bear to eat it. I thought you hadn't eaten this morning, so I brought it for you. Hearing this innocent voice, a warm feeling spread through Pang Bai's heart. Although poor and living in hardship, as an only child, he had never experienced the warmth of siblings. But now he truly felt it. He understood why the original owner had risked his life to hunt. Thinking about this, Pang Bei smiled, though smiling caused pain from the frostbite on his face. Nevertheless, he endured the pain and replied softly, let's save it for now. When I catch a rabbit, we'll make meat soup and eat together. The little girl clapped her hands, her eyes shining brightly. Really? That's great. We can eat meat. I've never tasted meat before. Chapter 2. Rabbits. Rabbits. Pang Bei, with his sister in tow, braved the biting northern wind as he cautiously traversed the hillside in search of their quarry. As a former Special Forces soldier, the art of tracking had become second nature to him, an essential skill for survival in the wild. He walked with keen awareness, meticulously observing the myriad signs around him. Tracking was of paramount importance to him, like a detective piecing together a mystery. He could discern the presence of others through subtle traces left behind. He could even deduce the specific activities of individuals who had passed through the area. Currently, he bore minimal equipment and his physical condition was not what it once was during his days as a soldier. Hence, he remained perpetually vigilant, wary of potential predators. He also resolved to enhance his physical training in the future to gradually regain his strength. After a short distance, Pang Bei suddenly halted. His gaze fixed intently on the base of a large tree. Crouching down, he discovered several hard, frozen pellets, fresh rabbit droppings. Pang Chi, filled with curiosity, peered at him and asked, Brother, what are you looking at? Isn't that just rabbit poop? Pang Bei looked up, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and replied with a smile, This is our clue. It indicates that rabbits are frequenting this area. Come, help me set a trap. He stood up and declared, We shall catch rabbits right here. The mention of capturing rabbits filled Pang Chi with excitement. If Pang Bei succeeded in catching one, she would have meat to eat. Oh, we're going to have meat, she exclaimed joyfully, eagerly assisting her brother in setting up the rabbit trap. Pang Bei's technique was markedly different from that of the original owner of this body. It was far more professional and refined. The original owner possessed only a rudimentary understanding and often applied methods clumsily, relying mostly on luck for success. In contrast, Pang Bei approached the task with meticulous care, selecting strategic locations along the rabbit's habitual paths to lay traps, cleverly camouflaging them with snow to avoid alarming the creatures. Each decision he made reflected thoughtful consideration and a wealth of experience. Pang Bei recognized that, dressed as he was, it would be impractical to remain in one spot for an extended period. The passive method of waiting idly for a rabbit to appear was akin to courting disaster. Therefore, after setting the traps, he did not linger, but continued to search for signs of other animals nearby. Utilizing the jute rope at his waist, he ingeniously fashioned a simple trap. This trap operated on a principle similar to that of the rabbit snares, yet was even more straightforward and practical. Pang Bei employed a branch as a pivot. Should a rabbit or other small creature disturb the trap, it would trigger a mechanism, causing the rope to tighten instantly, ensnaring the prey securely. To enhance the trap's allure, he deliberately plucked pine needles and placed them within, knowing the vibrant green would attract hungry little animals in search of food, thereby increasing the likelihood of a successful catch. With Pang Chi's assistance, Pang Bei's traps were swiftly arranged. Subsequently, the siblings each found a concealed position, quietly awaiting the arrival of their quarry. Pang Bei nestled closely against her brother, shivering from the cold that enveloped them. Pang Bei tenderly embraced his sister while contemplating the path that lay ahead. He understood that for his sister's sake, he must exert himself even more, employing his intellect to confront the challenges that awaited them. After all, this cursed beginning was undeniably unfavorable for him. In the south, freezing to death is merely a metaphor. However, in the northeast, it is a grim reality. During his military service, Pang Bei was initially assigned to the border patrol, where he served for several years before being selected for the special forces. Back then, while patrolling the border, he often heard his old squad leader recount tales of those who perished from the cold. Even with their heavy gear, they could hardly endure for long. One can only imagine how dire the situation is now. The siblings huddled in their snowy hideout, trembling from the chill, having waited for what felt like an hour. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in Pang Bei's line of sight. If one did not observe closely, it would have been difficult to discern. Pang Qian, curious, inquired, "Brother, is a rabbit coming?" Pang Bei immediately raised a finger to his lips, whispering, "Shh." Though rabbits may seem harmless, they are quite cunning. Their ears oscillate like radar, attuned to the slightest disturbance. At the first hint of danger, they vanish. The expression "a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows" aptly describes this. Observing the rabbit, it appeared ready to venture forth in search of sustenance. Once it ascertained that the surroundings were secure, it cautiously emerged from the snow, taking its time to survey the area before proceeding. This rabbit was particularly stealthy, genuinely wary of any lurking predators. Pang Bei assessed it to be a sizable creature, likely weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Its gray fur was fluffy, with a subtle brownish hue glinting in the sunlight. As the rabbit hopped forward, another unexpected guest appeared. Pang Bei had not anticipated that he was not the only one eyeing this plump rabbit. A snow-white weasel had also set its sights on it. With shifty eyes, the weasel scrutinized its surroundings, seemingly lying in wait for the rabbit. Could there be an unexpected opportunity? Pang Bei pondered. However, the traps he had set were unlikely to ensnare such a slender creature. Moreover, he surmised that if the weasel pursued the rabbit, it would likely cause the rabbit to flee in the opposite direction. This would render his trap useless. Feeling anxious, Pang Bei leaned closer to his sister, whispering urgently, "In a moment, you go over there and jump around. I'll slip over here. We'll surround it." Pang Qian looked perplexed, her big eyes reflecting innocence and confusion. "What does surround the 3 and leave 1 mean?" Pang Bei chuckled. "You'll understand soon enough. Listen to me, and tonight, I'll cook you a rabbit leg to enjoy. Remember, I move first, then you." Excitedly, Pang Qian nodded, obediently remaining in her spot as Pang Bei stealthily maneuvered around the periphery, cutting off the rabbit's escape route. However, upon reaching the other side, Pang Bei did not act. He waited for the weasel to launch its attack. With unwavering focus, he fixed his gaze on the weasel, which, after inching closer, could no longer contain itself and finally initiated its assault. The ferret darted swiftly towards the rabbit. Despite its diminutive size, the creature was remarkably agile, capable of sinking its teeth into the rabbit's throat, executing a lethal strangulation. As the ferret launched its attack, the rabbit instinctively bolted towards Pang Bei. With a swift motion, Pang Bei rose, deliberately kicking up a flurry of snow, and then let out a loud shout. Startled, the rabbit turned and dashed in the direction of Pang Qian. "Pang Qian, quickly." The little one obeyed without hesitation, rising to her feet and mimicking her brother's actions. Well, she followed suit, sending snow flying into the air. The rabbit, frightened, pivoted and rushed towards Pang Bei's trap. In anticipation of the rabbit's approach, Pang Bei had thoughtfully cleared a path, with the snare strategically placed along this route. To the rabbit, this path appeared to be a lifeline, a chance for escape. However, unbeknownst to it, this route was fraught with peril. The moment the rabbit dashed into the trap, the mechanism was triggered, and a branch sprang up. In an instant, the rabbit was ensnared by the noose. Its speed was so great that the rope quickly tightened around its neck. The rabbit thrashed about, kicking up a cloud of snow in its struggle. The ferret, taken aback and bewildered, noticed Pang Bei rushing towards it. To the ferret, Pang Bei loomed like a colossal creature. It had no choice but to retreat, swiftly burrowing into the snow until it vanished from sight. Pang Bei paid it no mind. After all, the ferret was of little consequence compared to the rabbit. Ignoring the ferret, he seized the noose and firmly pulled the rabbit closer. After a brief struggle, the rabbit's movements grew weaker, gradually coming to a halt. Pang Bei approached, wielding a knife, and with a decisive stroke, he ended the rabbit's life. "Rabbit! Rabbit!" Pang Qian, her small form rolling and crawling through the snow, reached Pang Bei's side. She gazed at the rabbit, and without Pang Bei's intervention, she might have been tempted to devour it raw. Chapter 3. Cheering up, Mother Pang Bei grasped the rabbit, and one could not help but remark on its substantial size. While wild rabbits do not typically rival the size of domesticated ones, the creature he held must weigh no less than 7 pounds. Pang Bei found himself intrigued by how such a large male rabbit could have been captured. As he made his way home, the little one kept her gaze fixated on the rabbit, her mouth watering uncontrollably, yet she refrained from letting it spill, fearing the cold might chafe her lips. Pang Bei currently resided in a quaint wooden cabin atop the mountain. This dwelling had been left behind by his grandfather, who had once guarded the mountain. In recent years, however, his grandfather had struggled to rise from his bed, leaving him unable to hunt. Hunting was not a task suited for a multitude. Too many people would merely drive the prey away. If the animals fled and the predators went hungry, they would inevitably turn their attention to the village. In the past, the mountains were rife with ferocious beasts, necessitating the presence of a guardian for the village. Typically, the most skilled hunters would not dwell in the village but would instead live on the mountain. The guardian served as a protector, ensuring the surrounding area remained safe. If wild boars invaded the village and ravaged the crops, it would spell disaster for the inhabitants, particularly during these times. Pang Bei often heard the elders speak of a term, low standards. This referred to the era when the Soviet Union withdrew its experts, compelling the nation to repay its debts. Although the land held grain, it was inedible, designated solely for repayment. During such low standards, starvation was rampant. People had stripped bark from trees in their desperation for sustenance. In the depths of the mountains, however, life remained largely unaffected, except for the fact that the grain rations for commune members had dwindled to a mere 2 taels per person per day. This meager allowance was hardly sufficient to satiate hunger, especially amidst a 3-year natural disaster that exacerbated their plight. Frankly, those who managed to live comfortably during such times were predominantly the hunters hidden away in the mountains. The emphasis on being hidden in the mountains was significant. If one were not secluded, they would face accusations of misappropriating state resources. There were instances of individuals being apprehended for merely foraging fruits in the woods. Fortunately, Pang Bei's location was within the Yichuan area of the Bai Mountains, a region that had recently been designated as a prefecture-level city. The area was vast and sparsely populated, especially the Qinglangu Valley, which felt like a forgotten corner of the deep woods. Once one ascended the mountain, oversight was minimal. During that time, many individuals fleeing from the law would escape into the mountains, where they felt a sense of safety. Thus, Pang Bei concluded that hunting was presently the only viable path forward. The challenge lay in earning the approval of the commune's captain. The guardian of the mountain did not partake in communal rations but was still required to serve the commune, and as compensation, they were permitted to forage and hunt freely within the mountains. As long as one fulfilled their responsibilities, their actions were mostly unmonitored, particularly during that era. There were no wildlife protection laws. As long as one did not venture into the mountains to cultivate land, there were no repercussions. Hunting in the mountains was the sole means to ensure that his mother and sister could have enough to eat. Carrying a rabbit, Pang Bei arrived outside a modest cottage with a dilapidated fence, where he spotted his mother, Lu Xiaolan, standing on tiptoe, eagerly awaiting the return of her children. Upon seeing her, she ran joyfully towards her, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, look, brother has brought back a rabbit. We can have meat for dinner." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lu Xiaolan's face upon seeing her son return. The mountain they relied upon had long been deemed perilous. The village's seasoned hunters dared not venture there. Whispers circulated that a mountain spirit resided within, and those who entered would invoke its wrath, disappearing without a trace. Yet, her son and daughter had returned safely, and with meat in hand. "Are you both unharmed? I forbade you from going, yet you insisted. Just moments ago, your uncle sent us 2 pounds of cornmeal in secret. Do you comprehend the dangers of the mountains?" Pang Bei's uncle, Lu Qingsong, was also a hunter in the village, but he had nearly perished in the mountains and thus refrained from returning. Once, he and the team leader were both disciples of Lu Xiaolan's father, tasked with guarding the mountain. However, since the leader ascended to the position of commune chief, he had no time for such duties. Uncle, haunted by his near-fatal experience, dares not enter the mountain again. Subsequently, several villagers had sought this position, only to meet their demise. With Lu Xiaolan's father aging, he could no longer live alone in the mountains. Thus, the commune had been devoid of a guardian ever since. The reason for the secretive delivery was that the elder had yet to learn that his daughter had been cast out. Fearing that his temper would escalate upon discovery, he might very well take up his rifle to confront the offenders. Years prior, when he had given his daughter away, the elder had provided a substantial dowry, including fur blankets, quilts, and leather coats. Pang Bei's grandmother had hoarded these items, constantly asserting that they were purchased with cornmeal. This narrative had become so ingrained that even she believed it. Only upon her return did Lu Xiaolan learn that her elder brother had sent these gifts before her marriage, which had resulted in a return of 100 pounds of cornmeal. Pang Bei, grinning, handed the rabbit to his mother and cheerfully said, "Mother, let us stew the rabbit for soup. I am famished. After I am satiated, I shall fashion a few more traps to see if I can catch more rabbits. At the very least, we need not starve, and we can ensure a better life than before. We have meat to eat." Accepting the still bloody rabbit from Pang Bei's hands, Lu Xiaolan felt a lump in her throat for reasons she could not fathom. Her children had stood up for her, only to have their father bring up the 100 pounds of cornmeal from her dowry, even going so far as to strike her with a stool. The cause of this turmoil stemmed from her tardiness in preparing dinner for her in-laws. Yet, the delay was not entirely her fault. The firewood had run out, and her eldest son and second daughter were too indolent to assist. These two were not her own, but her in-laws favored them, being the eldest grandchildren. Thus, they were loath to let the 20-something grandson toil, leaving Lu Xiaolan to bear the brunt of their demands, with any hint of discontent resulting in verbal and physical abuse. Due to this incident, Pang Bei had a falling out with his family and took his mother and sister back to her parental home. What saddened Lu Xiaolan even more was that her own biological parents did not permit him to enter. Of course, she understood the difficulties her parents faced. The household simply lacked sufficient food to sustain 3 people. Nevertheless, her elder brother, unable to bear the sight, secretly brought her 2 kilograms of cornmeal from his wife's family. When she saw her son return with a rabbit, Lu Xiaolan could no longer hold back her tears. While weeping, she said, "All right, if you're hungry, I'll make you rabbit soup." Pang Bei laughed and replied, "Mother, take off the rabbit's hind legs. We'll roast them later. They'll taste delicious." Wiping her tears, Lu Xiaolan nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall prepare it for you." Pang Bei picked up Pang Qian and cheerfully exclaimed, "Little Qian, did you hear? We'll have meat to eat tonight." "Oh, we can eat meat. We can eat meat." Though the mountains were cold and harsh, witnessing the joy of her son and daughter, Lu Xiaolan suddenly felt her actions were justified. However, she couldn't help but ponder the future. Although her son had managed to catch a rabbit this time, what would happen next? This time they were fortunate to return safely, but that did not guarantee future success. Yet, she had no time for such thoughts, only hoping to prepare something tasty for her children. On ordinary days, if there were indeed meat, Pang Bei and Pang Qian would not have a chance to eat it. The food was typically reserved first for the in-laws, then for the men, followed by the children of others. By the time it came to them, the soup would be all gone. Pang Qian, now 4 years old, had never tasted meat. The thought of this made Lu Xiaolan's heart ache. She immediately set to work. The small house was built here because of the nearby water source, but they had to break the ice to access it. While Pang Bei and Pang Qian ventured outside, she stayed home to melt the ice into water. Observing his mother's diligent efforts, Pang Bei squatted beside her, helping while smiling. "Mother, I plan to set up 2 more traps tomorrow. It's too dangerous to crouch for rabbits in the snow." Lu Xiaolan paused her task of preparing the rabbit and looked at Pang Bei, worry etched across her face. "Xiao Bei, listen to your mother, don't go again. Tomorrow, I'll go down the mountain to see if I can find work in the commune, even if it's just washing clothes. Promise me, don't venture into the mountains." Holding on to Pang Bei's wrist tightly, she implored him. Pang Bei smiled gently. "Mother, I won't go deep into the mountains, and I don't have a hunting rifle. What if I encounter a wild beast? Besides, rest assured, I can manage in the mountains. If I can't fight, I can always run, right? I'm only planning to set a few traps for wild rabbits nearby. And, Mother, the 3 of us must survive. I'm growing up. I'll be an adult next year. If I don't find a means of livelihood, how can I start a family in the future? Don't you want a daughter-in-law?" Pang Bei intentionally echoed his mother's words, and upon mentioning finding a wife, she paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with a smile. "You rascal, you're already thinking about a wife before you've even matured. All right. If that's your goal, then frequently visit your uncle and grandfather to learn some skills. But you must promise me, until you've learned well, you're not allowed to venture into the deep mountains. Do you hear me?" Pang Bei nodded and said, "I understand. I will return every day. But I will not venture into the mountains. Mother, please hurry and prepare some meat. My stomach is already growling. If I starve, how shall I ever court a wife?" Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle. All right. I shall make it for you. You little glutton. Just as El Xiaolan was about to get to work, Pang Bei suddenly extended his hand and said, "Mother, please give me that item. I have a use for it." Seeing the small hand reaching out, El Xiaolan was taken aback. "What is it? Did you bring a package of something? Rat poison, perhaps?" She couldn't stifle her laughter as she rose to retrieve the paper package, handing it to Pang Bei. "Here, take it with you. If you run out of salt in the future, do not come complaining." Pang Bei was momentarily stunned as he opened the package to reveal its contents, a mound of white substance. He tasted it, his eyes widening in surprise, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment. "Salt?" His mother laughed softly, gently stroking Pang Bei's hair. "I merely wish to spare your grandfather from distress and guilt. Otherwise, given our family's circumstances, we would not survive. How foolish I would be to lead you both to ruin." Chapter 4. The ungrateful wolf as mother meticulously skinned the rabbit. Pang Bei's gaze fell upon the frostbite adorning her hands. The sight of her wounds ignited a flurry of thoughts within him. Neither he, nor his mother, nor his sister possessed adequate attire to combat the bitter cold. Even if they managed to survive temporarily, the harshest days of winter had yet to arrive. Should the temperature plummet further, he feared that the scant clothing they wore would leave them vulnerable to the freezing elements. Indeed, the mountains were significantly colder than the valleys below, and while summer brought respite, the need for warm garments was becoming increasingly urgent. Cotton was now a rare commodity, and crafting winter clothing required fabric rations, which were simply unattainable. It appeared that the most pragmatic solution lay in fur. Fur could provide much-needed warmth. Yet it necessitated the pelts of larger animals. Creatures like wolves, tigers, and leopards were out of the question. He lacked the prowess to confront such beasts. However, alternatives existed. He could settle for the procurement of roe deer, colloquially referred to as foolish roe in the Northeast. These creatures were indeed peculiar beings, possessing a notably low threshold for intelligence, and they were abundant in the region. Yet, to capture these unsuspecting deer, a thick cotton coat was essential, as the endeavor would require time. Ideally, a hunting rifle would also be advantageous. However, only the team leader possessed such a weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Pang Bei resolved to borrow it. At worst, he could return with meat as a gesture of gratitude. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. His mother was already stewing meat, while Pang Qian squatted by the stove, occasionally wiping her mouth with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, fixed on the fire. Meanwhile, Mother had set aside the rabbit's hind leg, roasting it quietly, utilizing the warmth of the campfire to stave off the chill. The small wooden cabin remained frigid, with drafts seeping through its every crevice. Although Mother had made efforts during the day to block the gaps, the effectiveness was limited. The cold wind relentlessly infiltrated the walls. Before the harshest days of winter arrived, a solution needed to be found, yet securing warm clothing was paramount. Without proper attire, venturing into the mountains for hunting was an impractical notion. It was folly to assume one could emerge alive with such inadequate clothing in the face of nature's might. At last, the cabin was suffused with the savory scent of meat. Lu Xiaolan smiled and announced that the meal was ready, prompting the siblings to gather eagerly. Mother, with a sturdy ceramic bowl, ladled a generous serving of meat soup for Pang Bei, brimming with a hearty portion of meat. In contrast, Pang Qian's bowl contained only a few morsels, yet it was still a significant improvement over the meager broth in their mother's bowl. Without hesitation, Pang Bei took some of the meat from his bowl and offered it to his mother, distributing a portion to Pang Qian as well. Lu Xiaolan quickly interjected, "No need. My child, you must conserve your strength for the mountain hunt. You cannot afford to eat lightly." Pang Bei chuckled softly, "I cannot consume this much, Mother. Please. You eat. You manage the household, and little Qian still needs to grow. You both must have your fill of meat." Lu Xiaolan paused, taken aback. While her youngest son was dutiful, he had never shown such selflessness before. In the past, he would have immersed himself in his meal, indifferent to others. However, Pang Bei was able to share the meat with both himself and his sister. The child had grown up. A warmth enveloped LV Xiaolan's heart as she observed the little one hesitantly glancing at her. LV Xiaolan smiled and encouraged, "Go ahead and eat. Your brother has given it to you, so relish it." Pang Qian excitedly took a bite, her cheeks flushing with delight. "This is delicious, truly delightful. Mother, the meat is wonderful." Witnessing the child's lips glistening with grease brought joy to Pang Bei as well. Just as the atmosphere was filled with warmth, footsteps echoed from outside. Pang Bei, puzzled, wondered who could arrive at this hour. To his surprise, the visitor rudely pushed the door open without any preamble. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was none other than his elder brother, Pang Dong. As Pang Dong entered the room, he said nothing. his gaze fixated on the rabbit legs resting by the charcoal fire. "Oh, life seems quite pleasant, with roasted meat," he remarked, reaching out to seize a leg of rabbit. However, an unexpected blow from a fire poker landed on his hand. "Who permitted you to touch that? We have already divided our households. This belongs to us and is none of your concern." Pang Dong was taken aback, his eyes glaring at Pang Bei. "Do you dare to strike me?" Pang Bei coldly retorted, "If that is what you wish to interpret it as, then so be it. What brings you here?" "I do not recall extending an invitation." Pang Dong continued to glare at Pang Bei, reiterating, "Do you dare to strike me?" LV Xiaolan, concerned they might come to blows, quickly interjected, "Xiao Bei, do not act impulsively. Let him have the rabbit leg of mine and Xiao Qian's." Before she could finish her sentence, Pang Bei's knife was pressed against Pang Dong's throat. Who could have anticipated that Pang Bei would draw a blade on his own brother? Pang Dong was startled, his eyes widening as he stared at the small knife at his neck. It was the skinning knife that Pang Bei always carried with him. Who would have thought he would resort to it over a rabbit leg? Pang Bei's eyes were icy, exuding a palpable sense of menace. "I do not wish to repeat myself. Should you dare to touch anything belonging to Xiao Qian or mother, I shall sever your fingers. You are welcome to test me." At this juncture, Pang Bei's expression softened as he turned to his sister, "Xiao Qian, let us share with mother. Do not indulge alone. It may upset your stomach." Pang Qian eagerly nodded, happily accepting the rabbit leg. LV Xiaolan quickly urged, "Xiao Bei, do not be like this. Mother is fine." Pang Bei snorted in response, retracting the knife before helping himself to a rabbit leg. He bit into it, the fat sizzling and oozing out. Pang Dong watched Pang Bei devour the meat, his mouth watering with envy. This was meat, a rarity. Often they were barely satisfied with gruel and vegetables, let alone meat. Even for Pang Dong, the instances of eating meat could be counted on one hand. Yet, the inability to partake only deepened his craving. Pang Bei coldly scoffed and stated, "Is there something you need? If not, please take your leave." Pang Dong swallowed hard and replied, "I came to offer you a way out. Father is no longer angry. Why do you not return home? Who will tend to the chores?" Upon hearing Pang Dong's words, LV Xiaolan felt a sinking sensation in her heart, her expression darkening. Indeed, his visit was merely due to the lack of hands to help with the household tasks. Pang Bei let out a cold huff and remarked, "My mother lacks the inclination for such matters. She is not anyone else's servant. How long has the nation been liberated, yet we still engage in these antics? If there are chores at home, we ought to attend to them ourselves. Are we not capable of using our own hands?" Upon hearing this, Pang Dong immediately retorted, "Are you not returning with me? You're without winter clothing. Even if there is meat to be had in the mountains, what of it? The weather grows colder, and soon enough, you'll freeze to death." Pang Bei scoffed, "There is no need for your concern. With me around, my mother and Xiao Qian will be just fine. If there is nothing pressing, you should head back while there is still time. If you linger too long, it may not be us who freeze, but rather you." Pang Dong was taken aback, his face flushing with anger as he exclaimed, "Very well, very well. I shall see how you fare when winter truly sets in. At that point, don't come crying to us." With that, Pang Dong slammed the door. As El Xiaolan attempted to rise, she heard Pang Bei say, "Mother, he's already 20. Does he still require your worry? Moreover, has he ever called you mother in all this time? Why concern yourself with him? A wolf that cannot be tamed deserves no care." Chapter 5. Borrowing a gun. Although Pang Bei's words held merit, Lu Xiaolan still believed that her son's approach was excessively extreme. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly face consequences in the future. However, upon reflection, if he did not adopt such a stance, could she truly enjoy a life of abundance? Certainly not. Thus, after careful consideration, Lu Xiaolan chose to suppress her earlier admonitions directed at Pang Bei. After Pang Dong departed, Lu Xiaolan shared a rabbit leg with Pang Qian, while Pang Bei consumed one on his own. The three of them felt quite satiated, for such a hearty meal was unparalleled in their home, where they seldom feasted to such fullness. Once they had their fill, little Qian dutifully assisted her mother in clearing the dishes, while Pang Bei prepared to seek out the captain. Tidying himself up, he stood and declared, "Mother, I am heading down the mountain to speak with the captain. Pang Dong is correct. The temperature is about to drop, and our tattered clothing will scarcely suffice. I intend to borrow a hunting rifle and venture down to find a few roe deer." "What? You wish to borrow a gun?" Lu Xiaolan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. It's not about going into the mountains. It's about descending. There are no roe deer in the mountains. Those creatures are found lower down. I recall you telling me in your youth that there were plenty of roe deer in the woods at your grandfather's home. And you could bring one back with just a stick, couldn't you? Lu Shilan nodded. That is indeed true, but those are dense forests, and one could easily get lost. Moreover, there have been wolves in that area recently. Pang Bei responded with a cheerful grin. Mother, you need not worry about that. If it proves too difficult, why don't you accompany me tomorrow? You are familiar with the paths. I am not well acquainted with this terrain. His suggestion was not only to reassure his mother, but also to demonstrate his capabilities. Furthermore, having someone knowledgeable about the routes would facilitate their search in the woods. Upon hearing her son's offer to take her along, Lu Shilan considered it and found it agreeable. Resolving this, she decided to prepare the remaining meat into a stew and make steamed buns from cornmeal, while Pang Bei made his way down to the captain's residence. The Khingan commune is nestled among towering mountains. Due to the presence of wild beasts, particularly the recent sightings of wolves, the villagers organized patrols at night. Ordinary households swiftly locked their doors, fearful of venturing outside, since Pang Bei's grandfather had become incapacitated. The absence of a hunter had allowed animals to encroach upon their lands, wreaking havoc on crops. Captain Lu Hai had attempted to organize hunts, but to no avail. Continuous hunting was necessary. The villagers, upon hearing of the prospect of climbing the mountain, were paralyzed by fear. After all, serving as a mountain guard offered no rations from the commune. Who would willingly take on such a role? Navigating through the dark, Pang Bei arrived at the captain's home, which stood apart with its earthen walls rather than the typical wooden fences of other houses. He knocked at the door, and shortly thereafter, a voice called from the courtyard. Who is it? Pang Bei called back. Captain, it is I, Pang Bei, son of Lu Shilan. Shilan's son? Lu Hai recalled the circumstances. Having heard that he had been driven back by his in-laws and was now too afraid to return home, lest his master find out. Lu Hai had been apprenticed since childhood, growing up alongside Lu Shilan, akin to siblings. Lu Hai understood that his sister was also concerned about him, especially given the current low standards and the extreme difficulty in securing rations. Thus, this strong-willed and stubborn sister of his was currently residing on the mountain. When Lu Hai opened the door, he found Pang Bei standing at the threshold. Did your mother send you? It is out of the question for you to ask for rations. The commune has nothing left to spare. There's barely enough for ourselves. It's not that I don't want to help you. If I could, I would certainly lend you a hand. Lu Hai sighed helplessly. Pang Bei smiled and replied, Captain, you've misunderstood my intentions. I am not here to request food. Rather, I wish to borrow a gun. I plan to hunt in the mountains. What? Hunt? You want to borrow a gun? Lu Hai exclaimed in astonishment. He playfully nudged Pang Bei and continued. Do you really think you can manage? A gun is not a toy. If you miss your target, you might end up injuring yourself. And we don't have many bullets left. Pang Bei quickly responded, if I manage to catch something, can I not exchange the prey with you? Lu Hai immediately waved his hand. You should forget that idea. We have only one hunting rifle in the commune, which belonged to your grandfather, but it is public property. If I give it to you, and wild boars or wolves invade the village, what will we do? Besides, with so few bullets remaining, if you waste them, we won't have the funds to procure more. At this point, Pang Bei hurriedly said, just lend me a few bullets. My main goal is to secure some food to keep warm. Up in the mountains, I can set traps to catch prey without needing the gun. Upon hearing Pang Bei mention traps, Lu Hai couldn't help but laugh. You know how to set traps? Pang Bei nodded vigorously, Captain. I caught a large rabbit today. I just finished eating the meat. Lu Hai sniffed the air and, indeed, detected the scent of meat on Pang Bei. He looked at him in disbelief. You really know how to hunt? Absolutely. The moment I entered the mountains, I felt destined for hunting. My mother often reminisces about the time she helped my grandfather hunt when she was young. Following her advice has proven effective in the mountains. After pondering for a moment, Lu Hai whispered, all right, come inside. He then turned and beckoned Pang Bei into the house. Once seated in the main room, Pang Bei noticed the thick fabric curtain on the door, tightly secured. Faintly, he could hear a child crying and the sound of adults weeping. Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow crossed Lu Hai's face. Pang Bei, puzzled, asked, Captain, do you have a child in your family? Lu Hai nodded and spoke softly. My daughter-in-law has given birth to a grandson, but life in our commune is exceedingly hard. She hasn't recovered well, and the child has no milk to drink. Currently, we can only feed him some flour paste. Pang Bei's eyes lit up as he suggested, Captain, if I bring back some meat, wouldn't that help your daughter-in-law produce milk? Just lend me the gun. The reason Lu Hai had invited Pang Bei inside was precisely because of this matter. Upon hearing that Pang Bei was capable of catching rabbits and considering his current residence in the mountains, Lu Hai felt compelled to give it a try. As there were no other options available, Lu Hai turned to Pang Bei and asked, Do you know how to use a gun? Yes, Pang Bei replied. When I was a child in our commune, I had the opportunity to handle one. Although we lived at the foot of the mountain, we did possess firearms. I also ventured into the mountains to gather firewood and learned a great deal about hunting. In fact, I have fired a gun and hunted wild chickens. Lin Bei, unaware of Pang Bei's background, an era devoid of telephones and convenient transportation, pondered for a moment before resolutely turning and entering the house. Moments later, he emerged with a firearm laid upon the table. Do you know how to use it? Pang Bei glanced at the weapon, noting its vintage appearance. Despite its age, the firearm was impeccably maintained, clearly subjected to regular oiling and care. It was a hunting rifle, specifically an antiquated single-barreled model. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Yet Pang Bei handled it with evident familiarity. Lin Bei then handed him a bullet, instructing, load it, then eject the round. Let me see. Pang Bei nodded, proceeding to chamber the bullet before ejecting it once more. This type of ammunition, though large in caliber and short in range, possessed formidable lethality, truly a classic hunting rifle. Observing Pang Bei's adeptness, Lin Bei offered him 5 additional rounds. I can only provide you with 5 bullets, I have no more. If you manage to bring something back for my daughter-in-law to nourish her, I will consent to your becoming the mountain guardian. Pang Bei's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he inquired, may I have the gun? Lin Bei shook his head, replying, this is not my firearm, it belongs to the public. If you wish to be the mountain guardian, I can assist you in applying for it, but whether it can be granted is beyond my authority. Chapter 6. A grand display of talent with the captain's promise secured, Pang Bei felt an immense joy swell within him. Not only would he attain the position of a mountain guard, but he would also have the means to procure firearms. This opportunity would significantly enhance his ability to hunt. However, with a mere 5 bullets at his disposal, he realized that crafting garments for his mother, sister, and himself would not be easily accomplished, even if every shot were to find its mark. Contemplating this, Pang Bei knew he needed to devise alternative strategies. While the notion of achieving a perfect accuracy rate is often touted, the reality of hitting every target in the head is rather fanciful. The truth is, achieving such precision is a feat reserved for the silver screen. After all, animals are living beings, unpredictable in their movements and adept at evasion. Therefore, the prospect of using 5 bullets to hunt 5 roe deer was exceedingly daunting, a truth Pang Bei understood all too well from his prior experiences in the field. To hunt roe deer effectively, ingenuity was essential. Upon returning home, Pang Bei began preparing for his endeavor. He dismantled several fallen fences, selecting a few sturdy sticks. He then sharpened these sticks to a point. Before acquiring a firearm, it was prudent to gather other useful tools. After all, during his wilderness survival training years ago, he had learned to craft various weapons, albeit rudimentary ones, which could still prove effective for hunting. As for the promised gun, Pang Bei felt it was wise to remain skeptical, as its availability depended on higher authorities. Moreover, even if he obtained a firearm, the issue of ammunition supply loomed large. Bullets could be costly, and Pang Bei found himself lacking the financial means to purchase them, as each shot would deplete his already limited resources. While lost in thought, he sharpened approximately 3 sticks before ceasing his efforts. There was little merit in producing more. Should he acquire better materials in the future, he could craft superior weapons. For the time being, these basic hunting tools would suffice. Bright and early the next day, Pang Bei set out with his mother and sister to descend the mountain. Fortunately, the weather was splendid, with warm sunlight dispelling the chill that had lingered the previous day. Carrying a hunting rifle, Pang Bei led his mother and sister into the forest below. Their destination was not a populated area, but an uninhabited thicket nestled deep within the mountains. Surrounded by towering peaks, though wild beasts roamed these woods, they were less likely to be encountered during the winter days. Under the guidance of Lv Xiulan, the 3 of them each clutched a sharpened stick. It had been some time since Lv Xiulan had ventured here, while she remembered the route. Locating the elusive roe deer would not be an easy task. The icy landscape was eerily silent, creating an atmosphere of oppression. Yet, Pang Bei, despite the somber setting, remained cheerful as they entered the forest, as though transformed by the environment. He moved cautiously, ever observant of the vegetation, particularly the snapped branches and signs of wildlife feeding. Though the inhabitants of the mountains faced hunger, their plight was not as dire as that of the villages bordering the city. With such a vast expanse of land, they could forage for wild vegetables to sustain themselves. Nonetheless, the deep mountains held inherent dangers. Many who entered never returned. Therefore, discovering remains in the forest was not entirely surprising. As Pang Bei traversed the path, he observed his surroundings for over an hour, feeling his legs grow numb from the cold. Yet, not a single shadow of a roe deer had appeared. Xiaobei, it seems there are no roe deer here. They must have all been captured, given the poverty of the area below. Roe deer are indeed a rarity. Truth be told, no matter how foolish they may seem, they are still wild creatures. Capturing one is far from the simple task one might imagine. Roe deer are not easily caught. Lacking experience and being merely a naive novice, I believe my son will likely catch none at all. She understood well that Lu Hai had given Pang Bei the gun out of familial pride, hoping to grant him an opportunity, without any genuine belief that he would succeed in hunting. Otherwise, he would not have provided only 5 bullets. Pang Bei shook his head, speaking calmly. Mother, there must be roe deer in this forest, and quite a number at that. I have noticed numerous signs of animals gnawing on tree bark, which are indicative of herbivores. Let us continue searching. I believe we can find them. The woods here are rather dense. We should explore some slightly sparser areas. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaolan suggested, let us head this way towards the riverbank. The forest over there is less dense since the commune has been logging here. Pang Bei nodded, and following his mother's direction, they walked for another 40 minutes. Just as Lu Xiaolan was about to give up, Pang Bei suddenly exclaimed, Mother, please be quiet. Startled, Lu Xiaolan followed his gaze to the riverbank, where indeed several figures could be seen. Roe deer, a doe accompanied by 4 fawns, all female. As adult males typically join the group only in summer. During winter, it is the does who lead their families. Upon sighting the deer, Pang Bei felt a surge of joy, while Lu Xiaolan's concern surfaced. Xiaobei, do you know how to use the gun? Pang Bei smiled, offering no explanation. He quietly chambered a bullet and said, Mother, you and my sister stay back. Don't move yet. With that, Pang Bei crouched in the snow, proceeding cautiously. As a sharpshooter, he had confidence in his marksmanship. As he drew closer, his rifle was aimed at the largest of the group, the leading doe. He intended to exploit the inherent naivety of the roe deer and execute a swift hunt. For Pang Bei, a complete family was paramount. He steadied his aim. Holding his breath, his finger poised on the trigger, silently calculating wind speed and distance. The doe, preoccupied with foraging, remained oblivious to his presence. Bang! The shot rang out, startling the roe deer and causing the rear of the doe to erupt in a spray of white. Was the gun misfired? Was there an issue with the bullet trajectory? Even with the shot calibrated, this was precisely why one could not rely on consistent accuracy. Faced with the gun calibration problem, Pang Bei remained composed and swiftly rushed forward. Knowing that the doe was naive, after being shot, and still concealed, they would not discern who had fired, and after a while, they would likely return to investigate. Pang Bei, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward with his firearm, shooting once more. Bang! This time, he struck true, hitting the roe deer squarely in the head. The creature lay motionless on the ground. Observing the fallen roe deer amidst the pool of blood, Pang Bei murmured, What a hefty fellow this deer is. Meanwhile, the other roe deer had already fled the scene. Pang Bei had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he reclined in the snow, gun in hand, remaining utterly still. His objective was to pique the curiosity of any returning deer. El Xiaolan, fearing for her son's safety, called out, Xiaobei, are you all right? I'm fine, Mother. You and Xiao Qian stay hidden and don't worry about me. As Pang Bei lay in the frigid snow, the biting cold seeped into his bones. He took a deep breath. The deer that had escaped, sensing no threat, perhaps driven by curiosity or sheer foolishness, soon returned to investigate the situation. As the deer approached, Pang Bei feigned death, lying still on the ground. The deer came closer, sniffing him and nudging him with their noses, inquisitive about this curious spectacle. Hello, my dear baby. Bang! At that moment, Pang Bei, still sprawled in the snow, fired at the roe deer, hitting it squarely in the belly, another deer succumbing instantly. The remaining deer, startled, attempted to flee, but Pang Bei was relentless. Bang! Another shot rang out, claiming yet another deer. However, at this juncture, Pang Bei found himself with but a single bullet remaining. He aimed at a slightly larger roe deer and fired. The final bullet struck its leg. Fearing its escape, Pang Bei seized a nearby stick and lunged forward, decisively ending the creature's life. For deer down. 5 shots fired, for deer claimed. This was a feat even his grandfather had never achieved. Elated, Pang Bei gazed at the fallen deer, his heart brimming with joy. He called out to his mother, Mother, come quickly. We've struck it rich. For deer. Yet, amidst his celebration, he remained oblivious to the smallest fawn, which, driven by curiosity, returned to the scene. The younger the deer, the stronger their inquisitiveness. It simply wished to discover what this flailing creature in the snow was. As their eyes met, Pang Bei thought, "What? Do you look down on me?" Without a second thought, he brought the stick down upon the fawn. A family must be complete. Observing her son in action, El Xiaolan, without hesitation, picked up a stick and mirrored his actions, thrusting it down with force. To her surprise, she struck true. Young Pang Qian imitated her mother, wielding her stick, shouting, "Hit! Hit! Let us have some meat." Exhausted from his earlier exertions, Pang Bei collapsed onto the ground. As El Xiaolan surveyed the scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. 5 deer, 2 large ones, 3 smaller ones. Pang Bei had truly accomplished it. How had he learned to shoot? And from where did he acquire such hunting skills? Chapter 7. The simplicity of the human heart. El Xiaolan and Pang Bei meticulously examined their quarry on the ground, skillfully assisting each other in binding the game. Pang Bei effortlessly hoisted the catch upon one shoulder while, with the other hand, he held on to Pang Qian as they made their way home with their bountiful spoils. Nestled deep within the mountains, they first needed to trek to their modest mountain cabin before returning to the village. Upon arriving at the wooden cabin, the trio immediately immersed themselves in their demanding tasks. El Xiaolan expertly sliced the meat into substantial chunks while deftly removing the hides in preparation for further processing. Given the limited resources available in the mountains, they decided to immerse the fresh skins in warm water, followed by smoking them over a fire, so that they could be fashioned into garments for warmth as soon as possible. Having learned the art of tanning from her father during her youth, El Xiaolan executed the task with great finesse. While she worked on the meat, Pang Bei meticulously selected approximately 40 to 50 pounds of prime cuts, binding them tightly with grass twine. He intended to turn over this portion of meat along with his hunting rifle to fulfill his obligations. The remaining meat, El Xiaolan planned to preserve using nature's own refrigerator, the frigid winter air, ensuring its proper storage. With the meat and rifle in tow, Pang Bei confidently approached El Hai's home. As he entered, the sound of children crying filled the air. He called out, "Captain El, I've come to return the rifle and I've brought some meat." Upon hearing the mention of meat, El Hai rushed out of the house, clutching his smoking pipe. When he beheld Pang Bei, burdened with the heavy rifle and a bounty of meat, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried forward. "My goodness, you've hunted so much. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and facing consequences?" El Hai exclaimed in astonishment. Pang Bei chuckled in response. "It's not that much, just 5. I was quite careful while hunting. No one around noticed." He handed the meat to El Hai, who received the substantial deer meat with a wide grin. "Wonderful, wonderful. Now my grandson won't he go hungry?" El Hai exclaimed joyfully, turning to shout inside, "Quick! Take the meat in and let my daughter-in-law make soup to help her with nursing." Subsequently, Pang Bei removed the rifle and handed it to El Hai, saying, "I've used all 5 bullets, Captain. This rifle feels a bit off." He complained. El Hai couldn't help but chuckle and chide, "You young rascal. Are you being picky now? This rifle belonged to your grandfather. He customized it for hunting. You must understand, our village relies on these rifles to fend off wild beasts. Just how much did you hunt?" Pang Bei proudly held up 3 fingers. 3, "I'll give you half and keep half for myself." He knew he couldn't disclose everything, as it might invite unnecessary trouble. "Goodness, you're almost catching up to your grandfather," El Hai exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Pang Bei. Had he not seen the meat with his own eyes, he would have thought Pang Bei was boasting. Yet, the meat lay before them, undeniably real and substantial. After a moment of contemplation, El Hai patted Pang Bei's shoulder with vigor, commending him. "You've done well, my boy. From now on, the mountain cabin shall be yours. However, you must remember that the forest at the foot of the mountain is shared by us and the nearby brigade. Hunting there could easily lead to trouble and potential reporting. As for the mountain, you are free to roam. There is no one to oversee your activities, and even if someone were to report you, it would bear no consequence. That area is solely under your jurisdiction. However, the village's rations cannot be allocated to you, as we too are running low." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Nevertheless, any resources you discover on the mountain can be dealt with as you see fit. I will also assist you in applying for a new hunting rifle in the township." With that, El Hai turned and returned to his dwelling, emerging with a vintage animal trap he had used in his youth, a bow lacking both string and limbs, and an exquisite leather quiver containing 5 or 6 arrowheads, all of which he presented to Pang Bei. "These were left to me by my father. You should find them useful," El Hai remarked. Pang Bei accepted the weathered tools and scrutinized the bow. Although it lacked a string, the limbs gleamed as if newly crafted, indicating that the former owner had cherished it. Once the string is reattached, it would undoubtedly be a fine bow. Thank you very much, Captain, Pang Bei expressed sincerely. Elha then handed him a pouch filled with flax and, with a smile, said, "You can use this flax to twist a new bowstring. Didn't you capture a roe deer? The sinew from its meat will significantly enhance the string's resilience. You can rest assured about the quality of the bow itself. Your mother can assist you with this. She is the best bowstring maker in our village. My own bowstring was acquired in exchange for grain. Otherwise, I would have been reluctant to part with it." Pang Bei nodded in comprehension and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Captain." Elhai produced a small bottle of lamp oil and handed it to Pang Bei, adding, "Take this as well. It will come in handy at night." Pang Bei did not decline, as the value of his game far exceeded these items, and they were precisely the resources he urgently needed. "I shall not be polite, Captain. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave," Pang Bei stated. "Wait a moment," Elhai called after him, returning into the house and emerging with a packet of salt. "Here, take this too. The village has plenty of salt, but we are short on grain. I assure you, you will not leave empty-handed from my side." Pang Bei gratefully accepted the items and bid farewell to Elhai, watching Pang Bei's slight figure vanish into the night. Elhai could not help but sigh. What a fine young man. How could he have been cast out? Truly, it is a case of blind eyes. With a bountiful harvest in hand, Pang Bei returned home and excitedly shared with his mother the news of the captain's approval for him to become the mountain guardian. Upon hearing this, El Xiaolan could not contain her tears. She felt her son had truly grown up, able to fend for himself even before turning 18. Pang Bei proudly displayed the animal trap, exclaiming, "Mother, with this, along with the rabbit snares I previously crafted, my hunting efficiency will soar." The captain also provided me with these weapons. Once I repair the bowstring, hunting small game will be a breeze. El Xiaolan wiped her tears away and smiled, saying, "Come, let me assist you in fixing the bowstring. You go rest. I will measure your size shortly to make you a leather coat." Pang Bei nodded with a smile. "All right. Mother, you should make one for yourself as well. We possess 5 deer hides, sufficient for each of us to craft a warm fur coat. Once I capture a larger prey, dear mother, you shall make me an overcoat." Lu Xiaolan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled, nodding in agreement. "Good son, you are indeed a blessing to your mother. You have begun to understand the hardships I endure." Pang Bei cheerfully assisted his mother, busily twisting hemp for bowstrings while preparing dinner. However, the condition of Xiao Qian was rather concerning. She had been suffering from diarrhea since last night, and Lu Xiaolan was also feeling unwell. Thus, while the mother and son conversed indoors, Pang Qian hurried to the woods behind the house to relieve herself. Pang Bei's health remained relatively stable, a fortunate outcome of his prolonged abstinence from meat, which had allowed his digestive system to adapt to a light diet. Nevertheless, he was confident that, over time, he too would gradually acclimate to meat consumption. Upon her return, Xiao Qian was greeted by the rich aroma of meat as soon as she stepped inside. "Wow, can we eat meat again?" she exclaimed with excitement. Her mother responded with a smile, "Of course. We must thank your brother. Without him, where would we have obtained such meat?" Xiao Qian nodded in understanding. "Yes. Brother is the best." As the family gathered together, they relished the long-awaited meat feast. The delectable flavor of the deer meat moved them to tears of joy. However, by the second meal, they had begun to acclimate to this delightful taste, no longer as exuberant as before. After dinner, Lu Xiaolan busied herself with mending Pang Bei's bow and arrows, while he planned to set some traps in the vicinity before returning home. After all, the clothing he wore was too thin, and he had no desire to risk his life again due to the biting cold. Lu Xiaolan resolved to sew a fur coat for her son, while she and Xiao Qian could remain indoors. Pang Bei needed to venture into the mountains for hunting and required warmer attire. The 5 deer hides and a rabbit skin should suffice to create a sturdy fur coat. The mother and son began their industrious preparations for Pang Bei's winter garments. Chapter 8. New equipment on the following morning. Pang Bei hastily consumed some soup before embarking on his ascent up the mountain, armed with a lasso and a trap to set his snares. Meanwhile, his mother, Lu Xiaolan, and sister, Pang Qian, remained at home, diligently sewing a leather jacket for him. As Pang Bei busied himself in the woods laying traps, Lu Xiaolan ventured to visit her elder brother, Lu Qingsong, carrying with her several pieces of fresh roe deer meat. Initially reluctant to accept the offering, Lu Qingsong ultimately acquiesced when Lu Xiaolan insisted and shared the joyous news that Pang Bei had become a mountain guardian. Elated by this revelation, Lu Qingsong inquired with excitement, "Is it true? Little Bei can hunt now?" Lu Xiaolan smiled and affirmed, "Yes, he is now capable of hunting." Thrilled by the news, Lu Qingsong turned to fetch a needle and thread, presenting Lu Xiaolan with the head of a red tassel spear he had received during his childhood in the youth brigade. Upon seeing the spear, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was her brother's most treasured possession. Although referred to as a red tassel spear, it was, in fact, a short spear crafted by their father, adorned with red tassels to amuse them as children. This weapon possessed formidable power, capable of piercing a wild boar if thrown with sufficient force. Additionally, he gifted her a whetstone and an assortment of unassembled bows and arrows. The arrowheads were new, remnants from her brother's hunting days, and the bow was a special creation by their father, featuring wolf-tooth arrows. A well-aimed shot could ensure the prey would bleed out. Even the fiercest beasts would seek refuge from a second arrow once struck. These items undoubtedly fortified Pang Bei's arsenal. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Xiaolan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Lu Qingsong sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. "There is no need for thanks. As your brother, I have failed to protect you. But truly, are you living in the mountains? This cannot continue. Father will eventually find out. I understand your concern for his health, but hiding away is not the solution." Wiping her tears, Lu Xiaolan softly replied, "If I can keep it hidden for a day, I will. Father has toiled throughout his life for us, and mother is not in good health. If he learns of my situation, he would surely be heartbroken. Do not worry, brother. I am doing well and can eat meat. I must hurry back to make clothes for Little Bei." Watching his sister depart, Lu Qingsong was filled with mixed emotions. He recognized that despite her light-hearted words, the reality of life for the three of them in the mountains was fraught with hardship. Lu Xiaolan, too, understood her brother's concerns, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Yet, she harbored no resentment toward anyone. Her sole desire was to create a warm home for her children. With the items received from her brother, Lu Xiaolan returned home and immediately set to work. She skillfully assembled the wolf-tooth arrows, preparing hunting gear for Pang Bei. After all, the better the weaponry, the greater the assurance for her son. The ordinary bow, with a draw weight of over 120 pounds, began to radiate new vitality in Lu Xiaolan's capable hands. Just moments ago, it was merely a collection of parts, and now it has transformed into a pristine bow and arrow. When Pang Bei returned home and beheld the new equipment his mother had prepared for him, his heart brimmed with joy and gratitude. Accepting the weighty red tassel spear from his mother's hands, he felt a surge of excitement. He removed the red tassel, revealing the spear's true form before him. The dark spearhead, though lacking in sheen, exhibited a smooth surface that, coupled with a faint metallic scent of blood, silently proclaimed its rightful stature. This spear had once claimed the life of a bear. The wooden shaft, crafted from sturdy timber, was exceptionally resilient, making it difficult to sever even with blades or weapons. Its only drawback was its slightly cumbersome weight. However, once thrown, its lethality was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, for Pang Bei, this spear proved exceptionally practical in the mountains, serving as both a melee weapon and a projectile. He felt immense satisfaction with the spear bequeathed by his grandfather and meticulously sharpened the spearhead to ensure it was razor-sharp. Now equipped with a knife, a spear, and a bow and arrow, albeit primitive weapons, Pang Bei felt he had acquired a commendable arsenal for hunting, empowering him to defend himself in times of trouble. In the past, his grandfather had gained fame in the mountains with such weapons, and now, armed with these tools, Pang Bei was filled with confidence for his upcoming hunting endeavors. He understood that while these weapons might prove limited against truly formidable beasts, they would at least allow him to expand his range of activities and possess a degree of self-protection. While he joyfully handled his new weaponry, his mother called him over to measure his dimensions. Setting down the spear, he hurried to let her measure his shoulder width. As she measured, she remarked that they needed to prioritize Pang Bei, as she and his sister often stayed at home and did not require the finest of things. Once Pang Bei had brought him more game, they could gradually acquire better supplies. Pang Bei felt deeply warmed by his mother's concern and smiled as he assured her, "Mother, rest assured, I will be fine. As long as I have something to wear, I won't venture too deep into the mountains. We can't always hunt the deer down here, with the spear now. I plan to borrow an ice chisel in a few days to catch some fish by the river." Lu Xiaolan sighed, "Little Bei, it's not that I'm nagging you. In my youth, many hunters perished in the mountains. Were they not all skilled and experienced? Even seasoned hunters of over a decade have vanished without a trace. The elders in the village say that the mountain is inhabited by a mountain god, and should one provoke him, they may never return." Though Pang Bei did not believe in mountain gods, he was acutely aware that formidable beasts indeed roamed the mountains. Should he encounter one, with his slight physique and limited armament, he would merely be offering himself as prey. Thus, he promptly reassured his mother, "Mother, worry not. I promise to hunt only in the vicinity and will never take the risk of entering the depths of the mountains." LV Shulan chuckled softly and said, all right. Go gather some firewood. We've used quite a bit for curing the hides, and there's none left to start a fire tonight. I still need to prepare a fur coat for you with Xiao Qian. It's too cold in the mountains, and even without encountering beasts, one could easily succumb to the chill. Alas. With a smile, Pang Bei nodded and turned to look at the little Qian who was busy smoking the skins. He approached and gently patted the small creature's head, saying with a grin, "Qian, be sure to keep your mother company at home. I'll step out to gather some firewood." Little Qian turned her head and obediently nodded. I understand, brother." After giving Qian his instructions, Pang Bei grasped the newly crafted short spear and stepped out of the house to collect firewood. In the mountains, one must always be armed, as no one can guarantee they won't encounter wild beasts. As he diligently selected dry twigs, which would ignite more easily, he inadvertently wandered farther away while engrossed in his task. Straightening up to wipe the sweat from his brow, he suddenly noticed a series of footprints on the ground. These prints were not human, but rather a sequence resembling those of a dog. Confused, Pang Bei followed the trail, spotting a few drops of blood along the way. He took a deep breath, inhaling the scent in the air, and his eyes instinctively widened. If he was not mistaken, these were not dog tracks, but the unmistakable marks of wolves, numerous ones at that. This unexpected revelation heightened his alertness. He understood that encountering wolves in the mountains was exceedingly perilous. With caution, he gripped his short spear, preparing for potential danger. The captain had also mentioned that wolves had been entering the village lately. Initially, Pang Bei had thought there were just one or two, but the chaotic array of footprints beneath him suggested that this was no mere pair of wolves, it was a pack. Quickly, Pang Bei hoisted the firewood onto his back and turned to dash home. Although his short spear could swiftly take down a single wolf, a pack was an entirely different matter. Any resistance would merely serve to incite the pack before they devoured him. As he ran home, sweat pouring down his brow, he contemplated whether to inform his mother. He decided against it, reasoning that it would only cause her unnecessary worry. Nevertheless, he needed to find a way to warn her not to venture outside at night. Most critically, he glanced at the dilapidated fence surrounding his home, neglected for years. It would barely hold against a dog, let alone a wolf. He resolved that he must find a way to repair the fence, otherwise, the danger would be far too great. Chapter 9. The second sister in tears. As Pang Bei stepped into the house, burdened with firewood, he encountered a figure approaching him. He caught sight of the tattered military coat draped over the individual, and an understanding dawned upon him. This coat, a cherished heirloom of their family, though worn and weathered, had been passed down through 3 generations. It had been worn in turn by family members, initially bestowed upon his father by his grandfather during his wedding, to shield against the biting cold and harsh winds. At this moment, it was his second sister, Pang Nan, who donned the coat. Pang Bei harbored a considerable disdain for his second sister. She perpetually sought a sense of superiority within the household, despite receiving far less favorable treatment than their elder brother. She appeared to derive satisfaction from comparing herself to their mother, younger sister, and himself. Her demeanor was sharp and caustic, although she possessed striking beauty. She exuded an air that rendered her unapproachable. Upon noticing Pang Bei returning with firewood, Pang Nan immediately entered her mode of mockery. "Oh, look who it is. Our little house laborer. So diligent, yet why not return home to lend a hand? Engaging in manual labor alongside our elder brother, you truly have achieved something. It seems a dragon indeed begets a dragon, and a phoenix a phoenix. A mouse's offspring will burrow. Your mother is but a housemaid, and thus you are destined to toil as a laborer." Pang Bei set down the firewood. Disdain etched upon his face as he retorted, "Why must your words be so bitter? Has the sour soup at home seeped into your brain? Your speech reeks of acidity. It is truly repugnant." Unfazed, Pang Nan continued, "Do not be ungrateful. Father has already forgiven you this time. Return home and work. For work is work regardless of the location. Do you genuinely wish to freeze to death on the mountain? Look at your tattered attire. If you wish to gather firewood, you might as well do it at home. Even Grandpa and Grandma's firewood is insufficient." Disinterested in further entangling himself with her, Pang Bei stated bluntly, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, kindly step aside and do not hinder my work." With a cold huff, Pang Nan attempted to entice him with the coat. "If you return home to work, I might show some generosity and lend you this coat for a couple of days." Pang Bei regarded her with scornful eyes, coldly replying, I have no desire for it. He paused momentarily before adding, you wear that coat like a beggar. His words were laden with contempt and disdain, clearly indicating his lack of interest in his sister's proposition. You are simply envious. You are envious of my wearing the military coat, while you cannot. At that moment, a commotion in the yard caught Pang Bei's attention. A small figure dashed out with exuberance. It was Pang Qian, rushing towards him with delight. She was clad in a little jacket and a small leather skirt. Her legs wrapped in leather protectors, appearing both simple and warm. The most captivating detail was that their mother had ingeniously fashioned the head of a young roe deer into a hat for Pang Qian, with 2 pieces of rabbit fur dangling on either side for warmth, making the little one look even more lively and adorable. Their mother followed closely behind. Dressed in a roe deer fur vest and leather skirt, her wrists and ankles wrapped in leather to fend off the cold. On her head, she wore a hat crafted from scraps, which, although made from remnants, bore a striking resemblance to a Russian-style sailor hat, not only aesthetically pleasing but also exceptionally warm. In her hands, she held a coat made of roe deer skin, evidently prepared for Pang Bei. Xiao Bei, quickly put these on, her mother instructed. In truth, El Xiaolan had already overheard Pang Nan's mockery, but she chose to walk out with her daughter, deliberately pretending not to notice Pang Nan. She hurriedly urged Pang Bei to don the clothing she had ready, fearing he might catch a chill. Pang Qian and her mother assisted in dressing Pang Bei with leg and knee warmers, even placing a hat fashioned from deer hide upon his head. Once clad in these garments, Pang Bei felt enveloped in warmth. However, this very scene ignited Pang Nan's jealousy. Observing Pang Bei and Pang Qian adorned in their newly crafted leather attire while she had nothing, a profound sense of imbalance welled up within her. She immediately shouted at El Xiaolan, "What about me? Why have you only made clothes for them?" El Xiaolan cast a cold glance at Pang Nan and replied, "These are my son and daughter. If you desire such clothing, go ask your elders to make it for you. What business do you have causing a ruckus in my home?" In reality, El Xiaolan had often shielded Pang Nan from misfortune. In this patriarchal household, Pang Nan's treatment was far from favorable. Whenever she faced bullying, it was El Xiaolan who intervened on her behalf. Yet, it seemed Pang Nan remained ungrateful, which deeply disappointed El Xiaolan. She came to realize that blood ties do not guarantee gratitude. This was no ungrateful wolf she had nurtured. In contrast, the treatment received by Pang Bei and Pang Qian compared to her own was exceedingly clear. Thus, disheartened, El Xiaolan felt no lingering affection for them. There was little in this home that she deemed worthy of her attachment. Raising her son and daughter was her sole ambition in life. Initially, Pang Nan took pride in the military coat she wore. Yet now, juxtaposed with her mother and sister's roe deerskin coats, she suddenly felt her military coat paled in comparison. While the exterior of the military coat appeared reasonably intact, thanks to El Xiaolan's skilled hands that had mended many of its tears, making them nearly imperceptible, the interior was utterly ruined. Riddled with patches and leaking cotton, she had no choice but to stuff it with ragged cloth for warmth. This coat was a quintessential example of being gilded on the outside but ragged within. How could it possibly compare to the smooth, glossy fur coats worn by Pang Bei and Pang Qian that shimmered in the sunlight? Just moments ago, Pang Nan had felt a sense of pride. Now, her spirits plummeted. Tears quickly welled in her eyes as she cried out, "You're bullying me. I will go back and tell father." Pang Bei scoffed derisively. "Go ahead and tell him. But let me warn you, stop coming to our commune to cause trouble. I am now the mountain guardian of Qinglanga commune, and if you continue to disrupt us, I will call upon our captain to deal with you." He invoked the captainess name to intimidate Pang Nan, and to his surprise, it proved effective. Pang Nan was taken aback by Pang Bei's words. Conflicts were common within communes during that era, and members were known to stand united in defense of one another. El Hai, as the village leader, was notorious for his protective nature and held the kind of commanding respect akin to that of a mountain king. "Wait for me. I shall inform father," Pang Nan cried as she ran away. El Xiaolan observed her retreating figure with no trace of compassion, calmly instructing Pang Bei, "Xiao Bei, go chop some firewood. I shall prepare a meat stew for both of you shortly." "All right." Pang Bei and Pang Qian joyfully clapped their hands in response. El Xiaolan's concerns regarding food had diminished significantly. With the acquisition of venison, they need not worry about sustenance for the coming days. Moreover, Pang Bei's skill in trapping would enable them to capture fresh game continuously. Thus, El Xiaolan felt reassured about their meals. And they were now well equipped with sufficient warm clothing to endure the winter in the mountains. However, Pang Bei understood that these provisions were still inadequate. Their dwelling could not yet withstand the biting winds, especially when faced with the threat of extreme cold. they remained at risk of freezing to death. Consequently, it was imperative that they hasten the repairs of their home. Chapter 10. The Little Lambs. I have arrived. Pang Bei was acutely aware that repairing a house not only required a substantial amount of timber but also necessitated manpower. He pondered that even though his finances were meager, he must invite people to partake in a meal of meat as a gesture of gratitude. To live securely in the mountains, the courtyard walls must be sufficiently robust to withstand the incursions of wolf packs, although it was unnecessary to construct solid wooden walls akin to those of a commune. The sturdiness of the fence remained paramount. Furthermore, he needed to engage a carpenter to mend the drafty wooden cabin, which would also require providing meals. The weight of these responsibilities bore heavily upon Pang Bei, for life in the mountains was indeed fraught with challenges. Early the next morning, Pang Bei rose with determination to set forth. His mother handed him the roasted meat prepared the day prior, ensuring he had sustenance for the journey. Today, he intended to explore the surroundings in hopes of discovering additional food sources. After breakfast, Pang Bei promptly made his way to the traps he had set. Upon discovering that one of the traps had ensnared a rabbit, he was overwhelmed with joy. This was a rare delicacy. He swiftly unhooked the lifeless rabbit, secured its legs, and hung it at his waist. Then, he chose a new location to continue setting traps. When he inspected another trap, he noticed an alarming situation. It appeared that the trap had caught something, as there were traces of blood nearby, but the trap itself had been damaged. Upon closer examination of the footprints, he was astonished to realize they belonged to a wolf. Pang Bei's heart raced as he gazed at the trap, filled with trepidation. This indicated that wolves were indeed prowling in the vicinity of his cabin. His heart sank with concern for the safety of his mother and little Chien. The blood he had discovered was not yet fully dried, suggesting that the wolf pack had been active nearby the previous night. Consequently, he reset the traps and meticulously cleared away the blood and other traces to deter the wolves from returning. On his way home, Pang Bei contemplated reporting this predicament to the captain. After all, the captain had previously offered him assistance, and he wished to maintain a harmonious relationship with the commune. Moreover, it was his duty to alert the villagers about the presence of the wolves. However, before returning to the village, he needed to inspect his remaining traps. Although he held little hope for their success, he felt compelled to check the last trap. The likelihood of capturing a wild animal with such a device was minimal, as they were notoriously difficult to set, and large creatures were not so easily outsmarted. Upon examining the trap, Pang Bei's suspicions were confirmed. No animals had been captured. He surmised that perhaps his own scent had kept the creatures at bay. Thus, he resolved to further explore the mountains, leaving the trap to rest for a few days, and ventured deeper into the woods with his bow and arrows. Amidst the snow-laden forest, Pang Bei could not resist the urge to sing a nursery rhyme. High upon the Greater Khingan Mountains lies a vast forest, where the brave Orican reside, however. His moment of tranquility was abruptly shattered. He noticed a flurry of snow rising from a ridge not far off, as if some creature were racing through the terrain. Pang Bei instinctively concealed himself, keenly observing the situation on the ridge. To his astonishment, he discovered a pack of wolves. The wolf pack is the most perilous entity upon the mountains. They are cunning, fierce, and excel in teamwork. This realization quickened Pang Bei's heartbeat, heightening his concern for his family's safety. As he observed, Pang Bei noticed the wolves driving a herd of wild goats. Under the pressure of the pack, the lead goat accidentally tumbled off a cliff. At that moment, Pang Bei recalled his mother's words. The wolves would employ such tactics before winter, forcing the goats to plunge to their demise, leaving their carcasses to freeze in the snow. When food became scarce, they would return to reclaim these frozen morsels to satiate their hunger. Upon this revelation, Pang Bei suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. The goats that had fallen would serve as the meal tickets he required for the workers he had hired. Such an opportunity was rare, and he must seize it. With this thought, a smile crept upon his face. However, it was not the right time to act. The wolf pack might not have strayed far, and approaching them could lead to peril. With merely his bow and arrows, he felt insufficiently equipped. Thus, he silently marked the location and left traces along the path, resolving to return the following day to retrieve a few goats. As he prepared to depart, Pang Bei suddenly noticed something moving in the forest. Straining his eyes, he nearly laughed out loud. It was a lost wild goat, bleating loudly as if calling for its companions. A grin spread across Pang Bei's face. Delighting in the thought, "Little goats, the king gray wolf has arrived." With this in mind, he stealthily sought an advantageous angle. Drawing an arrow and fixating his gaze upon the goat, Pang Bei was cautious in his movements, afraid to startle the goat and cause it to flee. He drew the bowstring, the sound of the hemp and sinew creaking as the bow bent. The original owner's physique had been far superior in the past. This bow would have been an easy task to draw. Now, however, his arms trembled slightly. A direct shot was impossible. He could only attempt an arc shot. Fortunately, he possessed experience in this regard. As a special forces soldier, mastery of projectile weapons was essential. Pang Bei gauged the distance, secretly calculating the optimal angle for release, the wind speed, and predicting the point of impact. Holding his breath, he stilled any unnecessary movement that might disrupt the trajectory. With a swift motion, he released the arrow, which soared through the air in a graceful arc, striking the goat with precision. The goat let out a mournful bleat. Without a moment's hesitation, Pang Bei seized his short spear and rushed forward. The goat was not dead. It was merely startled, turning in panic and fleeing blindly. However, its speed was limited, especially as it ran downhill, placing Pang Bei directly above it. Once he found a favorable angle during the pursuit, he raised his short spear high and hurled it downwards at the goat's back. This angle maximized the force of his throw. In an instant, the spear flew through the air in a near-straight line towards the goat. With a sickening thud, the goat let out a final cry before collapsing to the ground. Ecstatic, Pang Bei leaped down from a rocky ledge. The path up the hillside was still laden with snow, making it exceedingly treacherous to traverse. He nearly tumbled and crawled his way to the goat. Once he reached it, Pang Bei did not forget to firmly press down on the shaft of his spear. The wild goat struggled feebly for a moment before falling silent. Without a firearm, the endeavor was indeed arduous. Capturing a single goat had left Pang Bei utterly exhausted. He withdrew the spear, wiped the blood from the goat's body, and then readied his bow. The bloodletting capacity of the wolf fang arrows was truly remarkable. Although lacking the convenience of a gun, they boasted the advantage of being reusable. After tidying up, Pang Bei slumped down beside the carcass. But just as he intended to rest, a chilling howl of wolves echoed through the air. A shiver raced down his spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sprang towards the goat, disregarding his fatigue, and began to drag the goat's lifeless body toward home. Regardless of the struggle, today had yielded a bounty. Pang Bei could already envision a steaming bowl of goat offal soup awaiting him that evening. Chapter 11. Nothing that a meal of meat cannot resolve. Pang Bei dragged the goat homeward, not daring to look back. Although the cold had lessened, the heavy and cumbersome gear, particularly the fur coat, weighed him down significantly. Yet, as he sprinted through the snow, it was the first time he had broken a sweat in this frigid expanse since his arrival. Struggling to pull the goat along, the sky darkened gradually. In winter, in high latitudes, night falls early, and his mother stood at the door waiting for his return. Upon catching sight of her son, her anxious heart finally settled. "Mother, look what I've brought," Pang Bei exclaimed, grinning as he dragged the wild goat back. His mother's face lit up with joy. "Where on earth did you manage to hunt such a large goat? Just with a bow and a short spear. And you brought this back." The frozen carcass of the goat bore wounds evidently inflicted by arrows and spears. I was fortunate enough to find this. And I also discovered a stash of frozen prey left by a pack of wolves. There are quite a number of goats. But I must wait for the wolves to leave before I can approach. El Shilan immediately became alarmed. "What? A pack of wolves? You ventured into the mountains?" Pang Bei shook his head. "I wouldn't dare. I merely observed them from the mountain peak. We need someone to accompany me to retrieve the goats. I've been thinking, let us use some of this goat meat to treat the villagers and ask for their help in repairing the outer fence. We could also have them dig a cellar for vegetables. Mother, you need not wait for me outside anymore. There are wolves nearby. I can evade them, but you cannot." El Shilan had heard from Captain El Hai about the wolves in the vicinity, which explained her constant worry. "No, it's too dangerous. Perhaps you should avoid the mountains. Wolves are not to be trifled with." Pang Bei chuckled. "Mother, what are you saying? I am now a guardian of the mountains. Everyone relies on me to drive the wolves away. You need not worry. I will be cautious. This gathering is also to set up large traps to deter the wolf pack. Otherwise, if they invade the village, that old hunting rifle of the captain will be of no use." El Shilan, exasperated, grasped her son's ear. "You little rascal. Do you not heed your mother's words at all?" Pang Bei grimaced, pleading. "Please, let go. I was wrong, mother. I want to do it again." El Shilan, still displeased, pulled him inside and scolded him. "How old are you? You wish to hunt wolves? Are you courting death? What about marrying a wife?" Pang Bei scratched his head and replied softly. "Mother, I would never venture to confront a pack of wolves alone. Am I mad? Whatever can be accomplished with traps is far wiser than risking life and limb. Look, the reason the wolves come to the village is due to insufficient food. While setting traps in the mountains, I observe that there aren't many prey around. The majority we hunt are the roe deer down below. The wild goat I discovered today was merely a stroke of luck for the wolves. Given the scarcity of prey here, why would the wolves come? This indicates they have been driven here by something. The surrounding prey has not increased, which indicates that it is not pursuing food that has led them here. It must be another pack of wolves, a larger and more formidable group. Therefore, it is impossible for us to wait for these wolves to depart. We must force them to relocate. El Shulan fell silent for a moment before countering. Where did you hear all this? Who taught you? Pang Bei was taken aback. He had forgotten that this outdoor survival knowledge was acquired through his own exploration and the direct teachings of his instructor. Even if he wished to learn online, such wisdom could not be gleaned from the internet. This knowledge is experiential, built solely through trial and accumulation. I am just thinking and speculating this way, he replied. El Shulan scrutinized her son. Were it not for their daily life together, she would question whether he was truly her son. Could it be that after freezing, his mind has become sharper? She recalled tales from storytellers in the village, who claimed that those who perished in the mountains might be possessed by spirits, taking on human forms. What if? El Shulan immediately shook her head. Despite her superstitions, she preferred to believe that her son had simply gained insight. She could not accept the alternative, as it would imply that her son was already dead. Gently, she patted Pang Bei's head and smiled. My son has grown up. You warm yourself by the fire. I shall prepare some goat soup for you. Pang Bei nodded with a smile and squatted by the fire to warm his hands. Meanwhile, his mother and sister began to gut the goat, working swiftly and skillfully. She extracted the offal and neatly stored the meat, setting the hide aside as well. As she looked at the hide, she contemplated making some additional clothing for her son to keep him warmer. Once everything was prepared, she washed the offal and set about making the goat soup. Before long, a steaming bowl of soup was presented to Pang Bei. As he took a sip, the warmth of the soup seemed to open every pore of his body. However, there was no flour at home. If only he had a few flatbreads, it would be much more enjoyable. But at this moment, Pang Bei knew he could not have any. The flour supply at home was nearly depleted, and subsisting solely on meat was not sufficient. He needed to acquire some flour to supplement his meals. He pondered this, calculating in his mind. While one could survive on meat alone, the absence of staple food was unsatisfactory. Pang Xin was still young. Her body required nourishment. Though being able to eat enough was a blessing, she still needed some staple food, even if in small amounts. With this in mind, Pang Bei considered whether he could procure some flour, even if it meant trading or conserving it. It was unacceptable to have none at all. He recalled hearing from the former cook leader about the black market that existed in the 1960s, despite the regulated supply. Back then, acquiring goods was quite challenging due to strict enforcement. Nonetheless, it was certain that some items were available. It was implausible to claim there was nothing at all. Moreover, hunters in that era were significant clientele for the black market, capable of procuring meat, medicinal herbs, and furs, items that black market traders greatly desired. Thus, Pang Bei may consider giving it a try. However, for now, it is imperative to resolve matters at home first. Otherwise, if he ventures out to acquire supplies and leaves his home vulnerable to wolves, it would lead to disaster. The situation concerning the house must take precedence. At present, ensuring that his mother and sister can live safely on the mountain is of utmost importance. After dinner, Pang Bei went to seek out the captain. Upon arriving at the captain's residence and recounting the situation regarding the wolf pack, he could see the captain break into a cold sweat. You reckless lad. How could you be so bold? Are you aware there are wolves, yet you still went out? Are you some sort of tiger? Although Lu Hai chastised Pang Bei with his words, the concern in his tone was unmistakable. Unfortunately, providing a firearm was not feasible, as ammunition was limited and they possessed only a single gun. If wolves were to invade the village, they had little means to effectively confront the pack, which left the community in a state of unease. Lu Hai surmised that if he were to hand a weapon to Pang Bei, it would certainly spark discontent among others. Pang Bei scratched his head and chuckled. I merely observed from a distance and did not dare to approach. Rest assured, Captain, I will exercise caution. Lu Hai sighed and gazed at Pang Bei, asking, So, what is it that you seek from me? Pang Bei grinned, pleasantly surprised by the captain's understanding. This made everything much easier. However, he feigned contemplation and replied, I wish to borrow some manpower. Do not worry, I will ensure they are compensated. I will provide meals, including meat. I plan to implement a strategy of scorched earth against the wolf pack. As the weather turns colder and their food sources diminish, they will have no choice but to leave. Lu Hai's face reflected deep contemplation. After a moment of silence, he turned to Pang Bei and said, "Very well. I will send someone to find you first thing in the morning." Chapter 12. Strength in numbers. After conferring with the captain, Pang Bei felt a sense of assurance. Thus, he resolved to venture into the mountains the following day. Upon returning home, he promptly retired for the night, determined to rise early and avoid any delays. At dawn, Pang Bei completed his breakfast with alacrity, preparing for the arrival of the others. Just as he finished packing, the captain arrived with a contingent of about 20 robust individuals, all equipped with weapons such as clubs and spears, likely in anticipation of their journey into the mountains. In addition, they carried tools for logging and firewood. Seeing Pang Bei waiting at the door, Lu Hai smiled and inquired, "I've gathered the people for you. How do you plan to organize them?" Pang Bei replied with a grin, "A portion will accompany me into the mountains to retrieve the goats, while the rest will engage in logging. We aim to return with everything before noon. The remaining individuals can begin restoring our courtyard, and I will also require a cellar. Furthermore, I need to construct larger mechanisms to be installed around this area, establishing a defensive perimeter against wolf packs on the mountain, thereby providing a measure of protection for the village." Lu Hai chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Very well, but we may need more manpower. Are you prepared with enough food for lunch?" Pang Bei confidently affirmed, "Rest assured, we have ample meat. However, I lack sufficient grain." Upon hearing of the meat, the crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, who wouldn't crave meat? It had been quite a while since they last tasted it. Lu Hai laughed heartily. "As long as there is meat, we shall manage the lunch provisions for the commune." The group erupted in excitement at the prospect of a hearty meal, especially with meat involved. Lu Hai noted down the names of a dozen individuals and instructed them to follow Pang Bei, while the remainder would be tasked with logging. They then returned to gather more workers. With the added strength and numbers in mind, Pang Bei led his small troop towards the cliffside. Their numbers provided them with a greater sense of courage, and they encountered no wild beasts along the way, as any that sensed their approach scurried away. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, Pang Bei quickly located the site where the goats had fallen. In the snowy expanse, numerous goat carcasses lay frozen. Together with his companions, he meticulously gathered the remains and loaded them onto wooden sleds. The sight of so many goats brought joy to the group, who eagerly questioned Pang Bei about his method. To avoid alarming them with the mention of wolves, he simply explained that driving the lead goat down the mountain would cause the rest to follow suit. This revelation left everyone in awe, and they could not help but applaud Pang Bei. After an hour of diligent work, they successfully collected all the goats and began their descent. With 3 sleds fully loaded, they enthusiastically shouted in unison, transporting the goats down from the mountain. By this time, they were nearing the hour for lunch. Seeing so many goats, Lu Hai gazed in astonishment at Pang Bei and asked, "Where did you procure such a multitude?" Before Pang Bei could respond, a villager interjected, "Ha ha ha, Captain. This time your choice of Xiao Bei is truly remarkable. He knows how to drive the lead goat down the mountain," prompting the rest to leap. Lu Hai was taken aback for a moment, then patted Pang Bei on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You rascal, you truly are your grandfather's grandson. Such skills are ingrained in your very bones." Pang Bei chuckled and addressed Lu Hai, "Captain, I invite everyone to feast on mutton and request your assistance in building my house. Is that too much to ask?" Lu Hai burst into hearty laughter, responding, "Of course not." At that moment, Lu Xiaolan approached, her face beaming with joy at the sight of the numerous goats. "So many. Xiao Bei, where did you acquire them?" Lu Hai chimed in, "Sister Lan, you have indeed birthed a fine son, one who shall become an exemplary guardian of our mountains. This Xiao Bei's hunting prowess will surely surpass that of his master in the future." Hearing Lu Hai praise her son, Lu Xiaolan beamed with delight and said to Pang Bei, "You must be tired. Take a moment to rest while I gather some people to help with the goats." Pang Bei replied with a smile, "Mother, let's save the goat skins for bedding and prepare some goat offal soup for lunch, followed by mutton for dinner." Upon hearing this, Lu Hai shouted, "Let a few people come. We shall have goat offal soup for lunch, and in the evening, Xiao Bei will treat us to mutton. Send a few more to the brigade to fetch some seasonings, and let's call upon a few skilled cooks. We need not burden those who are already struggling to get by." The villagers responded enthusiastically. Before long, the villagers hastened their pace, their spirits uplifted. Pang Bei observed that a trench had been dug for the wooden fence, and since the ground was hard in winter, they opted to burn the area to soften the soil. After all, it did not require deep excavation, they merely needed to secure the fence. In the courtyard, several individuals were restoring the previously collapsed cellar, expanding it. while part of the small wooden house was dismantled to extend directly from its foundation, allowing access to the cellar within the house. This way, they could take refuge in the cellar when wolves approached. With numerous hands at work, progress was swift, and they estimated that the repairs would be completed by afternoon. The workload was manageable, and they anticipated finishing everything by the end of the day, perhaps working a little longer into the night if necessary. Soon, several capable women arrived, joining Lu Xiaolan in attending to the goats. Pang Qian darted about, serving as the household's source of joy. Pang Bei sipped some warm water and joined in to help. They felled small trees, directly using them as stakes, which were then tied together with hemp rope. Though rudimentary, it would suffice to fend off the wolves. As for traps, they were the easiest to set up. Pang Bei designed large traps, knowing that digging deep holes in winter would be arduous, so he created large snares akin to those used for trapping rabbits. Additionally, some wooden barriers were erected to prevent the wolves from charging. With this layer of protection, the village has become significantly safer. In order to observe the surroundings, Pang Bei chose a large tree to establish a rudimentary lookout post. At the top of the tree, he constructed a simple platform from wood, allowing him to climb up and survey the area, even to shoot if necessary. Once these arrangements are completed, Pang Bei will be better equipped to carry out his duties of vigilance and deterring wild beasts. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, stirring excitement among everyone. While working, they furtively stole glances at the large pot of stew. Pang Bei, estimating the time, called out, "Everyone, take a break. Dinner will be ready shortly." At his shout, everyone instantly dropped their tasks and rushed to gather around the pot. El Hai, smiling, patted Pang Bei on the shoulder and said, "Kid, keep up the good work, and I'll arrange for you to be the captain of the patrol team in the future." Pang Bei was taken aback. The patrol team was a position exclusive to mountain villages, equivalent to that of a militia leader, perhaps even more esteemed. He promptly inquired, "Uncle Hai, if I become the patrol captain, can my mother find some work in the village? Earning money isn't the main concern. She spends all her time on the mountain, and it drives her to madness." El Hai chuckled, ruffling Pang Bei's hair. "You're quite filial, aren't you? Of course, that can be arranged. Once we have a good harvest next year, I'll have your mother come to work and earn her share. By then, your sister can also attend school or something of the sort." Pang Bei felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, and he smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Hai." El Hai gave him a light slap on the back, saying, "No need for thanks. Go talk to your uncle, otherwise, he might think you hold a grudge against him." Chapter 13. The wolf has arrived. Pang Bei was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated this aspect. Primarily, he had only just awakened and was not well acquainted with his relatives. To put it plainly, they hardly qualified as kin. During this period, his thoughts had been consumed with the singular concern of survival, rendering him indifferent to familial matters. However, with El Hai's remark, memories began to resurface. He realized he ought to check in on his maternal uncle's household, as both his grandfather and uncle had always treated him favorably. His mother, too, was hesitant to return home out of concern for his grandfather's health. Thus, he harbored no animosity towards them. As long as his mother was content, that was what mattered. He scratched his head and approached with a smile. At that moment, his uncle was inspecting the wooden fence. While others were careless, he could not afford such negligence. One was his own sister, and the other his beloved nephew and niece. There was no way he could be lax about it. Just as El Qingsong was meticulously examining the fence, Pang Bei approached to lend a hand, causing El Qingsong to pause in surprise. Upon seeing Pang Bei, he remarked, "You should take a break. You've been busy all morning." Pang Bei chuckled. "Uncle, haven't you also been working all morning?" El Qingsong chuckled back, shaking the fence to ensure its sturdiness before feeling reassured. Pang Bei inquired with a smile, "Uncle, where's Aunt? Why hasn't she come over for a meal?" "We're having meat today." El Qingsong replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Isn't she at home watching the children?" Pang Bei teased, "What is the matter? The kids can come along, can't they? Besides, I'll have my mother pack some meat for Grandpa and Grandma to take home." El Qingsong felt warmth in his heart, realizing that his nephew had matured and become considerate, aware of the need to look after family. This brought him comfort, affirming that his sister's efforts in raising this son had not been in vain. With so many people around, it felt inappropriate to bring the family over. Moreover, this was a matter of labor points. Unable to contain his laughter, Pang Bei responded, "Uncle, what are you thinking? The meat is provided by me. They are my own relatives. What could anyone possibly say? Hurry and call Aunt and the kids over. Lunch will be ready soon." El Qingsong was also tempted, for it was indeed a good thing for his wife and children to enjoy meat. He dashed back home to summon them. Meanwhile, Pang Bei's mother had overheard the conversation between the uncle and nephew. Feeling warmth in her heart, she smiled and brought Pang Bei a bowl of hot water, saying, "Take a moment to rest and drink some water. Lunch will be ready shortly." Pang Bei asked with a grin, "Mother, is there enough meat for everyone?" El Shilon nodded. "Yes, there is plenty left, and with all this sheepskin, what do you plan to do? The three of us could make coats, plus quilts and blankets. There will still be some left." Pang Bei chuckled, "Mother, is there a black market nearby?" El Shilon was taken aback, and just then, El Hai happened to pass by. Upon hearing this, he laughed. "Yes, are you looking to buy grain? There is some down the mountain. But you'll need to go in the evening when they come out. Your mother knows this place." In the 1960s, such black markets did exist. Although they were strictly regulated, where there was demand, there would be supply. In villages where food was scarce, people often sought ways to barter, though officially prohibited, who would monitor in the depths of the mountains. Moreover, procuring shotgun shells requires sourcing from others. Relying solely on oneself is hardly feasible. Upon hearing El Hai's words, Pang Bei immediately inquired with excitement, "Captain, can we obtain the guns and ammunition?" El Hai replied with a smile, "Of course. But these few pieces of sheepskin will not suffice. Firearms require a bit of funding too. Even the cheaper ones will set you back 200 to 300. So expensive?" El Shiolan furrowed her brow, fully aware of the critical importance of guns and ammunition for her son. El Hai chuckled, "If it were not pricey, would it still be called a gun? However, let us first purchase a more affordable option that is functional, later, when spring arrives. If Xiao Bei can manage to acquire something better, then we can consider that." Pang Bei nodded in agreement, but El Hai cautioned, "I must warn you. Do not allow yourself to be caught. If you're apprehended, it will lead to trouble. Be careful and do not create chaos." Pang Bei smiled and nodded, "Understood." Before long, Aunt and her family arrived, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. For lunch, they feasted on wheat pancakes accompanied by mutton soup, each receiving a generous bowl. Laughter adorned their faces as everyone felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, it had been a long time since they had enjoyed meat. This was no jest. For the people of that era, consuming meat was indeed a coveted luxury. In the afternoon, Pang Bei joined the repair crew, primarily guiding everyone in setting traps. Which was the crux of the matter. His mother began stewing mutton, and although Anne initially felt a bit shy upon arrival, she gradually opened up as she joined in the work. Meanwhile, Pang Qian played with her cousins, relishing the joy of newfound companionship. With the incentive of meat, the villagers felt invigorated and worked with renewed vigor, hastening their efforts. With many hands at work, they completed the entire fence. And the small house in the yard was also finished. The cellar and repairs were essentially complete. As they moved into their new wooden house, the trio beamed with joy. Pang Bei finally had his own room, sleeping in the newly constructed small space. Though modest, the room contained a bed, and Aunt provided him with unused bedding from home. Pang Bei had no issue sleeping alone. The cellar had an entrance on the side of the small house. Pulling back the cover allowed entry, and from within, the door could be secured, a precaution against wild beasts. Typically, the cured meat would be stored in the cellar. After a day filled with labor, weariness washed over Pang Bei. With one last task remaining, he had to provide one more meal the following day. Tomorrow, he would not be at home, as he needed to venture out to hunt. Otherwise, they would deplete their supplies entirely, and that would leave them with nothing but the biting northwestern winds to sustain them through winter, leading to certain starvation. As Pang Bei drifted into a hazy slumber, his mother worked under the dim glow of an oil lamp, processing sheepskin in preparation for sewing. Just as he was on the verge of falling asleep, he had yet to fully succumb to slumber. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, prompting Pang Bei to become alert. Although the noise was faint, it came in rhythmic bursts. Having been a sniper before his arrival in this realm, he was exceedingly sensitive to such sounds. Additionally, his extensive training in wilderness survival and various extreme conditions instilled in him immense confidence in outdoor living, as well as a habit of constant vigilance. Even while asleep, he would awaken instantly at the slightest approach of an intruder. This peculiar sound evidently heightened Pang Bei's awareness. He perked up his ears and listened intently. Through the wooden wall, he discerned the noise more clearly. It resembled a series of rapid breaths, not resembling those of a human due to its swift frequency. It was the sound of panting. This is troubling. Pang Bei sprang up and dashed out of the door, spotting his mother, who was working in the room. "Mother, stop what you're doing. Quickly wake up Xiao Qian and get to the cellar." Lu Xiaolan was startled by her son's urgency and looked at him in disbelief. "Are you still half asleep? What is it?" Pang Bei quickly gestured for her to lower her voice, then replied in a hushed tone, "Wolves. The wolves are coming." Chapter 14. Counterattack. Pang Bei held his breath, aware that the fence remained incomplete, now obstructed by a pile of timber. Whether it could withstand the threat was uncertain. Lu Xiulan, upon hearing her son mention the wolves, was paralyzed by fear. How could this be? They had only just repaired the fence during the day, and now? At night, the wolves had come? Pang Bei whispered, "We slaughtered so many sheep today and cooked a considerable amount of meat. The scent of blood and meat has undoubtedly attracted the wolves." Terrified, Lu Xiulan swiftly picked up her sleeping daughter, Pang Qian, and rushed towards the cellar. Thankfully, the cellar had been fortified, otherwise they would have faced dire consequences. Observing his mother and sister enter the cellar, Pang Bei refrained from following them. Lu Xiulan, glancing back at her son, was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing? Come down quickly." Seeing his mother and sister within the cellar, Pang Bei realized that if he joined them, they would still be at the mercy of the wolves if they managed to enter. He had to devise a strategy to either drive the wolves away or lure them elsewhere. With a smile, he replied, "If I go in, we would be surrendering our fates to fate itself. Mother, take good care of little Qian, and do not worry about me." Xiaobei. Lu Xiulan immediately grasped her son's intent. However, at that moment, Pang Bei closed the lid and deliberately placed objects atop it to conceal their presence from the wolves. Despite his mother persistently knocking on the cover, Pang Bei resolutely removed his bow and arrow, arming himself with a short spear, preparing to confront the wolves. He extinguished the lantern, concealing himself in the darkness, his breath held, as if he had vanished into the night. Outside the courtyard, the blockage had been breached by the wolves, who approached from the side, avoiding the traps. Only 3 wolves had entered the yard. Fortuitously, the household fence had been fortified, and the cellar secured. Otherwise, relying on the original structure would have offered no protection whatsoever. 3 wolves were not a formidable challenge for Pang Bei. These cunning creatures made no noise, stealthily searching the courtyard for an opening. In truth, the scent alone had already informed them of human presence inside the house. However, the wolves, being astute, refrained from a direct assault. Just moments ago, Pang Bei had heard the sound of panting. It was one wolf digging near the wall of his room, intending to burrow through. Pang Bei, cloaked in darkness, refrained from hasty action. He understood that rushing out to face 3 wolves would be tantamount to seeking death. His current physique lacked the capability to confront them, and with inadequate weaponry, venturing out would be a grave mistake. Holding his breath, he deliberately opened the door just a crack. Before long, one of the wolves, lingering near the doorway, detected the opening. Cunningly, it thrust its head inside. The wolf dared to do so due to its innate characteristics. Cunning and ferocious, it embodied the essence of its species. Notably, wolves possess a build characterized by a robust head, a resilient tail, and a supple waist. Their most vulnerable area lies within their midsection. Their heads are nearly impervious. Striking the head poses little mortal threat, and when they charge, they instinctively lower their heads, effectively shielding their throats. The man, after probing his nose, steadied himself, and Pang Bei refrained from striking. He remained patient, anticipating the moment when the wolf's body would venture inside. Soon, the wild wolf cautiously nudged the door open, inching its head forward, its nose constantly sniffing. The room was saturated with traces of human activity, creating a chaotic melange of scents that obscured Pang Bei's presence from the wolf. As the creature stealthily entered, Pang Bei forcefully kicked the door shut. Bang! The door slammed, and he leaped up, driving a short spear directly into the wolf's body. Withdrawing the spear, blood gushed forth, pooling around them. Pang Bei pressed down firmly on the wolf, which struggled against him, but his weight, over 100 pounds, kept it pinned. Nonetheless, the wolf's thrashing was vigorous, nearly dislodging him several times. If it succeeded, Pang Bei knew he would be in dire peril. Gripping the wolf's nape tightly with one hand, he reached for his knife with the other. After securing the hilt, he shouted fiercely and lunged madly at the wolf's throat. Stab! 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 He continued until the wolf lay still, and only then did he cease his assault. As the creature became motionless, Pang Bei collapsed onto its body, drained. It was then he realized he was drenched in sweat. Releasing the now lifeless wolf, he quickly turned to shut the door. The death of one wolf triggered an immediate reaction from the remaining 2, which fixated on the door, emitting mournful howls. Despite the door being closed, the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. The wolves could discern the scent of their fallen companion, and the pungent aroma of blood was unmistakably familiar. They ceased their digging and luring, now regarding the door with hostility. Uncertain of who lurked behind it, they hesitated to charge in recklessly. At that moment, Pang Bei seized his bow and opened the door. Instead of rushing in, the wolves recoiled a few steps, baring their teeth and glaring into the darkened entryway. The wolves were astute. They would not attack impulsively. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they faced an adversary even more cunning. Whoosh! From the shadows of the doorway, an arrow was loosed, striking one wolf squarely. The threat of death ignited a surge of strength within Pang Bei, unleashing a power he rarely accessed. Witnessing the wolf yelp in agony as it turned to flee towards the fence, desperately seeking refuge, the other wolf, frightened, quickly retreated. Pang Bei did not pursue, aware that venturing outside would invite a horde of wolves to encircle him. However, if the wolves escaped, the pack would also withdraw, uncertain of the unseen threat. While they would not concede defeat easily, at least he could survive the night. Thus, Pang Bei ignored them and approached the wolf he had struck in the eye. This wolf, gravely wounded, cowered in the corner, whimpering and baring its teeth. Pang Bei showed no mercy. He understood that as long as it lived, his mother and sister remained in peril. Brandishing his spear, he plunged it down without hesitation, delivering a fatal blow to the wolf. A solitary man had managed to repel 3 ravenous wolves, and even slay 2 of them. Even seasoned hunters might falter in such a situation, particularly as Pang Bei lacks a firearm. Those armed may struggle, so what can be expected of a mere child? Once Pang Bei confirmed that the wolf was utterly lifeless, he hastily secured the enclosure. Ensuring his safety, he then proceeded to lift the cover. Upon doing so, his mother was taken aback at the sight of his bloodied visage, prompting her to embrace him in tears. "Oh, my dear, where are you hurt? Let me see." Pang Bei waved his hand with a smile. "It's not mine. It belongs to this beast." He gestured towards the carcass on the ground, and his mother, clutching an oil lamp, approached for a closer look, her shock palpable. You killed a wolf?" Pang Bei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I dispatched 2 of them." "Mother, could you fashion a cloak from the wolf's hide? It would deter many creatures while I am outdoors." "What? You killed 2? Chapter 15. Is this your doing? You have slain 2 wolves, and yet you emerge unscathed? How is that even possible?" Had she not witnessed the carcasses with her own eyes, she would scarcely have believed it. Just moments ago, El Xiaolan had also heard the sounds of struggle. There was no mistaking it. There were no others around, only her son. Could it be that Pang Bei is a prodigy in the art of hunting? If that is the case, he could indeed become a guardian of the mountains. In the depths of the forest, though oversight is lax, one cannot be accused of trivial infractions like collecting firewood. After all, in the heart of the wilderness, if the captain does not pursue the matter, no one dares to question it. Even if authorities were to descend upon the village, they would think twice before meddling with its inhabitants. Villagers are accustomed to their wild ways. Should you impose restrictions, they might just bind you and leave you to the wolves in the depths of the forest. However, such brazen acts are not to be taken lightly. Yet, if one held the title of guardian, they would be recognized as a legitimate hunter, free to hunt in the mountains. Provided they do not overstep their bounds or clear land for cultivation, essentially, they would be beyond reproach. If Pang Bei were to attain such a status, while he may not receive rations, he could at least secure sustenance for himself. With this thought, El Xiaolan hurriedly wiped the blood from her son's face. Even if you possess some skill, you must not act recklessly. The beasts in these mountains are ferocious. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Your grandfather was once ambushed by a solitary wolf during his time in the mountains, which is why he could hardly walk in his later years. Pang Bei chuckled, shaking his head as he replied, "I understand, but hunting cannot be a lifelong endeavor. It is merely a means to survive in the present. Mother, rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution." El Xiaolan smiled, her heart swelling with pride as she cleaned the blood from Pang Bei's face. "My son, so capable at just 17, slaying wolves. If your grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed." Pang Bei beamed with a silly grin, while El Xiaolan fetched Pang Qian, who was too frightened to utter a sound. It was evident that she had truly been terrified. Pang Bei scooped the little one into his arms, saying, "Do not fear, little Qian, for your brother is here. With me, you need not be afraid of anything." Pang Qian gazed up at her brother with eyes filled with trepidation. "Brother, I'm scared," she whimpered, clutching tightly to his garment. Pang Bei tenderly stroked her head, soothingly whispering, "No tears, little Qian, your brother is here to protect you." Pang Qian nestled against him like a small kitten, seeking comfort. Their mother watched with a heavy heart, observing her bloodied son and her weeping daughter. These 2 are still but children, yet they are forced to bear burdens that should not be theirs. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, El Xiaolan hastily boiled water to cleanse her son of the blood. Once Pang Bei had tidied himself, El Xiaolan began skinning the wolves, preparing the meat. With all tasks completed, Pang Bei settled down for another brief slumber. The following morning, when the villagers beheld the wolf pelts drying at the entrance, they were left utterly astonished. Were those indeed wolf skins? Indeed, they were. This is indeed the wolf pelt, and it appears to be freshly obtained. Who could have brought it down? Could it be that child, Pang Bei? Is it possible for such a young one to slay a wolf? Who can say? Perhaps this wolf was already weakened, or maybe this pack of wolves isn't as fearsome as they seem. While everyone engaged in discussion, El Hai pushed through the crowd. His brow furrowed as he noticed the wolf pelt hanging at the entrance. Approaching in astonishment, he recognized, having hunted before, that this wolf had just been killed. The wounds on the pelt indicated it had been pierced by a short spear. The precision of the thrusts, both in their placement and execution, was nothing short of remarkable, undeniably professional. At that moment, El Xiaolan emerged and noticed El Hai's astonishment. He pointed at the wolf pelt and asked Xiaolan, "Where did this wolf pelt come from?" El Xiaolan sighed. "Brother Hai, last night a wolf intruded. Xiao Bei killed it to protect us. He is still asleep, and I wanted him to rest a bit longer." El Hai's eyes widened as he asked, "Did Pang Bei truly kill 2 wolves by himself?" El Xiaolan nodded. 3 wolves came. Xiao Bei killed 2, and 1 escaped. El Hai was left speechless. Pointing at the wolf pelt, "Xiao Bei took down 2 wolves all on his own?" El Xiaolan confirmed, "Yes." El Hai's expression transformed from shock to joy. He burst into laughter. "Excellent. If Pang Bei possesses such skill, we can finally sleep peacefully. Look at this child, able to hunt wolves for us. What more can we say? Let us get to work and hasten the completion of the fence. Do you hear me?" The crowd responded with enthusiasm, and soon everyone was invigorated and started working diligently. The fence was already nearing completion, and by midday, all the unfinished sections from yesterday were also repaired. After personally inspecting the fence and confirming its soundness, El Hai informed El Xiaolan that they had enjoyed a meal of lamb at noon, just as Pang Bei finally awoke. Upon waking, he found the courtyard had been restored, and a weight was lifted from his heart. Seeing her son awake, El Xiaolan smiled and brought him a bowl of meat and a piece of flatbread, saying, "The captain and the others have left. Before departing, the captain asked me to tell you to work diligently. This is your official appointment." El Xiaolan carefully handed the appointment to Pang Bei. Although it was merely a piece of paper, it signified that Pang Bei's future endeavors in the mountains would henceforth be legitimate. At the very least, he would not face arrest. Pang Bei read the appointment with a smile and exclaimed, "Mother, we can now hunt in the mountains legally." El Xiaolan beamed with pride, nodding, "Indeed, my son is impressive. You are the youngest mountain guardian in our team. Work hard, but also prioritize your safety." Pang Bei nodded vigorously, grinning, "Rest assured, Mother, I will be fine." Having a legal identity for hunting in the mountains would resolve their immediate livelihood concerns. Pang Bei devoured the meat voraciously. He smiled and said, "Mother, it seems our meat supply is dwindling, does it not? Should we consider trading some of the excess hides for a bit of grain? Otherwise, with the heavy snow blocking the mountains, our food sources will undoubtedly diminish, and that would be quite untenable." Upon hearing Pang Bei's suggestion, Lu Xiulan nodded in agreement and softly replied, "But procuring goods from the black market poses a risk. If we get caught, it would be disastrous." "Fear not, Mother." He reassured her, "The black market is largely dependent on what one is attempting to sell. For folks like us, there is little oversight. Who would bother with us? After all, we are hunters, and no one pays us any mind." Hearing Pang Bei's words, Lu Xiulan chuckled and nodded, "Indeed, then let us proceed as you suggest. We shall venture down the mountain to acquire some grain. Mother knows where to find the black market." Chapter 16. Survival in the crevice. Although one can survive solely on meat without consuming grains, the efficiency of hunting pales in comparison to the yield of crops. In the face of extreme weather, one would be unable to venture out for hunting. The act of hunting is heavily dependent on fortune and the whims of nature. If the weather turns harsh, even the most skilled hunter would find themselves at a loss. At present, the foremost priority is to devise a means to procure something to exchange for currency. After having his meal, Pang Bei set out, bow and spear in hand. Ascending the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he first checked the traps he had set. To his dismay, after a thorough search, he found them empty. It appeared that the encroachment of a wolf pack had significantly reduced the local wildlife population. With no other option, he ventured deeper into the forest. Though fraught with peril, survival necessitated this course of action. Tightening the pouch at his side, he pressed onward into the depths of the mountains. The winter chill in the mountains was biting. Despite the sun's high position, the forest remained frigid. Thankfully, his fur coat provided some protection against the cold. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to frostbite. In the northeastern mountains, the threat of freezing to death is a stark reality. As he navigated the narrow path, Pang Bei remained vigilant, keenly observing for any signs of animal activity. After a while, he came to an abrupt halt. Not far off, he spotted a wild boar foraging. At this moment, Pang Bei realized that he was ill-equipped to confront such a beast. Both his bow and spear would be ineffective against it. A mere flesh wound would not deter the creature, and engaging it would be tantamount to courting disaster. The wild boar was formidable, and a direct confrontation could spell his doom. Cautiously, Pang Bei began to retreat, only to discover another wild boar approaching from behind. Alarm surged through him. This was a dire predicament. He carefully scanned his surroundings. His only escape route lay between the two beasts. Despite the peril, he felt a measure of confidence. While he lacked assurance in facing wolves, wild boars were less vigilant. He still had a chance to evade them. However, should he be pursued by both, survival would be improbable. As he contemplated his next move, he stealthily backed away, when fate intervened with the unexpected appearance of a fox. Pang Bei was momentarily taken aback. In the northeastern wilderness, hunters typically refrain from targeting foxes. Foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, and the like are regarded as sacred creatures in the ecosystem. The fox, with its dark, penetrating eyes, fixated on him. Pang Bei dared not move. Yet the wild boar edged ever closer, stirring a sense of disquiet within him. He could hear the boar's heavy breaths as it approached. Just then, the fox made a sudden movement. Pang Bei truly wished to deliver a kick. However, at that moment, the wild boar suddenly noticed him. Startled, Pang Bei hesitated. Instead of fleeing, he instinctively drew his short spear and braced it against the trunk of a tree. Upon spotting Pang Bei, the wild boar charged forward, attempting to ram him. With a sickening thud, it failed to collide with Pang Bei directly and was instead impaled by the spear. This reckless charge not only spared Pang Bei, but resulted in the wild boar being fatally pierced through the skull. The spear penetrated its brain, rendering the creature motionless. Meanwhile, another wild boar caught sight of Pang Bei, but upon witnessing the demise of its companion, it squealed and rushed toward him. Unfazed, Pang Bei leapt into action, sprinting away. As he ran, he darted in the direction of the fox. The fox, though not human, was taken aback by Pang Bei's agility. The wild boar barreled down the slope, unable to halt its momentum. In a sudden roll, Pang Bei dropped to the snowy ground, allowing the wild boar to charge past him. The fox, startled, sprinted away. But the wild boar, in a frenzy, collided with it, sending the fox flying. The wild boar paused, realizing it had pursued the wrong target. At that moment, two arrows whizzed through the air, striking its hindquarters. Enraged, the wild boar turned and charged at Pang Bei once more. Grasping his bow, Pang Bei swiftly retreated, weaving through the trees as the wild boar relentlessly crashed into them. Despite its thick hide, it could not withstand the impact, and blood began to flow from its head. Atop a rocky cliff, Pang Bei readied his bow and let another arrow fly, this time striking the wild boar in its eye socket. In pain, the creature let out a furious bellow and charged at Pang Bei. In its fury, it failed to notice the precipice behind him. As the wild boar closed the distance, Pang Bei leapt into the air, vaulting over the beast. The wild boar, unable to stop, barreled forward and plummeted off the cliff. A resounding thud echoed shortly after, prompting Pang Bei to peer over the edge. The wild boar lay motionless below. Both boars were dead. He exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed something limping toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the fox. Remarkably, it had survived, showcasing its cleverness in avoiding death. The fox seemed to harbor no ill will toward Pang Bei. It simply sat and regarded him, resembling a docile dog. Pang Bei looked at the fox and weakly remarked, all right, you're impressive. You're invincible, aren't you?" The fox, panting, appeared to smile at him. Its fiery red fur shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a golden hue. Suddenly, the fox let out a sound reminiscent of laughter, its fluffy tail swishing back and forth. Pang Bei sighed in resignation. This has provoked the fox's mockery. However, Pang Bei had no intention of disturbing it. Firstly, it was not palatable, and secondly, it would likely frighten the members of the team. Moreover, it would cause his mother undue worry. With a sigh, Pang Bei sat up, disregarding the fox, and proceeded to bind the wild boar's leg before dragging it down the mountain. As he towed the boar, the fox followed closely behind, unwilling to waste the fallen boar. Pang Bei, upon reaching the base of the cliff, employed his usual method of securing the boar's leg and, taking advantage of the slick snow, continued to pull it downwards. After some time, he turned around and noticed that the fox was still trailing him. Neither too close nor too far, it refrained from attacking Pang Bei and silently followed. Uncertain of its intentions, he allowed it to accompany him. Eventually, to his surprise, the fox managed to follow him all the way to the small wooden cabin. Turning around, he saw the fox sit down and watch him intently. Pang Bei, puzzled, inquired, "Are you planning to come home with me?" After a moment of contemplation, the fox approached him. It was then that Pang Bei noticed the injury on the fox's leg. After a brief consideration, he decided against shooing it away and instead welcomed it to follow. Upon opening the door and entering the yard, the fox surprisingly ventured in alongside him. It glanced around before finding a spot in the yard and lying down. "Mother, I'm back," Pang Bei called out. And Lu Xiaolan promptly pushed open the door with a smile, only to freeze in astonishment upon seeing Pang Bei dragging 2 wild boars, accompanied by a fox shimmering with golden hues. "My goodness, Xiao Bei, how did you bring Husan Tainai home?" Chapter 17. Husan Tainai. Pang Bei turned to gaze at the fox, which shimmered with a golden hue, and inquired curiously, "Husan Tainai?" Lv Xiaolan pointed towards the door and exclaimed, "Isn't that her? How did you manage to invite her into our home?" Pang Bei, puzzled, responded, "Is this really Husan Tainai? It appears to be merely a fox." Lv Xiaolan shook her head. "Do not speak foolishly. I encountered her in my childhood. Back then, she was indeed smaller than she is now." Pang Bei, still bewildered, asked, "You saw her when you were a child? This fox is an old fox." Lv Xiaolan admonished, "Do not spread such nonsense. I warn you, no one here dares to show disrespect to Husan Tainai." Turning back, Pang Bei scrutinized the fox, unable to reconcile it with the revered figure of Husan Tainai. The fox, as if understanding, stretched lazily. No wonder it was so astute. This explained everything. At that moment, Lv Xiaolan's eyes widened as she looked at the wild boar and excitedly inquired, "Did you hunt a wild boar? How could you be so bold?" "A wild boar is nearly impossible to subdue." Pang Bei chuckled. "Isn't it thanks to Husan Tainai? She assisted me and then accompanied me home." Lv Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Husan Tainai gave you that?" Pang Bei smiled and shrugged. "Do I have any reason to lie? Look at what I have. Could I have captured a wild boar without her help? I certainly could not have managed it on my own." Lv Xiaolan glanced between the wild boar and the fox. The situation before them was indeed difficult to elucidate, yet this was the simplest explanation. Pang Bei cheerfully suggested, "Mother, let us prepare the wild boar and sell it for some grain. That way, we will have a clearer understanding of our situation." Lv Xiaolan considered the wild boar and then whispered, "Very well, let us hurry and do so. We shall descend the mountain this afternoon." Pang Bei nodded enthusiastically and began assisting his mother. Lv Xiaolan prepared the boar, feeding the entrails and offal to the fox. The fox devoured the food with delight and then curled up in a corner to sleep. Pang Bei said nothing, knowing a single fox would not consume much and, moreover, this fox posed no threat to his family. Feeling reassured, Pang Bei and his mother finished preparing the wild boar, cooking the excess entrails and setting them aside. The mother and son then shouldered their bags and made their way down the mountain, heading directly for the black market. The black market only opened in the evening. Everyone was aware of it, yet no one reported it, as all sought to exchange goods. Furthermore, the individuals involved in the black market had deep connections, and few dared to challenge them. Situated on the outskirts of a small village, the black market was nestled within a forest. The paths were numerous, allowing one to carry goods away without contravening any laws, and it was not illegal to transport items. As Pang Bei carried the pork, he surveyed his surroundings. The market offered a diverse array of goods, and soon he spotted an elderly man lounging in a deck chair, lazily smoking a pipe. The old man was filthy, with sparse hair revealing much of his scalp, and beneath his feet lay a sign that read, "High prices paid for mountain goods." Pang Bei came to a halt. Sensing that the old man before him was no ordinary figure, he might very well possess the capability to procure a pig. Upon noticing him, Lu Xiaolan immediately stopped. This must be the one. With that thought, she approached and said, "Grandpa Gao, it's me, Xiaolan." The elderly man slightly opened his eyes, glancing at Lu Xiaolan and then at Pang Bei. A smile broke across his face as he remarked, "Ah, it's you, my dear lawn girl. Where's your father? It has been quite a while since I last saw him." Lu Xiaolan responded with a smile, "My father has grown old and can no longer come down the mountain." The old man chuckled and then inquired, "Is this your son?" Lu Xiaolan nodded cheerfully, "We've come to sell some wild goods." The old man appraised Pang Bei before saying, "In this icy weather, Is it really possible to find wild goods on the mountain? It's wild meat. Pang Bei replied with a smile, opening his pocket to reveal half a pig's head. The old man's eyes widened in surprise as he examined it closely. Wasn't old Lu unable to come down the mountain? Who procured this? Pang Bei confidently answered, I brought it in. I've taken up my grandfather's work. The old man looked at the wild boar and then at Pang Bei. Young man, you possess some intrigue. All right, let me take a look. After a thorough examination, the old man stated, this is worth 50 cents per pound. 50 cents? Pang Bei was taken aback. The old man laughed. What? Do you think I'm offering too much? Your grandfather was my old customer, and you'll likely be visiting often as well. So we'll stick to your grandfather's pricing. Pang Bei swallowed hard, feeling that the amount was insufficient. By his own understanding, pork should be worth at least 10 yuan per pound. However, considering the context of the 1960s, 50 cents per pound was indeed quite a premium. Wild boar meat, being a delicacy, generally commanded a price around 1 yuan. The old man's offer of 50 cents per pound, with the boar having had its entrails removed, amounted to just over 100 pounds. This wild boar could fetch 50 to 60 yuan. This was, in fact, a substantial sum. Lu Xiaolan smiled and said, Thank you very much. The old man instructed Pang Bei to carry the pig into a small room behind him, which was dark and cramped, filled with various burlap sacks labeled with names. He then took out an abacus to tally the total, which came to 56 yuan and 50 cents. At that moment, Pang Bei's gaze was drawn to a shotgun resting on a shelf. This was something he had only seen in movies during his childhood and later at a military museum. He had handled firearms, but this antique was something he had never used. Noticing Pang Bei's fixation on the gun, the old man chuckled. Young lad, are you interested in this double-barreled shotgun? Pang Bei asked in confusion. Do you sell this as well? The old man picked up the shotgun from the rack, smiling. Indeed. But do you think you can hunt with this? It might be suitable for fighting the Japanese, but not for hunting wild game. You've never been a soldier. This isn't quite suited for you. Pang Bei thought to himself, while I'm not accustomed to using a hunting rifle, a standard firearm would surely be more practical. However, as you can see, I'm still young. Carrying a long gun up the mountain is indeed cumbersome, whereas the shotgun would be lighter. Moreover, this firearm functions as both a semi-automatic and fully automatic weapon, providing multiple means of self-defense in times of trouble. The elder gazed at Pang Bei with a smile. He whispered, Yet, this item does not come cheaply. It costs at least this amount. The elder raised a finger. Pang Bei understood that the elder's implication was certainly not 10, but rather 100. Lu Xiaolan tugged at Pang Bei and said, What do you need this for? You might end up injuring yourself. Pang Bei replied softly, Mother, if I venture into the mountains, this item could save my life. One can never predict what dangers might arise. The elder nodded and chuckled. The child speaks wisely. Indeed, that is true. However, I cannot part with this firearm, as it has been my trusty companion for many years. When the enemy invaded, I wielded this gun alongside a dozen comrades, relying on it to carve our way through the encirclement. I executed several enemy translators and even eliminated 6 of the foes. Really? Pang Bei's eyes widened. You are a true hero, he exclaimed in astonishment. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Not quite. I simply cannot abide those invaders. However, if you truly desire this firearm, it is not impossible. Here's the deal. Procure me 100 large fish, and I shall gift you this gun, along with its holster and a box of ammunition. Fish? What do you need 100 fish for? Pang Bei was taken aback. The elder chuckled. My grandson is getting married, and I need to prepare a feast. With the wild boar around, it is only fitting to have some fish as well, so that everyone can eat their fill. How about it? Can you manage that? Pang Bei nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. I can manage it. Chapter 18. Unconsciously growing up, Pang Bei accompanied his mother to exchange money, and subsequently, they procured some grains from old Gao's shop, spending 22 yuan. As they traversed the mountain path, El Xiaolan carried the grain while casting concerned glances at her son's frail figure. Despite his slender frame shouldering the burdensome sacks of grain, he was still but a child, yet had taken it upon himself to support their family. Unbeknownst to them, the child had grown up. Reflecting on this, tears welled in El Xiaolan's eyes. As they continued along the mountain path, Pang Bei's steps faltered slightly. Noticing this, El Xiaolan asked, Xiao Bei, shall we take a moment to rest? Pang Bei replied with a smile, It's all right, mother. I can manage. It's too dark, and the mountain path is treacherous. We should hasten back. If we encounter a wolf, I currently have no means to deal with it. El Xiaolan nodded in agreement and promptly followed Pang Bei, as they pressed on towards home. They had purchased a substantial 200 jin of grain, ensuring they could conserve food for the winter ahead. El Shilon had acquired 100 jin of rice and 100 jin of flour. For an ordinary family, these were indeed precious commodities, and it was certain that they could not be obtained through mere ration tickets. Their village was exceedingly remote, making access to the mountains a formidable challenge. Upon returning home, Pang Bei initially worried that Pang Qian might be frightened alone. However, as he pushed open the door, he found the cunning fox, Hu San Tai Nai, amusing Pang Qian. Pang Qian was giggling with delight. Upon seeing her brother return, she leaped into Pang Bei's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, mother, you're back." Pang Bei chuckled. "What has you so joyful?" Pang Qian pointed with her small hand at the fox, saying, "She is playing with me." Pang Bei glanced at the fox, who lazily swayed for a moment before curling up beside the hearth to warm herself and doze off. He sighed. Considering the fox's ability to entertain the child, he decided against sending it away. El Xiaolan, noticing the fox's presence in their home, remarked, "Hu San Tai Nai has truly shown her spirit." Pang Bei merely nodded. "Indeed, she seems quite clever." El Xiaolan smiled as she arranged the grains, saying, "Now we have provisions. Even if we don't venture out this winter, we shall be fine. We can surely endure this winter." Pang Bei nodded. Relieved that they had successfully passed the winter's threshold, he removed his coat and, smiling, declared, "Mother, I want to be going up the mountain tomorrow. I plan to go winter fishing." "Are you really going to do that? Why do you need to bring a gun?" Pang Bei responded with a grin, "Mother, we are deep in the mountains. There are not only wild beasts but potentially unscrupulous individuals as well. Just think about it." El Shulan pondered this and replied, "How about I accompany you tomorrow? I can leave Hu San Tai Nai at home to wait for us while I prepare their meal." Pang Bei glanced at the fox, whose dark eyes sparkled in the firelight. She seemed to nod slightly before curling up once more to sleep. After a moment of thought, Pang Bei agreed, "That sounds good. Xiao Qian, tomorrow you must stay indoors, lock the door tight, and do not open it for anyone. Do you understand?" At that moment, Gu directly breached the wall. "Yes, I understand." Pang Qian nodded with a cheerful smile, while Pang Bei affectionately ruffled her little head. Thus, the family settled down for the night. Early the next morning, Pang Bei sought out Lu Hai to borrow an ice pick, as he had already become a guardian of the mountain. He didn't ask any questions and was promptly taken by Lu Hai to the team's headquarters to retrieve the ice pick. "Remember to return it. These are public property. You can use it, but don't forget to bring it back." Pang Bei nodded earnestly. "Understood, Captain. I shall be on my way." With a smile, Pang Bei emerged with the ice pick, and just a short distance away, he unexpectedly collided head-on with Lu Qingsong. "Little Bei? Uncle?" Both were taken aback. Curiously, Lu Qingsong asked, "Are you taking the ice pick to fish?" Pang Bei replied with a grin, "I'm going to trade some goods with my mother. Old Master Gao over there said if I can catch 100 big fish, he'll agree to give me his slow-fast machine." Lu Qingsong was momentarily stunned. Did old Master Gao truly say that? He gazed at Pang Bei in astonishment. Pang Bei nodded affirmatively. "However, he is willing to exchange his prized possession with you." "Wait a moment. I will accompany you. It's better to have more people when fishing." Pang Bei, intrigued, asked, "Uncle, why aren't you stopping me?" Lu Qingsong chuckled. "You two are up in the mountains. Not only are there wolves, but there is also the possibility of encountering nefarious individuals. It's not uncommon for fugitives to appear in the mountains, and they are ruthless killers. You, my boy, can wield a firearm and shoot accurately. Having a companion not only ensures safety, but can also serve as a means of sustenance, can it not? The slow-fast machine suits you. But carrying a long gun into the depths of the mountain may be uncomfortable given your slight build. Wait for me a moment. I'll fetch an ice axe. And we shall go together." "Very well. We can prepare fish soup for Aunt and my cousins when we return tonight. Then, you can deliver a couple of fish to grandfather and grandmother, claiming you caught them yourself." Lu Qingsong grinned. "You're quite capable, knowing how to show filial piety. Wait for me." Lu Qingsong hurried back home, and shortly after, he emerged carrying an ice axe and a bag. He beckoned to Pang Bei. "Let us go." Pang Bei followed Lu Qingsong back home first. At that moment, Lu Shulan was preparing some items, and as soon as Lu Qingsong entered the yard, he noticed something darting towards him, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl. Startled, Lu Qingsong nearly lost his composure when he saw it was a fox radiating a golden glow. "Oh my goodness! Why has Granny Hu Santai returned?" Lu Qingsong's face turned pale with fright. However, Pang Qian gently stroked the fox's head. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, that is my uncle. He is not a bad person. After Pang Qian's innocent voice of persuasion, the fox seemed to understand and stepped aside. Lu Xiaolan laughed. Has your elder brother arrived? Lu Qingsong pointed at the fox. Lanzi, why did you invite Granny Hu Santai into our home? What are you planning to do? Are you going to perform a ritual? El Xiaolan could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, brother, what are you saying? She followed Xiao Bei back on her own and even saved him. Perhaps the winter is too harsh, and she has nowhere else to go, so she has come to our home to take refuge. It's good for her to recuperate here, especially with wolves prowling nearby. We must ensure she remains unharmed. El Qingsong scratched his head. So, it seems that Xiao Bei is destined to be the guardian of the mountains. Even Grandma Husan agrees. El Xiaolan nodded with a smile. Indeed. We will not harm her. We will nourish her with delightful food, and besides, there is no one else in the mountains. Let her stay with us. El Qingsong laughed heartily. In that case, I am at ease. Xiaolan, you are truly fortunate to have given birth to such a wonderful son. The fox spirits in these mountains will surely protect her. Nothing will go amiss. Chapter 19. A bountiful catch before long. The two adults accompanied Pang Bei to the lake beside the forest on the front mountain. Carrying his gear, Pang Bei surveyed his surroundings and then determined the ideal spot. After confirming the location, Li Yin retrieved an ice pick from the ice raft brought by Lu Qingsong, and together with his uncle, they began to carve a hole in the ice. They needed to create a sufficiently large opening once the ice hole was breached. The introduction of a ventilation hole would significantly increase the oxygen levels in the water, rendering the fish beneath sluggish. The moment the oxygen surged, the fish would gather around. At this time, Lu Xiaolan meticulously arranged the fishing nets. However, they needed to remain vigilant, for this was still a remote mountain area. One could not be complacent. As the frozen lake in winter did not guarantee safety, in truth, wild beasts roamed the vicinity. Thus, Pang Bei remained attentive to his surroundings, as the open terrain made it easy for predators to take notice. After carving out 4 ice holes, they lowered the 4 fishing nets into the water, followed by baiting and setting the traps, then settled in to wait in silence. The wait was lengthy, and the 3 sat on the ice raft in anticipation. Observing his nephew expertly find the perfect spot, Lu Qingsong chuckled. Xiao Bei, who taught you all this? How come you know so much? Pang Bei rubbed his nearly frozen face and replied, I often venture into the wild, so I've learned a lot. His excuse was quite convincing, and Lu Xiaolan immediately corroborated. He spends every day outside when at home, often collecting firewood, so he has practically grown up in the mountains. Who would have thought he learned so much? Lu Qingsong burst into hearty laughter. This just proves that Xiao Bei has our family's blood running through his veins. He was born to hunt. He is a natural at this. Lu Xiaolan nodded with a smile and then asked, Elder brother, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Lu Qingsong waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. No need. At that moment, Pang Bei took out several pieces of iron wire he had gathered earlier and began crafting hooks. Before long, they were adorned with hooks, and he proceeded to drill holes in the ice, sprinkling some leftover cornmeal inside before lowering the fishing line. It appeared remarkably simple. Pang Bei sat, intently watching the fishing line. Suddenly, he yanked it with force. A considerable number of small fish emerged from below. Lu Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, You can do this too? Lu Qingsong, clapping his thigh, stood up from the ice raft, declaring, This lad is simply born for this line of work. Pang Bei merely smiled sheepishly, then focused earnestly on fishing. While waiting for the nets, Pang Bei managed to catch quite a few small fish on his own. Though they were merely small fry, every little bit counts. As he amassed a good haul, he began to fill his bag. With each catch, even before the net was lifted, Pang Bei was already reaping a bountiful reward. While Pang Bei was joyfully occupied with his fishing, Lu Qingsong felt it was time to check the first net. He smiled and said, It's about time to see what we've caught. We'll set 3 nets today. Pang Bei did not decline. He nodded and assisted his uncle in retrieving the net. While it sounded straightforward, in reality, the task was quite labor-intensive. Pang Bei exerted every ounce of strength he had, and when the fishing net was finally drawn in, all of his efforts felt worthwhile, for it was filled to the brim with fish. The abundance of catch brought an ear-to-ear grin to Lu Qingsong's face. Had it not been for Pang Bei's presence, he would never have dared to venture here. After all, this secluded spot lay deep within the mountains, inaccessible to the ordinary person. Although a lake, it served as a primary water source for the wild beasts of the mountains, rendering any reckless intrusion perilous. In truth, there was not a soul for miles around. The likelihood of encountering a wild animal far exceeded that of meeting another human. With Pang Bei at his side, however, there was a semblance of security. After an extensive effort, They had indeed caught a substantial quantity of fish. The sight of so many fish filled Pang Bei's heart with joy. Lu Xiulan, too, wore a radiant smile, for this bounty would ensure a comfortable winter. Once the nets were retrieved, Lu Xiulan took charge of sorting, while Pang Bei instructed his mother to place the prime fish into the tattered bag and the smaller ones into the better ones. Lu Xiulan couldn't help but chuckle. Understanding Pang Bei's intent, should anyone notice and take from the superior bag, they would assume it contained the finest catch. Yet in truth, it held merely the lesser fish. The catch predominantly consisted of various species, including the sharp-toothed fish, three-lined fish, and silver carp. The sheer volume of fish left Lu Xiulan momentarily mesmerized. She hurriedly packed the fish into bags before they froze. After some time, just as she finished, another net was brought in. Lu Xiulan had to continue packing. But as the second haul arrived, Pang Bei decided against continuing, for they could not carry any more. Though Lu Qingshan felt a tinge of regret, he understood the necessity of restraint. Thus, he joined Pang Bei in gathering the nets. Together, they packed the fish. And Pang Bei made a special effort to fill a bag for his uncle, selecting only the finest fish for him to take home. Initially, Lu Qingshan was reluctant, but he could not resist the insistence of Lu Xiulan and Pang Bei. With the fish packed, Lu Qingshan felt particularly elated, for this winter would be comfortably sustained. At least, they would not face a shortage of food. This single bag of fish truly alleviated a significant burden. The trio, having organized their belongings, laboriously began their trek back, dragging the icy haul. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Pang Bei halted. He raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. Lu Xiulan, perplexed, asked, "Xiao Bei, what is it?" Lu Qingshan scanned the surroundings, and Pang Bei pointed towards the depths of the woods, saying, "Someone is approaching." "How did you hear that?" Lu Qingshan questioned, puzzled. At that moment, Pang Bei swiftly retrieved his short spear and bow from the ice haul. He regarded the direction warily, prompting Lu Qingshan to grasp his axe, nervously eyeing the same way. After a few minutes, Lu Qingshan discerned the distant sound of hurried footsteps. Pang Bei whispered, "This is bad. Someone has been attacked." Lu Qingshan, astonished, asked, "How do you know?" Just then, a throng of people came rushing towards them, causing Lu Qingshan's heart to race with alarm. Upon witnessing the tumultuous scene, Pang Bei declared with urgency, "Prepare yourselves. Uncle, take my mother and hide. I shall handle this." "Absolutely not. How can we allow a child to face this while the adults seek refuge? What sort of madness is this? I am the guardian of the mountain. Heed my words." Pang Bei retorted sternly, his voice resonating with authority. This declaration startled Lu Qingshan, who sensed an undeniable aura of command emanating from Pang Bei, a demeanor imbued with resolute confidence. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Qingshan grasped his sister's hand. "Lan, we must find a place to conceal ourselves." Lu Xiulan appeared bewildered. "Brother, are we truly letting Xiao Bei face this alone? You must trust your son." Lu Qingshan replied, his countenance grave, as he promptly ushered Lu Xiulan away. Relieved, Pang Bei notched his bow and advanced toward the source of the commotion. After a few strides, he beheld a group of individuals fleeing in disarray. Their foolishness was evident as they sprinted towards the open expanse, a veritable invitation to peril. Behind them, Pang Bei spotted several wolves in pursuit. One unfortunate soul, lagging behind, was swiftly overtaken by a wolf, crying out for help. Yet, the others, gripped by terror, could scarcely afford a moment to assist and continued their frantic flight. Pang Bei approached the panicked throng with determination, disregarding their chaos. He drew his bowstring taut, aiming squarely at a wolf poised to attack. With a swift release, the arrow soared through the air, striking true into the wolf's eye. A howl of anguish erupted from the creature as it fled in agony, and in that instant, Pang Bei unsheathed his short spear, launching himself forward like a ferocious cheetah. The remaining wolves, witnessing the fate of their companion and the sudden threat advancing upon them, were overtaken by fear. Chapter 20. Integration into the collective. The chilling howls of wolves caused the panicked individuals to halt in their tracks, their reason reclaiming its elevated stance. El Qingsong immediately recognized them. Were they not the members of the production team? He called out, "What brings you into the mountains? Did the captain not forbid you from coming here?" The group lowered their heads, unable to meet El Qingsong's gaze. Observing their demeanor, he pressed further. "Did you believe that because our Xiao Bei could ascend the mountain, you all could too? Do you think you possess greater hunting prowess than the captain or myself? Do you understand why we dared not venture up?" El Qingsong's voice was filled with indignation as he addressed them, angered by their disdain for his nephew, who had bestowed upon them this misplaced courage. Now, Having encountered the wolves, they were beginning to grasp the formidable strength of Pang Bei. They were left questioning how Pang Bei had managed to slay the wolf. As he pursued the injured beast, Pang Bei leapt forward, thrusting his short spear with precision, piercing the wolf's body. All his movements flowed seamlessly, leaving no room for the creature to react. The wolf struggled, yet Pang Bei's feet were firmly planted, rendering it helpless. His technique was remarkably adept, leading the onlookers to wonder how such a young child could possess such audacity and skill. It was as if any person beneath his feet would meet the same fate. Withdrawing his spear, Pang Bei fixed a steely gaze upon the remaining snarling wolves, then wiped the blood from the spear's tip across his face with 3 fingers. The wolves, witnessing this act, recoiled in fear. Raising his spear high, he bellowed, "Come. Let me see who among you dares to challenge me." At that moment, the wolves, stricken with terror, began to retreat, exchanging wary glances as their ears drooped, revealing their palpable fear. They bared their teeth, but, ultimately, made a hasty escape. Pang Bei approached the injured individual, assessing the wounds, which, while not fatal, were nonetheless severe. The person covered in blood. Sighing, he inquired, "Are you all right?" The injured party, upon seeing Pang Bei, was rendered speechless. A group of adults had fled in panic. Yet this singular child had dealt with the wolf. He recognized that had it been them, they would have never managed such a feat once the wolves were driven away. The others dared to approach, rushing to assist the wounded. They clumsily lifted the injured person while Pang Bei remained silent, merely observing the injuries before preparing to return. The group felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards him, their consciences heavy. They quickly began to help Pang Bei pull the ice sled. He graciously accepted their assistance. Upon arriving at the village, they encountered the captain, who was also leading a team up the mountain to search for them. Seeing Pang Bei and the others return, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. With Pang Bei present, it seemed that no significant troubles would arise. As a result, upon seeing a bloodied individual, Lu Hai's heart leapt into his throat. The others lowered their heads upon seeing their captain. "What have you been doing? You dared to venture to the back mountain? Do you think just because one child, Pang Bei, can ascend the mountain, you all can too? Are you seeking death?" Lu Hai berated them mercilessly, and Pang Bei did not intervene, hoping that the captain would impart some much-needed awareness to them. After all, they had been fortunate this time to encounter him. But what about next time? The group remained silent, heads bowed in shame. Lu Hai pointed at them, seething with anger. "What now? A child saved you. And you feel proud? How disgraceful. Captain, we recognize our mistakes. We won't dare again. It is too perilous to enter the mountains," they pleaded. Lu Hai gritted his teeth. "There are only 2 villages here. The happy brigade at the foot of the mountain knows not to enter. Look at you all, so bold. I hereby declare that from this day forth, only Pang Bei shall enter these mountains. Anyone else who dares to ascend shall be treated as a thief of public property. Do you understand? Have I not provided you with work points or rations? Is the allure of wealth all you think about? What about organizational discipline? Tonight, we shall hold a meeting where this detrimental mindset will be condemned. Everyone must be properly educated." No one dared to speak, for the captain wielded considerable power. In this realm, Lu Hai was essentially the king of the mountain. His word was law, and no one would dare oppose him. Moreover, the remoteness of the area made it nearly impossible for outsiders to reach them, as it would take an entire day of travel, if not more. Thus, the mountain's inhabitants were trapped in a precarious existence. Although the external management was strict, Lu Hai generally turned a blind eye, not wishing to escalate tensions. Yet, who would have thought that this group would show such ingratitude by venturing into the mountains on their own? What if someone had perished? At that moment, Pang Bei stepped forward, saying, "Captain, we cannot solely blame them. I too bear some responsibility for not driving away the wolves. I will reflect on this. I promise to find a way to chase them off." Lu Hai turned to Pang Bei. "This matter does not rest on your shoulders. The wolf pack has troubled us for many years without resolution. In the future, if you see anyone in the mountains, report it to me, and I will handle it. Furthermore, if you truly lack supplies, you may barter with Pang Bei for goods or food. I shall not interfere, even if it means doing some work for him. That is permissible. However, one condition remains: nothing is to be disclosed outside. We must ensure Pang Bei is well taken care of. If he thrives, he can better assist us in combating the wolves. If Pang Bei protects our brigade, we can all live peacefully and prosper together. Do you not agree?" The crowd exchanged glances, affirming, "Indeed, the captain speaks the truth. Furthermore, this child has suffered greatly. His father cast their mother and siblings out. The former Lu family stronghold is now the Qinglong Brigade, and they are our kin. The disrespect shown towards our children from King Longu shall not be tolerated. Let it be known, From this moment forth, Pang Bei is one of us, not merely a guardian of the mountains, but a child of Lujiaza. Treat him as one of your own. Should you require anything, approach Pang Bei, and if he is willing, he shall assist you. However, I implore you, do not speak ill of him." With these words, Lu Hai was met with applause. "Well said, Captain. We shall heed your words. We acknowledge our mistakes. Discipline us today. And we shall reflect upon it, ensuring that we learn from this experience." Even those who were injured, momentarily forgetting their pain, shouted in agreement. Lu Xiulan, witnessing the villagers' acceptance of Pang Bei and their support for her, felt a warmth in her heart. Lu Hai continued, "Now focus on your recovery." At that moment, Pang Bei opened a sack and presented 2 fish to the injured. "Take these home to prepare a nourishing soup. It is vital for your health." He added, "If any of you have needs, feel free to express them. I do not require much. Only that my sister can play with the children in the village without being ostracized, and that my mother can visit her neighbors. For I often venture into the mountains and cannot remain at home. From now on, we are one family. Let us strive to live well together. Rest assured, Xiaobei, Lujiaza shall be your home from now on." In that moment, the atmosphere softened, and Pang Bei felt a soothing warmth within. After all, the most important thing was for his mother and sister to integrate into the village, avoiding solitude, which would be a great burden. The villager's genuine demeanor allowed him to relax completely. Just then, the village accountant rushed in, breathless, and shouted amidst the crowd, "Xiaobei, trouble is afoot. Your father has arrived." Furious and seemingly intent on violence, Lu Hai's expression darkened. "Damn it. He dares to show his face here. What a coward. I shall see what he intends today. He dares threaten our family. What shall we do?" In response, the villagers armed themselves and shouted in unison, "Let us deal with him." Onward. Chapter 21. The wrath of the people in the village square. A group of individuals encircled a frail and slender man. Terrified and unable to speak, he repeatedly insisted that he had come to seek his wife and children. However, the villagers exhibited no kindness towards him. As they cast hostile glances in his direction, the man suddenly shouted, "Lu Xiulan, you wastrel, come out. You consumed our food and drink, and now you simply walk away? Do you have no shame?" His words were harsh, fueled by fear, and his insults grew increasingly vicious. At that moment, someone suddenly called out, "Pang Youfu, you scoundrel! You struck my sister and have mistreated my nephew and niece. How dare you have any justification?" The man trembled and turned in terror to see Lu Qingsong, who was wielding an ice pick. Lu Qingsong had initially felt powerless, unable to confront those who had wronged his sister, especially given the distance and the inevitable repercussions of causing a scene. But now, the opportunity had presented itself. His eyes reddened with fury as he prepared to launch himself at Pang Youfu. Fearing for the worst, Lu Hai shouted from a distance, "Stop him." The villagers were momentarily stunned, but soon someone reacted, exclaiming, "Oh my, Big Songzi, you can't. Murder comes with a price." An elderly woman immediately grasped Lu Qingsong, and the others quickly followed suit, restraining him. At that moment, Lu Hai rushed over and snatched the ice pick from Lu Qingsong's grasp. Seeing so many people holding Lu Qingsong back, Pang Youfu not only failed to calm down, but dared to taunt, "You coward. Go ahead and strike me." This provoked a frown from Lu Hai, who commanded, "Let him go." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances in disbelief. Upon realizing that Lu Qingsong was now unarmed, they hesitantly released their grip. With newfound freedom, Lu Qingsong leaped and delivered a kick that sent Pang Youfu crashing to the ground. "You scoundrel!" Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiulan intended to intervene, but Pang Bei seized her, shaking his head. Lu Xiulan pondered for a moment and then quietly remarked, "Regardless, he is still your father." Pang Bei countered, "Did he consider that when he struck you? Moreover, mother, it is only right for a brother-in-law to defend his sister. It is beyond reproach. If he has no weapon, then he deserves to be beaten." After hearing Pang Bei's words, Lu Xiulan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed her son's reasoning held merit. Her elder brother was standing up for her, and this was her maternal home. Who in the Lu family would assist Pang Youfu? Lu Qingsong, emboldened by the support of his kin, seized Pang Youfu by his sparse hair and began to slap him relentlessly. "This is for bullying my sister, for laying hands on my beloved Xiulan, for mistreating my nephew." The members of the society were gathered, some merely observing the spectacle, while a few pretended to mediate. Yet in reality, they were apprehensive of Pang Youfu, as if fearing he might flee. They restrained him, compelling El Qingsong to strike. Despite his domineering demeanor at home, Pang Youfu was a coward outside. He quickly begged for mercy, and once El Hai deemed it sufficient, he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. This cowardly wretch. You bully women at home? You are nothing but a spineless cur. You think you can show your prowess here? You've lost your nerve? Haven tea you? I tell you, Pang Yofu, if you come to King Longu to torment us, do you truly wish for your demise? As the captain, El Hai naturally felt compelled to protect his own, now reduced to a pitiful state, with his face resembling that of a pig. Pang Yofu no longer exhibited the bravado he once had. He merely hung his head, trembling in silence. At that moment, El Xiaolan approached. Upon seeing her, Pang Yofu spat. You wasteful woman, if you have the guts, never return. El Xiaolan coldly replied. Indeed, I shall never return. I am divorcing you. During these past few days, Pang Bei had bestowed upon El Xiaolan immense courage. She had come to realize that as long as she could raise her child, she feared nothing. Furthermore, her son would grow up capable. Why should she be afraid? This was her home. After all, why should she fear Pang Yofu? El Xiaolan had only been enduring for the sake of her family's peace, hoping that the Pang family would treat her child kindly. Yet, what did her sincerity yield? A family of ingrates. El Xiaolan's heart was thoroughly shattered. With someone backing her, she decided to be forthright. Pang Yofu was taken aback. He truly had not anticipated that El Xiaolan would dare to divorce him. After all, in the countryside, there remained a bias against divorced women, who were often regarded as ill-fated. However, El Xiaolan was untroubled. She had always lived on the mountain and had no intention of remarrying. What was there to be considered ominous? Moreover, the villagers had witnessed everything. What could anyone say against her? Very well. You wish to divorce, then return my bride price. Upon hearing this, El Qingsong became agitated. What? Your bride price? What about the gifts we provided? You better return them all. And the meat we contributed at that time, give it back too. El Hai added. El Xiaolan has endured for so many years in your household, allowing you to beat her and labor for your family. What wages did you ever pay her? Hearing her husband utter such words, El Xiaolan felt her eyes welling with tears, the moisture hovering on the brink of spilling. Pang Yofu then shifted his gaze, asserting, Fine, if you won't compensate. Then return my child. That belongs to the Pang family. At that moment, Pang Bei emerged. His voice icy as he addressed his father. Do you truly dare to demand my return? Pang Yofu turned to see his son, bloodied and bearing the carcass of a wolf, blood smeared across his face. This sight was terrifying. Witnessing his son's transformation, Pang Yofu was dumbfounded. Was this truly the son who once couldn't even muster the strength to kick a pebble? In Pang Bei's eyes flickered a chilling light, akin to a ferocious beast poised to unleash its wrath upon its adversaries. Pang Yofu was taken aback. Without a hint of emotion, Pang Bei advanced a step, causing Pang Yofu to instinctively retreat. Though Pang Bei's pace was unhurried, each step resonated with the power of a descending northeast tiger. Terrified, Pang Yofu's legs buckled, and he plopped onto the ground. However, mustering his courage, he shouted, What? Do you dare strike me, you ungrateful wretch? In response, Pang Bei contemptuously replied with a cold smirk, Strike you? Why would I bother? I shall tell you this. Leave at once. We have severed ties. For years, my mother has toiled on your family's menial tasks, and the dowry she brought is worth far more than your meager grains. Should you return what is rightfully ours, we shall reciprocate. At this juncture, Lu Hai scoffed. Pang Yofu, did you hear that? From this day forth, Pang Bei is one of us in the brigade. Mark my words, should you dare lay a finger on him again, choose your own grave in the back mountains. Lu Hai's words were not merely bluster. Should he act on them, Pang Yofu's demise would go unnoticed. The treacherous mountain paths had claimed many lives, with bodies never recovered. If the entire brigade chose to bury him alive, he would have no recourse for justice, with law enforcement scarce and the deep woods offering no sanctuary. Pang Yofu's face drained of color as he trembled, pointing at Pang Bei. Fine, you ungrateful wretch. If you ever return home, I shall break your legs. After uttering this threat, he turned to leave. Yet, as he pivoted, Lu Hai's son dashed forward and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Pang Yofu tumbled, landing in a most undignified manner, provoking laughter from the onlookers. Look at him. A mere gust of wind would topple him. They mocked. This is what you get for being stubborn over a 2-cent water jug. Seeing he could neither overpower nor insult them, Pang Yofu pointed at Lu Xiaolan, intending to hurl some parting words before fleeing. Unexpectedly, Pang Bei's aunt returned home, having appeared without notice, and promptly released the dog's leash. Before Pang Yofu could utter a single word, she bellowed, Everyone, clear the way. De Huang, chase him away. Upon hearing their mistress's command, the mutt bolted forward with astounding speed towards Pang Yofu. Laughter erupted. Marvel at your sister-in-law. Desungzi, you've married well. Oh my, those LS are no good. As the dog charged, Pang Yofu scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating amidst the jeers of the crowd, humiliated and defeated. Chapter 22. Divorce. As Pang Yofu fled, El Xiaolan felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart, but she did not experience much joy. With Pang Yofu gone, the villagers turned their attention to the injured El Erju, as well as the wolf that Pang Bei was holding. Rumors had circulated throughout the village, claiming that Pang Bei had single-handedly slain 2 wolves, a notion that many found hard to believe. Now, with the appearance of another wolf in his grasp, the villagers had no choice but to accept the truth. El Hai observed that nearly the entire village had gathered to witness the spectacle. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to convene a meeting. Since it seems everyone is here, let us hold a meeting, El Hai declared, his demeanor serious. The villagers, wary of his tone, obediently made their way to the courtyard of the brigade's headquarters, the most spacious area in the small village. In no time, the modest courtyard was filled to capacity. El Hai raised his voice, calling out, "Members of the Qinglong Brigade, please quiet down. We are about to commence our meeting, and I assure you it will not infringe upon your meal times. Allow me to make a few brief remarks." The crowd fell silent. Their ears perked up in anticipation of what El Hai would say. He gestured towards those who had secretly ventured into the mountains to hunt, prompting them to lower their heads and approach the assembly. Without acknowledging them, El Hai continued, "I am aware that many of you harbor discontent regarding Pang Bei, this outsider, serving as our mountain guardian. Some of you, driven by a spirit of competition, wish to test yourselves against him. This defiance against organized authority has led to unauthorized hunting in the mountains. El Erju, please share your thoughts. Was my selection of Pang Bei motivated by selfishness? Or does he genuinely possess the necessary skills? You have witnessed and experienced the most. The floor is yours." Though El Erju had not sustained life-threatening injuries, his complexion remained pale. He addressed the villagers, saying, "As you can see, my wounds are severe, and I deserve them. I should not have disregarded the captain's directives. Had it not been for Pang Bei's timely intervention, I fear I would have perished." Upon hearing El Erju's words, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. "See, I told you the captain is selfless. But wait, weren't you saying something different before?" El Hai, disturbed by the rising volume of chatter, bellowed, "Silence. Do you wish to forego your meals?" The crowd quieted once more. El Hai then turned his attention back to El Erju, stating, "Let me reiterate, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to venture into the mountains. Currently, we face the threat of wolf packs. Without the requisite skills, climbing those heights is tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, I have made a decision regarding our village's old hunting rifle. I believe it should be entrusted directly to Pang Bei, as it is intended for the mountain guardian's use. But Captain, what if there are no rifles? What will we do if wolves invade the village? Indeed, without this rifle, we would have to confront the wolves head-on." Upon hearing this, Pang Bei stood and remarked, "Captain, I find the rifle uncomfortable. It is too long and too loud, making it easy to attract even greater dangers while hunting." At this point, someone proposed, "Captain, why don't we pool our resources to buy Pang Bei a shorter rifle? Yes, our village is in need of additional firearms. We can approach the armed forces in town." Indeed, after hearing this, everyone engaged in animated discussions, as if they were chatting comfortably by the hearth. El Hai waved his hand emphatically. "Are you all not interested in going home for dinner?" He pondered for a moment and then proposed, "I believe this suggestion is feasible. How about this? Xiaobei, you can gather some funds to procure a firearm. When the team has money next year, we shall reimburse you." Pang Bei quickly shook his head. "It's all right, as long as you don't hold me accountable for acquiring the gun on my own." El Hai immediately adopted a serious expression. "What kind of talk is that? Your acquisition of the firearm is for the benefit of us all. If anyone dares to report on this, I will ensure they are expelled." The villagers nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If there is to be any accountability, let it be for all of us. I suggest, Captain, that we submit a report and request approval. Surely, the higher-ups will deny it. Thus, we can claim we are obtaining it ourselves. But we can still state that the official approval was granted, indicating they provided the firearm." El Hai chuckled at this suggestion, which came from the village widow. "Kai Widow, that is a splendid idea. What does everyone think?" This approach was indeed clever, leaving no room for fault. The villagers immediately began to voice their approval. Reflecting on this, El Hai stated, "Then the brigade shall issue you a document. You can proceed to acquire the firearm. Now, Air Accountant, the brigade will allocate 50 yuan to Pang Bei. The remainder can be given when funds are available." Upon hearing the allocation of 50 yuan, Pang Bei was elated. He exclaimed, "Captain, are you serious? 50 yuan should be sufficient to procure quite a few bullets, correct?" Lin Bei laughed. "You rascal, just a moment ago, you were pretending to be high-minded. Is it not the case that you lack funds for bullets? However, I assure you, once we secure a firearm and ammunition, I will guarantee the extermination of that wolf pack." Kai Widow couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiao Bei, are you not boasting? You think you can take down a wolf pack? Are you planning to buy a machine gun? By the way, have you ever used one? Is it even adequate?" Her teasing was evident, and El Xiaolon immediately took offense. "Everyone has witnessed my son's capabilities. Moreover, my son has earned the recognition of Granny Hu Santai. What is beyond his reach? Granny Hu Santai is still at my home." Upon hearing Hu Santai's name, the crowd fell silent. An elderly man, trembling, inquired, "Xiaolon, you must be jesting, right? Granny Hu Santai has entered your home. Your family is in for trouble. She may bring misfortune to the young ones." El Qingsong corroborated. "Indeed, it is Granny Hu Santai, and she saved Xiao Bei's life. It appears she intends to spend the winter at Pang Bei's house. However, curiously, it seems that Granny Hu Santai is somewhat apprehensive of Xiao Bei." Upon hearing El Qingsong's testimony, Lin Bei turned to Pang Bei. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, then whispered a few words to several individuals in the brigade. Lin Bei continued, "As you all have seen, Granny Hu Santai has been here for many years, regarded by everyone as a mountain deity. According to our village customs, only those recognized by her are permitted to enter the mountains. This clearly indicates that Pang Bei is indeed a suitable candidate for the mountain guardian. Is there anyone who disagrees? How could one oppose that? Hu San's grandmother has given her consent, and we shall not wait for her to come to our home and cause a stir. How outrageous! Why should we be afraid? It is Hu San's grandmother who has chosen Xiao Bei to protect us, and we ought to express our gratitude. Indeed, we must show our appreciation." At last, after a collective vote, the entire village agreed to welcome the Pang family of 3 into the Qinglonga team. Consequently, Lu Xiaolon can once again partake in work and earn labor points. This means the village effectively gains an additional Lu Xiaolon without significant strain. Furthermore, Pang Bei is capable of providing for himself, which alleviates some of the burden from the team. Additionally, another resolution was passed, allowing villagers to exchange goods with Pang Bei, with the team refraining from interference. However, all participants must maintain confidentiality, and any breach of this trust will result in consequences. This arrangement enables Pang Bei to trade everyday items with the villagers, whether it be pocket money or daily necessities, thereby resolving many issues on his end. Just as the meeting concluded, a stooped figure emerged from the crowd. The previously elated Lu Xiaolon was startled into shivering by a voice that pierced through the air. "Xiaolon, regarding such a significant matter as divorce, you do not even bother to inform me. Do you still consider me your father?" Chapter 23. Grandfather. Upon seeing his father emerge with a cane, El Xiaolon immediately knelt on the ground. "Father." The elderly man gazed at his kneeling daughter, letting out a helpless sigh. "Get up. Do not make a spectacle for others. Come home." El Xiaolon was taken aback, and her elder brother nudged her, saying, "What are you thinking? Come home with father." Nodding vigorously, El Xiaolon replied, "Oh." Rising to her feet, she took hold of Pang Bei's hand, and together they made their way to her family home. Upon entering the small courtyard, grandfather slowly seated himself, his expression stern and silent. The atmosphere within the yard felt exceedingly oppressive. El Qingsong glanced around before speaking first. "Father, Lanzi has no choice." El Yuanzong fixed his gaze on his daughter. "Are you resolutely set on divorce?" El Xiaolon nodded but dared not voice her thoughts before her father. Even though her son was already 17, she still felt like a child. "He has been hitting you since you married him?" The old man looked at his daughter, a clear menace in his countenance. As El Xiaolon wrestled with her emotions, Pang Bei interjected, "He has been hitting her, ever since I can remember. Everyone in the village knows it. He is a coward, drinking, gambling, and beating his wife." El Yuanzong's hand slammed onto the table, and he rebuked, "How have I raised you? You were beaten, and yet you did not come home. What are you waiting for?" El Xiaolon, tears brimming in her eyes, murmured, I did not want you to know. I was afraid. You fear that I would feel guilty? Who hasn't he made a mistake in judgment? I can easily make those beasts feel the sting of my hunt. How have I taught you?" El Xiaolon lowered her head, responding, "Do not bully others, but also do not allow yourself to be bullied." El Yuanzong's gaze shifted to Pang Bei. "You, boy, dare to defy your father in public? What are you thinking? Do you no longer care for your reputation?" Pang Bei replied calmly, "Reputation? What use is that to me? Can it bring food to the table? Or spare my mother from being beaten? Yuanzong could not help but chuckle, then said, "Come, let us go inside and talk." Hearing her father invite them in, Song let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the old man was not angry with them, but rather with the Pang family. If only my daughter had returned sooner. Grandfather's home was modest, yet clean. Song assisted his father onto the bed, and soon a white-haired elderly woman entered. Upon seeing Xiaolan, tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Lanzi, why didn't you return? What would we do if you were beaten to death?" Hearing her mother's words, Xiaolan could no longer hold back her tears. Though her mother had always been a gentle soul within their home, her father had never raised a hand against her mother. Even when mistakes were made, he would simply exclaim, "What can be done? Just correct it and do not repeat it. Why cry?" Yet today, her mother wept as she embraced her daughter, and her father said nothing. Pang Bei noticed that grandfather struggled to move his legs, requiring assistance from his uncle to get onto the bed. After considerable effort, Yuanzong finally settled himself at the head of the bed and turned to Xiaolan, saying, "If you were to divorce, then so be it. It is for the best. As for the items from their household, I possess $20, which you may give to them. Father, I cannot accept this money. It is meant for your retirement, and you still require funds for medical care. Pang Bei has now taken over your work and is earning a living. We can repay it gradually." Lu Qingsong interjected, "Father, why should we give them money? Is it acceptable that they struck my sister without consequence?" Lu Yuanzong cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Did you not confront him already? Besides, it is unnecessary to entangle ourselves with them perpetually. If you refuse to give, they will persist in bothering us. However, should you relent, they may return, and then we will have the justification to defend ourselves. We must act with reason." Lu Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the old man was contemplating future confrontations on grounds of righteousness. Consequently, he fell silent. Pang Bei reassured, "I can handle the financial matters. You need not worry about that." Lu Yuanzong appraised Pang Bei and could not suppress a chuckle. "You little rascal. Barely out of your youth, and yet now you possess such capability. I witnessed you return victorious, and I had thought our family's craft would fade away. To my surprise, though you may not be my son, my grandson has taken up the mantle. How wonderful." At this point, Lu Yuanzong turned around and opened the cupboard, retrieving several items. The first was a piece of sheepskin. He handed the sheepskin to Pang Bei and continued, "Since you are venturing into this trade, you must understand the terrain, what can be found where. This map represents the culmination of my life's work, originally intended for your uncle, but as he lacked skill in hunting, I pass it on to you instead. This map not only delineates the distribution of resources but also contains markings indicating where to venture, where to proceed with caution, and places to avoid entirely. Moreover, do not confine your dealings to a single location. That would lead to capture. On the map, there is a small village where goods can be exchanged. They are from a minority group, and if you introduce yourself as my grandson, they will engage in trade with you." Pang Bei unfolded the map, revealing various markings, some textual, others simply marked with an X. He understood that the locations marked in red X's were places to be utterly avoided. "Thank you, grandfather. This will indeed prove invaluable." Lu Yuanzong smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth quivering with delight, the wrinkles on his face seemingly unfurling in joy. "Ah, seeing you reminds me of my own youth. Fearless and undeterred. Back then, I had no firearm. In our family, weapons must be acquired through one's own efforts. However, according to our ancestral customs, when men venture into the mountains, the blade must be a family heirloom." With that, Lu Yuanzong nudged a slender bundle towards him. "When your uncle married, I bestowed upon him my sword, a weapon I wielded against the enemy. You too cannot ascend the mountains empty-handed. It is considered ill-fated. Take this with you." Pang Bei was taken aback, glancing at the slender bundle with curiosity. "Grandfather, what is this?" he exclaimed. "Let me open it." Lu Yuanzong chuckled, and as Pang Bei unfurled the bundle, he discovered a magnificent katana within. Incredible! A true trophy. Pang Bei widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at the samurai sword nestled within the bundle, utterly taken aback. Lu Yuanzong chuckled and remarked, "This is the sword of a Japanese ronin whom I dispatched. So I kept it as a testament, a proof that I am not a coward, but rather a fighter against our enemies." As he spoke, Lu Yuanzong glanced at the blade and continued, "This sword bears the blood of my brothers. Perhaps it will offer you protection. Holding this sword, at the very least, you will possess a means of defense on the mountain." With both hands, Pang Bei lifted the samurai sword, drawing it from its sheath, only to find the inscription Honda Kyohachi etched upon it. He paused, realizing, this ronin seems to possess quite a remarkable background. Chapter 24. Inheritance upon receiving the blade. Pang Bei now possessed a formidable weapon. Although the katana was ill-suited for hunting, it still offered a measure of defense against ferocious beasts. Stowing the weapon away. Pang Bei understood that this act symbolized a legacy. With the weapon secured, Lu Yuanzong turned to Pang Bei and remarked with a smile, "I hear you plan to confront a pack of wolves?" Pang Bei paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed. Take this with you. Originally, I intended to bring the coffin board, but you shall find it more useful, so take it." As he spoke, his grandfather exchanged a knowing glance with his grandmother, who promptly opened a large cabinet and retrieved a bearskin cloak. Typically, hunters preserve mementos from their greatest catches, be it teeth or pelts. His grandmother smiled as she unfolded the hide and draped it over Pang Bei. She gently caressed his cheek, saying, "Little Bei, you truly look spirited in this." At that moment, his grandfather removed an item from around his neck and beckoned, "Come here, boy." Obediently, Pang Bei approached, and Lu Yuanzong adorned him with a necklace fashioned from a beast's tooth. This is a token passed down through generations of our mountain guardians. It is not merely a family heirloom, but a symbol of trust from one guardian to the next. Each guardian wearing this token is recognized by the mountain deity. More importantly, it embodies our lineage. With this, you are a bona fide mountain guardian, not just an ordinary hunter. Pang Bei examined the necklace, noting that the tooth appeared to be from a formidable beast, most likely a tiger. One side was inscribed with the word majesty, while the other bore the inscription caution. In ancient times, hunters were referred to as yuren. Historically, those deemed mountain guardians were rare, as only one family typically held this title in a given area. Their role was to assist the authorities in tracking down fugitives, warding off wild beasts from encroaching upon villages, and ensuring the safety of the populace. Mountain guardians could also be called hunting guardians. Throughout history, they were revered and feared by the authorities alike. After all, hunters wielded bows and arrows and were skilled marksmen. With a knife in hand, they roamed the wilderness, and while their intent was to hunt, they could also defend themselves if provoked. Thus, hunters have been viewed differently across various dynasties. After donning the necklace, Pang Bei smiled and declared, "Trust me, I can do this." Lu Yuanzong chuckled and replied, "Wolves are cunning creatures. If you wish to capture them, you must devise a plan to ensnare their alpha. The alpha commands the pack. If you can locate it, you will be able to resolve the wolf issue. If not, the situation may become perilous, so you must think cleverly. The alpha is no easy adversary." Pang Bei nodded, responding with a grin, "I've taken note of that. I've already enlisted the captain's help to prepare a large trap, and I intend to use it to outmaneuver them. I refuse to believe that these wolves cannot be eradicated." Lu Yuanzong laughed, calmly advising, "To slay the alpha, these tools alone will not suffice. Your current strength is insufficient, so you will need this." Lu Yuanzong raised his hand, gesturing as if holding a gun. Upon hearing his grandfather's guidance, Pang Bei chuckled, understanding the message. With a smile, he nodded and engaged in conversation with the elder, acquiring a wealth of invaluable knowledge, including the habits of wolves and the art of hunting. The old man generously imparted all his wisdom to Pang Bei. Despite his physical limitations, his strategies and experiences remained highly applicable. Through the elder's narratives, Pang Bei realized that hunting was not merely about the act itself. It encompassed tactics and cunning as well. Many formidable beasts would not be ensnared without such acumen. In his words, ferocious creatures are inherently predators, relying solely on brute strength. Without proper strategy, they are doomed to failure. Thus, these creatures are exceedingly cunning. Yet no matter how formidable or sly they may be, they cannot outsmart a skilled hunter. After conversing with his grandfather, Pang Bei felt more confident in his pursuit of the wolf pack. Slaying the Wolf King was a crucial battle for him to solidify his position as the guardian of the mountain. Therefore, he could only emerge victorious. Failure was not an option. Although his mother faced a few reprimands, overall, his grandfather's family treated them with considerable kindness. Here, Pang Bei could sense the warmth of familial concern and the unity of a large family. Both his uncle and grandmother were exceptionally kind to him. And while his grandfather was somewhat stern, his love felt as substantial as a mountain. Since ancient times, daughters returning to their maternal homes would never leave empty-handed. The elders, fearing their daughters would suffer from hunger or cold, ensured they left with bedding and daily necessities. As Pang Bei returned home, burdened with numerous packages, his heart swelled with warmth. Clearly, bringing his mother back was the right decision. Upon entering the courtyard, Pang Bei spotted Pang Qian playing with a fox. The fox amusingly lay on the ground, kicking its legs, while Pang Qian gently caressed its soft visage. Remarkably, the fox continued to emit a series of delightful chuckles. If she were indeed Hu Santai's granddaughter, Pang Bei found himself somewhat bewildered, for this fox was exceedingly clever. Upon seeing her brother, Pang Qian dashed over, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." The little one's voice was melodious, and she beamed as she embraced him. Since leaving home, her smile had blossomed, radiating joy. Pang Bei affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Today, I brought back many wonderful things. Come." He opened the door, revealing his mother and uncle hauling in a block of ice. Pang Qian, astonished, gazed at the bags atop the ice and inquired, "What is this?" Lu Xiulan smiled and explained, "It's the fish your brother helped us catch. Now, little Qian, you need not fear hunger this winter." "Oh, we have fish to eat." "Oh, that's wonderful," Pang Qian exclaimed, then turned to the fox, her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Brother, is there something for her to eat?" Pang Bei glanced at the fox and replied with a smile, "Of course. I've prepared plenty for her." Excitedly, Pang Qian scurried back, crouching down to rub the fox's face. "Did you hear that? Brother has prepared a feast for you, so you won't go hungry." To his astonishment, the fox began to cackle alongside them. Pang Bei could not help but shake his head in amusement. He turned to assist in dragging the ice raft inside, and shortly thereafter, his uncle helped them unload the items from the raft. Initially, Pang Bei intended to return the items, but his uncle insisted that he remain on the mountain. After neatly wrapping everything up, he said, "I will take them back. You should rest. You've been busy all day and must be weary. Besides, I am going back anyway. All right, you all take a break. I shall head home now. Make sure to visit your grandmother and grandfather more often. They truly cherish you." Pang Bei nodded vigorously. And then Lu Xiulan spoke up, "Brother, let me see you off." "Don't. It's too dark and the path is treacherous. You might fall." "I'll return now." Pang Bei immediately followed, saying, "Uncle, let me escort you a little way. There are wolves nearby, and you're unarmed. It's dangerous." Lu Qingsong paused in surprise, and then chuckled. "Well, look at you, showing concern for others. All right then, let us have you accompany me for a stretch." Pang Bei slung his gear over his shoulder, and they walked back together. In the mountain village, there were no streetlights by night, so they descended along the narrow path. Just as they were nearing the village, Pang Bei's jovial chatter abruptly ceased as he cast a cold glance up the mountain. Lu Qingsong also sensed something amiss. He raised his head to follow Pang Bei's gaze. In the dim light, they discerned a wolf standing atop a large rock, its eyes glimmering green as it stared intently in their direction. "Xiao Bei, we should alert others." Pang Bei shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "It's too late. We are surrounded by these beasts." Chapter 25. Encounters. El Qingsong was flustered. He had not anticipated being ambushed by such a beast. He had often heard his father speak of wolves as being exceedingly cunning and ferocious, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. Of course, had he encountered them before, he might not have lived to tell the tale. What to do? El Qingsong's voice trembled slightly, but he quickly drew his ice spear, ready to defend against any imminent wolf attack. Pang Bei whispered, "Our only option now is to find a way to retreat towards the trap. Otherwise, we stand no chance of fighting back." El Qingsong nodded in agreement. With the trap as their ally, the two had a glimmer of hope for survival. If they were to stand their ground, they would be utterly doomed. Having devised a plan, they began to cautiously move towards the trap, mindful not to let the wolf pack sense their fear. They needed to approach with utmost care. Fortunately, the trap was not far off. Pang Bei and El Qingsong remained vigilant, retreating back to back, fearful of an ambush. Though hidden from view, El Qingsong could hear the rustling sounds surrounding them, along with the unmistakable panting of wolves. Pang Bei, pulling his uncle back, focused intently on their surroundings. At last, some wolves began to reveal themselves, their bloodlust palpable. It dawned on El Qingsong that there were numerous wolves. Overwhelming them directly was an impossibility. As they drew closer to the trap, he estimated they were still about 70 to 80 steps away. Running was out of the question. They would surely be overtaken within 50 paces. They had to prolong their retreat, yet the wolves were becoming increasingly bold, testing their resolve. Suddenly, two wolves leapt forth, evidently believing that El Qingsong and Pang Bei would not dare to strike. At this moment, retreat seemed futile. Pang Bei contemplated briefly before bellowing at his uncle, "Run?" El Qingsong was taken aback, but Pang Bei insisted, "If we don't run now, we'll miss our chance." Upon hearing this, El Qingsong turned and sprinted, faster than he had ever run in his life. However, as he neared the trap, only a few paces away, he instinctively glanced back, only to find Pang Bei lagging behind, holding his ground against the wolves. As El Qingsong fled, the two wolves pursued him relentlessly. Pang Bei, wielding his short spear, struck one wolf with lethal precision, piercing its heart. The other wolf, caught off guard, barely had time to react before Pang Bei expertly drew his bow and released an arrow at close range, the projectile finding its mark in the wolf's eye. As the creature writhed in agony, Pang Bei slung his bow across his back and, with a swift stride, retrieved his spear from the lifeless body of the wolf. Just as he withdrew the spear, another wolf seized the opportunity to leap from the underbrush, its gaping maw aimed directly at Pang Bei's head. Yet, with a forceful tug, Pang Bei steadied his spear and thrust it forward with deadly intent. He fought like a warrior possessed, driven by the fervor of battle. As the spear plunged in, blood splattered everywhere. Clad in a bearskin cloak and imbued with the essence of wolf blood, Pang Bei was momentarily mistaken by the remaining wolves for a wild bear. The wolves hesitated, maintaining a safe distance while strategizing their encirclement. Just as they prepared to close in on Pang Bei, he abruptly turned and fled. The wolves, realizing the shift, swiftly pursued him. Wolves, after all, possess a speed far superior to that of humans. Escaping them, especially in the mountainous terrain, would require considerable effort. However, the wolves were gravely mistaken. Their quarry was not an ordinary man, but a modern-day special forces soldier. Though he found himself in a time of peace, he was the very guardian of that tranquility. While the populace enjoyed their serene lives, their existence was anything but tranquil. Pang Bei sprinted ahead with his spear, halting when he was approximately 20 paces away. At that moment, the wolves caught up with him. Believing they had the upper hand, one wolf leapt to pounce on him, unaware that this was a ruse orchestrated by Pang Bei. In an instant, he executed a swift counterattack. Thrusting his spear, he pierced the wolf with a decisive blow. Yet, as the spear penetrated, it snapped with a sharp crack. Having already battled wild boars and wolves, the spear could no longer withstand such intense combat. Predicting its imminent failure, Pang Bei had felt the cracks during his previous strike. As the spear broke, he wasted no time. He had anticipated this moment. Facing the approaching wolves, he unsheathed his katana without hesitation. In a single fluid motion, he struck downwards, the blade slicing through the air with a satisfying thud. Blood flowed along the edge of the blade as he swiftly withdrew it, then horizontally cleaved at a wolf that lunged from the side, severing its neck mid-leap. Lu Qingsong stood in stunned silence, witnessing Pang Bei embody the very essence of a vengeful deity. Anything that approached him was met with lethal intent. His strikes were decisive and merciless, devoid of hesitation. As Pang Bei felled several more wolves, the remaining pack became incensed, yet they hesitated to attack, wary of not finding the right moment. But Pang Bei would not grant them the luxury of time. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he discarded the broken spear and turned to flee once more. This time, he dashed to Lu Qingsong's side, urging him, "Climb the tree. I will cover you." In a flurry of panic, Lu Qingsong scanned his surroundings until he spotted a suitable tree to ascend. Gripping the trunk, he began to climb. Despite his age, he executed this basic skill with remarkable agility. As he scaled the tree, he extended his hand to Pang Bei, calling out, "Xiao Bei, hurry up. Uncle will pull you up." However, Pang Bei did not ascend this tree. Instead, he spotted the tallest tree, holding a knife in his mouth. With a running start, he leaped high, grasping the trunk, and in a swift maneuver, he climbed up the tree. This display of agility truly left L. Qingsong astounded. "Xiao Bei, have you served in the military? How are you so adept?" Pang Bei, however, was not in the mood to explain. He merely waved his hand dismissively. He then embedded the knife into the trunk and crouched upon it, retrieving his bow and arrow, swiftly aiming at the wild wolf below. Whoosh! This time, L. Qingsong did not even catch a glimpse of the wolf. He only saw Pang Bei's arrow soar towards the thicket. From his elevated position, after releasing the arrow, the anguished howl of the wild wolf echoed through the air. A woo! The series of piercing cries from the wild wolf confirmed that Pang Bei's shot had found its mark. Soon, a multitude of wolves encircled the area. As they charged forward, one wolf triggered a trap, ensnaring its leg in a snare, followed by the sound of a tree trunk springing up in the woods. That unfortunate wolf was hoisted into the air by the rope. The remaining wolves, thrown into disarray, watched as another wolf inadvertently fell into a pit while attempting to assist its trapped companion. The wolf, now in the pit, called out for help, while Pang Bei, perched atop the tree, seized the moment. He produced a fire starter, and upon seeing the wolf plunge into the pit, he ignited the arrowhead he had meticulously prepared. Wrapped in pig fat and coarse hemp, Pang Bei then shot an arrow into the pit. Whoosh! In an instant, the pit, along with the fallen wolf and its would-be rescuers, was engulfed in flames. As the fire blazed upward, the wild wolves were struck with terror. They whimpered and retreated, At that moment, a cacophony of wolf howls resonated from deep within the mountains. The sound was powerful, distinctly different from that of ordinary wolves. Pang Bei, exhilarated, gazed into the distance. Damn beasts, this time you cannot resist making a move. Song, observing Pang Bei's intense focus, felt a jolt in his heart, and, with a trembling voice, uttered, "It's the Wolf King." Chapter 26. A counterattack before long. The forest echoed with the sound of footsteps, not of humans, but of animals. The rhythmic thuds and the distant roars of wild beasts grew ever closer. From his elevated position, Pang Bei observed the oncoming wolf pack, led by their formidable alpha. In a brief moment, he found himself perched atop a tree, gazing down at a strikingly pure white wolf. The sight of the white wolf was a rarity indeed. It was a creature that a hunter might never encounter in a lifetime. Astonishingly, Pang Bei had laid eyes upon one. Typically, white wolves are associated with the plains or tundra, seldom venturing into mountainous terrains. This was Pang Bei's inaugural sighting of such a creature in the mountains. He surmised that this white wolf had become separated from its pack, perhaps due to some unfortunate circumstance, leading it into the depths of the wilderness. This white wolf was larger than the average gray wolf, yet its demeanor was notably gentler. Compared to its prairie counterparts, it exhibited a certain docility. Though this did not imply it was akin to a domestic dog. Ultimately, it remained a wolf, not a mere dog. Upon beholding the white wolf, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Pang Bei's eyes. The wolf raised its head, locking eyes with him, as if two formidable beings were sizing each other up before an impending battle. Though darkness had enveloped the surroundings, Pang Bei could discern that this wolf bore injuries. This was an opportunity. Should he succeed in slaying the alpha, the pack would undoubtedly retreat, embroiled in internal strife as they vied for a new leader. Thus, seeking refuge in safer grounds, Pang Bei's gaze remained fixed on the white wolf, which, raising its head, began to howl at the moon as if it were a domestic dog. The sound galvanized the other wolves, who immediately surged toward the tree where Pang Bei was situated. After encircling his tree, several larger wolves charged towards Song. With a powerful leap, they startled Song, nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. To his astonishment, these creatures exhibited remarkable intelligence, surrounding Pang Bei while simultaneously launching an assault on Song, attempting to force him down. Clearly, this was the alpha's strategy, an attempt to compel Pang Bei to descend from his perch. However, their fervent charge did not come without cost. Several wolves fell victim to snares, emitting piercing cries of agony. Yet, the remaining wolves seemed oblivious to their plight, fixated solely on Pang Bei, ensuring he could not intervene to assist Song. This tactic was indeed cunning and treacherous, as they realized their attempts to reach him were futile. Some wolves began to dig at the roots of the tree Song had chosen, which was neither tall nor particularly sturdy. Their aim was not to uproot it entirely. Rather, they targeted the base, gnawing at the more vulnerable parts of the roots in an effort to topple the tree. Of course, the wolves were not foolish. A few were preparing to stack themselves up for a climb. This left Song in a state of sheer terror as he unleashed ice spikes downward, desperate to prevent the wolves from ascending. The thought of their reaching him was unbearable. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Pang Bei swiftly reached a grim conclusion. If things continued in this manner, Song would indeed be in grave danger. With this thought in mind, Pang Bei promptly nocked an arrow and aimed it at the wolf that was acting as a shield, releasing it with precision. The arrow struck true, and the unfortunate wolf collapsed with a pained howl, causing another wolf that had been climbing the tree to tumble down, emitting a similar cry. Clearly, the fall had resulted in a broken hind leg. However, to Pang Bei's astonishment, the injured wolves were immediately replaced by others eager to advance. He found himself momentarily stunned. These creatures were remarkably ruthless. They had evidently concluded that Pang Bei's supply of arrows was finite and were merely biding their time until he was out of ammunition. This predicament was dire. Pang Bei was unarmed, and had he possessed a firearm, he would have surely dispatched the white wolf without hesitation. The Wolf King had made an astute assessment. Pang Bei had only 5 arrows remaining. Once expended, they would be gone for good. Feeling the quiver at his side and counting the remaining arrows with his fingers, he realized that 5 was hardly sufficient. In this moment of despair, Pang Bei began to contemplate his next course of action. It was impossible to eliminate all the wolves. He needed to devise a strategy to approach the Wolf King and seize an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Glancing at the knife embedded in the tree, he recognized that this was his only weapon for the impending battle. Yet, his physical strength was severely depleted, although he could perform some actions reminiscent of his past life. This was due to the original owner's frequent excursions into the mountains, which had endowed him with above-average agility and stamina. Nevertheless, he was still far from the prowess he once possessed. Uncertain if his remaining energy would suffice, Pang Bei tore a length of rope, typically used for securing prey, from his waist. He bound the knife to his hand, ensuring it was secured tightly. In a moment of panic, Elchingsong shouted, "Xiao Bei, what are you doing? Don't be foolish. I'm fine." Yet, at that moment, Pang Bei leapt from the tree. As he descended, the wild wolves surged toward him. But Pang Bei was not one to await his fate passively. He swung the knife downwards, blood spraying as one wolf fell to the ground in a pool of crimson. Gripping the knife with both hands, he seemed to be consumed by a fervor for battle, cutting through the pack with ferocity. Although it is said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, even wolves would fear a reckless adversary. As Pang Bei wielded his long knife, blood splattered around him. And he did not remain stationary. He charged forward, aiming directly for the Wolf King. Seeing Pang Bei in a frenzy, Elchingsong disregarded his own safety and leapt down to join him. Upon landing, he brandished an ice pick, stabbing wildly at the wolves. Although Elchingsong may not have matched Pang Bei's hunting skills, his physical prowess was undeniable. With his ice pick, he swiftly dispatched 2 or 3 wolves. And with fewer adversaries in his vicinity, he seized the chance to rush towards the Wolf King. The white wolf, growing impatient, cast a menacing glance at Elchingsong, growling threateningly. At this moment, Pang Bei surged forward with remarkable speed. The Wolf King bared its fangs and lunged directly at him. With unwavering resolve, Pang Bei swung his long blade, aiming mercilessly at the Wolf King's claws. However, the Wolf King proved to be exceptionally agile, swiftly evading the strike. Just then, Elchingsong arrived, seizing an ice spear and thrusting it fiercely into the Wolf King's thigh. "Damn you!" Elchingsong exclaimed as the ice spear pierced downwards, eliciting a howl of pain from the Wolf King. The remaining wolves, seemingly agitated by the commotion, charged forward in unison. As Pang Bei braced himself for a fierce battle, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of rapid, rustling footsteps accompanied by soft whimpers, reminiscent of young wolf pups seeking their mother. Though the sound was somewhat indistinct, the wolf pack immediately sensed its presence. The halted wolves glanced around, evidently distracted by the noise, which had captured the attention of the white wolf. In that fleeting moment, Pang Bei summoned all his strength and struck down, leaving the chest of the white Wolf King drenched in crimson. It was at this instant that Pang Bei finally discerned the source of the sound. It was a fox. Chapter 27. Slaying the Wolf King and rescuing the wolf cubs. Pang Bei never anticipated that the fox would come to his aid at such a critical moment. With her cunning nature, she swiftly vanished from sight. The deceived wild wolves chased after her for a few steps before deciding to return, only to stumble upon the lifeless bodies of 2 wolf cubs on their way back. This revelation ignited a fierce wrath within the wolves. Howl. Upon hearing the wolves' cries, the Wolf King displayed signs of agitation. Who would have thought that they would venture out in full force, only to have their home pilfered by the fox? Moreover, this deceitful creature had the audacity to mimic the agonizing screams of the young cubs before they met their demise. It was utterly reprehensible. However, in the midst of this turmoil, Pang Bei found an opportunity. At the very moment the Wolf King was distracted, he seized the chance. With all his might, he thrust his blade forward. This strike was a matter of life and death. If he allowed the situation to drag on, he would surely forfeit his own chance. His stamina was nearly depleted, and fatigue was etched across his face. In the presence of the pack, showing signs of weakness was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. With determination, Pang Bei planted his feet firmly, aligning his body and delivering a powerful strike. "Die, you beast!" he shouted. The blade cut deeply into the chest of the white wolf, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The white wolf staggered and collapsed, gasping for breath, its life force waning rapidly. Seeing the white wolf on the brink of death, Pang Bei knew he had to strike decisively, or he would become the next victim. With a fierce slash, he severed its throat. The white Wolf King was now irrevocably dead, beyond any hope of revival. Holding the bloodied blade aloft, Pang Bei stood triumphantly atop the carcass of the white wolf and bellowed, "Come, beasts, let us battle once more." The pack, upon hearing his fierce declaration, turned back only to realize that their leader lay dead. Terrified, they immediately fled. Such is the nature of wild beasts, their foremost instinct is survival, and they harbor no desire for vengeance on behalf of their fallen king. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The wolves fled in haste, fearful of being overtaken by Pang Bei. In a fleeting moment, with the demise of their king, the pack was in disarray, leaving behind a grim scene of fallen wolves. Pang Bei, now trembling from exhaustion, a clear sign of his physical limits, let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Lu Qingsong dropped his ice pick in alarm and scrambled towards Pang Bei, exclaiming, "Xiao Bei, are you all right?" His voice trembled as he rushed over, only to find Pang Bei sitting in the snow, chuckling at him. "Uncle, we can boast about this for a lifetime." Pang Bei laughed, lying back in the snow. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought you had been bitten by the wolves. We've slain a wolf king. Does that suffice for bragging rights?" "Indeed. It is enough to boast for a lifetime. Many hunters go their entire lives without slaying a wolf king, yet you, my boy, have done so with your very first strike." Pang Bei scratched his head, laughing. "Isn't it? I too believe this matter has been sufficiently exaggerated." After a brief respite, the uncle and nephew finally gathered enough strength to rise from the snow-laden ground. Subsequently, Lu Qingsong ventured back to retrieve the ice raft. Reassured by the absence of any passers-by on the mountain path, ensuring the raft remained secure, he diligently gathered the fallen wolves, placing them one by one upon the raft. Meanwhile, Pang Bei retraced his steps, hoping to recover his arrows. To his fortune, he managed to locate one, yet the remainder remained elusive. As he scanned his surroundings, he perceived a faint whimpering sound. Heightened by instinct, he grasped his knife and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Upon drawing near, he parted the dry grass to unveil two trembling wolf cubs. These cubs bore a lighter hue, distinct from ordinary wolf pups. After a careful assessment of the area and confirming the absence of any adult wolves, he contemplated eliminating the threat entirely. However, as the little wolves scampered towards him, quivering, he could not bring himself to harm them. The adorable creatures circled around him, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Perhaps the scent of the wolf king, mingled with his own, had endeared him to them. Observing the two cubs, which seemed to have recently weaned, he found them irresistibly charming. He cradled the cubs in his arms, pleasantly surprised by their warmth. Returning with the two cubs, Pang Bei caught Lu Qingsong's curious gaze. "What have you got there, bulging in your arms?" he inquired. With a smile, Pang Bei revealed his surprise. The sight startled Lu Qingsong. "Goodness, how did you manage to bring back wolf cubs?" "Quickly, discard them. Don't you know they cannot be domesticated?" Pang Bei replied with a chuckle. "Uncle, these can be trained. After all, dogs are descendants of wolves, are they not? I shall raise these cubs from a young age, training them gradually. Besides, they could serve as valuable companions on the mountain." "How perilous! You can't tame wolves," cautioned Lu Qingsong. Pang Bei laughed. "I've brought home the likes of Hu Santai's grandmother. Do you think I fear two wolf cubs?" Lu Qingsong paused, then sighed. "You truly possess a bold spirit. Very well, the decision rests with you." Amused, Pang Bei returned the cubs to his embrace, realizing that it was impractical to bring them back to the village under the cover of darkness. The duo resumed their journey, dragging the ice raft homeward. Upon entering, they were met by Lu Xiaolan, who had anxiously awaited their return. Initially troubled by Pang Bei's prolonged absence, she was relieved to find her elder brother present. "Brother, did you not return home?" she asked, bewildered. Without a word, Lu Qingsong commanded, "Give us a hand in bringing this inside." "This?" Lu Xiaolan hesitated, then lent her strength to grasp the rope. As they pulled, she discovered the raft to be quite heavy. Once inside, she beheld the large number of wolves. "My goodness! Did you two go hunting at this hour?" she exclaimed, startled. Lu Qingsong retorted, "Who hunts at night? That would be courting death. We encountered wolves on our way. Had it not been for Xiao Bei, I might not have returned at all." El Xiaolan hurriedly examined Pang Bei, checking his hands, and upon touching him, she felt something moving in his arms, which startled her into a cry. Pang Bei, grinning widely, reassured her, "Mother, do not be alarmed. I have brought two little wolf cubs to train as hunting dogs." "What on earth? How can you be so reckless? You dare to bring home wolf cubs? Send them away at once. Wolves cannot be tamed." El Xiaolan swiftly refused, but Pang Bei continued to smile. "It's all right. We have Granny Hu San at home. If it weren't for her today, I would have been in serious trouble with Uncle. By the way, where is Granny Hu San?" Pang Bei glanced around, and at that moment, a fox leisurely walked through the front door. It glanced at Pang Bei before slowly entering the house. Goodness, has that creature truly become sentient? Pang Bei pondered. El Xiaolan approached and slapped her son, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you afraid of incurring Granny Hu San's wrath?" Chapter 28. A notable achievement. Pang Bei was genuinely impressed by the fox. It was she who had saved him just moments ago. However, he was perplexed as to why everyone referred to her as Hu San Tai Nai. How could they discern that she was a female fox? Observing her son's determination, El Xiaolan felt she could not voice her objections. After all, Venturing into the mountains with hunting dogs was indeed far safer. Yet, finding a suitable hunting dog proved to be quite a challenge. While inspecting the remains of their hunt, El Shilan came across the carcass of the Wolf King. This wolf was entirely white and possessed an impressive size. Astonished, El Shilan inquired, "What makes this wolf so different from the others?" El Chingsong chuckled, "This is the Wolf King." El Shilan gasped in shock. "You mean to say you killed the Wolf King?" El Chingsong waved his hand dismissively. "It wasn't us. It was Xiao Bei." El Shilan stared in disbelief at the Wolf King's body, then turned her gaze to Pang Bei. With astonishment, she exclaimed, "You managed to slay the Wolf King?" Pang Bei nodded and confidently replied, "Mother, this secures my position." At that moment, El Shilan was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say. In her eyes, Pang Bei was still a child, yet he had accomplished what even his father had only managed at the age of 30. Pang Bei had achieved this feat at the tender age of 17. The crucial difference was that his father had a hunting rifle, while Pang Bei had nothing at all. Upon noticing the wounds on the carcass, El Shilan could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Her tears were not of joy, but of heartache. Unlike others, she understood that her son had captured the Wolf King at the cost of his own life. El Chingsong, witnessing his sister's tears, felt a pang of discomfort and discreetly wiped his own eyes. He then advised, "All right, Lan Zi, from now on, as long as Xiao Bei avoids the deep mountains, he should encounter little danger." This time he was fortunate, but Xiao Bei, you must not take such risks in the future. As he spoke, El Chingsong exchanged glances with Pang Bei, who promptly nodded, "Yes, yes, I won't dare to do so again." El Shilan wiped her tears and said, "You should rest. I will take care of the rest." Pang Bei nodded in agreement, while El Chingsong cheerfully remarked, "All right then, I'll head back. The family must be worried." With the wolf pack eliminated, El Shilan felt reassured about her brother's return. El Chingsong dragged the ice slab back home, while Pang Bei cradled 2 wolf cubs as he entered the house. Upon seeing her brother with the 2 little creatures, Pang Shi eagerly approached and asked, "Brother, what are these?" "Little dogs," Pang Bei replied with a smile. Pang Shi leaned in for a closer look, gently touching them. The tiny creatures quivered as they nudged her with their little heads, eliciting peals of laughter from her. "They're so adorable." "Are you going to name them, brother?" Pang Bei pondered for a moment and said, "Not yet. Perhaps you could name them? I can't read, so I'm unsure what to call them. It's better if I leave it to you." Looking at the 2 cubs, he smiled and declared, "This one shall be named De Chong, and this one, Er Chong. What do you think?" De Chong? Er Chong? Excellent names. Pang Shi clapped her hands in delight. Pang Bei and Pang Qian, the siblings, were amusing themselves with the dog inside their modest abode, while El Shilan meticulously skinned the wolf and prepared its meat outside, attentively preserving the Wolf King's teeth and claws, as they were indeed trophies for her son. Once she had completed her tasks, El Shilan tidied up the area, splashed some water outside, and organized everything before returning indoors to rest alongside Pang Qian. After a restful night, Pang Bei arose early the next morning to engage in physical training, predominantly running around the vicinity. He had realized the inadequacy of his stamina when confronting the Wolf King. It was unacceptable. Although he had been rescued by a fox this time, what would happen next? Pang Bei was unwilling to entrust his life to others. After having breakfast, Pang Bei prepared 2 fish for the 2 young wolf cubs. He was resolute in his decision not to feed them wolf meat, deeming it inhumane. Consequently, he refrained from offering any wolf meat to De Chong and Er Chong. Just as he returned from his training, he discovered El Hai had come early in the morning. Upon entering the yard, El Hai was astonished to see the wolf skin drying in the sun. El Shilan intended to craft a warm blanket from the Wolf King's hide for Pang Bei. Noticing Pang Bei's return, El Hai exclaimed with a smile, "Little Bei, you are truly the hero of our brigade. You have brought down the Wolf King, and now the wolf pack will dare not approach here." Pang Bei chuckled modestly. "It was merely luck." El Hai quickly retorted, "Luck is a form of strength. Without strength, not even the best luck will suffice. By the way, are you preparing to descend the mountain to sell your goods? The brigade is transporting fodder today, and it would be a perfect opportunity for you to go along." Upon hearing he could ride down the mountain, Pang Bei beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." El Hai patted him on the shoulder and added, "By the way, have you made any progress with the gun? Feel free to purchase one. If anything goes awry, I will cover for you. A fine hunter like you cannot do without a firearm." Pang Bei promptly replied, "I have found a lever-action rifle at Old Master Gao's place down the mountain. I plan to retrieve it. It's compact and won't take up much space. Given my current stature, A long gun is rather unwieldy, especially in winter. He continued, additionally, I need to procure a new spear shaft, as mine is broken. Hai laughed heartily. That's simple. We have some at the brigade. I will find one for you from the patrol team and bring it over shortly. Thank you so much, Captain. Pang Bei nodded appreciatively. Hai remarked, What a wonderful boy you are. It's a shame your father can't see that. Pang Bei scratched his head sheepishly, choosing not to respond. He preferred to avoid discussing his father. In his heart, he wished to distance himself from that part of his life. Once several members of the brigade arrived to assist Xiaolan and Pang Bei in loading the fish onto the cart for transport to the village. Pang Bei joined the cart down the mountain. Xiaolan remained at home to watch over the house and tidy up, as she was a person who cherished cleanliness and could not tolerate disorder. Unlike the previous occasion, Pang Bei did not have to carry any burdens down the mountain. Instead, he comfortably rode on the brigade's mule cart, heading directly towards the base of the mountain. Although the vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, it spared him the burden of walking. After a bumpy ride, upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Pang Bei unloaded several bags of fish from the car and cheerfully greeted the elderly gentleman. Old master, I have brought you what you requested. Are you prepared with your end? The old man, seated in his chair, glanced at the bags without a second thought and gestured towards the house behind him. Go fetch it. It's inside. With a smile, Pang Bei entered the room and discovered a small cloth bag resting on the counter. Upon unwrapping it, he found a firearm accompanied by ammunition, substantial in weight. It felt reassuring in his hands. He examined the gun, noting that the holster was also included. Grasping the trigger mechanism, he playfully gestured with it, realizing quite quickly how comfortable it felt. After stowing the weapon securely, he emerged with the package and inquired, Old master, aren't you going to inspect the goods? The elder pointed to the necklace adorning Pang Bei's neck and said, With that on you, there's no need for inspection. You're one of us. Pang Bei paused, looking down at the necklace his grandfather had given him, and asked, This? What does it signify? The old man smiled gently. It serves as a testament. Possessing this means you are recognized as a hunter by the mountain. No true hunter would tarnish his reputation for trifling gains. Remember, my boy, hunting requires not only skill, but also honor. Reputation is of equal significance. Chapter 29, Settling Debts with Dog Food? Pang Bei nodded, carefully stowing away the quick-fire mechanism, then exchanged a few words with the elder before hastening home. After all, he was armed. If caught, it would be difficult to explain. Clutching the bag tightly, he hurried home, not daring to pause, in sigh and relief only once he arrived. Upon seeing her son return, Xiaolan immediately inquired, Did you bring it back? Pang Bei nodded and revealed the quick-fire mechanism. Upon realizing her son possessed a firearm, Xiaolan could not help but admonish. You should keep this safe and not flaunt it around. It could lead to trouble. Pang Bei smiled and reassured her, Mother, I understand. I will only carry it when going into the mountains. I won't take it out otherwise. Xiaolan chuckled, touching her son's cheek, saying, Mother knows my son is grown up. I need not worry about such matters. Pang Bei nodded in agreement, and Xiaolan curiously asked, By the way, is that little gun sufficient? Indeed, Pang Bei replied. Though it is a handgun, it is easy to carry, and as long as I am not hunting large game, it will suffice. Moreover, this mechanism allows for rapid fire. Though Xiaolan didn't fully comprehend his explanation, she was content as long as her son felt secure. With the gun in hand, Pang Bei felt a newfound confidence. Hunting would be much easier now. However, even with a firearm, he knew he must be frugal with ammunition. It would not be easy to replenish supplies. Bullets were not readily available, unlike in the military where they could be used liberally. Having organized his belongings and preparing to leave, Pang Bei suddenly heard a knock at the door. He stepped outside to find his mother already opening it. Standing outside was his uncle, Xiaolan. Xiaolan, there's trouble. Your mother-in-law has come and is causing a ruckus. Upon hearing that her mother-in-law had arrived, Xiaolan's brow furrowed. Just as she was about to leave, Pang Bei interjected, Mother, you need not go. I shall see what's the matter. You? What do you intend to do? These are adult matters. You should not interfere. Pang Bei chuckled. It's nothing more than a matter of grain. We shall handle it as grandfather suggested. Please organize the bags in the corner. We will take them. Xiaolan looked quizzically at the bags in the corner. These? Pang Bei smiled. Yes. Xiaolan studied her son, and then the bags, and suddenly it seemed she understood. She stifled a laugh. You clever child. Very well. It's generous of us to help them. Let us go. With smiles, Pang Bei and Lu Qingsong each hoisted a bag and set off. As they approached the village, they could see a group of people angrily surrounding someone. their cries echoing even from a distance. Lu Qingsong inquired curiously, "Does your grandmother behave like this at home?" Pang Bei nodded. "Indeed, she is quite domineering. She resorts to insults at the slightest inconvenience." Lu Qingsong sighed. "These years must have been quite difficult for you." Pang Bei smiled gently. "Let us resolve the matter at hand first." Upon entering the crowd, everyone noticed that Pang Bei had arrived and promptly parted to create a path. As Pang Bei and El Qingsong approached, their grandmother immediately rushed over and, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, "My grandson, look at how they bully me." Pang Bei disdainfully pried her hands away and coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Is it solely for the grain from years past?" Upon hearing Pang Bei's bluntness, the grandmother quickly replied with a smile, "No family is a great landlord. We must continue our lives. Since you have divided the family, shouldn't the grain be returned to us?" Pang Bei looked at her and replied, "There is no grain, but there are fish. If you desire fish, I can offer you these 2 bags. However, let us agree on one thing. Once you take them, you shall never return. The entire village will bear witness. Should you come back, we will not be so accommodating." The villagers, upon hearing this, raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, "Look at the elf family. And then at yours, what a disgrace. Truly, not a single decent person among you." The grandmother, upon learning of the fish, had her eyes light up with excitement. Meat. In those times, meat was a rare find. She gazed at the bags that Pang Bei and El Qingsong carried, which were quite substantial. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Very well, I do not wish to bully you. I simply—" Before she could finish, Pang Bei set the bags down on the ground and interjected, "Enough. How will you carry them back? Your second uncle is outside the village, too afraid to enter. You are unaware of how he has allowed these unscrupulous individuals to bully you." Before she could continue her lament, Pang Bei interrupted, "Let him come in and take the goods. But after this, do not return. Do you wish to see? I must inform you, once I give you these items, I will no longer be responsible for them. After all, who knows if you might secretly exchange them and then come seeking me. You are well aware that everything is in short supply. Even securing a hearty meal is a challenge." The grandmother, with a gleam in her eye, hastily opened the bag. Upon inspection, she discovered it was filled with frozen fish, both large and small. After examining them, she found them quite satisfactory. She pondered for a moment and then said, "All right, no problem. Little Bei, it is not that grandmother is heartless. I am merely—" Pang Bei had already grown weary of her routine. She would perform this act outside, but at home, she was a different person altogether. Among her offspring, this was the common behavior, particularly that of her second uncle, whom she held in even less regard, a mere idle wastrel. Observing the grandmother taking the goods, Pang Bei remarked, "No need for concern. I shall take my leave now." With that, she promptly took her leave with her uncle. El Qingsong, puzzled by Pang Bei's hasty departure, wondered if she was simply annoyed with their grandmother. Without giving it much thought, he followed her home. As they walked a short distance away, El Qingsong suddenly recalled, "Little Bei, I remember the fish we caught were quite sizable. Where did you acquire so many small fish?" Pang Bei chuckled and replied, "One bag is for feeding the foxes, and the other for the dogs. My mother prepared them yesterday. She is quite fastidious about cleanliness, as you are aware." El Qingsong widened his eyes, pointing in the direction of his grandmother. You fed your grandmother the scraps meant for the dogs? How could that be permissible? Is it not acceptable to eat? When one is desperate with hunger, do they not consume tree bark and roots? Having fish to eat is already fortunate. I would rather not even give her this." As he spoke, Pang Bei wore a disgruntled expression. Uncle laughed heartily. "You little rascal." Once Pang Bei departed, everyone else dispersed as well. At that moment, the second uncle dared to enter the village. Upon noticing 2 bags, he immediately slung them over his shoulder. His mother, being of advanced age, awaited transportation. A donkey cart was prepared to carry goods, and for just a penny, one could ride home. Meanwhile, the second uncle had ridden a donkey, borrowed from the production team, which needed to be returned promptly. Thus, with the bags balanced on the donkey, he led it homeward. Before he left, the old lady cautioned, "Second, my dear, I trust you to deliver the goods. We are family. Do not take them back to your wife for her family to consume. Do you understand?" The second uncle nodded. "Understood, mother." As he said this, he guided the donkey on his way back. Despite his verbal assurances, his thoughts were quite different. Throughout the journey, he endeavored to hasten his pace. Upon arriving home, he swiftly closed the door and called for his wife, promptly dumping the contents of the 2 bags. To his astonishment, as he emptied them, both were left dumbfounded. There were indeed large fish on top, albeit damaged. likely crushed due to excessive force while being caught. Beneath it lay smaller fish. Further down were entrails. It was unclear what they were. Some appeared pig-like, while others resembled dogs. Staring at the scattered entrails and assorted fish, the second uncle was bewildered. Were these not all fish? Why were there entrails as well? Chapter 30. A chaotic scene. The second son's wife cast a reproachful glance at him, exclaiming, "You cannot eat the entrails. Your family can hardly afford enough grain, and yet you are being so particular. Hurry up and sort through them. Take away the good ones." The second son pondered for a moment, then nodded eagerly, following his wife to select the fish. Having gathered a considerable amount, they prepared a fish stew for dinner. Meanwhile, Grandma Lu from the Pang family waited at home, growing increasingly anxious as the sky darkened and her son failed to return. Stepping outside to wait, she was teased by a passing neighbor. "Well, Mrs. Pang, it seems your family has struck it rich. Your second son's house is simmering fish broth. It must smell delightful." Upon hearing this, the old woman felt a surge of panic, nearly shedding tears. "Oh, that wasteful child. Surely he has been beguiled by that vixen again." With that thought, she hurriedly made her way to her second son's home. On the path, she encountered her eldest son, who was quite drunk. "Why are you still drinking?" Your wife returned the items for the second son to take. "Aren't you going to see what's happening?" Pang Yofu replied. "Who in our family eats isn't eating. We gave it to him. You don't understand. 2 bags of fish. That's 100 pounds. I have seen it with my own eyes." What? Upon hearing of such a substantial amount being hoarded by the second son, he was incensed. In this era, what family could possibly produce 100 pounds of fish? That is outrageous. Yet, seeing his mother so distraught, he realized she was not lying, and the alcohol-induced haze lifted. "Let us go see." Pang Yofu hastily agreed. After all, how could the second son possibly consume all that fish alone? The mother and son rushed towards the second son's home, which was merely a small earthen wall that could be easily scaled. Outside the courtyard, Pang Yofu caught a whiff of the fish stew, intensifying his urgency. After all, it had been ages since he had savored fish, and now his brother had consumed his share. He knocked fervently on the door. "Pang Yugue, open up." Bang, bang, bang. The frail wooden door trembled under his forceful knocks. Startled by his brother's bellowing, Pang Yugue trembled in fear. Inside, his wife rolled her eyes and scoffed. "What a spectacle! Eating is all they know. Look at them." Pang Yugue, pale with fright, stammered. "It's all your fault. Just take 2 fish and wait to eat them later. If you stir up trouble, you'll be the one who suffers." With that, he hurriedly emerged, nearly losing his shoes in the process. He opened the door with a grin. "Brother?" But Pang Yofu ignored him, pushing past him into the courtyard. Their mother, seeing Pang Yugue rush towards her, began to scold him. "You wasteful child. How did I end up raising such an ungrateful wretch? You eat before I have the chance. You truly have forgotten your mother now that you have a wife. I nearly risked my life to bring those back. How could I have borne such a disappointing creature?" As she wept, the old woman pulled her son inside, lamenting their misfortunes. As Pang Yugue pushed open the door, a rich aroma of fish soup enveloped him. Inside, the second brother's wife leisurely savored her soup, casting a glance at Pang Yofu with a hint of disdain. "Oh, the elder brother has arrived?" To be honest, among the family, it was the second brother's wife who exhibited a semblance of humanity towards El Xiaolan. Being a wife herself, she understood the nature of the Pang family, yet felt secure due to her proximity to them. If they dared to lay a finger on her, her elder brother would not hesitate to retaliate. For they shared the same surname as the old Pang family. Thus, she maintained her audacity. "What about the things?" Pang Yofu inquired, his expression darkening. The second brother's wife chuckled, pointing towards the corner. "Those 2 basins are filled with them." Following her indication, Pang Yofu furrowed his brow. One basin contained small fish, while the other seemed to hold what appeared to be offal. No, his mother had stated that only large fish were to be brought back. She had checked. The second brother's wife then deliberately raised her voice. "Oh, elder brother, one must not speak carelessly. You bring back such a trove of foul fish and rotten shrimp, not to mention offal, and you consider them treasures. Take them away. I want none of it." With a huff, she resumed her indulgence in the soup. Pang Yofu, incensed, turned ashen, and just then, the old matriarch burst into the room. Spotting her daughter-in-law drinking soup, she erupted. "You vixen! You! May you meet a wretched end." The second brother's wife, upon hearing this, immediately retorted, "Who are you referring to? If someone has pilfered our fish, then they should be the one to be scolded. Do not start with me. This was sent by my family." Resting in your corner. "Does your family even afford good fish? When you married, you took back 2 bags of rice, and yet you dare to ask me for more." You still owe us 30 yuan, and you have the audacity to complain. The second brother's wife was unlike El Xiaolan. While El Xiaolan silently toiled, she preferred to chat and often returned to her parental home. Although she was displeasing to the old matriarch, there was little recourse, for her family was more formidable. They had 3 brothers, the eldest of whom was the production team's leader. To provoke her would be to invite trouble. What remains? The old matriarch now inquired, concerned about the leftovers. Her daughter-in-law, with an air of disdain, pointed at the corner. Behold, no one has touched it. Good intentions mistaken for foolishness. Upon seeing the 2 large basins filled with small fish and some animal offal, the old matriarch's temper flared. When I initially opened the bag, it was filled with large fish. Where have they gone? Mother, the fish on top are all that is left. Beneath are the offal. What? Pang Lauda was momentarily stunned, then struck her son with a slap. You speak nonsense. I inspected it with my own eyes. It was all large fish. You are spouting lies. It must be that vixen who has influenced you, hasn't he it? You shall manage your own affairs. Do not involve me. I must inform you, Mrs. Pang. Do not assume that our family is easily bullied. Dare to utter another insult, and I shall seek my brother's aid. In an instant, the room erupted into chaos. Pang Yugue, unable to articulate his thoughts, found his mother adamantly insisting that she had conducted her own inspection, while Pang Youfu evidently sided with his mother. Thus, amidst a flurry of commotion and tears, a single bag of items became the center of discord. Meanwhile, the instigator, Pang Bei, leisurely held a bowl of steaming fish soup. With a steamed bun in hand, savoring a sip of the broth before relishing a bite of the fluffy bun. Oh, mother, your fish soup is exquisite. Such culinary skill should not go unrecognized, exclaimed he. Lv Shulan, beaming with delight, pondered for a moment before continuing. Little Bei, it may not be quite appropriate to give your grandmother dog food today, is it? Pang Bei, grinning with his bowl in hand, replied, Mother, to be frank, it is indeed dog food, and I had no intention of offering it to her. It simply should not be given, had it not been for grandfather's insistence. I would have refrained. Besides, in these trying times, having anything to eat is a blessing. When one is starving, even the earth itself is consumed, after all. It is still sustenance. If it is not consumed, I would prefer to keep it for myself. Chapter 31. The spirit of Grandma Hussein has manifested. As dawn broke, the ordeal with the wolf pack had finally come to an end. The shadow that loomed over everyone's hearts had dissipated at last. With the wolves gone, there was no longer a need to live in constant fear. In the past few days, there had been sufficient food, allowing for a brief respite. However, one could not afford to rest for too long. Soon, heavy snow would blanket the mountains, making access difficult and hunting substantially more challenging. Thus, it was prudent to hunt now, gather provisions for the new year, and wait for spring to venture into the mountains once more. During these days, Pang Bei was not idle at home. Most of his time was spent training, running with a weighted pack around the mountain, and afterward, he would train 2 young wolf cubs. It was essential to cultivate them from a young age to ensure they grew accustomed to him. The fox at home, on the other hand, spent its days languidly, only rousing for meals or the occasional nap, and it would venture outside to relieve itself, ensuring the house remained free of unpleasant odors. After 2 days of comfortable living, Lu Xiaolan wore a smile each day. Occasionally, when boredom struck, she would visit the village to chat with others, returning before mealtime to prepare food. Having rested sufficiently, Pang Bei planned to explore the mountains early the next morning and perhaps try his hand at hunting. However, just as he was cleaning his rifle, his mother rushed in. Flustered, Pang Bei looked at her in confusion. Mother, what troubles you? There has been a grave incident in the production team. The granary is infested with rats. A great deal of grain has been ruined. Furrowing his brow, Pang Bei replied, Aren't there cats in the granary? Besides, which household doesn't he have a couple of tabby cats? This situation is different. These rats have grown large, with red fur, and they seem not to fear cats at all. They are nearly the size of a cat. His mother continued, Moreover, our village has only a handful of cats, which cannot possibly fend off such a horde. Pang Bei was taken aback. He had never encountered such creatures as described by his mother. However, he recalled having seen reports in the news from later times about a giant rat measuring over a meter in length discovered in a domestic restaurant, and subsequently, such colossal rodents were reported in England as well. Could it be that these were not mere mutations, but indeed a reality? His mother appeared anxious as she looked at Pang Bei. Some villagers have suggested that you might go and hunt them. You are skilled at hunting, after all. Perhaps you can find a way to deal with these beasts. Pang Bei chuckled. While it is true I possess hunting skills, Capturing rats is an entirely different matter. If all else fails, one could always resort to rat poison. We have tried that, but the rats consumed the poison as if it were candy. Pang Bei was astonished. Is that truly the case? I must see this for myself. With a light-hearted jest, he rose, donned his coat, and prepared his gun to investigate. After all, he had never beheld such gigantic rats. If this infestation were not addressed swiftly, it could lead to a more severe plague. The most terrifying of which was the potential for a rat-borne disease. That could prove fatal. Moreover, given the current scarcity of food, the arrival of such massive rodents threatened to spoil the meager rations everyone depended upon. In a time when no one could afford to live comfortably, it was only natural that envy would arise among those who struggled to survive. Upon reflecting on this, Pang Bei stepped outside with his gun in hand. However, he did not notice that the fox silently trailed behind him. It was not until they were nearing the village that Pang Bei became aware of the creature's persistent presence. Turning around, he called out to the fox, "What are you following me for? Are you curious too?" The fox emitted a couple of soft whines, seemingly in response. Pang Bei chuckled and waved his hand. It's far more enjoyable to share in the spectacle. Let us go. The fox promptly fell in step behind him, closely following his lead. As they approached the warehouse of the production team, a throng of people had gathered outside, all eager to witness the excitement. Within the courtyard, a group of young men were taking turns with shovels and picks, attempting to catch rats, but the speed of the rodents rendered their efforts futile. Just as the crowd was at a loss, someone spotted Pang Bei and the fox arriving. "Oh, little Bei, why have you brought Hussein's grandmother along?" Pang Bei merely smiled and continued forward with the fox in tow. Upon entering the yard, the fox leisurely advanced, suddenly leaping and capturing a large rat in her jaws, killing it instantly. With a proud glance at Pang Bei, he responded with mild irritation, "What are you looking at me for? Go ahead and eat." The fox dropped the deceased rat on the ground, playfully kicking it with her paws, seemingly uninterested in consuming it. The onlookers watched in curiosity. "Look, Hussein's grandmother has manifested." Pang Bei laughed. "Why don't you give it a try?" In an agile burst, the fox dashed forward, flicking her tail and sending the rats scurrying in all directions, effortlessly capturing them one by one. Numerous rats met their demise at her teeth, yet she showed no inclination to eat them, as if they were beneath her. Pang Bei understood that this creature had become picky, likely holding out for fish and meat instead. Once the fox entered the courtyard, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The rats were sent into a frenzy, and the young men stood dumbfounded, witnessing the fox's prowess for the first time. These rats, usually quite brazen and unafraid of cats, were now subdued one by one. The fox Pang Bei brought was notably larger and more agile than the average, exhibiting an uncanny intelligence as she employed tactical maneuvers. The rats, in their panic, clumped together, and she pounced mercilessly upon them, her movements appearing effortless. In no time, the ground was littered with dead rats. Lin Bei, observing the scene, laughed heartily. "Little Bei, you've truly outdone yourself. Have you summoned Hussein's grandmother to work her magic?" Pang Bei chuckled in return, jesting, "Captain, if Hussein's grandmother is putting in the effort, shouldn't we offer her some remuneration?" "Of course we should. You there? Yes, you. Go catch a chicken for her to offer." "All right, I'll go do it." Pang Bei was taken aback, realizing that the production team was nearly destitute. Yet here they were, preparing to catch chickens for the fox. Upon witnessing the multitude of deceased mice, Lin Bei chuckled and remarked, "Ah, it is fortunate for you that the seeds for next year's harvest are stored here. If they were to consume them all, it would spell disaster." Pang Bei gazed at Lin Bei with a furrowed brow, then inquired, "But surely, it would take more than a day to catch them all in this granary? Let us have Granny Hussein take on the task first. She can catch them for a day, and I shall credit you with a day's worth of work points. At the year's end, you shall receive your share of grain," he proposed. The others immediately nodded in agreement. "That sounds feasible. Our chickens are few, and work points are manageable." Pang Bei pondered for a moment before continuing, "Very well. How about allowing my mother to join in as well? Otherwise, she would simply be idle at home. A little work would keep her engaged. Though she may earn fewer work points, it would still provide her with something to do." Lin Bei considered this and chuckled. "Then you must ensure that the mice here are dealt with." Without hesitation, Pang Bei replied, "Agreed. From now on, I shall support Granny Hussein. You need only assure me that my mother will have tasks to occupy her time." Chapter 32. Has she transformed? Lin Bei agreed to Pang Bei's request, and Pang Bei's heart soared with joy. He turned to the fox and exclaimed, "I say, Dodgy, if you manage to eliminate all these rats, I'll venture up the mountain to bring back some wild chicken for you." The fox glanced back at Pang Bei. Dodgy was the playful nickname he had given her over the past couple of days, a jest of sorts. Yet, the fox seemed to respond to this name, as if she believed it was bestowed upon her by Pang Bei. Especially upon hearing about the prospect of wild chicken, Dodgy appeared to be invigorated. Unleashing a frenzy of destruction in the courtyard, she showed no interest in consuming the rats. Her sole intention was to eliminate them, discarding each one before moving on to the next. Before long, a young man from the village approached, carrying a freshly slaughtered chicken, which he tossed to her. Dodgy wasted no time and devoured it in front of the onlookers. Once satiated, she resumed her hunt with even greater fervor. By nightfall, the number of rats had noticeably diminished, yet Dodgy seemed to tire. Pang Bei scooped her up, chuckling, "She's worn out today. I'll take her home now, and we shall continue tomorrow." Lu Hai nodded with a smile. "Ah, you truly possess a remarkable talent. To have her heed your command is something I've never witnessed in my life." The others couldn't help but give Pang Bei a thumbs up. It was indeed impressive. Pang Bei refrained from elaborating further, as he himself was uncertain why Dodgy was so compliant. He merely recognized that she was cunning and possessed a hint of sentience. Since she was so astute, why not nurture her? In Pang Bei's mind, foxes were supposed to be mischievous and foul, but Dodgy was different. She exuded a subtle fragrance. Could it be true, as some claimed, that she was a fox spirit? Surely not. Being grounded in science, he could not accept the notion that Dodgy was a mystical entity. Nevertheless, she displayed an extraordinary understanding of human nature. As he held Dodgy, she lazily curled up in his arms and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Pang Bei carefully placed her in a corner upon returning. Lu Xiulan had prepared a cozy nest for her, fashioned from scraps of leather and tattered cloth, which seemed to please Dodgy immensely. She nestled atop the makeshift mat and quietly dozed off. Lu Xiulan, with concern etched on her face, inquired, "Xiao Bei, how's the grain warehouse faring?" Pang Bei replied with a smile, "Today she made significant contributions. The rats are no longer as rampant. A few more days, and it should be manageable. I plan to check the traps for wild chickens tomorrow morning. Upon my return, I'll give her a little treat to help her recover. And you should slice some meat for her as well. If she resolves the rodent issue, the captain has agreed, as everyone has heard, to allow you to work. Although the tasks may be few and the rewards meager, the important thing is to have something to occupy your time." Lu Xiulan's eyes brightened at this news. "What? I can work now? Is that for real?" Her son's words brought a radiant smile to her face. Pang Bei chuckled, "Mother, would I deceive you? Everyone has heard it. Feel free to ask around." El Xiulan chuckled, "This is splendid. If I can work, our family will gain an additional source of income. And my son won't have to toil so hard. As a mother, I won't have to feel so inept. What are you saying? Without your help in managing these matters, how could I hunt with such peace of mind?" Upon hearing her son's words, El Xiulan's smile grew even brighter. "The greatest joy of my life is having such a wonderful son. Not to forget, you have a lovely daughter as well. The fact that our family can be together is the utmost happiness." Pang Bei promptly corrected her. El Xiulan couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, indeed. My children are all good children." That night, as they settled down to sleep, Pang Bei took special notice of Dodgy, who appeared truly exhausted and was even snoring in her slumber, her head nestled within her fluffy tail. After confirming that she was fine, he lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, Pang Bei rose early to engage in training, while Dodgy remained at home, still asleep, her head hidden in her bushy tail. After completing his training rounds, although it was the dead of winter, he was drenched in sweat. Instead of heading straight home, he decided to check for any game caught in traps. To his delight, he discovered 2 large wild chickens ensnared in the woods. With the 2 wild chickens in tow, Pang Bei returned home with a smile. Upon entering, he found Dodgy already awake, her dark eyes seemingly anticipating his return with the mountain chickens. When she saw him approaching with the game, she erupted into a gleeful cackle, her laughter as beguiling as a fox. In that moment, Pang Bei understood why the term vixen had often been used to disparage beautiful women. It was simply too enchanting. He tossed 1 wild chicken to Dodgy, who wasted no time in snatching it and devouring it eagerly, while he saved the other for her the next day. Once Dodgy was satiated, Pang Bei ate the meal his mother had prepared for him. Together, man and fox embarked once more on their quest to eliminate the vermin. This time, Pang Bei was not idle. He had procured a new spear shaft from the production team and promptly repaired a short spear. El Hai had specifically selected a fine one and personally replaced the spear shaft for him, transforming the short spear into a long spear. It must be said that with the long spear in hand, Pang Bei bore a striking resemblance to a seasoned hunter. His movements were swift, and his strikes were straightforward. devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, merely a thrusting motion. One thrust was sufficient to pierce a rat, a maneuver he had practiced countless times in the military. Now etched into his very soul. Man and fox unleashed havoc in the warehouse, employing tactics and coordination. Remarkably, their efficiency had improved significantly. By the time evening fell and the lamps were lit, Dodgy did not appear as fatigued as she had the previous day. The rats were nearly nowhere to be seen. While Pang Bei was engaged in exterminating the rodents, Hai was also busy, leading a team to repair the holes in the warehouse to prevent further incursions. They poured boiling water into the holes first, then mixed stones and lime powder to seal them, finally using a clay mixture to secure the repairs. At last, the grand campaign against the rodents at Wui Farm, Hongqi Commune, and Qinglong Brigade has come to a close, culminating in a resounding victory for the Qinglong Brigade. These words were part of the speech delivered by Hai during the evening assembly of the production team. Pang Bei was also present at the meeting. And at that moment, the entire Qinglong Brigade had already embraced him as one of their own. After all, without him, they would have been at a loss. Once the production team concluded their meeting, Pang Bei cradled Dodgy and made his way back. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the snowy ground in the forest. A figure was cast upon the snow, solitary yet devoid of loneliness. As Pang Bei walked, he suddenly halted and turned to Dodgy, inquiring, "I wonder, are you truly a fox spirit capable of taking human form?" Dodgy let out a series of enchanting giggles. Though her laughter was beguiling, it sent a chill down Pang Bei's spine. Could it be that she had truly become a spirit? Chapter 33. You are no longer a child. It is time to settle down. Pang Bei cradled the fox in his arms, feeling a profound sense of uncertainty, neither able to embrace it fully nor willing to set it down. While he was anxious, Dodgy appeared utterly unperturbed, curled comfortably in his embrace, seemingly enjoying a peaceful slumber. As they made their way home, Lu Xiaolan greeted him with a warm smile upon seeing him. "Little Bei, you're back. You must be tired. I've prepared some nourishing meat soup for you. It's still warm. Come, hand me Husan Tai Nai." Pang Bei chuckled as he passed the fox to his mother. Lu Xiaolan gently placed the fox on the mat and cheerfully remarked, "You must be exhausted today. You've been out since early morning without a moment's rest. Why not take a few days off at home? I'll make you some hearty meals." Pang Bei shook his head. "Mother, I'm not tired. It's mainly her that has exerted herself more. I intend to gather the New Year's supplies before the heavy snow blocks the mountain paths." Lu Xiaolan paused in surprise. "New Year's supplies? Oh dear. Is it already that time of year?" Pang Bei laughed. "Mother, what has come over you? Have you forgotten about the New Year?" Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle. "You little rascal, now you're teasing me." In the past, everyone at home would be discussing what dishes to prepare for the New Year. I wouldn't even need to remember. This year is different. We will celebrate on our own. What delicacies would you like, my dear? I'll make them for you." Pang Bei pondered for a moment before replying, "Honestly, I can't think of anything specific, but the New Year should be festive. However, Mother, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? I feel as though you have something on your mind." From the moment he entered, Lu Xiaolan had been unusually affectionate, a stark contrast to her typical demeanor. She smiled broadly and continued, "Once the New Year passes, you will be 18. One to you? Oh dear, now that you mention it, it seems I truly will be. In 3 days, I shall be 18. Lu Xiaolan beamed. "Indeed. Your second aunt in the village mentioned that there is a girl in our community, the daughter of Lu Kezi. In terms of family connections, he is my fourth brother. So you must address him as fourth uncle. She is of your age, just 2 months older. The family is eager about this matter. It's time for you to start considering marriage. Isn't it?" "What?" Pang Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his mother. "Marriage? Mother. Isn't that a bit premature?" "Premature? When I was your age, I was already a mother. Back then, in the countryside, marriages were typically arranged early, at 18. Families would begin to organize for settling down. However, Pang Bei had only heard of such arranged marriages. He had never witnessed one himself. "Isn't this a bit frivolous?" Lu Xiaolan hastily responded, "What frivolity is there? You are soon to be a man of your own household. Marriage is a significant matter. The sooner you marry, the better. While I am still in good health to help you care for your children, don't you think? But mother, I'm still so young. I haven't even figured out my own life yet. You seem to be rushing things. Besides, we have no place to hold a wedding. Isn't that a predicament?" Lu Xiaolan furrowed her brow slightly, and then remarked, "Ah, indeed, we must at least build a house. So, when do you plan to find a wife? I've already mentioned to Aunt Air that we should at least meet. What do you think? If it seems suitable, Perhaps next year we can discuss it with the captain and construct a small dwelling. If not, so be it. Besides, she may not even fancy you. But I simply wish to give it a try. El Xiaolan smiled broadly, well aware that her son had long contemplated this matter. You've even told your mother. Haven't you? You want to marry? Pang Bei forced an awkward smile. Initially, he had merely spoken in jest to amuse her, never expecting his mother to take him seriously. Now, however, it seemed she regarded his words as a serious undertaking. Pang Bei felt at a loss for words and decided to postpone the conversation. After all, as a capable young man who could hunt, finding a partner should not pose a challenge. Yet, in truth, he harbored deep concerns about how long he might live after this rebirth. He genuinely wished to avoid causing harm to others. However, to voice such thoughts would surely break El Xiaolan's heart. Thus, he chose to keep this secret close until it became absolutely necessary to disclose it. Meeting her would be fine, just as you suggested. Who knows? It might turn out well. But, of course, if it doesn't, please don't take offense. Our family is just starting out. And I feel that Pang Qian is still quite young. Frankly, our circumstances are not particularly advantageous. In a couple of years, when our lives improve, with my skills, I could marry anyone I desire. Wouldn't you agree? Pang Bei skillfully soothed his mother, who had received little formal education and found it difficult to withstand his persuasive charm. Hearing her son speak in such a manner brought a radiant smile to El Xiaolan's face. My son is right. He is handsome and capable. And he certainly shouldn't settle for just any woman, like your Aunt Air. We must find someone truly suitable. Pang Bei nodded in agreement, of course. One must find someone pleasing to the eye, right? El Xiaolan affirmed, exactly, as she served the meat soup to Pang Bei. The mother and son engaged in cheerful conversation beneath the flickering oil lamp, while Pang Qian slept soundly. Although the room was small, El Xiaolan kept it impeccably tidy. Despite the chill outside, this modest home felt far warmer than Pang Bei's previous grand residence. In his past life, he had lived in wealth, yet warmth was absent. His mother had succumbed to depression and taken her own life due to his father's infidelity. Only his father had raised him, perpetually absorbed in work, surrounded by numerous women of all kinds. While he was affluent and successful, in Pang Bei's eyes, he was nothing more than a despicable scoundrel. The relationship between father and son had always been fraught with conflict, each encounter leading to arguments. Though they were wealthy, Pang Bei found each day to be dreary. It was only upon joining the army that he discovered the warmth of a true family. As for the love of a mother, this was a feeling he was experiencing for the first time. Despite the hardships of life, Pang Bei remained hopeful that he could transform their circumstances for the better. However, such warmth was something he could never attain in his previous existence. After the meal, Pang Bei returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber, while El Xiaolan cautiously lit the kerosene lamp and meticulously mended her son's coat, fearing that he might suffer from the cold in the mountains. Lying in bed, observing the frail silhouette illuminated by the lamp, a warm sensation enveloped him, and before he realized it, tears began to well up in his eyes. The tender thread in a mother's hand is woven into the garments of her wandering child. As she sews diligently before his departure, she fears his delayed return. Gradually, Pang Bei closed his eyes. In a hazy state, it seemed as though he dreamed of his biological mother, who gazed upon him with gentleness. Her warm hand caressed his cheek, and in that twilight between sleep and wakefulness, he felt as if he could see her visage. Mother, I miss you. Why do I still weep? How old am I, and yet I am so unaccomplished? In that fleeting moment, Pang Bei sensed someone kissing his forehead and gently tucking him in. His eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off once more. Upon awakening again, he discovered a furry creature nestled beside him. Instinctively, he reached out to stroke its soft fur. The fox quivered slightly before raising its head, its eyes as dark as the night. The fox's ears perked up, and it nuzzled against Pang Bei's arm, exuding an endearing laziness that was simply delightful. Just as Pang Bei was amusing himself with the fox, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Then, a voice boomed from beyond the door. Xiao Bei, come out quickly. Something serious has happened. Chapter 34. Into the mountains to seek help. Pang Bei was startled, his heart racing with anxiety. What is going on? What happened? Soon, Lu Hai hurriedly entered through the door. Pang Bei sat up, gazing at his captain with confusion. Despite the chill outside, beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Captain, what is the matter? Lu Xiaolan quickly brought him a bowl of water, which Lu Hai drank in one gulp before explaining. A group of young intellectuals has arrived from the farm, and 8 of them have been assigned to our production team. However, these naive youths wandered off and got lost. Someone at the foot of the mountain saw them enter the woods. I'm worried something might go wrong. Pang Bei furrowed his brow in concern. What? They've gone into the mountains? They must have taken the wrong path, right? Indeed. Lu Hai's expression grew grave. This is serious. Although we've cleared out the wolf pack, the Wolf King was already injured by other ferocious beasts before I took it down. I fear trouble may arise. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Wolf King approached us because it was attacked by other beasts? Pang Bei nodded, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. Otherwise, why would the Wolf King come so close to human settlements? Wolves generally avoid human villages. They fear us. Lu Hai pondered for a moment before responding. What kind of beast do you think it could be? It's hard to say. It could be a wild animal. Or perhaps poachers, Pang Bei replied. At the mention of poaching, Lu Hai's expression shifted slightly. It was not uncommon to hear tales of wild men lurking in the mountains. These individuals were not truly wild. Some had committed heinous acts and sought refuge in the wilderness. If it were merely hunting, they wouldn't need to hide away in the mountains. Then what are we waiting for? We need to search for them immediately. Regardless of the situation, this is dire. There are both boys and girls among these young intellectuals. This could end badly. Lu Hai's urgency escalated. If a life were lost, how could he justify it? These individuals had come to the countryside for re-education through labor. Enduring hardship was one thing, but losing a life was entirely unacceptable. Whose child was to be cherished by their parents? These young adults truly posed a challenge. With that thought in mind, Lu Hai swiftly grabbed Pang Bei. Hold on. Let me take my gun. Pang Bei insisted. Yes, I need to carry a gun as well. Here's the plan. I'll wait for you at the team headquarters. Hurry. Before Lu Hai could finish his sentence, he rushed out the door. Lu Xiaolan looked at her son with concern. Be careful. Don't be reckless. Do you hear? Pang Bei smiled reassuringly. Mother, I understand. You needn't worry. He then gathered his gear, equipping himself with a firearm, ammunition, and a long knife, ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. After donning the bearskin cloak from his grandfather, Pang Bei nodded, acknowledging its protective value against potential beasts. I understand. Rest assured. Confident in his ability to navigate the mountains, he was not heading out to court danger. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Xiaolan caught up to him. You forgot your water pouch. And your food supplies. You're so forgetful. Pang Bei chuckled foolishly as his mother lovingly secured his belongings onto him. Fully equipped, he descended the mountain with determination. Upon reaching the team headquarters, he found Lin Bei already prepared, clad in a military coat and layered in warm clothing, complemented by a wool vest. In his hand, he held a hunting rifle, and a flashlight nestled in his pocket, indicating his readiness for a night journey. Upon spotting Pang Bei, he promptly urged him, let us hasten. We must find them quickly for our peace of mind. Pang Bei, without further ado, joined Lin Bei along with the militia from the production team. Lacking firearms, they carried only red-tasseled spears, large knives, and steel forks. With these tools, they felt adequately equipped for basic patrols. The group hurriedly ventured into the mountains, an endeavor that weighed heavily on their nerves, especially after the injuries sustained during their last excursion. Had it not been for Pang Bei's guidance, they would not have dared to enter the mountains at all. Who could predict what lay within? Once bitten, twice shy, there was no need to tempt fate further. The mountain folk were simple and unpretentious, devoid of any competitive spirit. For them, survival held paramount importance. Leading the group, Pang Bei navigated the narrow paths down the mountain. Without him, they would not have dared to tread this route. Laden with tales of wolf attacks from their childhood and rumors of a creature known as the human bear, said to tower 3 to 4 meters tall. Who among them could hope to confront such a beast? Moreover, it was rumored that this creature did not hibernate during winter. From a distance, it appeared almost human. In summer, it roamed the mountains, while in winter, it lingered at lower altitudes. However, no one had ever truly seen it, and the stories remained mere whispers. Pang Bei had heard similar tales in his youth, yet he had never encountered any concrete evidence of such a being. Nevertheless, as the group shared their accounts, Pang Bei mused that it was likely just a larger bear. As long as they refrained from provoking it, especially a mother bear with cubs, they would likely remain unharmed. After all, bears are known to exhibit infanticidal behavior, and a mother bear would be particularly vigilant when accompanied by her young. Given the season, Pang Bei reasoned, the bears would have long since entered hibernation and would not be wandering about. While the others speculated, Pang Bei remained silent, intently observing the subtle signs around them, hoping to swiftly locate the missing educated youth. Noticing Pang Bei's quiet demeanor, Lin Bei turned to the others, admonishing, Are your mouths rented? Must you chatter incessantly? Do you wish to attract a wild beast? The reprimanded individuals fell silent, deterred from further conversation. Pang Bei gazed intently at the surrounding terrain before suddenly halting. He turned to Lu Hai and inquired, "Captain, do you see that path at the foot of the mountain? The only way into the mountains is the small trail beneath the opposite ridge. We are currently on the slope above. If they venture into the mountains and take a wrong turn, they will have no choice but to go that way." Lu Hai glanced in the direction indicated by Pang Bei, impressed. "You've got a keen eye, Haven Tiu. You've recognized the mountain paths so quickly." Pang Bei chuckled modestly. "It's thanks to my grandfather who provided me with a map of the mountains. Otherwise, how would I know?" Lu Hai nodded approvingly, patting Pang Bei on the shoulder. "Well done. Gaining the old man's approval signifies that you're cut out for this line of work. So, where do you think these reckless youths might head?" With a background in special operations, Pang Bei had honed the skills of pursuit. He surveyed his surroundings, and based on his assessment of the terrain, his gaze quickly zeroed in on a particular direction. Having spent considerable time in the mountains, they will undoubtedly seek a place to rest. The only route that resembles a path leads towards the old forest. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai's hair stood on end in alarm. The old forest? That's dire news. He slapped his thigh, and the others exchanged fearful glances. "Xiao Bei, we must not venture there. That area is known to harbor tigers." Chapter 35. The increasingly mysterious forest. The term Old Forest is a local designation for a region that embodies a primordial wilderness. On my grandfather's map, Pang Bei had observed a notation indicating the presence of tigers. While tales of the legendary Wusong slaying a tiger abound, they refer to the South China tiger. Here, the denizens of the forest are the formidable Siberian tiger, also known as the northeast tiger. The northeast tiger stands as the largest of all tiger species, embodying an extreme level of danger. Armed with merely a small firearm, confronting a northeast tiger would be tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, the habitat of tigers is subject to change. Thus, it remains uncertain whether any still inhabit that region. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since my grandfather had ventured into the mountains, leaving the question of whether tigers still roamed within those woods unanswered. Regardless, this locale is undeniably perilous, as its remoteness suggests a high likelihood of encounters with various ferocious beasts. Pang Bei instinctively touched the holster at his side, anxiety gnawing at him as he pondered his potential responses. Should he encounter a tiger, the prospect of not only rescuing others but even preserving his own life would be exceedingly daunting. Lu Hai could discern the pallor of unease on Pang Bei's face. "What's the matter? Are you uncertain?" His foremost concern was that Pang Bei might withdraw from the endeavor. After all, among the multitude, only Pang Bei possessed the capability to effect a rescue. The others were merely present to fill numbers, with Pang Bei standing as the sole individual of true utility. If he chose to refrain from participating, the chance of saving anyone would vanish. "Captain," Lu Hai interjected, albeit somewhat dishearteningly, "the weapons we currently possess would render us utterly defenseless against a tiger should we encounter one. However, it is essential to recognize that tigers do not remain stationary. They are living creatures that traverse their territories. Thus, we must reach a decision promptly. Shall we risk our safety to attempt a rescue, or shall we abstain from intervening?" Lu Hai was taken aback. Pang Bei's composure was remarkably beyond what one would expect at his age. Indeed, Pang Bei's assertions were not without merit. In the event of a tiger encounter, they were armed with only 2 firearms, one being a hunting rifle, whose lethality was inadequate, merely inflicting minor wounds, and the other, Pang Bei's sidearm, which, while capable of inflicting some damage, lacked the stopping power to take down a tiger in a single shot. Moreover, they were accompanied by individuals unarmed, effectively endangering their lives. Thus, Pang Bei's apprehensions were entirely justified. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hai replied, "The commune has entrusted these individuals to us. We cannot allow them to come to harm. We must search for them. If we fail to uncover any leads, we cannot ascertain whether they ventured into the old forest. Should they perish within, it would be a tragic fate, and we would be left without recourse. After all, we have made an effort. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Hai's words, though veiled, were not lost on Pang Bei. He offered a slight smile. "The captain is correct. They may not have even entered the old forest yet. Let us descend and seek for clues first." With this thought in mind, Pang Bei led the small team along the ridge, making their way down the narrow path. The further they descended, the more trepidation gripped their hearts. Although they were moving downhill, they were, in reality, venturing deeper into a desolate expanse devoid of human presence. Upon reaching the base of the hillside, Pang Bei sensed that something was amiss. Lu Hai, noticing Pang Bei's sudden halt, felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Xiao Bei, have you discovered something?" Pang Bei whispered, "It's too quiet." "Too quiet?" "It's winter in these mountains. Wildlife is inherently scarce," Lu Hai replied. Pang Bei shook his head. When I was atop the mountain, it was never this silent. I would frequently encounter wild beasts. Logically speaking, the chances of finding food down here in winter should be greater than up there, where temperatures are also milder. Yet, after all this time, we haven't even spotted a single rabbit. Is that normal? Lu Hai was momentarily taken aback by Pang Bei's observation. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the fauna at lower altitudes should be more abundant than at higher elevations, even if they were less frequently seen. It was improbable not to have seen any along the way. Lu Hai raised his firearm, and the others began to sense the tense atmosphere. What should we do? Many had not realized the gravity of the situation, and several were contemplating retreat. After all, facing wild beasts in the mountains was not something they had experience with. Though they had grown up in the mountains, their ventures were primarily limited to safe zones. Any attempt to venture deeper would have resulted in stern reprimands from their parents. Thus, while they possessed some experience in ascending, they were ill-prepared for such a complex challenge. This was no mere game. Lives were at stake. What now? This question loomed over everyone. Lu Hai pondered for a moment and turned to Pang Bei, stating, "If we don't search and simply return, we won't be able to report back to the commune." Pang Bei lowered his head in contemplation. He had no intention of giving up. Even a brief foray to investigate was warranted. With this thought, he quietly suggested, "Let the others retreat to safety and wait for us. With our firearms, we can venture in and have a better chance of escape if necessary." Lu Hai expressed his doubts. Just the two of us? Wouldn't that be even more perilous? The others cast grateful glances at Pang Bei. They genuinely wished to return. Pang Bei earnestly explained to Lu Hai, "With our guns, the sound will deter most predators, and it will be easier for the two of us to run. Besides, you and I are the only ones skilled in hunting, are we not?" After reflecting, Lu Hai nodded, "You're right. Then it shall be just the two of us. The rest should immediately head back. No one is to enter the mountains without my command, understood?" "Understood." The group exhaled in relief, as if granted a reprieve. They were eager to leave this eerie place behind. After all, it was unsettling that not a single animal remained. What fearsome beast could have driven them all away? Fear gripped everyone, and Lu Hai's order to retreat was met with unanimous compliance. Once the others had departed, Pang Bei led Lu Hai deeper into the woods. In the case of only two individuals, their movements became considerably more agile. Pang Bei and Lu Hai, possessing swifter foot speed than the average person, no longer needed to accommodate the pace of others. They promptly commenced to quicken their strides. The duo hastened along the mountain path, ultimately arriving at the narrow trail at the mountain's base by midday. This dimly lit and slender path lay nestled between two towering peaks. As they traversed the route, Pang Bei bent down to scrutinize the ground closely. Amidst the snow, faint footprints were discernible. The number of prints was scant, predominantly fresh. Pang Bei scooped up a handful of snow and earth, inhaling the scent, before casting his gaze towards the depths of the forest, remarking, "They must be inside. Have they truly ventured towards the old woods? Are these children foolish? This path is clearly devoid of footprints, and yet they continue onward." Chapter 36. Encountering danger again. Observing the footprints leading deep into the woods, Pang Bei found himself perplexed. How could this group of individuals fail to notice the absence of tracks along their path, yet still dare to proceed? Was this not sheer madness? Pang Bei murmured. "They are numerous and unfamiliar with the terrain. Their pace should be sluggish. We must hasten our pursuit." "Very well. In matters such as these, you are the expert. I shall heed your counsel." After all, within the production team, only Pang Bei possessed the capability to confront a creature of the Wolf King-esque caliber. Though he was young, his strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, in this circumstance, they could only rely on Pang Bei. Moreover, Lu Hai understood that his master would not bestow that necklace lightly, not even to his own grandson. It was a possession meant for those of true merit, for it was neither a familial heirloom nor a trinket of trivial significance. To bestow it recklessly would only spell disaster for the recipient. Legend has it that the beast fangs adorning the necklace were sourced from ferocious predators that had claimed human lives. Only after such beasts were vanquished could their remains be fashioned into adornments. Furthermore, those that had merely tasted human flesh were deemed unworthy, typically. Only the most notorious local scourges, eliminated for their heinous acts, would be transformed into such necklaces. Such ferocious creatures were, in truth, exceedingly rare. Many humans fell victim to attacks, yet those that would idly hunt humans were indeed few and far between. The predators that dared to view humans as prey were generally not of sound mind, and their prowess was undeniably extraordinary. After all, humans wield a myriad of weapons. And no matter how ferocious these beasts may be, it is exceedingly difficult for them to triumph over the cunning and armed human intellect. Thus, it is common for most wild beasts to attack humans without intending to consume them. However, those that deem humans as quarry are regarded as the apex of ferocity among their kind. Lin Bei had heard that hunters adorned with such necklaces were often the targets of these predators because the necklace exuded a scent that provoked their instincts. Even if they were not specifically hunting the wearer, entering the territory of such beasts would send a clear message: I have arrived. If you do not eliminate me, I shall be your undoing. Pang Bei was, of course, unaware of these intricacies, yet Lin Bei was well informed. The guardians of the mountains were tasked with driving away these beasts, once defeated, in the eyes of the predators. It was as if they had been ousted by an even fiercer adversary, which meant they would seldom return. This was why the mountain guardians had for generations carried such talismans. Though they were fraught with peril, they were exceptionally suited to their vocation. After traversing the narrow path for quite some time, Pang Bei had discovered several signs of their respite. Judging by the traces on the ground, it appeared they had not been gone long. Moreover, the remnants of food scattered about indicated that they had likely consumed all their rations. Lin Bei sighed, and then inquired, Little Bei, do you possess such skills? Not only can you track prey, but you can also follow people? Pang Bei smiled faintly, internally reflecting. My primary occupation is indeed tracking individuals. Hunting is but a secondary pursuit. However, such skills are not currently required. In the midst of conversation, Pang Bei suddenly froze. His gaze fixated on the trunk of a tree. Lin Bei, puzzled, followed his line of sight and soon discovered the source of Pang Bei's attention: claw marks. After a careful examination, Pang Bei remarked, the time of formation predates the footprints on the ground. Captain, given this height, what do you think could have caused it? Lin Bei scrutinized the marks and replied, such thick traces, combined with this location, typically indicate the presence of bears or leopards. However, the proximity of the marks and the upward direction suggest otherwise. Northeast leopard? Pang Bei frowned, shaking his head as he continued. It doesn't appear to match. The thickness of these marks is not characteristic of a northeast leopard, which would leave finer traces. Furthermore, they wouldn't extend this length. It's evident that something has been sharpening its claws here. A sense of unease gripped both Lin Bei and Pang Bei simultaneously, as they both conjured a rather terrifying name in their minds: Northeast Tiger. Truly, this was the essence of Murphy's Law. What one fears often comes to pass. If they were to encounter a Northeast Tiger now, their only option would be to flee. Engaging in combat was out of the question, and as for rescuing anyone, that was even less feasible. How could they contend with a Northeast Tiger armed with nothing but their current provisions? It would be tantamount to courting death. With this thought, cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. The young intellectuals were indeed audacious, unafraid of the tiger lurking in these woods. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Lin Bei urged, Xiao Bei, let us hasten our pace and see if we can catch up. Pang Bei nodded in agreement. All right. Upon discovering the claw marks, the two quickened their pace. The deeper they ventured, the more the atmosphere felt unsettling. At this moment, Pang Bei sensed that they had genuinely encroached upon the territory of the Northeast Tiger. An eerie chill enveloped the surroundings, and the forest was thick with an ominous aura. Whether it was a psychological effect or an actual sensation, he could not tell. The snow now reached their knees, making their progress arduous. Fortunately, their cold weather gear was relatively adequate. Otherwise, they would surely succumb to the frigid temperatures. As they trudged along, Lin Bei muttered, some of these intellectuals hail from the south. They have never endured a northeast winter. How could they withstand this biting cold? The wind cuts like a knife, and with 3 young ladies among them, isn't that reckless? Pang Bei chuckled, youthful vigor and a spirit of adventure. At this remark, Lin Bei paused, astonished as he gazed at Pang Bei. Xiao Bei, your educational background is quite impressive. Have you completed middle school? Pang Bei replied vaguely, sort of. He had graduated from junior high in the 2nd year and had enlisted during university, later attending military school, thus his educational level far surpassed that of his companions. As Lin Bei contemplated Pang Bei's peculiarities, he couldn't shake the feeling that both his abilities and intellect were not typical of a child from the mountains. Suddenly, Pang Bei raised his hand. His expression suddenly turned grave. Lin Bei was taken aback as Pang Bei coldly commanded, don't move. Crouch down. Following the direction in which Pang Bei was gazing, Lin Bei's demeanor instantly shifted to one of tension. Before them, he beheld what appeared to be a figure crouching atop a rocky hillock. It was vague, barely discernible, yet the fear in Lin Bei's eyes was unmistakable. He realized that this was certainly not a human. After all, who could possibly perch up there, having been a hunter himself? He recognized the creature for what it was, a mountain eagle. Chapter 37. Xiao Bei, you are quite strong. The mountain eagle, scientifically known as the vulture, is a scavenger that primarily feeds on carrion. It is a resident bird, predominantly remaining in lower altitudes during winter and seldom ascending the mountains. A few of these vultures may undertake short migrations, as they are not particularly adept at flight. In such snowy terrains, finding carrion is a rarity. However, its presence here indicates a source of food. Pang Bei fixated on the mountain eagle above, feeling a surge of apprehension. While it is true that this creature feeds on decaying flesh, it is also a predatory bird capable of attacking livestock. One can never be certain if it has already feasted. Moreover, the fact that the eagle dares to linger here suggests the likely presence of a carcass nearby. Otherwise, why would it squander its time here? Coupled with previous anomalies, Pang Bei sensed a faint whiff of danger. Furthermore, this particular eagle was exceptionally large, with a wingspan of at least 3 meters, appearing almost human-like as it crouched. Xiao Bei, the presence of this creature is not a favorable sign. It indicates that there is a source of carrion nearby. El Hai's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the eagle, and he lowered his voice to inquire of Pang Bei. Pang Bei sighed resignedly and replied, I have been contemplating this as well. This situation is precarious. Let us not provoke it. Instead, we should search the vicinity for animals. Perhaps it is not humans after all. El Hai nodded in agreement, cautiously following Pang Bei as they traversed the forest, wary of inciting unnecessary trouble. Eventually, after a short while, Pang Bei noticed something in the snow not far ahead. Furrowing his brow, he approached with caution, only to discover a severely injured deer lying on the ground. The creature bore grievous wounds, and as Pang Bei scrutinized its injuries, both he and El Hai were taken aback. This deer had been attacked by a large beast, with deep gashes evident on its body. Neither wolves nor leopards would inflict such wounds. Yet, considering it was winter, why had the predator not consumed its prey? A sense of foreboding settled within Pang Bei. They had encountered a particularly formidable predator, one that seemed to revel in hunting during the cold season. If his assessment was accurate, they had indeed stumbled upon a troublesome and perilous situation. However, there was a silver lining. The victim was not human, suggesting that the group of educated youths was, for the time being, still alive. Pang Bei refrained from taking further action and instead gestured to El Hai. Their immediate goal was to rescue the living, minimizing any other endeavors to avoid complications. El Hai glanced at the wounded deer and asked, Xiao Bei, what do you think caused these injuries? After pondering for a moment and surveying the area, Pang Bei concluded, it is highly probable that a tiger is responsible. We must be cautious and hasten our pace. El Hai's expression shifted, his anxiety palpable as he exclaimed, a tiger? Are you certain? With approximately 80% certainty that it was indeed a tiger, they needed to locate the others swiftly to ascertain their fate, alive or deceased. Time was of the essence. El Hai nodded vigorously, acknowledging that Pang Bei was indeed correct. Pang Bei continued to quicken his pace, and to El Hai's astonishment, he found himself struggling to keep up. Although he was in the prime of his life, Pang Bei was merely a child, and due to malnutrition, he had always been frail and emaciated. Nevertheless, Pang Bei moved through the snow with a speed that surpassed El Hai's own. Before long, Pang Bei came to a halt once again. El Hai approached him, and this time he felt a chill run through his veins. For there, in the snow, lay a pool of blood. Pang Bei examined it closely and remarked, it is human blood. El Hai, feeling a surge of anxiety, asked, are they in danger? Certainly, Pang Bei replied. But what poses a greater threat is that they are not facing a tiger. How do you know? El Hai questioned, bewildered. Pang Bei lifted his gaze to a tree not far off. Following his line of sight, El Hai was shocked to see 2 marks as if made by a blade. A knife. Could it be that they have encountered villains? El Hai panicked. Pang Bei urged, let us not linger. We must pursue them quickly. El Hai nodded hastily, and they both dashed down the narrow path. As they ran, snowflakes danced around them. Despite the bitter cold, El Hai felt as though his throat was ablaze, parched beyond measure. He gasped for breath, yet when he glanced at Pang Bei, he appeared unaffected. El Hai could not fathom the depths of Pang Bei's resilience. Throughout their chase, Pang Bei did not choose the main road, but instead dashed through the forest, maintaining a keen awareness of their surroundings as he ran. El Hai, trailing behind, struggled to keep pace and stumbled in the snow, tumbling over. When he regained his footing, he saw that Pang Bei had halted. But he was not waiting for El Hai. Instead, he was intently observing something in the distance. Pang Bei lay low in a snowbank, as if frozen in place. El Hai quickly crawled over and noticed several small dark figures not far away. There were 3 individuals brandishing knives and spears, hurting a group of people. That must be them. Lin Bei exclaimed nervously. Pang Bei spoke in a low voice. Captain, I will approach from the side. You stay back and keep watch, ensuring there are no accomplices nearby. What? You intend to take on 3 by yourself? Absolutely not. You are still so young, and those are desperate criminals. You may be adept at hunting, but this could lead to murder. Lin Bai's words hung on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. Chu Tian turned back to Lin Bei and asked, Captain, do you wish for them to kill those educated youth, or for me to eliminate them? Lin Bei furrowed his brow, gazing at Pang Bei. In that moment, Pang Bei seemed transformed, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he were wholly indifferent to the prospect of taking a life. His calmness was more unsettling than any display of fear. Xiao Bei, this is murder. Are you not afraid? Pang Bei murmured. In the past, I was afraid, but now I am no longer fearful. Although it involves taking lives, to me, these individuals are no different from beasts. If they are slain, so be it. However, Captain, if I truly do dispatch those villains, you must testify on my behalf. Lin Bei chuckled. What are you thinking? I brought you here. Would I incriminate you? What would that make me? Pang Bei smiled and replied. Then it's settled. Rest assured. They are far easier to handle than wolves. We shall proceed according to plan. You keep an eye on our surroundings while I deal with this scoundrel group and rescue the educated youth. Seeing Pang Bei's unwavering confidence, Lin Bei pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no other recourse. Pang Bei was resourceful and had extensive hunting experience, skilled in ambush tactics, which would enable him to launch a surprise attack. There could be no hesitation at this moment, as any delay could result in the loss of lives of the educated youth. Thus, Lin Bei nodded resolutely and said, I trust you, Xiao Bei. You must prioritize your safety. Remember, in my eyes, the lives of the educated youth hold less value than your own. Do you understand? Pang Bei nodded and smiled. Don't worry. Chapter 38. The murder of villains. Observing the swift approach of Pang Bei towards those individuals, Lin Bei felt an unsettling emptiness within. He grappled with the moral implications of sending a child to commit murder. It seemed profoundly wrong on any account. Yet, at that moment, Pang Bei was already advancing, and any attempt to intervene would be futile. Thus, Lin Bei resolved to assist Pang Bei by keeping watch, ensuring that these nefarious characters had no accomplices nearby. As Pang Bei drew closer, Lin Bei stealthily followed, though he soon underestimated Pang Bei's speed, and within moments, the boy vanished from sight. He seemed to dissolve into the snowy conifers like a specter. While Pang Bei sought a vantage point for ambush, he discerned the features of the 3 men. Now within close proximity, clad in tattered animal hides, their appearance was disheveled, and their faces bore the grime of prolonged wilderness existence. Among them, one was portly while the other 2 were slender. The tallest among them appeared to be the leader, donning a tattered hat and wielding a rifle that seemed to be a Japanese Type 38. Pang Bei's brow furrowed slightly as he strained to listen intently. The stout man grinned maliciously. Big brother, these little girls are rather fresh. Haven tea touched a woman in ages. We shall enjoy ourselves later. Indeed, what fortuitous timing. It appears we have guests arriving uninvited, the lanky leader replied with a chilling smile. At that moment, a young intellectual among the group shouted defiantly, You scoundrels! We shall never yield to you. We will bravely advance, and our comrades will not let you escape. The small, wiry thug lunged forward, delivering a kick, followed by a merciless onslaught with a wooden stick upon the young man. How dare you challenge us? Know this, we have blood on our hands. If you utter another word, I shall flay you alive and serve you as a meal. The mention of cannibalism drained the color from the faces of the 3 frightened girls. Brother, this girl is far too tempting. I can hardly restrain myself. The small thug leered, reaching out to touch one girl's face. At that moment, a male intellectual charged forward, colliding into the small thug. The latter fell to the ground, seething with rage as he retaliated with punches and kicks, cursing, How dare you strike me? Do you believe I want to chop you up and make a soup out of you? Pang Bei understood that time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly to rescue the captives. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Their attention was so fixated on the brawling thug and the fallen intellectual that they failed to notice Pang Bei's approach. As he closed in, an opportunity presented itself. The stout man, fortuitously, had his back turned towards him while the lanky thug obstructed his view. The small thug remained a risk, as indiscriminate gunfire could harm the intellectuals. In that fleeting moment, the stout man had unwittingly placed his life in Pang Bei's hands. The moment for reaping was nigh. Without a moment's hesitation, Pang Bei rose abruptly, the snow that had clothed him scattering in an instant. As he stood, one hand stretched out while the other bent to assist in gripping his firearm. In that fleeting moment of rising, he adopted a sideways stance, stepping forward with one foot. The speed at which he raised his gun was nearly instinctive, akin to muscle memory. At the very instant the barrel was aimed, the trigger was pulled almost simultaneously. This was the renowned Weaver shooting technique, a two-handed stance that emerged in the late 1950s and was favored by marksmen like Fabol. The advantage of this technique lay in its precision, and without hesitation, Pang Bei fired. The crack of the gun reverberated through the forest. The moment he discharged his weapon signified his exposure. However, in that same instant, the back of the rotund man's head erupted in a crimson bloom. The hefty man collapsed silently, while the lanky figure instinctively returned fire in Pang Bei's direction. This lanky individual was no ordinary person. He was named Liang Sanjin, a moniker derived from his birth weight of merely 3 jin. Having once served as a militiaman, he had wreaked havoc in his village after assaulting a local girl, ultimately retreating to the mountains to escape pursuit. Both the hefty man and the slender one were far from virtuous. They were partners in crime, having originally engaged in robbery until they were chased into the depths of the forest by the militia. The rotund man never anticipated that his hands, stained with the blood of 7 or 8 lives, would meet such an ignoble end at the hands of a mere child. Pang Bei, too, was taken aback by the swift retaliation as the slender figure fired towards him. Instinctively, Pang Bei dropped to the ground just as the bullet was perilously close to his scalp. Liang Sanjin could hardly believe that the shooter had reacted with such alacrity. His shot went wide, leaving him astonished. His earlier bravado stemmed from his reputation as a sharpshooter, known for his near-perfect accuracy. Yet, someone had evaded his fire? Liang Sanjin's instincts kicked in, sensing unease. This was no ordinary foe. He could ascertain that such marksmanship and agile movement could only be found among trained soldiers. This level of skill suggested that he was likely a cadre from a security detail. After missing his shot, Liang Sanjin planned to swiftly chamber another round to finish off Pang Bei, but at that moment, the slender accomplice, in a bid to protect his leader, brandished a machete and charged towards Pang Bei. Although small in stature, he moved with remarkable speed. By the time Pang Bei rose again, the assailant was merely a few paces away. This was perilous. Pang Bei realized that any hesitation could lead to his demise at the hands of the machete wielder. Thus, without a second thought, he raised his firearm, barely taking aim, and fired 2 rapid shots at the man's torso. Bang! Bang! The slender figure was struck in the chest, staggering backward, and as he began to fall, Pang Bei remained vigilant, seizing the opportunity to aim for his head. It was almost a seamless connection as he fired the 3rd shot at his head. Bang! Subsequently, the slender figure also met a similar fate. 2 shots to the torso, 1 to the head. Liang Sanjin was flustered. This was clearly a seasoned veteran with battlefield experience. Assuming that Pang Bei was overly clad, Liang Sanjin could not discern who his adversary was. In his panic, he attempted to pull the bolt, but the bitter cold rendered the weapon unyielding. Consequently, in that moment of trepidation, Pang Bei subtly shifted his aim, his body exhibiting slight yet fluid movements without any interruption. Pang Bei merely bent his knees slightly, leaned forward at the waist, extended his arms forward, and fired at Liang Sanjin. Bang! 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 It seemed as though Pang Bei intended to exhaust his ammunition. In that fleeting instant, he raised the weapon to chest height, aligning the barrel parallel to his shoulder. Within that brief moment, Pang Bei did not take aim, but instead utilized the axis of his body's alignment to shoot. Because he fired a fraction of a second earlier, Liang Sanjin had no opportunity to aim before being struck by Pang Bei's gunfire. With a cry of dismay, Liang Sanjin collapsed to the ground, while Pang Bei kept his weapon trained on him. He then crouched low, maintaining his aim, and approached, delivering a kick that sent the Mauser rifle flying. At that moment, Liang Sanjin was choking on blood, teetering on the brink of death. He stared wide-eyed at Pang Bei's youthful visage, nearly in disbelief. A child? The skilled marksman who had taken his life was but a mere child. Chapter 39. A hole in the tiger's rear in the distance. El Hai could discern the figure of Pang Bei, albeit not with perfect clarity. He recognized that Pang Bei possessed remarkable shooting skills. If he were to step onto the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Pang Bei was merely a child. His movements were meticulous, yet he was completely unaware that he was employing the Weaver shooting method, combined with the Mozambique shooting technique and the C.A.R. axial shooting method. These were nuances that El Hai could not comprehend, yet he felt certain that Pang Bei's actions were indicative of professional military training. far too advanced for a novice with firearms. What was most striking was how Pang Bei's shots all found their mark with precision, executed with decisiveness. While El Hai was lost in thought, Pang Bei seemed to have a moment of realization. His mind raced, and he promptly discarded his weapon onto the ground. Then turned away, feigning retching. As he turned, he exaggeratedly cleared his throat, expelling a considerable amount of phlegm. Pang Bei's reaction suddenly rendered the situation more plausible. El Hai rushed over, his voice tinged with urgency. Xiao Bei, are you all right? Pang Bei, his face streaked with tears and snot, glanced at the lifeless body on the ground and sorrowfully replied, What did I tell you? Were you trying to show off? Pang Bei quickly retorted, Captain, pull me up. I can't get up. El Hai could not suppress a chuckle, a mix of excitement and concern evident in his laughter. You young man. You truly won't turn back until you hit a wall. Have you learned your lesson now? Are your legs trembling from fright? Pang Bei nodded. I almost wet myself. This could lead to nightmares. El Hai patted Pang Bei on the back. Good lad, you did well. If it were me, I wouldn't fare much better. You truly are bold. Pang Bei managed a weak smile just as several other young intellectuals approached. Leading them was a fair-skinned girl with braided hair, who softly spoke, Comrade. Hello. We are the young intellectuals heading to King Longa Brigade. My name is Zhao Xiaodian. Thank you for saving us. Do you happen to know about the King Longu Production Brigade? El Hai and Pang Bei exchanged a knowing smile, and then El Hai, with a teasing glint in his eye, replied, You came to an uninhabited area. And you thought there would be people here? I am Captain El Hai, and this is our Mountain Patrol Safety Officer, Pang Bei. We were sent to find you. Upon hearing El Hai introduce himself, the young intellectuals visibly relaxed. Pang Bei stood up and surveyed the group. Noting that one of them was injured while the others appeared to be fine, he lowered his voice. This is not the place for conversation. We must leave quickly. There are still tigers in this vicinity. Tigers. The mention of the word left everyone in stunned silence. They had only heard tales of the ferocity of tigers, but had never encountered one in reality. El Hai urged, Hurry. You young ones are indeed reckless. We have already seen evidence of tigers on our way here, and yet you ventured deeper? Did you not notice the absence of footprints along the path? Take a look ahead. There is no road left. A few young intellectuals lowered their heads in embarrassment as Pang Bei continued. We must hurry. Our weapons are utterly useless against the tiger. We need to move swiftly. Just as Pang Bei finished speaking, a sound akin to muffled thunder echoed from the mountain. The tiger was descending the mountain, a time when it was most fearsome. A tiger descending signifies its hunger at such a moment. It is a force to be reckoned with, capable of obliterating any obstacle in its path. Lu Hai immediately grabbed several young intellectuals, shouting, Run. At this command, Pang Bei felt a chill run through him. Wasn't he this just signaling their location to the tiger? But it was too late for words. The tiger had undoubtedly become aware of their presence and was surely racing towards them. There was no time for idle chatter. Their only option was to flee. What were they even thinking? Run. Lu Hai sprinted ahead, leading the young intellectuals, yet some were injured and could not escape. No one could be left behind. Although this was the best course of action, Pang Bei, a soldier at heart, held steadfast to the belief that he could not abandon his comrades to save himself. With this resolve, he shouted to Lu Hai, Captain, take everyone and run. I'll distract the tiger. Lu Hai, alarmed, exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? If the tiger chases you, where will you run? Pang Bei reassured him, It's fine. I can evade it. You go ahead. I'll lead the tiger away. Just remember to signal me. How do I signal? Lu Hai vehemently opposed Pang Bei's plan, but Pang Bei insisted, Light a signal fire. But don't set the forest ablaze. Now go. With that, Pang Bei ran in the opposite direction. Lu Hai attempted to pursue him, but could not keep up. Pang Bei was as swift as a rabbit in the woods, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, Lu Hai stomped his foot. That rascal. Just wait until I return. With this thought, he grabbed the young intellectuals, urging, What are you waiting for? Move. Now. The young intellectuals, not daring to hesitate, hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, Pang Bei had not ventured far before he stopped, for the tiger was now directly in front of him, barely 100 paces away. The tiger was massive, with a deep scar across its face, a testament to some past injury. It fixed its gaze on Pang Bei, seemingly with a mocking expression. Just as the tiger prepared to pounce, Pang Bei calmly raised his gun and fired. Bang! The tiger appeared unfazed by the gunfire, fully aware of its power. It swiftly dodged, the bullet striking the snowy ground and creating a small crater. The tiger then charged at Pang Bei. Remaining composed, Pang Bei had anticipated this. He wanted the tiger to leap. In the instant the tiger evaded, Pang Bei fired again. Bang! This time, The bullet grazed its thick paw, leaving a trail of blood. The tiger, in pain, tumbled into the snow, sending flurries of snowflakes into the air. Now genuinely enraged, Pang Bei smiled at the tiger before turning and fleeing. To slay the tiger in this very spot, in such terrain, Pang Bei knew it was nothing but a dream. Even flying a kite would be impossible. He could not outrun the tiger, yet Pang Bei could certainly irritate it. With a swift motion, he darted into the forest, inciting the tiger to roar furiously. Its rage evident as it seemed determined to not rest until Pang Bei was vanquished. As it pursued him into the thicket, however, the tiger abruptly halted. For Pang Bei had vanished. The tiger, wary and alert, scrutinized its surroundings with utmost caution, but after circling around, just as it grew curious about Pang Bei's whereabouts, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its hindquarters. With a roar, the tiger realized that a bloody wound had appeared on its rear. As it scanned the ground, it noticed the snow-like splatters about 40 meters away, where Pang Bei had risen and promptly fled. The tiger wished to give chase, but the pain in its hind legs was too great. In a fit of anger and humiliation, it unleashed a furious roar that echoed through the forest, causing the snowflakes to tumble from the branches as if a blizzard had descended. Yet, alas, it was futile. The man had escaped, and no pursuit could be made. The tiger was driven to the brink of madness, for it was the first time it had encountered such a cunning human. Chapter 40. A simple love. It is often said that one should not provoke a tiger, yet Pang Bei dared to venture forth. His shot struck the beast squarely, creating a gaping wound. Uncertain whether it was a male or female tiger, he pondered the implications. If it were a male, he would bear the stain of this encounter for life. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, racing along the narrow path to catch up with his companions. At that moment, Hai was still leading the group in their desperate escape. As they approached the hillside, he intended to gather some branches to signal for help. Just as he fretted over where to find fuel for the signal fire, Pang Bei returned. Hai witnessed Pang Bei tumble towards him, slipping several times in the snow. Yet he paid no mind to the boy's clumsiness. Grabbing Pang Bei by the shoulders, he exclaimed with fervor, "You little rascal! Have you let your newfound skills go to your head? Are you injured? If anything happens to you, how am I to explain it to your mother?" A warmth spread through Pang Bei's heart. Though Hai's words were a reprimand, they were steeped in concern. Pang Bei grinned and replied, "I made a small opening in the tiger's rear. There's no way it can pursue us now. It won't be able to run." Upon hearing this, Hai erupted with laughter, as if he had won the lottery. "What? You pierced the tiger's backside? Ha ha ha, you are truly remarkable. You've made quite the achievement. Even your grandfather has never dared to do such a thing." Pang Bei chuckled. "They always say one should never touch a tiger's rear, yet I did. And it felt exhilarating." Hai approached and playfully delivered a hearty slap to Pang Bei's back, causing the boy to briefly experience a ringing in his ears. "You little rascal. Do you think I am praising you? Where did you muster such audacity? Return it to me." With that, Hai pinched Pang Bei's cheek. "Ouch, Captain. I promise I won't do it again. I swear." Pang Bei cried out in mock agony, rubbing his face. Hai laughed and scolded. "So, you do no pain and fear? I had thought you were invincible." As Hai released him, Pang Bei, still pouting, replied, "I was only trying to save lives." "No. Wait, I retract that. My actions were steeped in personal heroism. I will reflect upon my actions." He waved his hands defensively. Hai grinned. "Now that's more like it. But truly, you have some talent. When we return, I shall procure some ammunition for you." "Really?" Pang Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hai chuckled. "They may not give you a gun, but they certainly won't refuse you bullets. I know the militia has plenty of both." "Thank you, Captain." Pang Bei beamed with joy, while Hai smirked. "Look at you, so easily pleased by a mere handful of ammunition, such small aspirations." Wiping his nose, Pang Bei replied with a grin, "My ambitions are modest. Having bullets means I can secure a feast for the new year." Hai scoffed. "With bullets? You'll just keep shooting at the tigress behind, eh? You certainly have some nerve." Pang Bei quickly shook his head. "I won't dare again. I will merely wander around our hillside and promise not to venture so far." Hai laughed. "Now that sounds more reasonable. Come, let us go to my home tonight, where your aunt will prepare a delightful braised pork for you. We can share a couple of drinks together." Pang Bei's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, I don't drink alcohol. My mother forbids it." "Listen to your mother. Once you ascend the mountain, how will you withstand the biting cold without a drink? Besides, you're of age now, soon to be a father. What do you think of that young educated girl? She seems quite lovely. I could introduce you to her." Pang Bei glanced at the several young women among the educated youth and immediately shook his head. "I am a child of the mountains. I cannot dare to marry a city girl. I wouldn't know how to live that life, and besides, I am too accustomed to the wild. El Hai chuckled. No worries, take your time. If you find someone appealing, just let your uncle know. I will act as your matchmaker. Pang Bei laughed awkwardly. Thank you, I suppose. At last, they managed to bring all 8 educated youth back from the tiger's den. Although they were not entirely unscathed, at least their lives were spared. When the villagers saw the educated youth return safely, they could not help but applaud. Well done, Xiao Bei. Look at how well raised Xiaolan's son is. It's as if a mountain deity has descended upon us. Did you not see that granny who has gone to their home? Why do you think she listened so attentively to Xiao Bei? The villagers discussed among themselves, but most were filled with joy for Pang Bei. El Xiaolan emerged from the crowd, anxiously grasping Pang Bei, checking him over. Where are you hurt? I heard you encountered a tiger. El Hai laughed. Xiaolan, go home and give him a few good kicks. This little rascal went poking around a tiger's rear. Upon hearing this, El Xiaolan playfully slapped Pang Bei. Though the gesture was gentle, firmer than a caress, what were you thinking, you silly boy? You dared to meddle with a tiger's backside? Laughter erupted among the villagers. Someone teased, Xiao Bei, what does a tiger's backside feel like? Is it softer than a woman's? Indeed, what if that tiger was a female? Would you be responsible for it? Laughter filled the air. El Hai glared, immediately scolding. What nonsense are you all babbling about? Can't you see there are ladies present? When I ask you to read more, it's as though I'm asking for your lives. Yes, let us speak more respectfully. It's said that one cannot capture a tiger-s cub without entering the tiger-s den. Laughter continued as El Hai rushed over, giving each of the hecklers a swift kick, causing everyone to laugh and scatter. Zhao Xiaodian, hearing their banter, could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. Compared to the city, the villagers were so genuine and innocent. She began to understand why they sent them to the countryside. The city could no longer sustain so many people. Only these sincere souls would be willing to offer them refuge during such difficult times. Wouldn't they? Zhao Xiaodian smiled softly, while a tall young man among the educated youth expressed his dissatisfaction. What are these people babbling on about? Truly uncouth. Zhang Ling, accompanying Zhao Xiaodian, retorted, Comrade Li Qing, what kind of talk is that? The working people are the most beautiful and the most genuine, while your heart hears only vulgarity. What I hear is the concern and affection for Comrade Pang Bei. Li Qing, taken aback by Zhang Ling's rebuttal, fell silent with a sullen expression. However, Pang Bei Jin completely disregarded Li Qing's thoughts. He was unconcerned with her opinions. His sole focus was to fulfill the tasks assigned to him by the production team, integrating himself with them to ensure that his mother and sister would be treated well. Pang Bei was resolutely committed to the principle of coming from the people and returning to the people. At that moment, El Hai draped his arm around Pang Bei's shoulder and said, Pay no heed to their idle chatter. Come, let us go to my home, where I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. By the way, Xiaolan, our little Bei will be staying at my place tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall send him back. We have a meeting in the evening, and he can warm himself by the heated Kong in my home. We mustn't let him catch a cold. El Xiaolan smiled coyly and replied, All right, I shall defer to your wishes. Chapter 41. Concealing the truth during the evening meeting. El Hai only mentioned that Pang Bei had injured the northeast tiger, deliberately omitting the fact that he had killed 3 bandits. A vague sense of unease washed over Pang Bei, as he suspected El Hai was intentionally concealing the matter. Consequently, during the assembly, he refrained from voicing any concerns. However, he could not fathom why no one raised an objection. Were those few educated youth rendered mute? While Pang Bei pondered these questions, El Hai approached and patted him on the shoulder. Let us go. Nodding, Pang Bei followed him outside. Once they found themselves alone, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. Captain, today you. El Hai raised his palm, silencing Pang Bei's inquiry. In a low voice, he remarked, Are you wondering why I didn't mention those 3 bandits? Pang Bei nodded. El Hai continued, Their deaths are of little consequence. There's no need to involve you further. Given your quick reflexes, do you wish to be scrutinized thoroughly? I have no interest in questioning where you acquired your skills. I neither witnessed them nor am I inclined to inquire. I will ask you one thing. At this moment, El Hai's demeanor grew markedly serious, prompting Pang Bei to straighten his posture and reply, Captain, please go on. You are not here with any ulterior motives, are you? Pang Bei shook his head, asserting, I merely wish to live a good life and, incidentally, protect everyone in the village. I have no other intentions. El Hai nodded in agreement. That's good. On our way back, I cautioned them. If they dare to speak recklessly, and if there are no guardians in the village to ward off danger, They must consider whether they can contend with the wolves and tigers lurking in the mountains. Hearing this, Pang Bei felt warmth in his heart. He quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Actually, Enough. Keep your secrets to yourself. Let them rot inside you. Not even your mother should know, understood? Pang Bei nodded, responding. I understand, Captain. Hai then gave Pang Bei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Additionally, Bei, our village needs to organize a mountain patrol team, conducting regular inspections to prevent forest fires. I intend for you to join. It won't be demanding, just fixed intervals to check the mountains and prevent any fires. Occasionally, you may need to assist the police in apprehending wrongdoers, but don't worry, the chances are slim. Those 3 are dead, just keep that in mind. Pang Bei's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Captain, if I join the patrol team, will I have the opportunity to wander into the deep mountains regularly? Hai paused, then warned, You're not thinking of hunting tigers again, are you? I knew you weren't keeping your thoughts to yourself. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you secretly stashing that rifle while luring the tiger? Pang Bei was taken aback. Hai leaned in closer and whispered, I know you have a fondness for firearms. Be cautious and find a way to retrieve that gun discreetly. I'll provide the ammunition, unless absolutely necessary. Do not flaunt it. When spring arrives, I'll secure a proper firearm for you to use. Pang Bei promptly nodded, exclaiming, You truly possess remarkable foresight. Hai responded with a cold laugh. I can discern your intentions even before you speak. Pang Bei scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Hai continued. My willingness to allow you to stay is not solely due to your filial piety and capabilities. The crucial matter is that our village's surroundings are rather tumultuous. Your grandfather must have marked the locations on the map he left you, correct? Pang Bei looked at Hai with confusion. Are you referring to? There exists a small Door village deep within the mountains, where conditions are dire. This small ethnic group previously maintained communication with us, but since your grandfather became incapacitated, their interactions have diminished significantly. The commune has urged me several times to assess their situation, emphasizing that we must not forsake any of our minority brethren. Do you comprehend this? Pang Bei nodded and softly remarked, I will attempt to visit them. Hai sighed. Currently, the route there is impassable. We must wait until spring when the snow melts. Then, you may venture forth. Pang Bei nodded, aware that the Door people are a notably valiant ethnic group, once formidable in their own right. Contemplating this, he felt a desire to witness the state of the minorities during the 1960s. However, the prospect of visiting them now seemed exceedingly challenging. As they conversed, they arrived at Hai's doorstep. Hai welcomed Pang Bei into the yard, calling out, Family. Bei has arrived. Hearing Hai's voice, his wife, Hua, emerged with a smile. You two, come in. I've already prepared the braised meat. Feeling somewhat bashful, Pang Bei followed her inside and greeted Hua with a grin. Andy, greetings. At that moment, Hai's son stepped out, and, upon seeing Pang Bei, exclaimed, Bei? Today, the villagers mentioned you would be staying with us. My mother has already cooked braised pork for you. Hai's son, Lu Jianjun, was only slightly older than Pang Bei, having recently married and being around 20 years of age. Hai glanced at his son and remarked, You haven't yet expressed your gratitude to Bei. If it weren't for him, would you and your wife have meat to nourish you? Lu Jianjun promptly took Pang Bei's hand, saying, Bei, you are truly remarkable. I genuinely envy you. The position of the mountain guardian has always been held by the strongest hunters in our village. You are indeed exceptional. He continued, initially, there was a Door youth who nearly became the mountain guardian, but alas. Alas? Pang Bei was taken aback. Hai gestured toward a bench. Sit down and remove your coat. You look like a bear. Pang Bei laughed as he took off his fur coat, saying, Uncle Hai, what is the situation? Have I inadvertently taken someone else's opportunity? Hai shook his head. It is not that you have taken it. Rather, he lacked the fortune. At this point, Hai sighed, and Lu Jianjun continued his father's thought. He met with an accident and passed away. As we ventured into the mountains for a hunt, we were ambushed by a pack of wolves. The first casualty from our village was him. When we found him, Pang Bei was taken aback. Surely, it couldn't be true. The Door people are skilled hunters. Hai sighed, acknowledging the truth of his prowess and character. It is indeed a tragedy. He bravely sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of his companions, only to be surrounded by the wolves, ultimately outnumbered. When we discovered him, the scene was horrific. Ravaged by the beasts, Jianjun, his expression darkened, remarked, If we are to assign blame, it lies with that director one from the commune. What an imbecile. His misguided commands led to chaos, and he was the first to flee. Had it not been for him, things would not have descended into such disorder. Upon hearing El Jianjun's words, El Hai swiftly rebuked him. What nonsense are you spouting? You must refrain from such talk in the future. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. Chapter 42. An unexpected situation. Upon observing El Hai's expression, Pang Bei discerned that Director Wang was far from virtuous. El Hai remarked to Pang Bei, his words are utterly nonsensical. Pang Bei nodded in agreement. Uncle, I'm not foolish. El Hai sighed. The captain has shown considerable concern for our side. He spoke to the president about it and subsequently arranged for Director Wang, who oversees public security, to come and ensure that this pack of wolves is dealt with. Who would have thought that the lad would prove to be a coward? If not for that, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Pang Bei understood that El Hai felt a mix of anger and helplessness regarding the situation. The structure of governance consisted of 3 tiers: the commune, the brigade, and the production team. The commune served as the foundational management unit, beneath which lay the production brigade, followed by the production team. El Hai held the position of team leader within the production team. Their village constituted a production team, albeit under the jurisdiction of the Qinglong Brigade. The Qinglong Brigade, also known as the 2nd Brigade, encompassed El Jiazhuang, a small village that scarcely qualified as a brigade. However, El Jiazhuang was somewhat unique, as it was directly affiliated with the farm. Thus, although it was formally a production team, the 2nd Brigade comprised only El Jiazhuang and a few minority enclaves on the mountain. Therefore, while El Hai had a brigade leader above him, his authority as the production team leader effectively extended across the entire brigade. He governed the whole village. Typically, a production team would consist of 20 to 30 households. But El Jiazhuang, with over 80 households, was predominantly managed by El Hai alone. The brigade above was merely a nominal entity, with its headquarters situated at the foot of the mountain, making it quite challenging to convene meetings. Unfortunately, the vast expanse of Qinglongdu, with its sparse population, made it exceedingly difficult to gather individuals. Consequently, El Jiazhuang, despite its modest scale, could not function independently as a production brigade. As for the commune, it had no direct oversight over farm matters. The farm itself was a state-run entity. In essence, although it appeared that the farm was under the commune's purview, in reality, the farm operated independently of the commune's directives. The commune was eager to assert its authority, especially given the limited population, and since the farm had raised certain issues, they felt compelled to demonstrate their involvement. Unfortunately, this attempt to showcase their authority resulted in a debacle. Pang Bei nodded and remarked, "What a stroke of bad luck." Shuai Suihua interjected with a smile. "All right, enough of your lamentations. It's time to eat." El Hai had been the village's child king since his youth, and El Xiaolan had grown up alongside him. He treated Pang Bei with the same affection as his own children. El Hai, El Jianjun, and Pang Bei shared a drink and some meat. The rough white liquor burned Pang Bei's throat, prompting El Hai to burst into laughter. You may be adept at hunting, but you need practice when it comes to drinking. When you venture into the mountains, drinking is an essential skill. Do you understand? Pang Bei nodded eagerly and replied with a smile, "I will strive to improve." Shuai Suihua chuckled, "Don't heed your uncle's nonsense. If you can't drink, then drink less. It's not anything worthwhile. And you, too, should consider that Xiao Bei is still quite young. Why are you trying to force liquor upon him?" El Hai chuckled and said, "How old is he? In just a year, he'll be marrying. Should he not know how to drink by then? As the time for marriage approaches, one might wonder if intoxicating others is the way to go." LV Jianju nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Xiao Bei. I must inform you that the young men from our village possess an extraordinary capacity for alcohol, so do exercise caution. There are quite a few heavy drinkers among them." LV Hai laughed heartily, adding, "However, what your aunt said holds some truth. It is wise to consume less alcohol, for excessive drinking can hinder our affairs." Pang Bei smacked his lips and remarked, "I'm quite all right. It seems to me there is nothing amiss." LV Hai then offered a piece of braised pork to Pang Bei, urging, "Eat, indulge a little. Being here feels like coming home. By the way, Xiao Bei, have you ventured into the mountains lately?" Pang Bei eagerly devoured the pork and replied, "Yes, as the new year approaches, I plan to gather more provisions for the festivities. Once the heavy snow seals the mountains, I want to be able to go hunting anymore." "Well then," LV Hai suggested, "after you cease your mountain excursions, perhaps you could patrol the village. As the year draws to a close, unsavory characters often emerge. Thieves and bandits are not uncommon. And with the village lacking in able-bodied young men, firearms are in even shorter supply. Since you possess a gun, that could be fortuitous." He continued, "Moreover, I intend for you to mentor those young intellectuals. After all, you have received an education and can converse with them. In our village, There are hardly any who can pursue their studies diligently. Most stop after finishing elementary school. Upon hearing this, Pang Bei couldn't help but chuckle. So I am the village's prodigy. Indeed, you are the only one besides the accountant who has completed junior high, LV High replied, wiping his nose. Pang Bei smiled and said, "That's settled then." As they were enjoying their meal, a flurry of snow began to fall outside, and observing the descending snowflakes, Pang Bei sighed, "It seems I must hasten to hunt. Otherwise, I may truly be unable to venture into the mountains." LV High raised his glass, gazing at the snowflakes swirling outside, and joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, may the coming year bring a bountiful harvest." While they were in the midst of their meal, a sudden, urgent knocking sounded at the door. LV High promptly donned his military coat and stepped outside, inquiring, "Who is it?" "Captain, it's me, LV Xiaowu." "Xiaowu? What brings you here?" "Captain, my daughter has a fever. She's convulsing and may not survive. We must hurry down the mountain to the health station." LV High was taken aback. With the heavy snow falling, how could they possibly descend? Moreover, Pang Bei interjected, "Where is she? We should assess the situation first." LV High, somewhat irritable, responded, "What good is that? We must get her there quickly." Pang Bei continued, "Is there no doctor in the village?" "The village physician is no good." Pang Bei paused. "Physician?" LV High sighed, "Our village lacks a health station. There is one in the Happy Brigade down the mountain, but the journey entails 10-odd miles of treacherous terrain, and such a bumpy ride might worsen her condition." Pang Bei promptly said, "Let us go see her first and evaluate the situation. If necessary, we'll find a way to get her down the mountain. I have experience walking at night. As long as there are medicines, it should be manageable." After contemplating for a moment, LV High agreed. "Then let us first assess the situation." With that, Pang Bei grabbed his leather coat and followed LV Xiaowu to their home. Upon entering the house, Pang Bei was met with the sight of a pallid little girl convulsing in the arms of Lu Xiaowu's wife, while an elderly man beside them shook his head in despair. It appeared that he was the infamous Sun Longzhong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hai understood that immediate action was imperative. Pang Bei approached and felt the child's forehead, which was burning with fever. "This is a case of febrile convulsion. We must act swiftly. Remove the child's clothing. Do we have any antipyretics at home?" Lu Hai suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "The team has paracetamol. Will that do?" "Acetaminophen? That will suffice. And you, Shiwu, boil some water immediately and use lukewarm water to sponge the child. Hurry." Upon hearing the suggestion to undress the child, Sun Longzhong immediately intervened, saying, "She is already so feverish. Undressing her now would only risk hypothermia. It would be better for her to sweat it out on the Kong." Pang Bei was infuriated by the incompetence of this so-called physician. In a fit of rage, he shouted at Sun Longzhong, "Get out of my way. Are you hoping the child will perish? If you wish for her to survive, heed my instructions." At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Hai. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Why are you looking at me? Do as I say. I will fetch the paracetamol." Chapter 43. The versatile player. Due to L Hai's orders, everyone naturally chose to trust him rather than Pang Bei. Pang Bei, unfazed by the situation, took charge, directing everyone in the room. El Shiwu boiled water, while his wife undressed their child, diligently wiping away the sweat. Before long, the water was ready, and they used the warm liquid to sponge the child's body. At that moment, El Hai returned with the medicine, exclaiming, "Quick, I've brought the medicine. Dissolve it in water and administer it to the child." Prompted by Pang Bei's commands, everyone hurried to comply. In a flurry of activity, the child finally ceased convulsing and returned to a state of calm. After approximately 40 minutes, the fever subsided. All eyes widened in astonishment as El Hai grasped Pang Bei's shoulder tightly, saying, "You actually know a thing or two about medicine?" "What do I know about medicine? I've merely encountered such situations before and learned a trick or two from doctors," Pang Bei replied, though he was not entirely truthful. As a special forces soldier, emergency field first aid was an essential skill he had mastered. Though the fever had diminished, antibiotics were still necessary. Pang Bei gazed at the little girl's rosy cheeks and remarked, El Hai quietly noted, "It's late at night, and antibiotics will be hard to come by. However, it's safer for adults to go out than to take the child with us. How about you accompany me, Xiao Bei, to find a doctor?" "Sure." Pang Bei nodded in agreement. El Hai smiled and added, "You all stay with the child. Xiao Bei and I will fetch the medicine." As they ventured out, El Hai could not help but inquire, "You really possess a multitude of skills. If it weren't for you being Lanzi's child, I might suspect you were a spy. Without specialized training, how do you know how to shoot and administer treatment?" Pang Bei chuckled, "Captain, we are of good stock. When the time comes, I will fight with all my might on the battlefield. El Hai looked at Pang Bei and patted his shoulder, saying, no need for you to risk your life. The battle is nearly over. Just stay home and be safe. The two men braved the snow and wind as they made their way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Pang Bei's ankles were numb from the cold by the time they arrived at the health station. Once inside, El Hai shook off the snow from his clothes. The on-duty doctor at the health station was momentarily taken aback upon seeing El Hai and Pang Bei armed. But he breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing El Hai. Captain El, what brings you out on such a dark, snowy night? El Hai chuckled. Dr. Zhang. There's a child with a fever. I believe it's called, what was that term? Bei? Convulsion. Ah, yes, convulsion. Doctor. Zhang immediately turned his gaze to Pang Bei, exclaiming, Isn't this Bei? What brings you here? Pang Bei was equally astonished, replying, Dr. Zhang? You've been reassigned here? No wonder I haven't seen you. Dr. Zhang quickly handed Pang Bei an enamel teacup, urging him to drink before discussing further. After sipping the warm water, Pang Bei finally began to feel warm again and proceeded to recount the details regarding the child's condition. Dr. Zhang chuckled. You've often come here to learn from me, and now you've put it to good use. Lu Hai, astonished, inquired, do you know him? Has Bei studied under you? Dr. Zhang replied with a smile. Their family values sons over daughters. His sister, Xiao Qian, has frequently been ill, so he often brought her here for treatment. Later, after facing punishment at home, he sought to learn some treatment methods for common ailments from me to help his sister. This boy is truly commendable. Lu Hai felt relieved, so that's how it is. Dr. Zhang continued, by the way, Captain Lu, Pang Bei is correct. Antibiotics are indeed necessary. I have some oil of penicillin here. Take it with you, but remember to have the child take it with warm water. As he spoke, Dr. Zhang retrieved the medicine. Lu Hai laughed. You're quite something, a true polymath. Dr. Zhang drew some oil into a glass syringe, injected it into an empty bottle, and handed it to Lu Hai. How much do I owe you? Lu Hai asked. Oh, just take it. What do I need money for? Doctor. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Lu Hai nodded with a smile. All right, then I thank you on behalf of the child. He tucked the medicine into his coat. The oil Dr. Zhang referred to was, in fact, an early form of penicillin. This oily penicillin was considered miraculous at the time. It could effectively treat fevers with remarkable speed. However, as antibiotics evolved, their efficacy diminished, often requiring a full course for ailments that once could be cured with a single dose, all under the guise of promoting health. Yet, those who lived through that era didn't seem to suffer shorter lifespans. In contrast, health experts touted longevity while living to a mere 45. Pang Bei accompanied Lu Hai on their arduous journey back, battling the wind and the blizzard that whipped snowflakes against their faces. What once seemed like fluffy feathers now felt like sharp blades striking their skin, causing Pang Bei's cheeks to sting painfully. Upon reaching the village, he discovered his face had been frostbitten, with cracks oozing blood. Yet, he could not dwell on this discomfort. His focus remained on administering medicine to the little girl. And gradually, her condition began to improve. A sigh of relief escaped Pang Bei, and the other adults shared in the sentiment. Thank you, Bei. Without you, my child might not have survived this ordeal. Pang Bei smiled. All right, Xiao Wu, let us not exchange such formalities. If there is nothing else, my captain and I will take our leave. Thank you. Truly, thank you both. Lu Hai patted Lu Xiao Wu on the shoulder and led Pang Bei back. Upon arriving home, Sun Suihua noticed the frostbite on Pang Bei's face and immediately grew anxious. What happened to you, child? Wait a moment. I'll get you some lard. Lu Hai, seeing the frostbite, chuckled. You're still savoring the tender meat, I see. Pang Bei, feeling embarrassed, responded. I've been down in the valley and didn't realize the mountain winds were so fierce. Lu Hai patted him on the back, laughing, it's nothing. You'll get used to it. Sun Suihua applied the lard to Pang Bei's frostbite and then invited him to sleep at the head of the Kong with Lu Hai. Finally, he could rest and felt his eyelids growing heavy. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already early the next day. After rising, he had breakfast at El Hai's home, and it was only after Sun Suihua and El Hai permitted him that he was able to return home. As Pang Bei emerged from the captain's house, he encountered individuals along the way who greeted him warmly, and he could sense their acknowledgement of him. Just as Pang Bei was about to leave the village and ascend the mountain path, someone suddenly called out to him, Comrade Pang Bei, please wait a moment. Startled, Pang Bei turned around to see Zhao Xiaodian, her hair styled in two large braided pigtails, rushing towards him. Comrade Pang Bei, I have heard that you are the only one in the village permitted to sell meat, correct? Our companion is injured and in need of nourishment. Could you possibly sell us a bit of meat? Chapter 44. A bounty beyond imagination. Pang Bei was taken aback. Purchasing meat? If it were the villagers, it would be manageable, however, given their circumstances. He genuinely feared the loose lips of the villagers, especially the educated youth who might twist his words against him. Where could he go to defend himself? It is prudent to have no ill intentions but to remain cautious of others. In a hushed tone, Pang Bei remarked, "You must consult the team leader. This is beyond my purview." He merely stated that the members could partake, as we are all compensated according to our labor. I do not receive grain, and the team leader arranged this out of necessity since everyone is unable to access meat. Zhao Xiaoyan's face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Then, could you accompany me to speak with the team leader? Our group truly needs a supplement." After pondering for a while, Pang Bei replied, "All right, let us go. I will take you to see the team leader." He did not shy away from selling meat, as it was an opportunity for profit, yet to avoid any potential backlash, he felt compelled to follow the proper channels. As they made their way to the team leader's home, Zhao Xiaotian, her cheeks still rosy, curiously inquired, "Comrade Pang Bei, I heard that you once killed the Wolf King? Is it true?" Pang Bei responded with a slight nod. "It was nothing extraordinary. It is part of my duty to ensure the village's safety. Have I not mentioned that in revolutionary endeavors, no role is beneath another? As long as one contributes to the motherland, one will shine brightly wherever they are." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xiaoyan's cheeks glowed with a deeper hue as she smiled and remarked, "Comrade Pang Bei, your awareness is truly admirable." Pang Bei merely nodded in acknowledgement. Although Zhao Xiaotian was quite attractive, he did not find her appealing. He sensed a fundamental difference between them, feeling that they were not of the same ilk and could never truly connect. Her aspirations were lofty. Despite her gentle appearance, her standards were high. Pang Bei, however, was a pragmatic individual focused solely on survival, which led to his rather subdued demeanor. Upon reaching Lu Hai's home, they encountered him just as he was preparing to step out. "Xiao Bei, why are you back again?" Lu Hai was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Zhao Xiaotian. "Zhao Xiaotian, what brings you here?" Zhao Xiaotian quickly explained, "Captain Lu, someone in our educated youth group has been injured and requires meat for nourishment." Lu Hai glanced at Pang Bei, a look of confusion crossing his face. However, after a moment's reflection, he grasped the situation. He spoke softly, "We need to discuss this at the team office. Xiao Bei, you should return home for now. I will accompany Zhao Xiaotian to the office to vote on this matter." Pang Bei nodded with a smile and promptly turned to head home. Finally, he could return, and he hurried back. Upon arriving, he found his mother, Lu Xiaolan, rising joyfully at his return. "Did you sleep well at the team leader's home yesterday?" Pang Bei replied with a smile, "Quite well, mother. You're up early to work." Lu Xiaolan responded with a smile, "I need to process these wolf pelts to make you a wolf skin mattress. Next year, we will also have a Kong at home." Pang Bei nodded with a grin, casually finding a wooden stool to sit on. At that moment, 2 wolf cubs bounded over, playfully circling him. He glanced around and soon spotted Dodgy lazily emerging, finding a sun-drenched spot to lie down and nap. "Indeed, mother. The captain has suggested that I join the patrol team and accompany everyone during our rounds when there is nothing else to do." El Shulan paused her work, contemplating before responding, "Are you not a bit too young to be patrolling so early?" Pang Bei could not help but chuckle. "Did you not just say it was time for me to marry?" El Shulan laughed. "Well, the matchmaker informed us that they are not interested. My aunt came by this morning and mentioned that when she approached them, they deemed us too poor." Pang Bei felt an immense joy within, though he feigned annoyance. "Poor? Are we really poor? Which family in the village can compare to ours, eating meat at every meal? And our grain supplies are ample." El Xiaolan looked at Pang Bei and remarked, "But you are not keen on it either, are you?" "That is different. They are looking down on me," he retorted. El Xiaolan chuckled, "All right, if they do not fancy you, then so be it. What does it matter?" Pang Bei sighed dramatically and feigned resignation. "You are right, mother. Let them say what they will. We know how well we are living. By the way, I plan to take a stroll in the mountains shortly. If those young intellectuals come by to buy meat, please sell them some, but remember to ask for the captain's approval." El Xiaolan replied with confusion, "Buy meat? Why not just give it to them?" Pang Bei laughed. "The captain fears they might turn against us after eating the meat. That would be disastrous. Selling hunted meat is a serious offense." El Xiaolan pondered for a moment before nodding. "The captain is right. One must not harbor malicious intentions, yet one should remain vigilant." Pang Bei smiled and said, "You echo the captain's sentiments, mother. I shall bring some food and take a stroll in the mountains. I will return before sunset. Be careful." and do not act recklessly. Do you hear me? Understood. Pang Bei grinned as he entered the house to fetch a bag of grain, then turned to the fox. Would you like to accompany me for a walk? The fox lifted her eyes, shook her fur, and languidly followed Pang Bei outside. He could not help but smile. Thinking to himself, she really does seem quite clever. Pang Bei led Daji through the mountains, with him in the lead and Daji following closely. His primary objective was to retrieve the rifle he had acquired the previous day. Following the narrow path, as they descended the slope, the fox suddenly blocked Pang Bei's way. Unwilling to proceed, it seemed as though he understood her intent as he said, Daji, I worked hard yesterday to obtain a Type 38 rifle. If I do not bring it back, all my efforts will have been in vain. With a powerful gun, we can hunt larger prey, do you not agree? The fox's eyes flickered, and she stepped aside, allowing Pang Bei to continue. As they retraced yesterday's route, it was nearing afternoon when Pang Bei finally arrived at the old forest edge. Noticing that yesterday's footprints remained, with no new tracks in sight, Pang Bei felt a wave of relief. Following the traces left behind, he began to dig in the snow and soon unearthed the concealed Type 38 rifle. Subsequently, he prepared to search for the 3 corpses, but upon reaching the site, he discovered that the bodies were no longer intact. It was evident that the 3 ruffians had been devoured by wild beasts. Nonetheless, Pang Bei managed to find a suitable place to bury them. However, he conducted a thorough search of their belongings and noticed something he had overlooked the previous day. Chui Sanjin possessed a military-grade binocular, inscribed with Japanese characters. Ah, a Japanese binocular? Pang Bei could not help but chuckle. Upon closer examination, he found the binoculars to be in excellent condition and fully functional. This was indeed a valuable item. He hung the binoculars around his neck and continued to search, only to discover an ammunition pouch strapped to Chui Sanjin's waist. Pang Bei was taken aback. This ammunition pouch was a small waist bag used by the Japanese soldiers, standard military issue. Upon opening it, he found over 100 rounds of ammunition. At this point, Pang Bei was utterly bewildered. Where could he have acquired such a treasure? El Hai had mentioned that ammunition for these old firearms was exceedingly rare. How could he possess so much? Furthermore, he had a Japanese waist bag as well. This sturdy leather pouch was square and came in pairs, both worn on the waist. After removing it, Pang Bei fastened the pouch around his own waist. He could not help but sigh. This old fellow was indeed dripping with wealth. After searching the other 2 individuals, he astonishingly discovered 3 more ammunition pouches on the corpulent man, and to his astonishment, he even found a turtle shell box on the slender one. Pang Bei was left in a state of shock, and a sense of trepidation began to wash over him. Chapter 45. The thief. It was abundantly clear that the corpulent fellow was ill-equipped to wield a firearm. He served merely as a carrier for ammunition, dutifully bearing bullets for the 2 individuals. The lean man, on the other hand, appeared somewhat skilled, yet lacked proficiency. Consequently, he brought a scant supply of 8mm pistol rounds, while being heavily laden with rifle cartridges. The firearm, known as the Southern Model 14, unearthed by Pang Bei, featured an enlarged trigger guard, allowing for operation even while donning gloves. Though the weapon was rather unreliable and prone to jamming, its capability to discharge was sufficient. After attending to the unfortunate remains, Pang Bei departed with a sense of relief. Fortuitously, he encountered no tigers during his journey, likely due to their injuries. Opting to recuperate in the mountains rather than venture forth, with the gun in his possession, he merrily sang as he made his way home. However, midway through his trek, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a roe deer foraging for sustenance. This discovery filled him with delight. The firearm in his grasp was a Type 38, also known as the Type 38 carbine, primarily designed for cavalry use, being shorter than the standard Type 38 rifle. It was particularly well suited for frigid terrains, albeit its condition was somewhat disheveled due to neglect. Nevertheless, with proper maintenance, it could still prove functional. Pang Bei secured the gun and meticulously organized the ammunition. This venture had yielded significant rewards. However, the weapon remained unsuitable for immediate use, as it could incite unnecessary complications. He resolved to return home with the firearm first. As he retraced his steps, Pang Bei encountered a majestic stag along the way. The creature was impressively large. Unable to suppress his excitement upon sighting the male deer, he carefully scanned the surroundings to ensure no onlookers were present before removing the gun to take aim. This rifle was capable of precise shooting within a range of 400 meters, and for a sharpshooter of Pang Bei's caliber, such a feat was effortlessly attainable. With fluidity, he chambered a round and stealthily approached, his exceptional concealment rendering him undetected by the deer. When he found himself only 300 meters away from the stag, He paused. At this distance, a slow-fire mechanism would likely fail. However, the Type 38 was more than adequate. Its theoretical range extended to 2,000 meters. Though such a distance was largely impractical, reliant more on chance than skill. Nevertheless, at 300 meters, Pang Bei felt an unwavering confidence. He cautiously lifted the rifle, aligning his sights on the stag's head. In that fleeting moment, the deer seemed to sense something amiss, becoming alert, while Pang Bei held his breath, vanishing into stillness. In mere seconds, he entered a focused state, calculating wind speed, distance, and terrain within the confines of his mind. Soon, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The stag darted a few paces before collapsing, a gratifying shot. Pang Bei's elation was palpable. While cinematic portrayals often boasted of the Type 38's penetrating power, claiming it would leave only a single wound, such assertions were merely a matter of probability. One could only test such claims by experiencing it firsthand. Although its stopping power pales in comparison to that of small-caliber rifle ammunition, its lethality is still commendable. With a single shot, it sent the majestic deer to its demise. Pang Bei approached, gazing at the fallen creature with a faint smile. Not bad at all, with this gun in hand. Venturing into the mountains come spring will be a breeze. Just as Pang Bei bound the deer's legs in preparation for his return, he was suddenly alerted by a rustling sound behind him. Instinctively, his hand reached for the firearm at his waist. In an instant, 2 wolves leapt from the thicket. Good heavens! They still bear a grudge? Pang Bei couldn't help but chuckle. Bearing a grudge is clever, but foolishly so. For I am no longer the same person who battled you that day. Without allowing the wolves a moment to react, he fired 2 shots. And soon they joined their wolf king in the afterlife. Armed with a gun, Pang Bei had become an embodiment of invincibility. Casting a glance at his quarry, he couldn't suppress a cold sneer. Ha! Do they truly underestimate my capability? In their next lives, let them remember to keep their distance from those who wield firearms. Having gathered his spoils, he hummed a cheerful tune as he dragged the game home. He hadn't anticipated such a fruitful hunt on his way back. Yet upon arriving at the entrance of his courtyard, the sky had already darkened. From a distance, Pang Bei spotted a flickering light at the gate. As he drew nearer, he realized it was his mother, holding a lantern, waiting for him. Home, indeed, is that place where a light is always left on for you. A warmth surged in his heart as he entered with Daji, seeking his mother, El Sholan. Upon seeing her son return, El Sholan couldn't help but scold him. Where have you been? Why are you so late? Pang Bei chuckled. Look. El Sholan's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the bounty in her son's hands. What's this? Wolves too? Pang Bei grinned. They practically delivered themselves to me. I merely took them down with a shot each. El Sholan laughed. How bold you are. My son. We must take action when we see wolves in our vicinity. The captain has been so good to us. We cannot shirk our responsibilities. Hearing her son's reasoning, El Sholan nodded in agreement. With a smile, she declared, Indeed, that's my son. You've done well. I've prepared a feast for you. Come inside and rest. I will serve you. El Sholan cheerfully helped Pang Bei bring the game into the courtyard, placing it in the cellar, and then prepared a meal for both him and Daji. Daji naturally sat down to eat, unconcerned with anything else. Pang Bei, while enjoying his meal, inquired, By the way, Mother, have the educated youth come to buy meat yet? Yes, they have. I received $1, courtesy of the captain, and the meat was taken by him as well. Pang Bei nodded thoughtfully. El Sholan added with a grin, The captain said you were right to handle it this way. We must not give anyone grounds for complaint. If they were to report us, we would all suffer the consequences. Pang Bei chuckled. To be fair, they are quite pitiable, having left home so far away, without anyone to care for them. Well, it seems they have settled in. The people have been assigned to their posts. Pang Bei wiped his mouth and continued. By the way, Mother, in the past few days, I have resolved to gather more provisions, ensuring that we have ample food for ourselves while considering whether we might exchange any surplus within the village. This is certainly feasible. Though our household is not in want of grain, what would we trade? Pang Bei could not help but chuckle, suggesting that if there is anything we lack, we might as well barter for it. After all, having just arrived, our resources are rather limited. We could have them sign a receipt or ask the team leader to vouch for us, and come spring, we could arrange for a heated Kong and further housing. El Sholan pondered her son's words and softly replied, I believe it would be more prudent for the team leader to approach us directly. When the time comes, the leader could organize assistance. This seems the most reliable approach. Pang Bei nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I think that's a splendid idea. This way, our family can indeed improve our circumstances. Improve what exactly? Is our life not already satisfactory? El Xiaolan could not suppress her laughter. However, just as Pang Bei was enjoying the moment, Daji suddenly lifted her head and gazed towards the door. Pang Bei halted, his expression shifting to one of icy seriousness. El Xiaolan, taken aback, followed his gaze outside and inquired, "What is it?" Pang Bei seized the gun from the table and declared, "We are being robbed." Chapter 46. A warning through punishment. Upon hearing her son mention a theft, Lu Xiaolan was taken aback. Pang Bei gestured for his mother to remain silent as he approached the door. The moment he opened it, Daji darted out with a swift motion. In the darkness, her eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, making her appear quite terrifying. Pang Bei's silhouette cast a long shadow across the snow. He noticed two individuals crouching near the cellar, attempting to pilfer deer. His sudden presence interrupted their thievery, and he raised his firearm, declaring, "Stealing is not a commendable habit." The two men froze in place, their eyes widening as they turned to face the ominous muzzle of the gun aimed squarely at them. The sight of the weapon filled them with dread, and at that moment, one of them let out a pained yelp. Seizing the opportunity, Daji launched a surprise attack, sinking her teeth into one man's wrist. Startled by the pain, he released the deer, and a heavy thud echoed through the yard as something substantial hit the ground. "There is no escape. Drop your weapons and lie on the ground. Show me your hands." They realized that fleeing was futile. No human legs could outrun a bullet, especially with Pang Bei being a renowned hunter in the village, famous for his marksmanship. Terrified, they prostrated themselves on the ground as Pang Bei approached, binding them securely with rope. Only when Pang Bei had tied them up did Lu Xiaolan muster the courage to lift an oil lamp and approach. Bathed in its light, Pang Bei finally discerned the identities of the two men. "Qian Matzi and Old Uncle?" Lu Xiaolan exclaimed, astonished. Pang Bei was taken aback. "Old Uncle? Isn't that my uncle? Mother, do you know them?" With a sigh, Lu Xiaolan explained, "In terms of lineage, you must address him as uncle. The other is your granduncle, the youngest son of your great-grandmother." Pang Bei was left speechless. "Great-grandmother? I have never heard of her." Lu Xiaolan sighed again. "He is your grandmother's brother, but they share different mothers. We have no significant ties with them." Pang Bei murmured, "But why are they staying with us?" "Indeed." Lu Xiaolan nodded, and Pang Bei continued, "Let us take them to the captain." However, Lu Xiaolan pulled him back, saying, "Let us not. They are still relatives. It would be embarrassing if this got out." Pang Bei looked at his mother and retorted, "If we let this slide, will our family ever find peace? What if I am not home?" Lu Xiaolan hesitated and then softly conceded, "All right, you decide." Pang Bei then escorted the two men to find Lu Hai. Upon arriving at Lu Hai's residence, he was met with the sight of the two crouching at the door, their faces flushing with shame. "Do you two have no sense of shame? How can you steal from your own relatives? Do you not fear the law?" Faced with Lu Hai's furious reprimand, the two men remained silent. Enraged, Lu Hai delivered a forceful kick, demanding, "Speak. If you don't, I'll have you sent to the police station." The mention of the police sent them into a panic, and they quickly pleaded, "Captain, please, we only wanted some meat, nothing more. If everyone thinks like you, how do you expect others to live their lives? What do you call this behavior? Criminal. I assure you, there will be a meeting tomorrow to criticize you. And there is no escaping that. This time, I can spare you from confinement. But if there is a next time, be prepared to face the consequences." "I dare not. I dare not." Upon hearing that Lu Hai would not escort them to the police station, the two lost their temper. Lu Hai turned to Pang Bei and asked, "What do you think of this handling? After all, you are directly involved." Pang Bei glanced at the two of them and said, "Regardless of your relationship with my mother, if you dare to steal from my home again, my gun may not be so compliant." Lu Hai added, "From now on, you can shoot. It won't matter if you kill them. How dare they learn to steal? It has been ages since anyone in our production team has had the audacity to do so. This is an affront to us. And I will definitely address this issue tomorrow. You just reminded me, anyone who dares to steal in the future will face lethal consequences." Upon hearing Lu Hai's words about killing without consequence, the two turned pale with fear. Lu Hai sneered, "Now you know fear? What were you thinking back then? Pang Bei is our village's guardian of the mountain. He earns his keep through hard work. Your theft is akin to undermining the public trust and jeopardizing the safety of our production team. Let me make it clear. If you dare to steal from the mountain again, if he lets you off, I certainly will not." With Lu Hai's backing, Pang Bei felt reassured. After all, he intended for this incident to serve as a warning to others, not to assume that their leniency would allow them to brazenly pilfer meat from the mountain. Were they seeking their own demise? Under normal circumstances, this matter could have been brushed aside without severe punishment. However, Lu Hai had his own considerations. Pang Bei was far too capable to be underutilized here. Yet, for the production team, Pang Bei's strength was indispensable. Without him, selecting the next guardian of the mountain would be exceedingly difficult. Although Pang Bei seemed to live leisurely here, if the farm were to recruit him, he would not only have a similar existence, but also receive a salary. In the mountain village, there is more than just the Lu family. The farm also lies close to the mountains, requiring protection from wild beasts, and there are many skilled hunters there. However, none possess prowess comparable to Pang Bei's. Should he go there, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a valuable asset. Thus, to retain Pang Bei, a firm stance must be established. The audacity of these two thieves to target Pang Bei's home was truly reckless. This could not be tolerated. Therefore, Lu Hai felt compelled to set an example. Otherwise, these individuals might become even bolder. As for Pang Bei, he was indifferent to where he lived, as long as he had a place to live well. The current situation was quite comfortable, so he had no intention of leaving. After handing the culprits over to Lu Hai, Pang Bei returned home to the mountain. By midday the following day, a meeting was indeed convened in the village. Lu Hai solemnly elucidated the significance of Pang Bei to the crowd, emphasizing that without Pang Bei, their entire Lu family village would be besieged by wild beasts. Incidents of wild animals injuring villagers occurred annually, and at times, fatalities ensued. Thus, Lu Hai clarified the paramount importance of Pang Bei and established a rule. Anyone who dared to harm Pang Bei would find themselves unable to remain in the village. Such a stern warning left the villagers wary of offending Pang Bei, and even those with ulterior motives quickly abandoned their thoughts. They realized that succumbing to momentary temptation could jeopardize their future livelihoods. Consequently, the villagers demonstrated obedience. However, Pang Bei was absent at that moment, engaged in hunting deep within the mountains. Yet, this time, his hunting expedition led him to a most unusual discovery. He stood astonished in the snow. His expression one of disbelief as he gazed upon a corpse buried beneath the snow. How could it possibly be a child? Chapter 47. A sense of justice. Pang Bei gazed in astonishment at the lifeless body, his mind reeling. Upon examining the corpse, he discerned signs of violence. A frown creased his brow. Who could be so callous as to inflict harm upon a child? He glanced around, searching for traces along the path, which seemed to lead not towards the village, but rather down the mountain. A sudden chill gripped his heart as he instinctively grasped his firearm. He turned back, determined to seek out Lu Hai. Hunting was no longer an option. How could one proceed under such circumstances? It was imperative to inform Lu Hai. Pang Bei hurriedly retraced his steps, finding Lu Hai, who appeared momentarily taken aback. The child's body. You are aware of the situation here, right? It was a girl, wasn't it? Pang Bei nodded in affirmation. Lu Hai continued. She was abandoned up in the mountains. It was a deliberate act. Left to freeze to death. Pang Bei's voice dropped to a whisper. Captain, she did not die from the cold. She was tortured to death. Lu Hai was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. What did you say? I examined the scene. It was quite horrific, and the perpetrator is a deviant. At this revelation, Lu Hai could hardly bear to listen further. It must have been a solitary man in the mountains. Captain, even if they could not care for her, does that justify leaving her to freeze to death? This is evidently a homicide. If you choose to ignore it, I will report it to the police station myself. Lu Hai sighed, conceding, you possess a commendable sense of justice, my boy. Pang Bei clenched his fists, fixing his gaze upon Lu Hai. What if this child belonged to our production team, or was related to you? Evil thrives when it is tolerated, does it not? If you choose to disregard it, and I choose to disregard it, and everyone turns a blind eye, what purpose does the law serve? What will protect us, our firearms? Captain, we are liberated now. We are a nation. The deceased was one of your compatriots. At Pang Bei's fervent inquiry, Lu Hai furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he replied, very well. You are right. Let us retrieve the body and prevent the beasts from consuming it. I will arrange for someone to call the authorities and summon personnel from the farm. Pang Bei nodded vigorously and stepped outside, but Lu Hai called after him. Why are you in such a hurry? I have yet to gather my men. Wait for me. Lu Hai instructed the deputy captain and several militiamen to follow, directing Pang Bei to lead the way to the corpse. Meanwhile, he made a phone call to report to his superiors. Upon receiving the news, the farm indeed responded promptly. As dusk approached, personnel from the farm, accompanied by police officers, arrived. Several vehicles entered the production team area. They inquired about the situation in detail, and Pang Bei recounted everything he had observed and the clues he had gathered at the scene as thoroughly as possible. Zhao Changhe from the police station was taken aback. Young man, what do you do? You are remarkably professional. Lu Hai chuckled from the side. This is our production team's guardian of the mountains, Pang Bei. Zhao Changha stared, assessing Pang Bei with surprise. This is just a mere boy. He is your production team's guardian? Lu Hai chuckled, although Xiao Bei is young. He comes from a lineage of hunters. His grandfather was a guardian of the mountains from our previous generation. It is simply that the old gentleman's legs have failed him, and thus he has taken over. He has learned his skills quite well. Zhao Changha responded with a smile. I see. This young comrade is indeed a talent. Old Lu, your production team is truly fortunate. At that moment, a female police officer approached, saluted, and said, Director, we have conducted the examination, and it corroborates what Comrade Pang Bei mentioned. The situation is extremely dire. This child endured inhumane abuse during their lifetime. Zhao Chang's expression shifted slightly, and he replied with a grim demeanor, since there are traces indicating descent from the mountain. There are only two possibilities. Either the individuals from the production team below are involved, or the notorious bandits hiding in the mountains. Xiao Lu, which do you think it is? The police officer pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. It is hard to say. After all, the clues are incomplete. Moreover, if there are people hiding in the mountains, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them. At this juncture, Pang Bei interjected. If the girl was taken from the village below into the mountains, the sheer number of eyes in that area would make it nearly impossible to remain entirely concealed. Surely, a child would cry out for help, wouldn't he? Of course, we cannot disregard one possibility, that this child was abandoned in the mountains and subsequently encountered by evildoers. However, at this time of year, the only individuals likely to be traversing the mountains are guardians like myself, or... Pang Bei trailed off. Zhao Changha clenched his fists and murmured, bandits. Chui Sanjin. The police officer sighed. We have apprehended Chui Sanjin multiple times, but he is armed, and the mountainous terrain is vast, making capture challenging. Pang Bei shook his head. That does not seem likely. If it were Chui Sanjin, why would he bring the child to the mountains? That would be superfluous. Besides, there are no signs of habitation on the slopes. I patrol this area frequently and would certainly have noticed. Perhaps we have overlooked another possibility. There may be human traffickers in these mountains. This child might have been sold. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The likelihood of Pang Bei's assertion was significant. Zhao Changha spoke softly. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Xiao Lu, take a few comrades to the village below and inquire with the production team leader if any children have gone missing. Additionally, find out if there have been any reports of child disappearances in the vicinity. Pang Bei, you appear to be quite familiar with this area. Would you guide us into the mountains tomorrow for a search? By the way, do you have a firearm? Pang Bei glanced at Lu Hai, who then smiled and said, Director Xiao, this child was expelled by his father and returned with his mother, who is one of us. The firearms in the village have long been rendered inoperative, and we have yet to secure replacements. Zhao Changha grinned. Old Lu, speak plainly. If you're asking for a gun from me, that's impossible. A permit could be arranged. However, if this child is wandering alone in the mountains, I refuse to believe that you all haven't sought out firearms. In truth, he had long since grown accustomed to such matters, knowing that many of the militia members in various production teams possessed unregistered firearms. This is all too common. The crane cannot keep up. Moreover, they genuinely require assistance as the number of police officers is woefully inadequate. In total, there are merely a handful of officers. What can they accomplish? El Hai chuckled, saying, as long as you grant approval, this child might encounter fewer troubles. Zhao Changha gestured to Pang Bei and remarked, your captain is here, along with Xiao Lu. Please register this child and issue him a permit. However, child, while you may carry a firearm, it is only permitted while patrolling the mountains. In other words, you can bear arms on the mountain, but not beyond this area. Do you understand? Pang Bei nodded, affirming, understood. I shall strictly adhere to the regulations. Zhao Changha smiled and patted Pang Bei on the shoulder, exclaiming, what a fine young man you are. How could you be cast aside? What is your father's name? Is he truly so blind? Your sister's in loss. Chapter 48. A surprising relation. Zhao Changha's eyes widened in disbelief. He was well aware of his sister's character, yet every time she returned home, she would claim that her sister-in-law treated her kindly. Their family was far from exemplary, particularly the eldest son, who was nothing short of a coward, intimidated outside yet domineering at home. Zhao Changha furrowed his brow and inquired, what transpired? Did your father cast you out? Pang Bei replied in a hushed tone, indeed. My mother was beaten to a pulp, and unable to contain my anger, I confronted them. They ordered us to leave. So I made a decisive choice to accompany my mother into the mountains. It was a necessity for us to hunt, but fortunately, I seemed to possess an innate talent for it, thus living up to the captain's expectations. Zhao Changhe remarked, Pang Yugue is indeed ruthless, to send such a grown son up the mountains. Meanwhile, he keeps that useless offspring close by. What nonsense. Pang Bei remained silent, and Zhao Changhe chuckled. It appears we share a familial bond. Your second Anne often speaks highly of your maturity. Today, I witnessed your commendable sense of justice. Fear not, proceed without concern. But remember this, firearms are not to be taken out of the mountains, understood? Pang Bei nodded in affirmation. Zhao Changhe then turned to the female officer, saying, Xiao Lu, upon returning, ensure he is registered. This child is of good character. Xiao Lu nodded, having formed a favorable impression of Pang Bei, recognizing his sense of justice and capability. Based on his earlier description of the girl's clues, it was evident that Pang Bei was quite competent. Equipping him with a firearm could prove advantageous. He might become an asset to their efforts. After all, during investigations, they primarily relied on militia assistance, and navigating the mountains required the expertise of seasoned hunters. Director Zhao, I believe Comrade Pang Bei possesses commendable skills and should be considered for our patrol team. This would significantly aid us in our search for Chui Sanjin and similar tasks. Furthermore, the city has mandated that we. Zhao Changhe pondered for a moment before asking, Xiao Bei, what are your thoughts? Pang Bei promptly stood and replied, I have no objections, but El Hai interjected with a smile, there is no need for you to pursue him. That child has already dealt with Chui Sanjin. Both Zhao Changhe and Xiao Lu were taken aback. What? Zhao Changhe exclaimed, grasping Pang Bei's arm. What have you done? You killed Chui Sanjin? Pang Bei realized that maintaining silence was no longer tenable. Moreover, El Hai had initially worried that his secrets might lead to complications. If any of the educated youth were to let slip, it could spell trouble for him. Therefore, it was wiser to openly confess to the police, minimizing potential issues. In a low voice, he admitted, yes, he is dead, and I nearly faced dire consequences myself. By the way, I found a Type 38 rifle on them, which I have at home. Zhao Changhe glanced at Pang Bei, then turned to El Hai, stating, so we now have a firearm? Xiao Lu furrowed her brow, asking, Director, is this not? Zhao Changhe raised his hand. The higher-ups are after Chui Sanjin. Who knows what he had on him? Xiao Lu pondered for a moment before inquiring. And where is the body? Pang Bei hastily remarked, there are tigers near the old forest, which is extremely perilous. Even though we are numerous, we cannot dismiss the risk of an attack. Zhao Changhe pondered for a moment. You are correct. The enemy is aware of our presence while we are left in the dark. Have you dealt with the body? I buried it, though it was in the snow. By the time we return, the corpse will have been gnawed upon by wild beasts, either a mountain eagle or the tiger, Pang Bei replied. There were 3 in total. Zhao Changhe furrowed his brow and inquired, 3? Are you certain? Pang Bei hesitated briefly before nodding. The team leader can attest to that. El Hai promptly explained, indeed. 3 individuals. Not only I can testify, but those few youth in distress can as well. Xiao Bei and I went to find them. They were lost, and we. Zhao Changhe waved his hand. No, I do not doubt you. It is this group. A total of 7. Both Pang Bei and El Hai were taken aback, with El Hai particularly drenched in cold sweat. 7? They killed 3 of them. The remaining 4 will surely seek revenge. Zhao Changhe continued in a hushed tone. It is possible they are behind this. Perhaps it serves as a warning for you. We must capture those remaining 4 at all costs. Xiao Bei, do you dare accompany us up the mountain to apprehend the others? Without hesitation, Pang Bei responded, of course. My mother and sister are up there. I often go hunting. If they retaliate while I am away, I cannot even bear to think of it. Zhao Changhe nodded and added, then we shall remain here today. At dawn tomorrow, we will set out for the back mountain. You will lead the way. And remember to bring sufficient ammunition. Pang Bei nodded and said, all right, then, Zhao, I shall return home. I am worried about my mother and sister. Huh, you are such a dutiful child. Go on. Pang Bei immediately turned to leave. Once he was gone, Zhao Changhe sighed, what a fine young man. The Pang family has truly raised a good child. El Hai also sighed, this boy is unfortunate. When he first arrived, he had nothing to eat or drink and nearly froze to death on the mountain. By the way, should I not bring the militia tomorrow? Zhao Changhe shook his head. No, too many people would merely increase the risk of exposure. How many guns does your village possess? Speak honestly. El Hai contemplated and replied, 3. Xiao Bei has a Type 38 rifle and a bolt-action rifle, while I only have a single-barrel shotgun. Zhao Changhe continued, shotguns are not very effective. Tell me, can this boy handle a weapon? Hai couldn't help but chuckle. That kid is a genius. He killed Chui Sanjin, and at first, he was so frightened he couldn't move, but he quickly recovered. He is braver than I was. I was terrified, but this lad didn't even wet his pants. The female officer couldn't contain her laughter. Zhao Chang'e glanced at her. What are you laughing at? It's concerning to not fear killing at such close range. If he can wield a gun, that would be splendid. I will grant him the title of patrol officer. It would provide him with a modest annual subsidy, helping him somewhat. Upon hearing this, Hai immediately stood up and said, Then I must thank you on behalf of the boy. In this household, there exists no source of livelihood. It entirely relies on Pang Bei bringing bad provisions from outside. Zhao Chang'e chuckled. All right, let us speak no more of it. After all, we share some familial ties, and any assistance is appreciated. At this moment, the female officer interjected. By the way, Captain LV, who taught Pang Bei to shoot. To have killed Chui Sanjin is no trivial feat. As far as I know, Chui Sanjin has served as a militia member and is quite skilled with firearms in their production team. Zhao Chang'e turned his gaze towards LV Hai, who could not help but smile. I am not boasting. I taught this lad myself. However, it seems he possesses an innate talent for marksmanship. I merely instructed him on how to shoot, and after 2 practice rounds with my single barrel, he mastered it. If it weren't for his mother's attachment to him and our production team's reliance on him, I would have seriously considered sending him to the army. He is undoubtedly a sharpshooter, a remarkable talent. At this point, LV Hai suddenly paused, as a thought struck him. He then promptly stated, By the way, Director Zhao, I am uncertain if this qualifies as a lead, but the Bei family was robbed yesterday, and today the body was discovered. Does that not suggest something significant? When I inquired why they stole meat, they claimed it was out of greed. Did they truly steal the meat? Why not simply ask for it? They are not individuals who would shy away from such demands. Could it be that they were merely scouting? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang'e sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Why did you not mention this sooner? Such a crucial lead. Where are those 2 thieves? Quickly, summon them. LV Hai hurriedly dispatched someone to locate them, but soon returned with troubling news. Captain Motzi and his father have both vanished. Chapter 49. The moment of the hunt. As he ascended the mountain, Pang Bei sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. His gaze, as cold and sharp as twin steel blades, pierced the direction of the woods, seemingly poised to reap the lives of his adversaries. The intensity of his stare compelled the figures concealed within the thicket to cower, one of them whispering in trepidation, Brother, have we been discovered? Impossible, another replied. We are too far away for him to notice us. He merely glanced this way by chance. Pang Bei, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle, retorted, Soon you shall understand the consequences of provoking your master, Fan Mujio. With that, he turned and swiftly made his way home. Upon his return, Lu Xiulan hurried over, her concern palpable. You're back, my son? What took you so long today? Before she could finish her inquiry, Pang Bei raised a finger to silence her, then grasped his rifle, urging her, Take Xiao Qian to the basement, quickly. Lu Xiulan was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, her son exuded an unfamiliar aura, one that unmistakably signified impending danger. Without further questioning, she swiftly turned to gather Pang Qian and hurried into the basement. Pang Bei glanced at Daji, instructing her, You too, remember to look after my mother and the others. The fox cast a fleeting glance at Pang Bei, let out a soft whimper, and then hurried inside with the little wolf cubs. Pang Bei secured the door and concealed the entrance to the basement. Once he was certain everything was in order, he hefted his rifle, directing his gaze toward the location of his intended targets. Since you have willingly chosen your demise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With that, his figure melded into the shadows of the night. The onlookers, having witnessed Pang Bei's return home, immediately converged, cautiously inching closer in an attempt to ascertain the situation within the house. However, the courtyard was shrouded in darkness, save for a faint glimmer emanating from the window. Damn it, just another pauper. But I cannot let the grievances against San Air go unavenged. A man lying in the snow peered through a gap in the fence, his eyes betraying a cruel ferocity. Second master, shall we eliminate him? Proceed. As the man commanded, one of his subordinates nimbly vaulted into the courtyard. Yet, the moment he crossed the threshold, a resounding bang echoed. The sharp sound of a shell casing clattering to the ground followed. What is happening? The man gasped in shock. In such darkness, how could he perceive anything? Moreover, the ambush executed by this youth was remarkably eerie. They felt no hint of disturbance, as though he were cloaked in the night itself. Damn it, we've lost a brother. The man gritted his teeth and glanced around, realizing their current predicament was untenable. "Second master, shall we just set this decrepit wooden house ablaze?" Without hesitation, the man relayed the order, but just as his subordinate prepared to ignite the fire, a gunshot rang out once more. Bang! This time, the individual tasked with starting the fire collapsed, a bullet having found its mark in his head. Panic gripped the man. Where is that shot coming from? Wasn't it from the courtyard? What is going on? Furrowing his brow, he swiftly issued another command. Quick! Light the fire. One individual hurriedly bent down to retrieve the flare, and at the very moment, he grasped it. Bang! The sound of the shell casing hitting the ground echoed, and then the man vanished. What on earth had just transpired? Panic engulfed him. What sort of fiend or specter had he encountered? Surely, even a soldier would not possess such supernatural prowess. What manner of being was this? Could it possibly be what one hears about abroad? A sniper? The man had heard tales from the elders about combat overseas, where world powers boasted an elite group known for their prowess, snipers, each one a master marksman, adept at concealing themselves and firing without a whisper of warning. Yet this time, the man was truly alarmed, for he discerned the origin of the gunfire. It did not emanate from the courtyard, but rather from behind them. In that instant, his hair stood on end. When had this person crept behind them? Had they been followed all this way? Unthinkable. How could they have been trailed without noticing? The incredulity was palpable. However, there was no time for contemplation. Immediate action was imperative. Into the courtyard. Quickly, he is right behind us. At that moment, clarity washed over him. The first shot had been fired because their group had approached the window, illuminated by the feeble light within, which had provided the assailant with a narrow opportunity through the gaps in the railing, leading to a direct hit. As they retrieved the flare, they unwittingly divulged their position. And it seemed the sniper had calculated their head's location based on the height of the flare. How utterly terrifying. Was such a feat achievable by a mere mortal? He could scarcely believe it. Yet, as they tumbled into the courtyard, the sniper concealed in the shadows of the night did not pull the trigger again. Indeed, the young man was lurking right beneath their noses. How intriguing. Second master leaned against the railing, a cold smile gracing his lips. However, he failed to notice his breath escaping, creating barely perceptible ripples in the dim light. This minute oversight was caught by Pang Bei. Bang! The gunshot rang out, akin to the scythe of death poised to reap lives, striking mercilessly at second master. The bullet pierced through the railing, and just like that, it found its mark in second master's head. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere boy possess such extraordinary skill? Even in death, he could not fathom whether this child was human or demonic. Meanwhile, not far off in the woods, Pang Bei raised his binoculars, observing the shadow that had fallen. Muttering to himself, three of the remaining individuals, terror-stricken, were merely hired for $10. For a mere $10, were they to forfeit their lives? Preposterous. Furthermore, they were unarmed. In their fright, they scrambled to flee, each hoping to escape unscathed, scattering in different directions. Yet, as they fled, the gunfire erupted once more. Bang! The individual who had just sprinted past the fence collapsed to the ground. Another person followed suit, yet Pang Bei merely glanced at him without pulling the trigger. For the man's trajectory led him into an open area. The muzzle of the gun swiftly trained on the fence, and at that precise moment, the last person indeed revealed himself. Pang Bei contemplated observing whether his fleeing companion had met his demise. However, the instant he exposed himself, bang! Once again, he would remain oblivious to the location of his adversary until his dying breath. At that very instant, the individual who had dashed into the open was swiftly targeted by Pang Bei's gun. It transpired in what felt like mere milliseconds. Bang! The final one. With the demise of the last man, Pang Bei finally emerged from his concealment among the trees, casting a cold gaze upon the scattered corpses before striding into the courtyard, his Type 38 rifle in hand. Ultimately, he halted beside a man known as Yi. Pang Bei's attention was quickly drawn to a turtle shell box that had fallen from the man's grasp, alongside a fragrant melon grenade. Pang Bei was momentarily taken aback. How had he come to possess such an item? He refrained from touching the gun, understanding that acquiring too many firearms would attract undue attention. Thus, he left the weapon untouched and simply pocketed the grenade. As he took the grenade, Pang Bei discovered yet another object within the man's clothing. Upon further inspection, it appeared to be a small notebook, a paper item, which, when extracted, revealed itself in the faint light of day. This was a wad of cash. Roughly estimating, it amounted to about 100 yuan. A smile crept upon Pang Bei's lips. What a clever lad, even offering a tribute to his grandfather. With that, he tucked the money away. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Xiaobei, Xiaobei, are you all right? Chapter 50, Are you the reincarnation of the god of killing? When the first shot rang out in Pang Bei, Zhao Changhe immediately sensed something was amiss. He promptly summoned Lin Bei, and together they hastened up the mountain. Along the way, they were alarmed by the continuous gunfire, which unmistakably originated from the direction of Pang Bei's residence. However, upon reaching the summit, the scene before them left them utterly astounded. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, devoid of any signs of struggle or mutual fire. Judging by the positions of the fallen, it was evident that there was no cover. It was a unilateral massacre. Moreover, Officer Liu examined the corpses, her expression one of sheer shock. Director, it's a clean headshot. Zhao Changhe, anxiety etched across his face, replied, not just a clean headshot, it's a headshot with every bullet. For before him lay another body, its skull pierced. Blood splattered across the pristine snow, staining large patches of white. Zhao Changhe turned to Lin Bei and asked, is this child trained in marksmanship by you? Lin Bei nodded, perplexed. Yes, but how is this possible? How could he achieve such precision? As they ventured further in, the condition of the bodies corroborated Zhao Changhe's claims. Officer Liu, now somewhat numb from disbelief, whispered, I recall my teacher mentioning that some children possess extraordinary gifts. There were peers of mine in the army who exhibited such talent after merely touching a firearm. It was as if the heavens bestowed upon them a divine blessing. Can such children truly exist? Zhao Changhe murmured, yet, this marksmanship is terrifying. It is pitch dark. Furthermore, from the angles of the bullet wounds, it was clear that the child had concealed himself among the trees, lying in wait. That area was not wilderness. It was their home. He had lurked along the path, witnessing the enemy invade his sanctuary, and then, a chill ran down Zhao Changhe's spine. Officer Liu scrutinized the scene closely and discovered the source of Zhao Changhe's astonishment. There is simply no viable shooting angle. How did he accomplish this? Zhao Changhe replied quietly. He treated his targets as mere beasts. He drove them away, lured them, and exploited the dim light from within the house to capture everyone's attention, leading them to believe he was inside, rather than perched in that tree. Lin Bei added softly, indeed, this child is quite extraordinary. I have harbored doubts myself. However, Shilan's child has always remained at the foot of the mountain, and his development has been quite transparent. Zhao Changhe nodded, affirming, I can vouch for him, as my sister sees him daily. He has had no opportunity to interact with outsiders, nor has he been discovered by his family. Moreover, if such a skill required cultivation, it would take at least 3 to 5 years, not to mention the need for extensive ammunition and prolonged training. This child's abilities are purely innate. Having said this, Zhao Changhe urgently called out into the yard, Xiaobei, Xiaobei, are you all right? At that moment, the creaking of the courtyard gate echoed, and a frail figure emerged from within. He was a young lad, clad in a leather coat and draped with a layer of bear fur. Though numerous branches clung to the fur, rendering him nearly indistinguishable while lying in the woods. Although he stood right before Zhao Changhe, he could sense no aura emanating from Pang Bei. Xiaobei, how are you? Was that gunfire from you just now? Liu Hai rushed forward, his concern palpable. Pang Bei nodded and replied, it was me. He chose not to conceal the truth. After all, evasion would only invite greater trouble. He would steadfastly assert that he was the one who had done it, providing detailed explanations if questioned. As long as he framed it within the context of hunting, it would suffice. Even if they suspected him, it would merely be a belief that a hunting expert had imparted skills to him. Pang Bei resolved to proceed this way. Thus, speaking candidly, Captain, they intended to assault my mother and sister, those brutes. They even wanted to set fire to my home. How could I let them go? Zhao Changhe could not help but chuckle as he inquired, so you treated them like beasts? Pang Bei looked at Zhao Changhe earnestly and replied, my mother and sister are at home. What choice did I have but to kill them? Director, tell me, do these scoundrels deserve to die? Zhao Changhe nodded in agreement. They deserve it, but you certainly are quite wild. You took out an entire group as if hunting? Pang Bei took a deep breath and continued, Director, regardless of what happens now that I have killed them, do as you see fit. His words were deliberate. He understood that Zhao Changhe would not apprehend him. Yet his demeanor needed to be proper. Zhao Changhe laughed. Why would I arrest you? You are a guardian of the mountains. These scoundrels deserved their fate long ago. The orders from above are indifferent. It matters not who eliminates them. But did they not bring any firearms? They did, but only a single pistol. Pang Bei replied, here. Take a look. Zhao Changhe accepted the holster, opened it, and discovered indeed a South Model 14, then couldn't help but laugh. a turtle shell battling a Type 38 rifle. Yet they died without firing a shot? Pang Bei chuckled. It was dark, and they chose a poor spot, making themselves easy targets. Lu Hai ruffled Pang Bei's hair and remarked, "You rascal. I hardly know what to say to you. Although you've achieved a great feat, you've already killed 10 people. Are you the reincarnation of a god of death? Do you still wish to find a wife?" Before Pang Bei could respond, Zhao Changhe interjected, "Old Lu, I must disagree with you. Guardians of the mountains have never been mere hunters. When this position was established, the allowance for them to hunt freely was because they are often the first to encounter criminals in the mountains, standing at the front line. Their peril is undeniable. How could they refrain from using firearms? Moreover, they have no retreat. Their families reside in the mountains. If they do not protect themselves, will they allow their line to be extinguished?" Upon hearing Zhao Changhe's words, Lu Hai sighed. "Yet, he is still so young, Director. He is only 17. Zhao Changhe could not help but chuckle. "When my father was 17, he fought against bandits, dealt with the Japanese, battled the white bandits, and ultimately confronted the foreign devils. Did he not kill enough? We cannot dismiss this. Xiao Bei is upholding justice. This group has done well. Of course, to protect Xiao Bei, I suggest we acknowledge this matter internally for now and refrain from publicizing it. It is for the best. After all, this young lad is yet to marry. If word gets out, what family would allow their daughter to wed him?" Upon hearing Lu Hai's concerns, Zhao Changhe cast a sympathetic glance at Pang Bei. Although they could suppress the news, it was certain that the villagers would not remain oblivious. Pang Bei, on this mountain, seeking a wife would prove difficult. They could only introduce him to girls from other places. Pang Bei, however, was unconcerned. He had no wife in his previous life. So what was the loss in this one? Women would merely affect the speed at which he drew his gun. At that moment, Zhao Changhe seemed to have an epiphany. He turned to Xiao Lu and inquired, "Hey, Luer, let me ask you, are you single?" Yes, I am single," Xiao Lu replied, somewhat perplexed. Then, with a mischievous smile, Zhao Changhe continued, "Xiao Bei, do you desire a partner? They say a woman 3 years older brings fortune. Our Lu is a fine girl. It's a pity she is a forensic expert. No one dares to approach her. You two would make a splendid match." Chapter 51. They introduced me to a matchmaker. Pang Bei remained unfazed, yet Officer Lu, standing beside him, appeared rather embarrassed. Officer Lu, named Lu Jiaqi, was undoubtedly a university student, gaining experience in the grassroots level. At that time, the number of forensic police officers was exceedingly scarce. But Lu Jiaqi had to be assigned to the police station due to various circumstances. Despite the city having few forensic experts, their precinct surprisingly had one. The fact that Lu Jiaqi was single was indeed true. On one hand, people found her unlucky, and on the other, her demeanor made many hesitant to approach her. Lu Jiaqi was quite attractive, tall and slender, with an exceptionally fair complexion. Had she lived in the era of Pang Bei, suitors would have queued up for her attention. She did not rely on makeup or any digital enhancements to appear beautiful. Her allure was purely natural. However, her personality often deterred many from getting close. With her fair cheeks and the elegant air of an intellectual, though she could not be described as a paragon of purity and grace like a rare orchid, she was at the very least a lotus emerging from the water, clear and distant. Lu Jiaqi spoke softly, "If you don't mind, I am indifferent to it." She appeared generous, leaving Pang Bei at a loss. If this ancestor were truly to be married off, wouldn't it be a daily delight? Life would feel like a spy thriller. "No, that won't do." El Hai expressed his doubts. "Doesn't he seem quite appropriate, does it?" Officer Lu is educated, after all. Lu Jiaqi clarified, "Not really. I didn't complete my studies. I left school to gain practical experience. Currently, if I wish to stay in this line of work, it is best to find a partner. However, no one is willing to date me, thinking I am too straightforward, which hurts their pride." El Hai was puzzled. Zhao Changhe coughed lightly and remarked, "Let us discuss this later. By the way, Xiao Bei, do you know why these people wanted to attack you?" Pang Bei gazed at the lifeless body on the ground and shook his head. "I'm not sure." Zhao Changhe exchanged glances with Lu Jiaqi. Lu Jiaqi continued her analysis. "Director Zhao, I suspect they are accomplices of Cui Sanjing. We can confirm that Li Er is one of them. However, the others are uncertain and need investigation. I have a feeling Pang Bei has inadvertently struck a nerve." Zhao Changhe spoke in a hushed tone. "The crucial question is, who leaked the news of Cui Sanjing's death? How did they find out?" El Hai furrowed his brow. "Few people are privy to this matter. Myself, Xiao Bei, and those little intellectuals." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changhe's expression darkened. He raised his head and addressed Pang Bei. "Xiao Bei, keep this matter confidential for now. Tomorrow's operation is postponed. You should go about your business. If anything arises, I will have Captain L reach out to you. For the time being, it's best to exercise caution. As for this box of contraband, I will take it back for now. Your firearm seems sufficient. Regarding ammunition, Xiaolu, do we have any of the confiscated ammunition available, including the .38 caliber? Yes, but not much, she replied. Then let us bring it all out. I'll issue a note, and you can take care of it, Zhao Changhe instructed. Understood, Director Zhao. Lu Jiechi nodded, and they proceeded to gather the bodies. While Pang Bei finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the surrender of the box was complete. And Zhao Changhe remembered that he possessed a Type 38 rifle and a submachine gun. This granted him an additional concealed firearm, along with another box and, of course, a melon grenade. These were all assets that Pang Bei could utilize as trump cards. Should he encounter danger in the mountains, he could effortlessly eliminate his adversaries with the box, thereby extricating himself from any implications. After all, during that era, reconnaissance methods were limited, and as a marksman, Pang Bei could easily erase his traces. If he were indeed threatened, he would not hesitate to use his concealed weapon to neutralize the threat. Upon returning home, after releasing his mother and Xiao Qian, his mother anxiously struck Pang Bei. Seeing her son unharmed, she continued to chastise him with several slaps, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? What are you trying to prove? Do you wish to give your mother a heart attack?" Pang Bei, with a wry smile, attempted to explain. "Mother, I assure you, I was merely concerned for your safety and Xiao Qian's. Look, I'm unscathed. Director Zhao and Captain L just visited. Everything is fine. Besides, as a guardian of the mountains, can I truly guarantee that such incidents won't occur again?" Upon hearing her son's words, his mother fell silent. Indeed, the threats that could emerge from the mountains would either be the police or nefarious individuals. It was inevitable to encounter one or the other. As this realization struck her, tears streamed down El Xiaolan's face. Although life had improved, wasn't it akin to living with her son's life precariously dangling by a thread? How could she not feel anguish? In an effort to divert the conversation and alleviate his mother's sorrow, Pang Bei feigned embarrassment and remarked, "Mother, I'm uncertain whether Director Zhao was jesting or if he truly meant it, but he did suggest that Officer Lu from the precinct could be my wife." "What?" El Xiaolan was taken aback. "Are you referring to that fair-skinned police officer we encountered twice at your grandmother's house before we ascended the mountain? Oh my, I seem to recall she was educated, right? Would someone of her caliber take a liking to you?" Pang Bei scratched his head. "The main point is, she agreed." "Oh my," El Xiaolan exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth as she sat down. She beckoned Pang Bei to join her at the table, saying, "So she agreed? How old is she?" "I believe she is 3 years older than you. Isn't she?" El Xiaolan's face blossomed with joy. "This is wonderful. A woman older by 3 years brings fortune. Moreover, what do you have? She has a respectable job. Isn't that a good thing?" Seeing his mother momentarily forget her previous worries, Pang Bei continued, "Yet, I find this situation rather unrealistic. She works as a police officer while I hunt. How would we manage our lives?" El Xiaolan pondered for a moment before responding, My dear boy, you are not mistaken in your thoughts. It's perfectly all right. Some people simply do not appreciate us, but that is of no consequence. Take your time. You will undoubtedly find someone suitable." Pang Bei nodded, smiling as he replied, "Mother, once I find the right one, I shall inform you." El Xiaolan, cheerfully grasping her son's hand, responded, "As long as you are well, I shall be content. There is no need to dwell on such matters. However, I heard sounds outside akin to firecrackers. Why were there gunshots?" That was my doing. The police have taken care of it," Pang Bei vaguely explained, omitting the grim detail of having eliminated his adversaries. Upon hearing this, El Xiaolan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She silently thanked her intuition for not obstructing her son from acquiring a firearm. Otherwise, had he faced such a situation today, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to emerge unscathed. In the depths of the mountains, possessing a gun is indeed essential. "All right then, off to bed now. Are you heading back to the mountains tomorrow?" El Xiaolan looked at Pang Bei with concern, anxious that he might encounter further trouble. Pang Bei chuckled, "I plan to catch some fish. This time I won't overdo it, just a little at a time. I'll bring some back each day and see if I can hunt a roe deer to prepare some goods for the new year." El Xiaolan beamed. "Then take Xiao Qian with you tomorrow to the lakeside. Our family should be well prepared. It seems we won't be able to venture deep into the mountains. So you must stay home and rest during the winter. Do you understand?" Pang Bei laughed heartily. "Yes, I understand." Chapter 52. A Cure for All Discontent. Accompanied by Little Qian, Pang Bei shared the same sentiment. After all, The recent unrest in the mountains made it considerably safer to have his mother and sister by his side. Upon rising that morning, Lu Xiaolan had prepared a meal, while Pang Bei went to borrow tools for fishing. With everything ready, little Qian perched herself atop the ice sled, while Pang Bei merely carried a knife and slung a fishing machine over his shoulder, then proceeded to pull the sled down the mountain. Sitting on the ice sled, little Qian waved her tiny hands, giggling joyfully. Despite her cheeks being flushed from the cold, her excitement was palpable. After descending the mountain, Pang Bei made his way to the lakeshore, encountering little along the way. Upon reaching the lake's surface, he used an ice auger to bore a hole and set about fishing. Since it was just Pang Bei and Lu Xiaolan, he opted to create 2 fishing holes, intending to catch only a modest amount of fish. While waiting for a bite, Pang Bei pushed the ice sled, and little Qian sat atop, cheering with delight. The siblings were thoroughly engrossed in their play, while Lu Xiaolan stood by the fishing hole, watching her children with an unwavering smile. After a while, Pang Bei estimated it was time to check the nets. To his delight, they had caught a considerable number of fish. Lu Xiaolan beamed with joy at the sight. But just then, a group of individuals emerged from the woods. Seeing Pang Bei fishing, they rushed over. "What are you doing here? Who permitted you to fish in this spot?" they demanded, brandishing sticks and appearing menacing. Pang Bei furrowed his brow. His mother was about to confront them, but he stepped in front of her, addressing the group. "What is your business here? Which production team do you belong to?" "We're from the forward team." "What is it to you? Who allowed you to fish here?" they retorted. Unable to suppress a laugh, Pang Bei replied, "The forward team is separated from here by a river and 2 forests, not to mention 2 narrow passes. That's a good 17 or 18 miles away. Doesn't it seem inappropriate for you to question me?" The group exchanged glances, and the leader, a brash young man, sneered at Pang Bei. "I'm asking you, what are you doing?" Pang Bei chuckled. "Is that how you address your father?" With that, the brash young man erupted, "You little brat." At his outburst, Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiaolan attempted to pull him back, but Pang Bei had already approached the young man. Standing face to face, the young man looked up, trying to appear intimidating. However, to everyone's surprise, Pang Bei suddenly delivered a headbutt. The blow sent the young man reeling, blood streaming from his nose as he fell to the ground. Stunned, he stared at Pang Bei, brandishing a sickle and shouting, "Get him." As the others rushed at Pang Bei, a loud bang echoed through the air, leaving everyone in shock. They froze in place as Pang Bei raised the fishing machine towards the sky, his gaze sweeping over the group. Lu Xiaolan urgently pulled at Pang Bei. "Xiao Bei, what are you doing? You can't use a gun." Pang Bei calmly remarked, "Mother, outsiders are not permitted here. They have crossed the blockade and entered the mountains directly. Even if I were to kill a few of them today, it would be in vain. Who knows if they're in league with those murderers?" The dazed youth, struck by surprise, retorted, "We are here to catch fish. Who are you disparaging?" Pang Bei chuckled, gazing at him. "Catching fish? How intriguing. Pray tell, whose fish might that be?" "The public's." "Certainly not yours." Pang Bei smiled. "I am with the Mountain Patrol, a guardian of these lands. I am allowed to hunt and to eat, but not to sell. My consumption is sanctioned by the state, a salary bestowed upon me. And you? What you are doing is theft of state property. Raise your hands, discard your belongings, and lie on the ground where I can see your hands. Otherwise, you will be treated as murderers." With a stern face, Pang Bei observed as the young men exchanged glances, realizing they were at a disadvantage with his firearm. Reluctantly, they dropped their wooden sticks and ice picks, lying down. The defiant youth, still unyielding, gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait, you little punk. Today you are formidable with your gun, but I will find you." Pang Bei laughed, crouching to appraise him. "You will wait for me? Huh." He then turned to the others. "What about you? Will you follow suit?" The group fell silent, and Pang Bei coldly declared, "If you lack the courage, then leave. Anyone who dares to steal from these mountains again should not expect mercy." After a moment's hesitation, the young men exchanged glances, and Pang Bei continued, "Do you not wish to leave? Then you shall not." Upon hearing this, they panicked and abandoned their belongings, fleeing in disarray. Pang Bei regarded the dauntless youth still sprawled on the ice, addressing him. "What did you just call me?" "F you." The youth, brimming with arrogance, glared defiantly at Pang Bei. Pang Bei, however, grinned, though it was a chilling smile. Silently, he dropped his gun onto the ice, removed his knife, and even took off his coat. Stretching his wrists, he looked at the youth and commanded, "Get up." The youth had witnessed everything, slowly rising, feigning indifference, as he believed Pang Bei's slender frame could not possibly match his own imposing stature. Previously, it had only been a surprise attack aided by the gun. Now, He felt no fear. Once standing, Pang Bei waved him over with a smile. The youth, clad in old cotton trousers that were already ill-fitting, found running quite uncomfortable. While Pang Bei, in his lightweight pants and adorned with animal hide knee and leg guards, exhibited a level of agility the youth could not hope to match. Undeterred by the circumstances, the youth remained brash, launching a punch at Pang Bei with a singular purpose in mind, to catch fish. Why exert effort when theft was so much simpler? Pang Bei had his mother and sister to consider, while the youth was tall and robust, accompanied by others. As they observed Pang Bei and his companions frolicking in the woods, they resolutely decided to frighten them when they cast their nets and seized the fish. Who would have anticipated that such a young child would turn out to be a guardian of the mountains? The brash youth, named Li Mu, was tall and imposing. A notorious bully within the production team, he relished in conflict, feeling as though he were infested with worms if 3 days passed without a fight. Frequently, he would pilfer from others, and due to his familial ties with the team leader, he was indulged in his misdeeds. Having grown accustomed to his reign of terror, he was unprepared for the formidable challenge that awaited him that day. Li Mu was initially confident in his physical prowess. However, to his astonishment, as he rushed over, he found himself flat on the ground before he could even swing a punch, his legs swept away by Pang Bei. Pang Bei then placed a foot upon his head, causing Li Mu's front tooth to shatter. Without mercy, Pang Bei turned him over and mounted him. "Do you see that? That is my mother. You have insulted her twice." "I am not one to forget," Pang Bei declared, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap that sent stars dancing in Li Mu's eyes. Subsequently, another blow followed. El Xiaolan rushed to intervene, exclaiming, "Xiao Bei, what are you doing? Stop fighting." Pang Bei replied immediately, "Mother, am I truly fighting? He came to rob us. It is a miracle I haven't ended him. Besides, this scoundrel brought weapons into the mountains. What purpose would we serve if this behavior continues?" Upon hearing this, El Xiaolan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After all, this was Pang Bei's duty. Yet, should she not intervene in a fight? What if Pang Bei caused serious harm? "You think you can kill me? If you can't, I'll curse you, damn it." However, Li Mu's retort was cut short as a gleaming dagger was thrust into his mouth. "Curse away, and I shall slice off that foul tongue of yours to feed the fish. I keep my promises." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the forest, followed by the voice of Zhao Chang'e. "Xiao Bei, cease this at once." Upon seeing Zhao Chang'e, Pang Bei suddenly grinned. "You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, come and kill me." Li Mu continued to provoke, while Pang Bei responded with a cold smile. "Very well, let us see how long you can maintain that bravado." Chapter 53. Using a knife to kill? In the morning, Zhao Chang'e had descended the mountain to conduct an investigation, seeking to assess the situation in the vicinity. Earlier, while searching through the woods, they stumbled upon some clues. Suddenly, they heard footsteps in the forest, and a few young men rushed over in a state of panic. Upon seeing Zhao Chang'e and his team of police officers, they immediately approached for help. Upon hearing the descriptions from the young men, Zhao Chang'e realized that this must involve Pang Bei. Concerned for Pang Bei's well-being, especially given Li Mu's notorious reputation for violence, Zhao Chang'e was apprehensive. Li Mu had a penchant for fighting, treating it as a festive occasion, and with Pang Bei being only 17, compared to Li Mu's 23, the odds were certainly against him. However, the unfolding events challenged their perceptions. Zhao Chang'e, breathless from running, arrived to find Pang Bei on top of Li Mu, striking him. And to his shock, Pang Bei even drew a knife. This was a grave situation. Could it lead to a fatality? Zhao Chang'e shouted, stumbling several times in his haste to intervene. He seized Pang Bei and pulled him aside, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Why resort to a weapon in a fight?" With an unsettling calmness, Pang Bei responded, "Director Zhao, I wasn't fighting. One does not simply draw a knife during a brawl. These intruders claimed they were here to fish. Look at all these sticks and sickles scattered about. I discovered a corpse yesterday, with both blunt and sharp force injuries. These individuals, mere drifters." Pang Bei's words were intentionally vague, but Zhao Chang'e understood the implication. Essentially, Pang Bei was cornering Li Mu. Though his statements were grounded in reality, it was clear that Li Mu could not evade scrutiny. In the woods earlier, they had uncovered traces that warranted further investigation. Today, Li Mu had come with others to seize fish, which raised suspicions. The absence of an investigation was untenable, for there were significant grounds for suspicion. Moreover, the terms Pang Bei used, blunt instruments, sharp instruments, and drifters, aligned ominously. The first two referred to potential murder weapons, while the latter indicated the suspects' identities. They were active along a crucial path. If not apprehended, who else could they possibly catch? Zhao Changhe scrutinized Pang Bei with the keywords he provided. It would be effortless for Zhao Changhe to resolve the case and earn accolades. Yet, he hesitated, contemplating the implications. Turning to his fellow officers, he instructed, "Take Li Mu into custody." At that moment, he found himself perplexed by Pang Bei. After all, everything Pang Bei had articulated aligned with the actions he had taken. It was a futile endeavor to harm Li Mu. It would be a senseless act of violence. The rationale was straightforward. Pang Bei was a ranger who had discovered a corpse and had been assaulted. Li Mu and his gang possessed both the means and the motive, along with items that could be construed as weapons. Even if Li Mu was not the perpetrator, the public's perception could be formidable. Zhao Changhe could not ascertain whether Pang Bei's actions were deliberate or accidental. It was indeed ambiguous. He then patted Pang Bei on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Keep it up." Pang Bei nodded with a smile, casting a cold glance at Li Mu before proceeding to pack the fish and depart. As Pang Bei departed, Zhao Changhe could not help but inquire, "Xiao Lu, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Lu Jiechi pondered for a moment before responding, "It is impeccable. One cannot pinpoint any flaws. Moreover, the force applied is just right. We cannot deny him the advantage, for if this matter remains unchecked and complications arise, we will bear the responsibility. Should we investigate, it would merely become his weapon." Zhao Changhe chuckled. "Do you think there are so many nuances to hunting? It feels as if this is merely a hunt, eliminating all threats within his territory." Lu Jiechi nodded in agreement. "I do believe that is precisely his intention. Fortunately, he has not resorted to extreme measures. Perhaps he has simply not been coerced. Once someone pressures him, this hunter may well transform from a noun into a verb. In these mountains, few would dare to force him. Besides, the dangers he may encounter, apart from wild beasts, are criminals. It seems quite fitting." Lu Jiechi enthusiastically nodded, then softly suggested, "By the way, Director, should we not visit the vicinity of the old forest?" Zhao Changhe considered it briefly before replying. "A visit would be prudent. Let us inspect the scene. Come along." Meanwhile, Pang Bei joyfully returned home with his mother, basking in the sun while drying fish. With ample quantities, they could either air-dry them in the yard or freeze them, ensuring they had enough food. Observing the two bulging sacks of provisions alongside various meats filled Pang Bei with immense satisfaction. Preparing further, he felt assured that this winter would pose no problems. Throughout the afternoon, Pang Bei assisted his mother in sorting the fish. Just as they finished, his uncle Lu Qingsong approached with a cheerful demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, carrying 3 pillows. Curious, Lu Xiaolan looked at Lu Qingsong and joyfully rose. "Elder brother, what brings you here? Please, have a seat." Lu Qingsong handed the pillows to Pang Bei and said with a smile, "Take them back indoors. Your aunt prepared them for you. She noticed the last time she saw your pillows were stuffed with straw, so she took out all the buckwheat husks at home and made you 3 new ones." Delighted, Pang Bei exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle. By the way, please take these 2 scaled fish back to stew. Additionally, bring 2 for grandma and grandpa. I shall not descend the mountain again. It has been rather unsettled lately." Lu Qingsong accepted without hesitation, recognizing it was a gift from his beloved nephew. As Pang Bei returned to the house to store the pillows, Lu Qingsong turned to Lu Xiaolan and said, "Xiaolan, I have something to ask you." "What is it, brother?" Lu Xiaolan inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she gazed at Lu Qingsong. He hesitated but ultimately inquired, "Father wishes for me to ask your plans moving forward. Do you intend to remain here in the mountains with the child? Will you not seek another partner?" Lu Xiaolan contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. "I shall not seek another. After serving Pang Yugui for so many years, it is a relief to no longer be in service. I shall not pursue another. Brother, I am honest, not desperate." El Qingsong smiled softly and murmured, "Just as I had anticipated. However, you are aware that this young Bei has grown up. Sooner or later, he will seek a wife. The affection he shows you now is merely a reflection of his unmarried status. In the future, when Xiaoqian marries, you shall find yourself alone. Have you not considered a contingency for yourself?" El Xiaolan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. "As long as they live well, that is sufficient for me. Brother, to be honest, I have long since had my fill of life." After saying this, El Xiaolan bent down to tidy up the fish. El Qingsong felt a heaviness in his heart, a mixture of regret, anger, and a hint of helplessness. His sister's life had effectively been ruined by Pang Yugui. He spoke softly, "Just make your own decisions. No matter what, I will always be here for you." El Xiaolan lifted her head, glanced at her elder brother, and could not suppress a smile. "All right, Xiao Bei is dutiful, but I understand the nature of his work. His future wife will face challenges. Had it not been for our mother fleeing from famine and leaving us on the mountain to perish, could our father have found a bride? El Song nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. By the way, did Aunt Er mention anything about introducing a match for Xiao Bei? Is there any progress on that front? El Shulan shook her head, placing the fish down as she sighed. That has fallen through. They refuse to even meet us, deeming our mountain dwelling too impoverished. They also disdained Pang Bei's occupation, fearing a life of widowhood. As the two were conversing, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. A person hurriedly exclaimed, "Where is Xiao Bei? Quickly, hide him. The group of rascals at the foot of the mountain is coming up to search for him. The captain has ordered me to take Xiao Bei and hide him at once. These ruffians are utterly unreasonable." Chapter 54, Protecting One's Own. Upon hearing this, Lu Xilan immediately became anxious. What? They have come looking for us? They were the ones stealing and got caught by the police. And they still have the audacity to complain? Lu Qingsong quickly reassured his sister, "Calm down. Sun Haobing from the forward team is not someone to be trifled with. This arrogant fool protects his own without any regard for reason. It's fine. The captain will not back down. Who is afraid of whom? Keep an eye on Xiao Bei. Don't let him descend the mountain. I'll assess the situation." Lu Xiaolan was genuinely furious. Wasn't this just bullying? Lu Xiaowu noticed Lu Qingsong standing up and heading outside, so he followed suit. Meanwhile, Pang Bei hid behind the door, listening intently. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. Protecting one's own? This is nothing but shielding criminal behavior. Let them make a fuss. Zhao Changke is bound to seek his own retribution. And the longer they stir trouble, the more likely they are to end up in trouble themselves. However, Pang Bei was unaware that the forward team had come prepared this time. They dared to ascend the mountain because Director Wang had accompanied them. This provided them with immense confidence. After all, a corpse had been discovered in the back mountain, and Director Wang intended to assess the situation and make an appearance to assert his presence. As fate would have it, upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, he encountered Zhao Changke and accompanied him to the forward team. Fearing to venture into the mountains, he chose to wait outside. Little did he expect that Zhao Changke would arrestly move from the village and arrange for an investigation. Director Wang felt that Zhao Changke was undermining his authority and had overheard several young colleagues mentioning that Pang Bei had a good relationship with Director Zhao. This led him to believe that Pang Bei was aligned with Zhao Changke, prompting him to deliberately teach Pang Bei a lesson, reminding him who truly held the power. In the village, emboldened by the support of Director Wang, Sun Haobing, the captain of the forward production team, was exceedingly arrogant. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Hai, saying, "Lu Hai, what is the matter? Is the entire mountain owned by you? Why are you so brazen? Your team is in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet. Where do you get the courage to threaten us, you little brat?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hai stood up and forcefully shoved Sun Haobing's hand away. "Listen here. Sun Haobing, don't you dare point that filthy paw at me. Do you believe I want to break it?" Director Wang sat silently to the side, exuding an air of authority. As the two appeared on the verge of a brawl, Director Wang slammed the table, his voice booming. "What is the meaning of this? Do you think I am invisible?" Both Lu Hai and Sun Haobing turned their attention to Director Wang. Sun Haobing quickly forced a smile. "Director Wang, you see, they are too arrogant. They have taken our people and refused to provide an explanation. They still haven't released them." Director Wang turned to Lu Hai and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, let us call the person in and inquire about the situation." Lu Hai calmly replied, "Director Wang, it's not that I am unwilling to cooperate with your work, but the person you mentioned is specifically requested by Director Zhao, and he is currently cooperating with the police. As for seeking an explanation, I believe you are not being impartial." Director Wang sneered, "Oh, not being impartial, Captain Lu. Are you implying that I am favoring them and targeting you?" Although LV Hai serves as the head of the production team, he does not hold the position of security director. Director Wang, on the other hand, is indeed the security director for this brigade. Within the commune, there are various roles. Yet when it comes to LV Hai, Wang's authority pales in comparison. For their production team, LV Jiazai is not a brigade. The real issue lies in the fact that this area does not fall under Wang's jurisdiction. Externally, Qinglong Brigade lacks a brigade leader. That title belongs solely to LV Hai. This brigade encompasses the village of Xian and Ding deep in the mountains, along with several minority villages that are in the process of being persuaded to descend and join collective living. The work here is quite challenging, as the minority groups are not inclined to engage in discussions. If provoked, they may resort to direct confrontation without hesitation. Currently, only LV Jiazai maintains contact with these villages, necessitating the establishment of a production team. Otherwise, LV Jiazai would have descended long ago. The reason for their continued presence is that many families here have married daughters from the nearby minority villages, and there are also individuals from the mountains seeking livelihoods here. Originally, LV Jiazai was designated to be part of a state-owned farm, and many farm workers' families have married into this community to support the work of ethnic integration. Without the full backing of the farm, it would be impossible to sustain such a population in this harsh agricultural environment. Thus, LV Jiazai has become a uniquely special production team in the vicinity. Although it is referred to as a production team, it is officially documented as the Qilong Production Brigade. Not a direct subordinate of the Happiness Commune, merely a nominal production team under the commune's umbrella. Consequently, when Director Wang assumed an authoritative stance, LV Hai was incensed. "Director Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you overtly bullying us?" he exclaimed, furrowing his brow. In that era, a village leader was expected to protect their own. Otherwise, who would support them? If one were to turn their elbow outward, why would anyone choose them as a leader? It would be madness. Furthermore, since the majority of LV Jiazai consists of the LV clan, they are relatives. If he were to betray them, the elders at home would surely visit him and give him a good beating. During that time, the struggle against illiteracy was still a long way off, and the notions of clan and traditional customs in rural areas were the prevailing norms. Wang's blatant partiality left no room for weakness from LV Hai. Otherwise, he could forget about being the leader. Upon hearing LV Hai's challenge, the villagers' anger surged. Someone rushed into the room and flung open the windows of the brigade's office, igniting a commotion among the onlookers outside, who began shouting and pointing at Director Wang. "What do you want? Come over here. You scoundrel. What are you doing here acting like a big shot? We call you Director Wang out of respect, but if we don't, you're nothing. How dare you come to LV Jiazai to support that good-for-nothing? You better provide an explanation today. If not, just wait and see, Wang. In our mountainous region, there is plenty of space, an uninhabited area spanning hundreds of miles. Have you thought this through? You wretched coward. Last time, your actions led to that unfortunate incident. And you still dare to show your face here. That child suffered greatly because of you." In this moment, both new grievances and old grudges erupted simultaneously. Just then, Lu Qingsong pushed through the crowd, wielding a pickaxe, and upon entering the room, he bellowed, "Sun Haobing, you miserable scoundrel. How dare you trouble my nephew? Do you think our family has no one left?" Lu Qingsong's eyes blazed with fury, ready to confront Sun Haobing, but before he could act, Lu Shiwu seized a long bench from the wall and, in a few swift strides, brought it crashing down upon Sun Haobing. "You scoundrel! You even bully the orphaned and vulnerable. Do you think all the strong in our village have perished?" Chapter 55, The Consequences of Failed Attempts at Provocation in an Instant. The atmosphere within the team headquarters became electrified. El Shiwu, seizing a bench, relinquished all restraint. Particularly his last utterance ignited the fury of the crowd. Initially, everyone felt indebted to Pang Bei, a mere child braving the cold on the mountain, risking his life to protect them. This alone made the elder men of the village uneasy. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Pang Bei was essentially without paternal guidance. El Xiaowu's remark about orphans and single mothers, and the bullying of a child, seemed to strike a chord, providing the group with a release for their pent-up guilt. This breakthrough acted like a detonator, unleashing a torrent of support for Pang Bei. "Are we not men? Do we not carry our own weight? Our El family's child has been wronged. Will you stand by and watch? Let us take action." Director Wang, pale with fear, shouted, "What are you all planning to do?" Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Even El Hai found himself bewildered, pondering his identity and purpose in that chaotic moment. All he desired was to maintain a faade, hoping that after some fierce rhetoric, he and Sun Haobing could each take a step back and let the matter fade away. However, when he reached out to mediate, he hesitated, pulling his hand back. But to remain silent, on the other side, Director Wang and Sun Haobing faced 5 individuals. Truth be told, El Hai's relationship with Sun Haobing was not as dire as it appeared. Both simply held differing perspectives and sought to assert themselves. They shared an unspoken understanding. Yet, who could foresee that Director Wang would come here to stir the pot? This time, they had stirred a hornet's nest. El Shiwu owed Pang Bei a debt of life. Not to mention El Erju, whose very existence was saved by Pang Bei from the jaws of wolves. El Qingsong, the nephew of the family, had been wronged. Could he remain calm? Reflecting on the chaos, El Hai, with a weary demeanor, interjected, "Enough. Let us not act impulsively. Hey, Shiwu, put down that thermos. It costs money. And you, El Erju, dare break a light bulb and I swear I'll twist your head off." El Hai's efforts to mediate were undercut by the absurdity of the situation. Yet to claim he had not intervened would be a betrayal of his conscience. Just as the confrontation reached a fever pitch, an elderly voice resonated, commanding, "Cease this at once." Upon hearing the command, the villagers instinctively halted, turning to behold the elderly figure at the entrance, who appeared weary. The speaker was none other than the venerable village elder, El Shouty, a seasoned revolutionary. Well-educated and once a soldier, his advanced age had led the community to appoint El Hai as his successor, though he seldom made public appearances. In terms of lineage and esteem, he was the pinnacle of authority in the village. What is going on? Is there no shame? The villagers turned their attention to the elder, and El Hai hurried over with a smile. "Granduncle, what brings you out here?" El Shouty scoffed. "If I hadn't come out, would you not have brought down the roof of the headquarters?" El Hai dared not speak, lowering his head in embarrassment as he murmured, "I simply cannot control them. They do not heed my words." El Shouty snorted, his gaze then settling on Director Wang. "The person you seek is our village's guardian of the mountains, and he is not the one who apprehended anyone. If you wish to stir up trouble, just say so. We are prepared to respond. If not, you should leave the mountains at once. You have harmed that figure, and El Family Village does not welcome you. Pang Bei is our new guardian. Should you dare to touch him, you will face repercussions." Director Wang furrowed his brow. Turning to El Shouty, "What do you mean by that?" "I am the security chief of the brigade and also work in the public security department of the commune. I must say, old comrade, your words lack substance. Wherever one may be, commands must be followed. Humph. If you wish to oversee the mountains, take a stroll through them yourself. If you manage to return alive, then we shall heed your commands." Director Wang was at a loss for words in the face of the elder's retort. El Hai glanced at Director Wang, finding the situation amusing. With such a disposition, the man would scarcely survive a trek along the narrow paths into the valley, let alone traverse the vastness of the mountains. Even the most seasoned of mentors would take at least 10 days to make a full circuit. How could he expect to do it in a single day? Not to mention the old forest that he would struggle to navigate. Director Wang pointed an accusatory finger at El Shouty. Let me tell you, you are showing contempt for my authority. What are you trying to accomplish? If you wish to be respected, then engage in proper conduct. I am cooperating with the police to apprehend criminals. Why are you so eager to provide cover for a few suspects? Are you their accomplices?" Just as Director Wang's temper flared, a youthful voice floated in from outside the window. Everyone turned to see Pang Bei leisurely perched on the window frame, seemingly having enjoyed the spectacle for quite some time. Although the altercation was sparked by him, it now appeared unrelated to him at all. Upon seeing Pang Bei, Director Wang frowned. "And who might you be? You came looking for me, yet you do not know who I am?" Pang Bei responded with a teasing smile. Director Wang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a young child could have bested someone as large as Li Mu, let alone apprehended him. Director Wang's face turned ashen, resembling that of a liver, as he glared at Pang Bei, itching to slap him. Yet, he refrained from doing so, for Pang Bei's earlier words rendered him unable to act. Ascertaining whether someone is a suspect is not within your purview. You do not possess the authority to make such decisions. Pang Bei chuckled, leaning against the window frame with one hand propped up. "Whether I am qualified or not is determined by our captain. This falls within our jurisdiction. Moreover, Director Wang, you have yet to answer my question. Are you attempting to exonerate Li Mu?" Director Wang, maintaining a stern demeanor, retorted, "Comrade Pang Bei, it is I who is questioning you." Pang Bei smiled, propping his chin on his hand and playfully observing Director Wang. "Director Wang, you are evading the issue. You do seem to have a bit of suspicion surrounding you. What nonsense are you spouting? Let me remind you, I am an official. This is slander." Pang Bei chuckled. "Am I slandering? That requires evidence. I am merely making a reasonable conjecture. And I am also cooperating with your work, am I not?" "What? You are cooperating with my work?" Director Wang was nearly infuriated. How could he consider this mere spectacle, this idle gossip, as cooperation? With gritted teeth, Director Wang glared at Pang Bei, yet Pang Bei seemed oblivious, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "Of course. Why did you come up the mountain?" Director Wang was momentarily taken aback. Pang Bei turned to him and continued with a grin, "Director Wang, I may speak harshly, but if you ponder it carefully, I assure you I am not here to harm you. I am here to save you. Li Mu entered the mountain yesterday, but did not enter the day before. And coincidentally, an incident occurred when he did. Does anyone down the mountain know that something happened inside? Who in their right mind would venture into the mountains knowing that someone has died?" Chapter 56. A step back. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the previously chilly atmosphere of the team headquarters turned into one of palpable tension as beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. His eyes darted around, and his complexion turned a shade of pale that bespoke his growing alarm. Had it not been for Pang Bei's words, he might have remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lin Bei was equally stunned. Pang Bei not only possessed hunting skills and medical knowledge, but also exhibited remarkable eloquence. His words flowed with an eloquence reminiscent of a scholar, each quip striking at the heart of the matter. The implications of Li Mu's potential involvement in this predicament loomed large over Director Wang, who realized that if the allegations were substantiated, he would be unable to evade the consequences. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Wang's voice trembled as he stammered. I merely sought to understand the situation, to ascertain what Li Mu is truly entangled in. I had no idea you would misinterpret my intentions. Disdain was etched on the faces of those present, save for Pang Bei, who let out a soft, mocking laugh. Though faint, it pierced through the tension like a chilling breeze, sending shivers down Wang's spine. Pang Bei's lips curled into a smirk. Director Wang, everyone is listening. As you said, it's not merely about what you wish to convey. Regret washed over Wang as he pondered the unexpected emergence of this formidable youth, despite his tender years. From the moment he had arrived, Wang felt as though he was being compelled into submission, deprived of any opportunity to resist. A misunderstanding was indeed a misunderstanding. Sun Hongbing had discerned the truth. Director Wang was no match for Pang Bei. Although he appeared young, the moment he began to speak, it seemed as if he wielded control over the entire room. Particularly striking were his eyes, which reminded Sun of a childhood encounter with a tiger in the woods. By sheer luck, the tiger had been uninterested in him at the time, but just a glance had left him paralyzed with fear. A psychological scar that endured throughout his life. Now, confronted with Pang Bei's gaze, Sun felt as though he was reliving that nightmare. It was the unmistakable gaze of a predator locking onto its prey, and everyone in the room felt like mere quarry, their fates hanging in the balance of Pang Bei's whims. The moment Sun laid eyes on Pang Bei, he recognized the boy was anything but ordinary. He was merely trying to assert his position as team leader. If he backed down now, how would the others perceive him? Yet, the peril of offending such a person loomed large. If Pang Bei were to unleash his wrath, the consequences could be dire. In their village, although everyone boasted of their prowess, when faced with the true beast, they would flee faster than anyone else. With the protection of the Lu family stronghold, they had seldom encountered formidable predators. But should the guardians of the mountain choose to unleash a beast upon them, they would find themselves at a loss, compelled to seek assistance, an even greater humiliation. Sun Hongbing feigned submission, prompting Lin Bei to clear his throat and declare, "Listen here, Sun Hongbing. From now on, refrain from making a scene in our team. If you continue to indulge in drunken antics, I shall ensure you find yourself in a dung pit next time." Pang Bei perceived Lu's desire to keep matters from escalating, and thus resolved to extend a gesture of goodwill. Captain Sun, do refrain from allowing others to use you as a pawn. When they betray you, you will find yourself counting the costs. Sun Hongbing remarked with a smile, "You, my child, are simply kind-hearted and easily swayed. No worries, come over to Uncle's place to play sometime." He took a step back, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, in reality, he had skillfully navigated the situation. He managed to avoid offending Pang Bei and Lin Bei while also doing a favor for Director Wang. By stepping back, he provided Director Wang with an opportunity to save face. Although the benefits were substantial, he indeed felt a loss of dignity. In that era, the importance of face was universally acknowledged among the Chinese. One must maintain their dignity, for without it, life loses its essence. From a young age, Pang Bei had often heard elders imparting this wisdom. Initially, Lin Bei believed that Pang Bei's presence would complicate matters, yet unexpectedly, Pang Bei managed to quell the situation. This led Lin Bei to reassess his perception of Pang Bei. Not only was he an adept hunter and sharpshooter, but he also possessed commendable medical skills and a remarkable ability to handle affairs. In an instant, Lin Bei felt that keeping Pang Bei hidden away in the mountains was a waste of talent. However, he resigned himself to the fact that for now, it was essential for Pang Bei to remain in the mountains. Even if he ventured out, what good would his talents do without connections or a solid background? He would still be vulnerable to mistreatment. It was far better for him to remain in the mountains, enjoying freedom while still receiving some guidance from Lin Bei. Reflecting on this, Lin Bei secretly resolved to nurture Pang Bei diligently, aspiring for him to one day become the team leader. He was confident that Pang Bei could lead the elf family village to a brighter future. Sun Hongbing took his leave with Director Wang. Although the director felt a sense of dissatisfaction within, he could not voice it. After all, despite his belief in his own worth, that was the nature of the times. As a so-called minor leader, one could expect respect from others, but could also face hostility. One had to endure. Thus, to garner support during that period, it was imperative to have the backing of the masses. Otherwise, one would only invite calamity. In that era, human relationships were relatively pure, devoid of cliques, and no one dared to form exclusive circles. Should such a thing arise, it would likely spell doom for one's future. Director Wang understood that he had no choice but to accept this reality. He even dared not create difficulties for Pang Bei, given his position, which could be euphemistically described as a guardian of the mountains, but more bluntly, as a desperate fugitive. Despite his hunting prowess, he was essentially gambling with his life every day. Engaging in idle talk was a fool's errand. This position was not one that anyone coveted. Who would willingly endure a life of seclusion in the deep mountains, often risking their life? Attempting to remove him from this role could lead to higher authorities sending him back to experience the hardships of grassroots labor, leaving him utterly despondent. Once everyone had dispersed, Pang Bei prepared to leave when he suddenly noticed a flashlight on the table. He gazed at the flashlight, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Its silver metal casing, glass lampshade, thin iron switch, and a red plastic button were all reminiscent of a bygone era. Inside, there was a small bulb. This flashlight evoked cherished memories from his days in the military. Life in the army was far removed from the rebellious soldiers depicted in films. It seems that one has become too accustomed to a smooth existence and seeks a touch of excitement. Yet, indulging in mischief is not uncommon. Pang Bei has faced his share of reprimands, but with the protection of the class leader, his reflections are many, yet so are his accomplishments. The flashlight evokes memories of the old class leader for him. As Pang Bei was lost in thought, Hai glanced at the flashlight on the table and chuckled. "You lad, have you taken a liking to the flashlight? This is public property. However, it seems you could indeed make use of it, so take it." With that, Hai tossed the flashlight directly to Pang Bei in front of the vice captain and the accountant. Seeing Hai hand the flashlight to Pang Bei, the other two had no objections. As a mountain guardian, Pang Bei genuinely required the flashlight. After all, would they have him wield a torch on a night trek? Such a thing could ignite the mountains, putting their elf family village at risk. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Pang Bei caught the flashlight with surprise. He looked at Hai and said, "Captain, this." "Enough, take it. You'll need this while on the mountain." The flashlight is not something every household can possess. It requires batteries as well. Fortunately, Pang Bei can afford batteries. After all, the leather he has can be exchanged for some coin in the valley, and due to his skills, his earnings surpass those of the laborers. Pang Bei fiddled with the flashlight for a moment, turning it on, and with a smile remarked, "Does this count as a household appliance at my place?" Hai gave him a playful shove. "You impudent boy, lacking a sense of seriousness. Off with you." Pang Bei laughed, his eyes twinkling as he continued, "Captain, how about I procure some wild game tonight, and we enjoy a drink at the headquarters?" Hai was taken aback, while the vice captain grinned broadly. "Little Bei, are you serious? If you do, I'll dash home for some wine." Pang Bei chuckled. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." Chapter 57. Nothing but familiarity. Hai looked at Pang Bei with confusion and exclaimed, "Where are you off to?" "It's getting late." He added, "Just wait a moment. It won't be easy to manage before dark." Pang Bei, while laughing and waving his hand, seemed unfazed. At this point, Hai was no longer worried about Pang Bei. In his eyes, Pang Bei resembled a robust beast. As long as he avoided the deep mountains, he was virtually the fiercest creature around. Armed with a flashlight, Pang Bei had no intention of venturing far. Upon entering the mountains, he headed straight for the traps, which had yet to yield any rabbits. However, he had consistently caught wild chickens lately, leading him to believe that more could be found in the vicinity. Wild chickens are social creatures, typically found in groups of several to a dozen, forming small family units, often accompanied by others of their kind within their range. Furthermore, wild chickens are resident birds, visible throughout all seasons. Pang Bei recalled lessons from his old sergeant during his time in the army. Shining the flashlight at maximum brightness would render the chickens motionless. The reasoning behind this was unclear, as his sergeant had not elaborated. However, Pang Bei had researched it. Humans possess 5 types of retinal sensory cells, arranged randomly. Chickens, on the other hand, have their cells arranged in an orderly fashion, maximized for efficiency. Their visual systems differ from those of humans, as chickens perceive images asynchronously, essentially seeing 2 separate frames. Therefore, when a line is drawn directly in front of them, they become disoriented and unable to stand. The intense beam of the flashlight, coupled with the chicken's sensitivity to light, easily induces dizziness. Additionally, their timid nature can trigger a stress response, resulting in complete rigidity, and in some cases, even death. With the flashlight in hand, Pang Bei searched diligently. As night fell, he finally discovered a nest of wild chickens. In winter, capturing wild chickens is relatively easy due to their limited range of movement, and nests are often closely clustered together. He approached quietly, cautious not to startle them. Mindful of not depleting the resource, he intended to catch just a couple. Crouching down to observe carefully, he noted that the area was well concealed by several large stones. With the wild chickens nestled in the gaps, each nest close to another. Generally, they huddled together in clusters, directly illuminating the wild chickens with his flashlight. He found them motionless. Pang Bei seized one, gripping its neck firmly before pulling upward. The chicken, without a sound, succumbed to his grasp. With a smile, he tucked the chicken under his arm and proceeded to catch another. Suddenly reminded of his mother and Xiaoqian at home, he quickly snagged a third. Unfortunately, this colorful rooster was lacking 3 hens. Chuckling to himself, he remarked, "Brother Chicken, I shall borrow your wife for a moment," and with that, he triumphantly carried 3 wild chickens as he made his way home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Pang Bei spotted his mother waiting for him. The moment she saw her son return, she anxiously inquired, "How did it go? They didn't harm you, did they?" El Xiaolan was genuinely concerned for her son. Pang Bei, with a smile, reassured her, "Mother, everything is fine now. The captain is looking out for me, and they haven't harmed me. I was thinking of repaying this kindness. Later, I'll bring some chicken to the captain and vice captain for dinner. Here, take this." He handed his mother the largest wild chicken he had caught. El Xiaolan looked at Pang Bei in astonishment. "You went hunting again? My dear child, with it being so dark, how could you dare venture into the mountains?" Pang Bei chuckled mischievously, pulling out a flashlight from his waist. "The captain gave me this. With it, catching wild chickens at night is effortless." Seeing the flashlight in her son's hand, El Xiaolan couldn't help but smile. "You mischievous boy, using a flashlight to catch wild chickens? Isn't that the method of a thief?" She immediately fixed her gaze on him, questioning, "Tell me, have you stolen before? How else would you know this?" Pang Bei scratched his head and whispered, "Not too many times, that doesn't matter. Let me tell you, such behavior is unacceptable in the village." Pang Bei nodded, "Of course, mother. If I want to eat something, I can just go up the mountain to study it. No need for that." El Xiaolan patted Pang Bei on the back, smiling as she said, "All right then, go on. Don't keep the captain waiting." Pang Bei nodded with a grin and headed towards the team headquarters carrying the wild chickens. Upon arriving at the headquarters, El Hai noticed the 2 wild chickens in Pang Bei's hands and couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, treating the mountain like your own home? Just like that. You go and catch them?" The vice captain quickly took the chickens, his mouth watering at the thought. After all, it had been ages since they had eaten meat. "Well, with my limited skills, I wonder, Captain, are Zhao and the others not coming to the village today?" El Hai glanced at the clock on the wall, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, why haven't Zhao and the others arrived yet? They must have gone down the mountain. But who cares? They are investigating a case. We should not meddle." Pang Bei nodded in agreement. He sat down to help the vice captain, El Jian, prepare the wild chickens. As the accountant boiled water, Pang Bei skillfully and swiftly gutted the chickens with a knife, while El Jian, still cleaning, chuckled, "Xiao Bei, you've really stepped up. Now that you're a mountain guard, your work is commendable. Right from the start, you can help solve cases. You wouldn't believe it. We often find dead children up in these mountains. Life is tough. It's hard to raise them, yet they still insist on being born." El Hai took a puff from his pipe, squinting as he spoke. "Not to mention the rocky area to the south. Isn't it common to encounter that? Many of those are children from our village. It's truly heartbreaking. Without milk, the children starve. It happens every year. Here, we're fortunate. The land isn't fertile, and just being able to sustain ourselves is a blessing. That's why we don't owe debts for what we grow. I've heard that down the mountain, many have perished from hunger." As El Hai spoke, he tapped his pipe. Pang Bei listened, feeling as though he were in a dream. The tales shared by El Hai and the others were undoubtedly a reflection of the national debt crisis experienced in recent years. Times had indeed been tough, but there was a remarkable resilience among the people. Had it not been for their unwavering spirit, the fortitude of Pang Bei and his contemporaries would not have emerged. Their resolve stood tall. As they conversed, the accountant suddenly interjected, "Speaking of which, that child seems somewhat familiar. He appears to be one of the youngsters from Sun Humbing's team today. I recall seeing him when I descended the mountain. Surely, his family can't be involved in this? They don't have many children." Upon hearing the accountant's words, Lu Hai, Lu Jian, and Pang Bei were taken aback. "From Sun Humbing's team?" Lu Hai furrowed his brow, while Pang Bei expressed his confusion. "What brings them from their village into this?" This is quite a coincidence, isn't it? Lu Jian scoffed, adding, coincidence? There are not that many coincidences in this world. I suspect there is something amiss with their production team. Just as the group continued their discussion, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by the forceful opening of the door. Pang Bei was momentarily stunned, only to witness Zhao Xiaotian rushing in with urgency. Captain, this is dire news. There's a police officer, covered in blood, collapsed in front of my house. Chapter 58. Complicated situations. Lu Hai was momentarily stunned. He abruptly rose to his feet, furrowing his brow. What did you say? Where is he? Lu Erzhan had carried him into the house, and he was gravely injured. The circumstances were unclear. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai immediately turned to Pang Bei. Come on, let's go take a look. Pang Bei, bewildered, responded, Captain, why do I have to go? Don't be ridiculous. In our Lu family village, you are the only one knowledgeable in medicine. Hurry. Pang Bei was dragged along by Lu Hai towards Lu Ershuan's home. According to familial hierarchy, Pang Bei would address Lu Erzhan as eighth uncle. He was the captain of the village militia, a towering figure and the best wrestler in the village. However, when it came to hunting, he was utterly inept. Lu Ershuan's house was situated at the village's edge, where Zhao Xiaotian had been assigned to stay because of her beauty. The captain, concerned about the local bachelors harboring ill intentions, had intentionally placed her in Lu Ershuan's household, which already had 3 daughters. An additional one posed no issue. Upon arriving at Lu Ershuan's residence with Zhao Xiaotian, Pang Bei witnessed Lu Ershuan's wife exiting with a basin of crimson water. Remnants of the blood that had been wiped off. The sight of that basin filled Lu Hai's heart with dread. He hastened into the house and saw a man lying on the Kong, while several young girls in the cramped room looked pale with fright. Lu Hai swiftly slapped Lu Erzhan. What happened? Captain, you finally arrived. I found him while patrolling the village. Look at his injuries. I fear he may not survive. Pang Bei leaned closer, observing the man on the Kong, whose outer coat had been removed, revealing a white shirt stained beyond recognition. He frowned, noting the severity of the wounds. Lu Hai turned to Pang Bei. What should we do? Pang Bei could not contain himself. Why are you looking at me? Quickly fetch bandages. Is there any hemostatic medicine? And strong liquor. Also, bring me needles and thread. What are you planning to do? Lu Hai inquired, astonished. With a grim expression, Pang Bei replied, to save him. Are we just going to stand by and watch him die? Hurry, Erzhan, do as Xiao Bei says. Lu Erzhan looked at Pang Bei with uncertainty. Him? Can he manage? Lu Hai kicked Lu Erzhan in the backside. Just do what I tell you. Stop with the questions. Despite his fiery temperament, Lu Erzhan complied in Lu Hai's presence. Reluctantly, he set out to gather the necessary supplies. The problem was, where could he find bandages? Unable to locate any at the team headquarters, Lu Jian took him to the village elders to procure fabric intended for mourning attire, to be repurposed for the current emergency. After gathering the materials, they tore them into strips for makeshift bandages. Pang Bei, having learned battlefield first aid, utilized high-temperature sterilization techniques on site, disinfecting the wounds with the strong liquor before proceeding to stitch them up. By the end of the procedure, he was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, Pang Bei managed to complete the task. Throughout this process, Zhao Xiaotian provided unwavering assistance. Having studied some relevant subjects during her time in school, Zhao Xiaotian, originally a graduate of a nursing vocational school, was astounded by the dexterity displayed by Pang Bei. His techniques were far from those of a novice. They clearly belonged to a seasoned practitioner. Even her instructors lacked such proficiency, particularly when it came to executing high-temperature sterilization and bending needles on their own. Not to mention the suturing techniques that were unparalleled among her teachers. Pang Bei's remarkable skill stemmed from having stitched himself up on multiple occasions, a necessity born from his frequent injuries during training exercises. On one occasion, while participating in survival training, he miscalculated during a parachute jump and emerged from the depths of the primitive forest nursing an injury, relying solely on his experience to survive. Thus, when it came to wound treatment, he was practically an expert. After tending to the injury, Pang Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "The wound is quite deep, and there are various types, lacerations, tears, and even a stab wound." What? A stab wound? El Hai realized something was amiss, his expression shifting to one of concern as he gazed intently at Pang Bei. Are you certain? Pang Bei nodded affirmatively. The long one on his back is indeed a stab wound. The one on his arm is a bite wound. He seems to have encountered quite a bit of trouble. I fear Zhao and the others are in peril. El Hai's face paled at this revelation. If Zhao Chang'er was in danger, then he, too, would be in a precarious situation. After all, he had been the one to report the incident. And now someone was in trouble in the mountains, he could expect to be implicated as well. With this thought, Hai anxiously shouted, El Erzhan, rally the militia and follow Pang Bei into the mountains immediately. El Erzhan appeared bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Captain, are we really going into the mountains? It's pitch black out there, and our militia is well before El Erzhan could finish. Pang Bei interjected, Captain, Erzhan is right. We cannot recklessly venture into the mountains. If we must go, I will go alone. Otherwise, it could become quite problematic. El Erzhan playfully nudged Pang Bei, saying, call me Uncle Erzhan. Not just Erzhan. Pang Bei rubbed his head, a look of mild frustration crossing his face. Hai nearly suppressed a laugh, though the gravity of the situation rendered humor inappropriate. Turning to Pang Bei, Hai questioned, you plan to go alone? Do you think you're invincible? Even the police are in trouble. And we still don't know the full extent of the situation. Pang Bei quickly replied, Captain, I have an unreported skirmish with Chui Sanjin, and I possess binoculars. I can move stealthily, remaining unseen. My independence will allow me to gauge when to act, while the militia can await my signal. El Erzhan pondered this for a moment before suggesting, I'll accompany you. Captain, can you lend me the shotgun? With the two of us, you can rest easy. Hai considered the proposal before responding. You too at that moment. Zhao Xiaodian suddenly exclaimed, Captain, he is waking up. Hai rushed over, looking at the officer and urgently calling out, Comrade? Comrade, hold on. Please tell me what happened. Tigers and a bandit den human traffickers bears. Hai was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Tigers, bandit dens, human traffickers, bears? Lu Hai gazed at Pang Bei in confusion. Do you understand? Pang Bei's eyes flickered as his mind raced. Suddenly, his expression shifted. They have entered the old forest. What? The old forest? Pang Bei continued. Captain, do you still not know where the tigers are? The bandit den, that's where Chui Sanjin led the educated youth. Don't you remember? As for the bears, I suspect they accidentally stumbled into a cave and encountered a bear. If a hibernating bear is awakened, it can be extraordinarily perilous. This injury of his, it could very well be related. Lu Hai slapped his thigh. How could I be so forgetful? This is truly dire. Their situation is grave. At that moment, a police officer drew his gun and handed it to Lu Hai. Save them. Quickly, Lu Hai looked at the pistol in his hand. It was a mirror-finished Mauser handgun with a 9mm caliber. After contemplating briefly, he passed the gun to Lu Erzhan, whispering, I will go with you. Zhao Xiaodian, you head to the team headquarters and instruct the vice captain to make immediate contact to report. Utilize every possible means to communicate. Zhao Xiaodian, frightened, nodded vigorously. All right, I understand. I will go right away. Chapter 59. Encountering the tiger and a lifetime of stains. Upon realizing there was no other option, Pang Bei decided to take action. He promptly returned home to retrieve his rifle. Today's endeavor might very well involve confronting that tiger. To be candid, Pang Bei felt a sense of uncertainty. He was unsure whether he could defeat the beast. However, recalling their previous encounter, he knew that the tiger was no longer in its prime, suggesting it had aged considerably. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily subdued. Yet, the thought of the bear weighed heavily on his mind. Pang Bei instinctively grasped the grenade at his waist. If all else failed, he might have to resort to some trickery. El Xiaolan, upon seeing her son armed, anxiously inquired, What is wrong, Xiao Bei? Weren't you supposed to be drinking with the captain? Pang Bei turned to his mother and replied, Mother, something serious has occurred. The police have been ambushed in the mountains, and one officer has sustained grave injuries. He managed to reach the village seeking help. We must go to their aid. What? El Xiaolan's eyes brimmed with tears upon hearing this. Her son was still so young. How could they thrust such responsibilities upon him? Furthermore, Pang Bei had yet to start a family. If anything were to happen, how could she bear it? Pang Bei smiled reassuringly at his mother, saying, Do not worry, mother. I am resilient. Besides, I am not going to court danger recklessly. I will assess the situation first. The captain and others are also going, so I am not alone. In fact, considering our production team, no one in the vicinity is as well equipped as I am. After a moment of contemplation, El Xiaolan tenderly caressed Pang Bei's face through her tears, saying, Promise me, you must return. Of course. Pang Bei nodded, returning her smile. I'll probably be back by tomorrow morning. Don't fret. I understand the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the fox spirit, having just finished its meal of chicken breast, emerged from the house. It raised its head, its dark eyes fixed on Pang Bei, clearly indicating its desire to accompany him. Seeing the fox, Pang Bei chuckled, I see you, Granny Hu Santai. Are you planning to manifest your powers again? The fox circled around Pang Bei, its bushy tail swaying back and forth. After a moment of thought, Pang Bei suggested, "Perhaps you should stay home and help look after mother and Xiao Qian. When I return, I shall treat you to some game." The fox emitted a whimper, evidently disagreeing with his decision. El Xiaolon interjected, "Xiao Bei, Granny Hu Santai is familiar with the terrain nearby. You should take her along. She may prove to be of assistance." Pang Bei pondered for a moment and then acquiesced. "Very well, then follow me." The fox seemed to understand, promptly making its way to the door and glancing back at Pang Bei. He couldn't help but laugh. This fox even understands human speech. How remarkable. Equipped with the fox and a sufficient supply of ammunition, Pang Bei ensured he had enough bullets to last. His mother handed him a spear and assisted in fastening a knife to his back. "Take this with you. It can serve as a walking stick on the night journey. This knife was given to you by your grandfather. They say blades gifted by seasoned hunters can save lives. Carry it with you." Pang Bei nodded, grinning. "All right, mother. I won't be home. Please make sure to lock the door. I will return tomorrow morning. Off you go." El Xiaolon wiped away her tears, reluctantly bidding farewell to her son. Fully equipped, Pang Bei departed from home to join El Hai and the others. It was only around 7 o'clock, however, in the northeast. Winter nights descend early, with darkness enveloping the land by 3 in the afternoon. Moreover, the cold of winter nights is even more biting. The three companions trudged onward, with Pang Bei leading the way, accompanied by a fox, while El Erzhan occasionally glanced at the creature ahead and could not help but inquire, "Captain, is this little Bei truly extraordinary, or is he merely lucky? How is it that Granny Hu Santai guides him?" El Hai shot a glare at El Erzhan. "Stop your nonsense. We don't want Granny Hu to be displeased later." El Erzhan swallowed hard, suppressing any further comments. Pang Bei held a spear, smiling as he handed it to El Hai. "Captain, you lack a close-range weapon. Relying solely on your shotgun won't suffice. Take mine, though it appears short. It is quite sharp." After receiving it, El Hai chuckled. "No need for your introduction, lad. I used one of these when I was young. Your grandfather had a total of 6, and the one you hold was once used to hunt a bear." Pang Bei paused, surprised. He had assumed the spear's tip was merely unique, not realizing it had once captured a bear. "Perfect. You lead the way. Look at my slight frame. I might not fare well." El Hai could not help but chide. "You little scrawny thing, you're hardly human." El Erzhan, with an earnest demeanor, volunteered, "It's all right. Let Uncle Ba go first. Little Bei, assess the situation. If things turn dire, just run. Understood?" El Hai's expression suddenly grew serious. "Uncle Ba is correct. You must remember, if we encounter real trouble, do not play the hero. We will cover for you, and you must run back without looking back. Do you understand?" Pang Bei felt a warmth in his heart and replied softly, "I will heed your words." Yet, despite his verbal agreement, Pang Bei resolved within himself to ensure their survival at all costs. As darkness enveloped them, the trio's pace slowed. On the mountain, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Though the slopes were not sheer cliffs, tumbling down could spell disaster. Clad in a bearskin cloak, Pang Bei was not a bear himself. As they journeyed northward, the bone-chilling wind pierced through, rendering Pang Bei's breath so frigid that he felt his nasal hairs freeze. They refrained from speaking, fearing that their throats might freeze as well. The snow-laden path was shrouded in swirling snowflakes, and within the silent forest, only the occasional wolf howl and the crunch of their footsteps broke the stillness. Pang Bei rubbed his hands together, feeling the skin dry and his fingers stiffen from the cold. However, he endured, accustomed to training in the frigid forests. Although darkness obscured their vision, he could vaguely discern the terrain to ascertain their location. "Captain, once we pass over the small hill ahead, we will reach the old forest area." El Hai halted, gasping for breath, feeling as though his throat had been scorched. El Erzhan paused to hand El Hai a gourd filled with potent liquor. Taking a sip, he felt warmth spread through his body. El Hai followed suit. Savoring the drink which held significance, it was known as the courageous elixir, or the bravery brew, meant to bolster morale in the face of imminent danger. One must not allow fear to grow with each step taken. As El Hai drank, a faint flush adorned his cheeks, and he offered the gourd to Pang Bei, urging him, "Have a sip." Pang Bei immediately waved his hand. "No, I can't. My stomach hurts, Captain. I need to relieve myself." El Hai chuckled. "You rascal. Hurry up. Be careful not to freeze your bits off." Pang Bei replied with a grin, "No worries. A bit of rubbing, and I'll be fine." "Hiki." El Erzhan joined in the laughter. Pang Bei surmised that something he had eaten had disagreed with him. Finding a spot in the snow, he exposed himself and was instantly struck by a chilling gust. When outdoors, one must act swiftly lest one suffer the dire consequences of freezing in such a vulnerable state. As he squatted, a joke from his time in the military came to mind. There was a southern soldier unaware of the harshness of winter who, during an outdoor training exercise, found himself stuck in the snow while attempting to relieve himself, ultimately choosing to sit back down and continue his business. Of course, it was merely a joke. Yet, every time Pang Bei recalled it, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the midst of his business, Pang Bei sensed a presence watching him. Just then, Daji approached, her demeanor unsettling and a low, unfamiliar sound escaping her lips. Pang Bei froze, turning to see her fur standing on end. Instinctively, he switched on his flashlight, casting its beam around. The circular glow swept across the ground, illuminating the pristine snow, which suddenly revealed something other than its unblemished surface, an eerie green eye and a set of ivory fangs. A tiger. At that moment, a wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The proximity of the beast felt suffocating, and he could almost feel his soul attempting to flee. Yet, he remained silent, knowing the tiger could strike at any moment. Meanwhile, his stomach betrayed him, prompting a sudden, unthinkable decision. With determination, he positioned himself defiantly towards the tiger, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and summoned all his strength. Chapter 60. The humiliated golden tabby. The tiger could scarcely have envisioned such a humiliating encounter in its lifetime. It had previously crossed paths with weasels, who merely emitted a sound. Yet today it first beheld a white posterior, followed by an indelible stain on its illustrious tiger life. Ah, what a disgraceful spectacle! To speak of the young man, he still possessed considerable vigor. With a forceful squeeze, what was already loose became utterly uncontrollable. Coupled with fear, his body tensed. All the scientific conditions for a high-pressure jet were met, culminating in a feat that would haunt Pang Bei for eternity. A jet. An unequivocal display of jet propulsion. Even in the frigid temperatures well below zero, amidst the white mountains and dark waters, Pang Bei accomplished something extraordinarily unscientific. Not even he could believe what had transpired. And both Lu Hai and Lu Erzun were left speechless. What on earth was happening? The tiger too was bewildered. On this icy mountain, after glimpsing a large white rear, it was suddenly showered with an unexpected torrent. The pivotal moment came when it employed its signature tiger roar. And Pang Bei was remarkably precise. Truly, he was a sharpshooter. This tiger was the very one that Pang Bei had previously wounded in the rear. Having sustained an injury, it now bore an additional wound. One of its eyes shone, while the other was blind, making it all the more challenging for it to focus on the large white posterior in the snow. In that fleeting moment, the tiger might have thought that fate was smiling upon it. But the next instant, it was met with a scalding surprise. Lu Hai was astounded. Lu Erzun was stupefied, and the tiger too was left in shock. Pang Bei realized that the tiger was momentarily incapacitated. In just a second, the tiger's roar had transformed into a dry heave. In that brief interval, Pang Bei seized his opportunity. At this juncture, there was no time to pull up his trousers. Given the proximity, adjusting his trousers would be tantamount to inviting death. With a swift motion, he drew his firearm. And in almost the same breath, 3 rounds were discharged from the chamber. Lu Erzun could hardly fathom that in one moment, Pang Bei was performing acrobatics. And in the next, he had morphed from a jetting warrior into a marksman. The bullets left the barrel at an astonishing speed. But due to the swiftness of the action and the fact that his trousers were still down, only one bullet managed to graze the tiger's jaw. Roar. Initially, there was disgust, followed swiftly by pain. Perhaps the combination of humiliation and agony drove this one-eyed beast into a frenzy. It disregarded all hunting tactics, intent solely on obliterating Pang Bei. The tiger, bearing its blood-stained maw, lunged at him. Bang! At that moment, Lu Hai fired the shotgun. The tiger's forepaw, struck with pain, instinctively recoiled. However, the defensive prowess of this northeastern golden tabby was not to be underestimated. The tiger's brief retreat afforded Pang Bei a moment to pull up his trousers and grasp his weapon, ready to aim at the beast. Bang, bang, bang. This time, he fired 3 consecutive shots. Yet, the darkness of the night, combined with the close range, caused Pang Bei to panic. Alas, he missed all 3 shots. What a disaster! Pang Bei's heart sank. A tiger is ultimately a tiger. Its inherent nature as a hunter, coupled with formidable hunting skills, destined it to reign as the supreme ruler amidst the white mountains and black waters. The tiger raised its paw, descending upon Pang Bei. The tiger's movements mirrored that of a cat, yet the difference between a swipe from a cat and one from a tiger is monumental. One merely stings, while the other can be fatal. Pang Bei understood that a single strike from the tiger would leave him at a disadvantage, allowing the beast to feast upon him with a mere 3 minutes to spare. He absolutely could not allow himself to be struck. With a swift roll, he evaded the impending blow. The tiger's paw struck the ground, sending snowflakes flying into the air. Erzhan, recovering from his shock, raised his gun and fired at the tiger. Throughout this ordeal, his mind was a blank canvas. However, perhaps it was this very emptiness that allowed him to shoot with unparalleled accuracy. Never before had he been so precise. The bullet struck true, piercing the tiger's eye. Roar! The tiger was now completely blinded. In a frenzy, it began to thrash wildly. Seizing the moment, Pang Bei rolled on the ground, grasped the rifle, and from a distance of 15 meters, aimed at the tiger. Click! He pulled the bolt, then squeezed the trigger. Bang! The rifle bullet left the chamber. And at that very instant, the tiger, startled by the gunfire, leaped towards Pang Bei. Time seemed to freeze. Fate cast its die at this moment. And this die bore only life or death. Xiao Bei. As the tiger lunged at Pang Bei, Hai's eyes widened in terror. Whoosh! Thud! The 550mm rifle round exploded forth at a blistering velocity of 765 meters per second, creating a bloody hole in the tiger's jaw and splattering blood across its forehead. The tiger collapsed, landing less than 10 centimeters from Pang Bei. Sweat drenched Pang Bei's face, steam rising from his body as if he were a freshly steamed bun. Hai rushed over, excitement bubbling within him as he embraced Pang Bei. Xiao Bei, you killed the tiger. You truly shot the tiger. Pang Bei sat down on the ground, feeling utterly drained. Erzhan approached, firing 2 more shots to ensure the tiger was indeed dead before he exhaled in relief. Goodness, Xiao Bei, you are truly remarkable. You've slain a tiger. Hai, recovering from his shock, laughed. Indeed, although this tiger was a bit aged, it was still a tiger. Pang Bei let out a long sigh. Still alive. Thank goodness. He stood up, tightened his belt, and kicked the tiger, receiving no response. It seemed all was well. However, Pang Bei soon discovered a grave issue. The tiger's back bore wounds, not inflicted by the gun, but rather by claws and bites. Stunned, he pondered the tiger's presence here. It was evident it had been driven from its territory. Given the circumstances, had he not come today, he might have encountered it in the dead of night, putting his mother and Xiao Qian in grave danger. Upon reflection, Pang Bei began to feel a sense of dread. Captain, it appears that this tiger has been injured by other ferocious beasts, which is why we have been able to survive at such a close distance. Look at this. Hai remarked, observing the wound illuminated by Pang Bei's flashlight, his brow furrowing in concern. This injury. Before Hai could articulate his thoughts, Erzhan also noticed. This resembles the wounds on that police officer. Pang Bei examined it closely and whispered, even if we do not kill it, I doubt it will survive much longer. Such grievous wounds will severely hinder its mobility, and with the coldest days approaching, it will not last long. I can only consider this a stroke of luck. Pang Bei did not claim the credit for himself, which led Erzhan to reassess his opinion of Pang Bei. If it were him, he would boast about it for a lifetime. Yet Pang Bei spoke of it with a calm humility, merely considering it a fortunate opportunity. Although the tiger's demise was somewhat tragic, it was still a tiger after all. Chapter 61. Little Bei, do you still understand military strategy? Although the tiger has been slain, this is far from the end. It is imperative to swiftly locate Zhao Changhe and the others. Pang Bei brushed the snow off his body and, alongside Hai and Erzhan, dragged the tiger to the side and buried it in the snow. After Pang Bei marked the spot, the trio continued their descent down the mountain, despite Pang Bei's somewhat awkward gait. Hai and Erzhan struggled to stifle their laughter, nearly causing themselves internal injuries. Pang Bei, with a stern expression, retorted, if you wish to laugh, then do so openly. Pfft. Ha. I say, Little Bei, after shooting so many arrows, what happened? Did you end up soiling your pants? Pang Bei shot a sidelong glance at Hai, snorting in response. I exerted too much force earlier. It stings a bit. Is that a problem? And you don't know how cold it is? I'm beginning to suspect I might be frostbitten. Hai and Erzhan exchanged glances before bursting into laughter once more. Pang Bei chose to ignore them, marching forward with a huff. Ultimately, for Pang Bei, the most crucial task was to locate Zhao Changhe and his group as quickly as possible. Every second counted in ensuring their safety. Zhao Changhe's well-being was paramount. As he was Pang Bei's greatest ally at present, his success in solving the case would greatly stabilize Pang Bei's own life. Moreover, they were relatives, and thus, for both familial and personal reasons, it was imperative to rescue him. Following the dark path through the forest, Pang Bei soon arrived at the site of their previous encounter with the tiger. With a flashlight illuminating the ground, he noticed numerous footprints. indicating that Zhao Changhe and his companions had indeed traversed this area. Observing the direction of the tracks, Pang Bei deduced that they had ventured deep into the old forest, likely surmising that Cui Sanjin had brought the educated youth here to delve further into the woods. Crouching to examine the tracks closely, El Hai approached curiously. "What is the verdict? Can you ascertain their whereabouts?" Pang Bei raised his hand, gesturing vaguely in a direction. "They should be heading this way." El Hai scrutinized the direction indicated by Pang Bei and pondered for a moment before responding. "Director, Zhao must have inferred that Cui Sanjin's lair lies within the forest. Hence they likely entered to search." Pang Bei took out a map from his pocket for a closer inspection and remarked, "This entire area is forested. Establishing a lair within is rather unwise, as it easily exposes one's location. However, if we continue forward, it appears we are not heading directly into the depths of the old forest, but rather taking a detour that leads to the northern slope of the mountain. I surmise there may be a cave there, and Zhao and his group may have mistakenly entered the wrong cave, inadvertently disturbing a hibernating bear, which could have led to their peril. Thus, if we are to search, we must follow this path," he concluded. El Hai contemplated for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. "Bringing you along was indeed the right choice. Without your presence, we would indeed be like headless flies, floundering in confusion. Let us follow the edge of the forest and ascend the slope to see if we can uncover any leads." Holding the map and illuminating it with a flashlight, Pang Bei scrutinized the terrain before arriving at a conclusion. "Captain, I believe there are 3 likely locations for Cui Sanjin's hideout. First, the reverse slope behind the summit, where the foliage is dense and the incline, though steep, is not insurmountable. However, a significant concern arises from the scarcity of food supplies. One could easily perish in the mountains from hunger." Upon descending, they did not resort to plundering provisions, but rather targeted educated youths. "I surmise they are more preoccupied with wealth and women, which leads me to conclude that they are most likely situated on this slope. I suspect Director Zhao shares this hypothesis, hence their encounter with the bears in this vicinity." El Hai examined the map before responding, "With just the 3 of us, it would be fortuitous to locate them directly. We could then take the longer route to escort them back. However, should we encounter danger, 3 of us would be inadequate against a bear." Pang Bei chuckled. "In this cold, bears would not be wandering aimlessly. They seek safety before resuming hibernation. If they feel threatened, they will simply relocate. Ultimately, bears do not roam without purpose. My concern lies with the band of outlaws in these mountains. With only 3 of us, a direct confrontation is utterly impossible. We must first devise a plan to rescue the captives, and once reinforcements arrive, we can venture into the mountains. Moreover, I suspect these ruffians possess a means of acquiring weaponry, after all. They are not merely armed with standard rifles but also with submachine guns. The bullets are wrapped in paper, indicating they are using ammunition imported directly from the enemy. Do you not find this troubling?" El Hai furrowed his brow in confusion. "Are you suggesting that these individuals have discovered an enemy arms depot?" Pang Bei pondered. "We cannot dismiss this possibility. Until the truth is revealed, anything is feasible. However, the issue is that we have not heard of any enemy arms depots nearby. Not even a watchtower." El Hai concluded. "Indeed, we need to locate their hideout to ascertain the situation. And who says an arms depot must be situated here? It could be elsewhere as long as they can traverse the mountains safely without detection by the police." El Hai sighed. "That holds true. By the way, Xiao Bei, do you have knowledge of military strategy?" Pang Bei waved his hand dismissively. "Captain, do not speak nonsense. I am no expert in military tactics. I merely consider issues from the perspective of the opponent, which facilitates mimicking their actions and uncovering their vulnerabilities." Erzhun contemplated for a moment before pointing down the path. "The location Xiao Bei mentioned must be the old Nyo Ridge at Sandao Gully, with Sadeo Gully just ahead. We can enter through the valley and take a winding path to ascend, allowing us to observe the southern slope behind Old Nyo Ridge. Xiao Bei, can you observe the surroundings from the mountain?" Pang Bei lifted his head, gazing at the half-moon in the sky, and replied, "I can discern a general outline. I also possess a telescope. In such frigid weather, no matter how well they conceal themselves, they must eventually light a fire. As long as there is a flicker of flame, one can typically locate the target. This is not a challenging task." Erzhun chuckled. "You lad. Your tools are quite impressive. You have a telescope as well." Upon hearing that Pang Bei possessed a telescope, Lu Hai immediately grasped Pang Bei's arm, urging, "Why waste time here? Let us move swiftly. The sooner we locate them, the sooner we can find peace of mind." Pang Bei was taken aback by Lu Ershuan's apparent familiarity with the mountain paths. It seemed he had spent considerable time in the hills during his youth. With Lu Erhun leading the way, Pang Bei discovered that although this small path was a detour, their pace was significantly accelerated. The route Lu Erhun chose allowed for easy observation of the surroundings, and concealment was readily available, ensuring that he could protect himself at the first sign of danger. As they circumvented to the mountain's peak, Pang Bei crouched in a snowdrift, raising his telescope to scan the southern slope. The opposite mountainside loomed dark and impenetrable, rendering visibility nearly impossible. After all, this was not an ordinary telescope. Nevertheless, Pang Bei swept the area, initially believing it to be a fruitless endeavor. Just as he was about to lower the telescope and abandon his search, a faint flicker of light caught his eye. Pang Bei immediately halted, fixing his gaze on the location. Though the view was somewhat unclear, the dim light revealed the presence of a cave on the mountainside. A flicker of fire danced at the cave's entrance. He had indeed seen someone on the opposite side. Moreover, the light indicated it was unlikely to be Director Zhao and his team. At such a late hour, lighting a fire for warmth could not possibly be their doing. They were currently evading pursuit and awaiting reinforcements, making it highly probable that they were, like us, lying low in the snow against the wind. Pang Bei's analysis was met with Lu Hai's strong agreement. He believed it to be precisely the case. Pang Bei lowered the telescope and estimated the distance. If I were Director Zhao, I would be lying in ambush on the rocky cliff over there. From that angle, one could likely spot the fire with the naked eye. Before Pang Bei's words had fully left his lips, a sudden, furious roar erupted from the valley below. Upon hearing it, Pang Bei's expression turned grave. The smiles on Lu Hai and Lu Ershuan's faces also froze in place. Was that the voice of a bear? Chapter 62. The eerie danger. By discerning the direction of the sound, Pang Bei was able to ascertain its origin. Judging by the distance, the bear was not far from their position. Indeed, Zhao Changke and the others were nearby. However, Pang Bei's assumption was incorrect. Zhao Changre was not beneath the cliff, but rather not far from the direction of the firelight. Pang Bei surmised that they must have been chased out by the bear. What should they do? If a bear was involved, their situation would be dire. They only had Xiao Bei's rifle, which had limited efficacy against such a formidable creature. El Hai understood that even with a powerful rifle, the likelihood of dispatching a bear with a single shot in such low visibility was nearly non-existent. After all, the dim conditions coupled with the slim chance of landing a fatal shot on a bear was a daunting prospect. Bears were living beings, not stationary targets waiting to be shot. Pang Bei contemplated El Hai's words. He was a sniper from a special forces unit, quite distinct from a police sniper. The training for these two types of snipers was fundamentally different. Police snipers focused on absolute stopping power, typically aiming for a single, lethal shot to the head. Conversely, Special Forces snipers aimed to incapacitate the enemy without concern for whether the adversary could retaliate. The primary objective was to deliver a fatal wound, often targeting the larger torso rather than the head for efficiency in eliminating the enemy. Pang Bei, as a Special Forces sniper, found himself without a scope. Armed only with a standard rifle, could he truly adapt to the precision required for a headshot? He could manage a shot, but hitting the head was beyond his capability. The legendary sniper of war history was a different caliber altogether. He was merely an ace of a single unit, a significant disparity in prowess. Furthermore, should he attempt to aim precisely, his effective range would drastically diminish. Hitting the bear with one shot was a gamble he was not confident in taking. However, there was a grave concern. If the bear were wounded and enraged, the trio would surely meet their demise. But could they simply disregard the threat? That was not Pang Bei's nature. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes brightened, and he whispered, "We have a solution. I actually have an item I acquired for self-defense against potential encounters with tigers in the mountains. It seems it is time to put it to use." El Hai looked at Pang Bei with confusion. "Acquired? What do you mean?" Pang Bei mysteriously produced a hand grenade from his pocket. El Hai's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Where did you get that?" "It's an acquisition. If we use this wisely, we might injure the bear, or at least frighten it away. That would be a success." Upon hearing Pang Bei's words, El Hai pondered and realized the logic behind it. However, there was a pressing concern. It was winter, and the sound of a grenade could potentially attract danger. In this secluded mountain range, the snow lies thick upon the slopes. Should an avalanche occur, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. It seems that Pang Bei has discerned Lu Hai's apprehension, for he chuckles and says, "Captain, are you worried about an avalanche? Fear not. Even if the snow were to slide down, it would not be a grave concern, as we are still a considerable distance from the upper elevations. Moreover, the slope here is gentle, which I believe would mitigate the force of the descent, and the sound would not carry far. However, it would certainly frighten any bears away." Upon hearing Pang Bei's assertion about scaring off the bears, Lu Hai found his suggestion rather plausible. He had initially intended to counter that the enemy's grenade might not be sufficient to vanquish a bear, for if it survived, they would surely become mere fodder. Suddenly, a thought struck Pang Bei. His gaze fixated on the surrounding snowpack, noting its depth. In some places, it reached above the knee, while in deeper areas, it threatened to engulf him entirely. Contemplating this, he continued, "Captain, I believe we should consider testing the waters." Lu Hai was taken aback. Testing what? Pang Bei pointed to the pristine blanket of snow below, the avalanche. Lu Hai exchanged glances with Lu Han. Pang Bei earnestly explained. "We stand between Sandow Gully and Sadeo Gully, with a bend to the west and another to the east. If we choose our location wisely, the snow on the opposite slope, as well as that on the cliffside here, could very well cascade down." Lu Hai nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. However, if you trigger an avalanche, would that not endanger Director Zhao and his team? Pang Bei replied earnestly. If Zhao and his team are still alive, they must be in the trees or at a high vantage point, armed to fend off any bears. They wouldn't have lasted this long otherwise. We could call out from the mountain. The echoes here are quite capable of carrying our voices. Furthermore, we could signal with a flashlight. I believe Director Zhao has one as well. By the way, Captain, do you know semaphore? Lu Han promptly volunteered. I do. I learned it during training for signaling. Though not extensively, Pang Bei continued, as long as you can guide them to safety, that is sufficient. Lu Han nodded vigorously, smiling, that's not difficult at all. I can signal for them to evade. After this exchange, both Lu Han and Pang Bei turned their attention back to Lu Hai. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hai inquired, but how can we ensure the bear is buried beneath the snow? Pang Bei responded with a grin, I will lure it out. And you can handle the grenade, Captain. I will signal you. I am quick at climbing, once I find a safe spot. I will flash the flashlight 3 times to alert you. Lu Hai examined the flashlight in his hand, pondering for a moment before responding, very well, but do exercise caution. At this juncture, Lu Hai could only place his faith in Pang Bei, as he had no other viable options. With the plan set, Pang Bei swiftly descended the mountain, his pace brisk, as he was well aware of the general direction he needed to pursue. As he approached the area, Pang Bei began to enter a state of concealment. In the pitch-black forest, the snow appeared somewhat luminous, allowing him to discern the objects scattered across the ground. It was not as if one could not see their hand in front of their face. As he drew nearer, a sudden roar pierced the stillness. Pang Bei swiftly pinpointed the source of the sound. Bang! Then came the report of a gunshot. Pang Bei reaffirmed his location. As he moved closer to the sound, he crouched in the snow, attempting to mask his presence. At this distance, he was merely approximately 150 meters away. Pang Bei was confident that if he advanced another 150 meters, he would surely set his eyes upon the bear. Director Zhao, this is Pang Bei. Do you have a flashlight? Zhao Changhe, who had just fired a shot, was momentarily taken aback, then grew anxious. Xiao Bei, Lu Zheqi, who was hiding behind another tree, was also stunned. Pang Bei has come? Xiao Bei, you must leave at once. Who permitted your presence here? It is exceedingly dangerous. Do not approach. Zhao Changhe shouted in alarm, his gaze fixed intently on the enormous creature that was almost absurd in its size. Chapter 63, The Avalanche. To be candid, it was the first time Zhao Changhe had encountered such a phenomenon in his life. It is often said that the old forest possesses a peculiar malevolence. Zhao Changhe was skeptical of these supernatural tales, yet he found himself witnessing the inexplicable. In fact, Pang Bei had begun to sense something amiss. As Daji's fur stood on end, and she emitted a low, mournful growl, seemingly warning Pang Bei of impending danger. Pang Bei turned to Daji and quietly inquired, Daji, is there something ahead? The group began to fidget restlessly, turning in circles. Pang Bei glanced at Daji, then at Zhao Changhe, asking, a bear? Daji halted abruptly. Indeed, she was clearly indicating that there was something wrong with that bear. But what could possibly be amiss with it? A large bear? Yet, considering Daji's cunning nature, could she truly be frightened by such a creature? At that moment, Daji suddenly lifted her head and darted away with remarkable speed. Pang Bei was taken aback. However, he did not pursue her. It was wise to flee at this juncture, as she was wild by nature, and he had no intention of restraining her. Wherever she chose to run was entirely her decision. Pang Bei contemplated for a moment before calling out, Zhao, listen to me. If you have a flashlight, when I draw the bear away, flash the light 3 times up the mountain, and you all should try to climb as high as possible. Zhao Changhe, astonished, asked, what are you planning to do? Don't worry about it. I have a plan. Just ensure your safety. I'm starting now. Pang Bei replied. Don't do anything reckless. Zhao Changhe exclaimed, nearly leaping into action. Yet, at that moment, Pang Bei had already fired his weapon. Bang! The sound of the rifle echoed through the woods. Meanwhile, on the opposite mountain, a few individuals clad in cotton coats sat by a campfire, sipping spirits. One gaunt man, resembling a skeleton, broke into a grin, his uneven teeth appearing particularly yellow in the flickering firelight. A man beside the fire, feasting on meat and drinking, wore a disdainful expression. Survive? Why would they? Just because they wield those pathetic guns? What are they thinking? Today, I shall watch these officers perish. Honestly, it has been a while since anything this entertaining has happened. Exactly. They are cutting off our livelihood, so let us ensure their demise. You're quite right. The man by the fire, indulging in meat and drink, was a notorious bandit known as Treading Three Rivers. Treading Three Rivers was a genuine outlaw, his family having engaged in this life for generations. However, during the previous eradication efforts, they were brutally exterminated. His father met a similar fate, executed. As a descendant of bandits, he naturally faced harsh treatment. He harbored resentment since childhood and, upon growing up, sought revenge, leading to his pursuit by the police and a large-scale manhunt by militias. He was forced to take refuge in the dense mountains, and when life became unbearable, he would venture near the border to survive. Recently, believing the danger had passed, he returned to continue his nefarious activities, and due to his numbers, the other production teams found themselves powerless against him. Perched with a sense of superiority, the bandit crossed his legs and gazed triumphantly. The other outlaws, their faces adorned with scornful smiles, derided the police across from them, tauntingly asking, "Hey, officers, do you indulge in meat? Come down and have a taste. Why don't you come down? Oh, right, if you come down, you won't be having a meal. You'll be serving as the meal." One of them mockingly suggested, "How about you lend us that young lady for some amusement, and in return, we might spare your lives." An approving murmur swept through the group. Indeed, it has been ages since we've seen such a tender young woman, albeit a bit thin, but quite fair-skinned. Their crude and vulgar remarks made Lu Zheqi's blood boil, and she felt an overwhelming urge to shoot them dead. Yet, the distance was great, and they too were armed. Frustration welled within her, but the gun she wielded could hardly reach them. Moreover, a colossal bear loomed nearby, impervious to the handgun's feeble threat. The power of the rifle was commendable, certainly far superior to that of a mere pistol. The bullet whizzed through the trees, landing in the snow below. The bear, noticing this disturbance, cast a menacing glare towards Pang Bei. Enraged, it let out a thunderous roar. The sound of the bear reverberated like distant thunder in the valley, echoing ominously through the mountains. Lu Hai observed the rustling sounds surrounding them, sensing something was amiss. This isn't right. Why does that bear sound so formidable? Lu Erzan, equally perturbed, replied anxiously, "Captain, I recall my master mentioning that there might be a human bear in these mountains. Could it be that creature?" Lu Hai shuddered at the thought. A human bear? Isn't that merely a tale told to frighten children? They say it can mimic human behavior, greet you, or even knock on your door. And when you open it, it licks your face clean off. Is that even possible? As Lu Hai posed the question, both he and Lu Erzan fell silent, contemplating the unsettling possibility. Throughout their lives, their master had warned them that the old forest was treacherous, advising against hunting in these parts, deemed a forbidden zone. Many hunters had met their demise here. Pang Bei's previous escape was a stroke of luck, but it didn't assure future safety. At that moment, Pang Bei too sensed something was amiss. While fleeing, he noticed the snow from the trees cascading down, and the ground trembled beneath him. When he glanced back, a chill ran down his spine. The creature pursuing him resembled a massive boulder. It stood nearly 2 meters tall and stretched over 4 meters in length. What in the world is that? Pang Bei was dumbfounded. In all his years, he had never encountered such a colossal bear. Is this truly a bear? Yet, regardless of the situation, Pang Bei had to flee immediately. Fortunately, he was in mountainous terrain, allowing for relative agility. Though the problem was that his agility was merely comparative to human standards. The bear was no clumsy beast. This creature could run as swiftly as a vehicle. Despite its bulk, the bear was anything but awkward. Pang Bei, now devoid of all composure, realized there was no way he could outrun it. What a ridiculous notion. As the bear drew near, and with no one around, Pang Bei swiftly shifted to shoot, even executing a jump shot. Bang! The bullet struck the bear squarely in the shoulder. However, due to its thick layer of fat and sturdy hide, it merely created a hole, inflicting minimal damage. This was merely a superficial wound. Pang Bei was left astonished. What on earth was this monstrous creature? Why were there so many monsters in this mountain? During his training in the military, he had encountered various challenges in the mountains, yet he had never seen anything like this. Zhao Changhe, witnessing the bear pursue Pang Bei, shouted anxiously, "Xiao Bei, you fool! Are you courting death?" At that moment, Lu Jieqi noticed a glimmer atop the mountain. "Director, there are people signaling from the mountain. They want us to take cover." Zhao Changhe looked up at the mountain. It was a signal in light. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly responded with a flashlight towards the opposite side. Now, they could only bet on Pang Bei's plan. Upon seeing the response, LV Airshan immediately called out to LV Hai, "Captain, Director Zhao has replied. They indicated that they are ready, and we can commence our plan." LV Hai understood that they could delay no longer. If they did, Pang Bei would be in grave danger. Bang! Another shot rang out. And this time it appeared to hit the bear, which became enraged. It stood on its hind legs, towering at nearly 5 meters, and unleashed a powerful roar towards Pang Bei. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the mountain to tremble. On one side of the cliff, pristine white snow cracked and cascaded down. Boom! It was not only the snow on their side that fell, the snow on the opposite mountain began to tumble as well. The bear was driven nearly mad with rage, while the onlooking bandits were entirely unprepared for what was to come. They were sitting close to the flames, unaware that disaster was descending from above. A massive amount of accumulated snow slid down the mountainside. In the blink of an eye, the avalanche thundered down upon them, and it was now too late to escape. Chapter 64. Daji's cunning maneuver. Panic ensued. Chaos enveloped everyone. Who could have foreseen the avalanche? Moreover, who could have imagined that the police would provoke the bear to the brink of madness? Such occurrences were entirely unforeseen by Ta Sanjiang, who had never considered that anyone would resort to such a mutually destructive strategy. Yet, it was too late. Upon realizing the avalanche, disarray erupted around him. Many fled in sheer panic, some tumbling to the ground, while others, disregarding their well-being, trampled over one another, for the cave was cramped. And to claim otherwise would be sheer folly. As the turmoil escalated, Ta Sanjiang, though intent on restoring order, found no opportunity to intervene. A massive cascade of snow descended from the mountain peak. Positioned midway up the slope, the speed was astonishing, and a multitude of his recently acquired subordinates was buried beneath the snow and ice. Infuriating. "I shall not let you escape, even in death." In the midst of Ta Sanjiang's despairing roar, his figure vanished into the snow. The avalanche swiftly engulfed the valley, ultimately converging at the bottom and sending up a flurry of snowflakes. As the snowflakes fell, an eerie silence enveloped the valley. The laughter of the bandits faded away, and the figure of the bear was nowhere to be seen. On the mountain, Lu Hai bellowed, "Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei!" His urgent cries echoed, but the stillness of the valley offered no reply. Lu Airshan joined in the call, yet the valley remained unresponsive. Lu Hai's anxiety mounted. Could it be that Pang Bei had not escaped? He rose, determined to descend and search, but Lu Airshan restrained him. "Captain, we cannot go down yet. Another avalanche may occur." "No. Xiao Bei is in danger. How can I face Lan Meizi if something happens to him?" As Lu Hai and Lu Airshan grappled with the situation, a voice emerged from below. "Captain, I'm over here." Hearing Pang Bei's voice, Lu Hai's heart, which had been in turmoil, immediately settled. "Xiao Bei, how are you? Are you all right? Not injured?" Pang Bei grinned widely. "I'm perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me." "You little rascal, still trying to be clever with me." Observing the absence of further signs of an avalanche, Pang Bei leapt down, only for that leap to result in a muffled thud as he landed, resembling a carrot stuck in the snow. "Ugh, this is a bit embarrassing." Pang Bei attempted to extricate himself, but after a couple of tries, he halted. "Oh no, I was careless." He realized he was stuck. Just as he pondered how to free himself, something stirred nearby. With a crash, a massive bear head emerged from beneath the snow. "Oh no." Pang Bei was taken aback. This was disastrous. He grasped his gun, preparing to fire another shot at the bear. However, the enormous black bear suddenly clawed its way out of the snow. Pang Bei remained trapped, while the bear was free. Panic surged through him. He hastily pulled the trigger. But to his utter dismay, the gun jammed. What bad luck. Even a sip of cool water could lead to misfortune. Pang Bei's face turned pale. What on earth was he to do? The human bear emerged only to be ensnared once more, struggling to break free again. Such a scenario is truly terrifying. It is akin to the execution of a death sentence where the first bullet misfires, and the second fails as well. Is this not absurd? As Pang Bei watched the human bear inch closer, it made its final efforts. Just as the black bear was nearly within reach, a thunderous roar of a tiger suddenly reverberated through the mountains. The sound of the tiger's roar echoed across the valley. Pang Bei was taken aback. It is said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless Goodness, one male and one female. Pang Bei's anxiety heightened. Clearly, the tiger had discovered its mate was dead. The roar was filled with fury. Upon hearing the sound, the human bear immediately halted. Though massive, it was evidently intimidated by the tiger's roar. This creature, despite its size, was afraid? Certainly, bears are generally quite intelligent, unless cornered and perceiving a threat to their lives. Typically, they strive to avoid danger. Upon hearing the tiger's wrath, the human bear likely realized that retribution was at hand. It promptly abandoned its assault on Pang Bei and turned to flee. While its escape appeared somewhat comical, it was no slow retreat. Yet, how did the tiger arrive so promptly? As Pang Bei pondered this, something small darted down the hillside. As it approached, he discerned that it was Daji. Everyone was sprinting, and upon seeing Pang Bei, she leapt high into the air before diving into a snowbank. Pang Bei was bewildered. What was she doing? After Daji burrowed into the snow, she emerged with her head peeking out, emitting urgent sounds. Pang Bei suddenly understood and decided to join her in the snowbank. No sooner had he concealed himself than he heard something approaching above. Given Pang Bei's stature, he realized that in the forest, only the human bear stood as the largest target. Furthermore, with him present, the tiger would not mistake him for the one who had slain its beloved mate. The tiger, spotting the human bear, charged forth immediately. Although the bear was timid, it did not imply an inability to confront the tiger. Soon, the sounds of a bear and tiger battling echoed, both parties attempting to intimidate one another with their roars. Pang Bei cautiously peered out. He noticed Daji also revealing her little head. Together, they observed the standoff between the bear and the tiger in the snowy landscape. This scene was both humorous and bizarre. Pang Bei gazed in astonishment at the tiger. Initially, he believed the one-eyed tiger to be sufficiently large, only to discover this one was even larger. The tiger glared furiously at the human bear. This tiger was, in fact, the mate that the one-eyed tiger had recently found, as winter is the season for tiger mating. What a predicament, to have a large bear extinguished before they had even entered their den. It would be astonishing if the tiger did not erupt in fury. Pang Bei glanced at Daji, thinking to himself, the ancients truly did not deceive me. This fox is indeed cunning. Initially, Pang Bei believed that Daji had abandoned him and fled. Who could have anticipated that she had actually lured the tiger? Is it true that the fox wields the tiger's might? How intriguing. Pang Bei chuckled and gave Daji a thumbs up, while she, in a haughty manner, raised her chin. The bear, sensing the unfavorable situation, made its escape, and the tiger, unrelenting, continued its pursuit, paying no heed to the pair of man and fox. Perhaps it was an act of gratitude, a token of appreciation for the fox's timely warning? Pang Bei remained perplexed about how Daji had communicated with the tiger in the wild, but she had indeed succeeded. As the tiger retreated, Daji nimbly emerged and began to dig, liberating Pang Bei from the snow pit. Once freed, he exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Goodness, Daji. Could it be that you are truly a vixen?" Daji seemed to comprehend, letting out a couple of disgruntled calls. Subsequently, Pang Bei hoisted his gun and cradled Daji in his arms. She complied without resistance, allowing him to hold her. "Haha, Daji, you truly are my lucky star. When we return, I shall prepare a feast for you." Laughter erupted around them, echoing with delight. Just as Pang Bei reveled in his fortunate escape, a voice called from behind, "Xiao Bei, are you all right?" Turning to see Captain Lin Bei, he replied with a smile, "Captain, I'm fine. Let us go see how Zhao and the others are faring." Chapter 65, a sincere expression of gratitude this time. The situation was truly precarious. Pang Bei nearly became the evening meal for a bear. However, Pang Bei surmised that the tiger would soon establish itself as the sovereign of this territory. Especially with the absence of the original tigress, who could tell whether it would remain? Lin Bei and Erzhan were unconcerned with such matters. Their primary focus lay on Pang Bei's safety. Upon seeing Pang Bei cradling a fox, seemingly unperturbed, their worries dissipated. With a smile, Pang Bei remarked, "Captain, Grandma, who is incredible, she summoned the tiger." Lin Bei gazed in astonishment at the enchanting figure of Daji in Pang Bei's arms and couldn't help but chuckle. "You lad. What extraordinary luck you possess. Even Grandma, who is watching over you." Erzhan, captivated by Daji, hastily clasped his hands in reverence towards Grandma who. Initially, I was skeptical of such things, but now I find myself compelled to believe. It is truly remarkable. Pang Bei chuckled in agreement. Lin Bei glanced around, ensuring that the tiger and the bear had retreated, and that Zhao and his group had not approached. He then handed a grenade to Pang Bei, stating, "This must remain a secret. Do you understand? If you encounter a bear on the mountain, this might just save your life." Pang Bei accepted the grenade without hesitation, stowing it away. Once Pang Bei had secured it, El Hai sighed. Let us proceed and check on Zhao and the others. The trio trudged through the snow, arriving to find Zhao and his group similarly engaged in planting radishes in the frosty ground. Pang Bei waved at Zhao Changhe, who, upon noticing their approach, finally exhaled with relief. He had witnessed the earlier events in their entirety. It was indeed thrilling. He couldn't help but admire Pang Bei's myriad of clever tricks. Moreover, any lingering doubts he harbored had been entirely dispelled. Initially, he had suspected that someone was instructing Pang Bei, given his remarkable prowess. He feared that a lurking enemy might be behind it all, which could spell disaster for Pang Bei. However, it now appeared evident that Pang Bei's resourcefulness was entirely self-taught, indicating a profound understanding of the wilderness, likely imparted by a hunter. If that were the case, Pang Bei's capabilities mattered little. As Pang Bei and his companions drew near, El Hai and El Erzhan assisted in extricating the remaining individuals. Zhao Changhe smiled and said, "We owe you a great debt. Had it not been for your help, we might have perished here." El Hai replied, "Zhao, this is not the place for conversation. We must retreat swiftly. There are still belongings to retrieve." Zhao Changhe nodded eagerly. Lu Jiaqi glanced at the mountain across from them and inquired, "Director, what shall we do about those people?" Zhao Changhe surveyed the snow-covered slope and coldly replied, "Let us assume they have been devoured by the tiger. As long as they are dead, there shall be no issues." He then turned to Pang Bei, adding, "Bandits always have something up their sleeve. Moreover, in the mountains, it's not uncommon to discover their hiding places, whether it be food or treasure, that depends on luck. Wouldn't you agree?" Pang Bei instantly grasped Zhao Changhe's intent. He is sending himself to cleanse the battlefield. Rest assured, Officer Zhao, if I can locate the bodies, I shall deliver them all to you. Zhao Changhe chuckled. Good lad. Work diligently from now on. The new year is approaching, and I have little to offer you. Consider this as your New Year's lucky money. Pang Bei nodded with a smile. The other officers were certainly worth their lives to him, and they would not speak otherwise. Besides, what they desired was for these individuals to perish, as long as they laid eyes upon the corpses. Any absence of funds would be deemed extravagance, and if they failed to find the weapons, it would signify they had not looted. Or perhaps there were still accomplices yet to be apprehended. However, one thing they could be certain of was that over at the Happy production team, their comrades remained. Many individuals on this side had come from there. If they could extract those individuals, they would achieve merit, and they could celebrate a prosperous new year. During that era, the police lived in hardship as well. They had no means to present Pang Bei with gifts of gratitude. Thus, this was their way of expressing thanks. El Hai patted Pang Bei on the shoulder. Call us when you find the bodies. Beyond that, I wish to know nothing, and you need not share with me. Pang Bei gazed at El Hai in astonishment, while El Erzhan beside him chuckled. All right, let us head back. It's already the early hours of the morning, and by the time we return, it will likely be 5 or 6 o'clock. Let us go. And don't forget, there is still a tiger over there that we can bring back. By the way, Xiao Bei, once you're finished, could you spare me a tiger bone? I intend to infuse it in liquor. I've heard it has potent aphrodisiac properties. Upon hearing this, El Hai grinned and added, make sure to save me a piece too. I don't need much, just a small chunk will suffice. Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. All right. Officer Zhao chuckled as well, patting Pang Bei on the shoulder. Such a delightful opportunity. I want him too. The officers laughed and joined in the banter, except for Lu Jiaqi, who retorted with annoyance. What nonsense are you all spouting in front of a child? Zhao Changhe could not contain his laughter. A child, you say? Xiao Bei is already anxious to find a wife. Pang Bei scratched his head, unable to resist. I believe Officer Lu is correct. I am indeed still a child. Mainly, my mother is eager for me to settle down. But you know, who would dare marry me? They all fear becoming widows. Zhao Changhe burst into hearty laughter. Once you establish a name for yourself, would the matchmakers from the surrounding villages come knocking at your door? Pang Bei smiled sheepishly, and Zhao Changhe turned to Lu Jiaqi. Tell me, Xiao Lu, what do you think of our Xiao Bei? Quite good, Lu Jiaqi replied candidly. Zhao Changhe grinned. Xiao Bei, did you hear that? Not all young ladies are disinterested. There is one here who holds you in favorable regard. Work hard, and if Xiao Lu recognizes your merits, perhaps you might even court her. Lu Jiaqi's face flushed, and Pang Bei felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. Well, a sibling romance? Pang Bei mused. Who says people in this era are conservative? They certainly know how to enjoy themselves. As they chatted and laughed on the way back, the officers assisted in carrying the tiger's carcass. Pang Bei did not need to lift it himself. and when they returned to the village, it truly was already 5 or 6 o'clock. Zhao Changtha arranged for someone to deliver the tiger to Pang Bei's home, after which they retired to the team headquarters for a respite. Awakened by the commotion, Pang Bei's mother was startled to see the tiger in the yard, causing her to collapse onto the ground in fright. Lu Xiulan gazed dreamily at the majestic creature before inquiring, "Xiao Bei, did you catch this?" Turning to face his mother, Pang Bei could not suppress a laugh. "Mother, I am no deity. How could I single-handedly take down a tiger? The captain, along with Zhao and a group of police comrades, is involved. Do you jest?" Lu Xiulan, astonished by the sight of the tiger at their doorstep, then asked, "But why has it come to our home? It must be here to express gratitude. The crucial shot that felled the beast was mine. What a stroke of luck." With this revelation, Lu Xiulan exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that it was indeed her son who had fortuitously claimed the glory. Otherwise, if he had taken down the tiger alone, what chaos might have ensued? Once the thaw occurred, who could predict what further adventures her precious son might embark upon in the mountains? She wished for him to possess just enough skill to hunt and patrol the hills, avoiding any perilous endeavors entirely. Chapter 66. Official work. Pang Bei returned home, having successfully hunted a tiger, yet miraculously, he bore no injuries, save for a few frostbite marks. His mother, with a smile, applied some lard to his skin and said, "You have done so much for the team this time. I reckon the captain will surely boast that it was you who felled the tiger. But do not let it go to your head. When others praise you, do not start believing that it was solely your achievement, lest you endanger your own life." Pang Bei chuckled foolishly. "Mother, I am well aware. If there is anyone deserving of the credit, it is Grandma who. Without her, neither Zhao nor the others would have returned." His mother paused, then asked in surprise, "Has Grandma who manifested her powers again?" Pang Bei nodded, and his mother, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, then you must catch a couple of wild chickens for her. She has helped you, and although she asks for nothing in return, we must show our sincerity. Do you not agree?" Though Pang Bei was not superstitious, he found himself agreeing with his mother's sentiments. Even though Daji was a fox spirit, she had saved him. And that was a fact that could not be dismissed lightly. "It's simple. I know precisely where to find the wild chickens. I shall fetch 2 by nightfall. Alas, those roosters may soon find themselves with fewer hens." "You cheeky rascal. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Xiulan playfully tapped Pang Bei's head. Once the ointment was applied, she urged him to sleep and rest well. Pang Bei, feeling genuinely fatigued, complied without protest and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered it was nearly noon. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Pang Qian's big, dark eyes gazing at him, blinking curiously. "Brother?" With a smile, Pang Bei embraced the little one. She had been well fed lately, her face rosy and smooth, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. He pinched her chubby cheeks and teased, "Little rascal. Have you missed your brother?" Pang Qian nodded obediently. "Yes, very much. By the way, brother, mother has gone out and asked me to take care of you. She said once you wake up, you should eat quickly, and I will heat your meal." Pang Bei feigned squeezing her plump cheeks. "No need. I can heat my own food. Little Qian, go and play." After rising, the siblings shared laughter as they headed to the dining area. Once they were well fed, Pang Bei disassembled his rifle, diligently cleaning it and addressing any jamming issues before reassembling it. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. "Little Bei, are you awake?" Pang Bei was taken aback and opened the door to find Zhao Changke and Lu Hai waiting. "Captain? Zhao? What brings you here?" The two exchanged glances before breaking into smiles. Zhao Changge produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Pang Bei. "This is your appointment letter. You are now receiving a salary." Pang Bei stood in astonishment. "What? I'm getting paid?" "Indeed. Starting today, Comrade Pang Bei, you are appointed as a specially designated patrol member of our Qinglonggu police station, responsible for monitoring the mountains, remaining vigilant for any unusual activities, as well as addressing issues related to fire prevention, illegal logging, and poaching. Each month, you will receive a modest salary of 10 yuan, though it may seem insignificant. It will undoubtedly alleviate some of your burdens." "10 yuan?" Pang Bei exclaimed, his eyes widening, before breaking into a smile. "That is quite a sum." Zhao Changke chuckled heartily and remarked, "Look at how delighted you are. Is it really just this little amount that brings you such joy?" Lu Hai chimed in, "Furthermore, Xiao Bei, you will be solely responsible for the mountain from now on, and the safety of the village will also fall under your purview. Come spring, I will discuss with everyone about building you a new house. After all, when you marry, you cannot continue living with your mother, can you? Even if she agrees." "Your wife certainly would not." Pang Bei felt a blush creep across his face, prompting Zhao Changha to tease. See? We used to think he was just a child. But this lad is wiser than anyone. Laughter erupted among them. Clearing his throat, Pang Bei interjected, Uncle, Captain, my sister is only 4 years old. Isn't it inappropriate to discuss such matters? Zhao Changha and Lu Hai exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, Xiao Bei makes a valid point. Eagerly, Pang Bei invited them, come. Let us go inside. I have some meat soup. Let us enjoy it together. Zhao Changha's eyes sparkled at the mention of soup. Meat soup? Tiger meat? Indeed. Come. Let us indulge. Zhao Changha grinned as he entered the house, with Lu Hai following suit. Upon entering the wooden cabin, they found it was not the chaotic scene they had anticipated but rather simple and clean. Zhao Changha surveyed the surroundings and sighed. Do you think Pang Yugui is out of his mind? With such a wonderful wife and such lovely children, how could he dare to send them away? I must advise my sister when I return, if things don't improve, she should leave at once and not wait for trouble. Lu Hai couldn't help but scoff. Zhao. You don't understand. The old Pang family is nothing but cowards, only capable of mistreating their wives. Bullying outsiders, how disgraceful. The organization has always emphasized gender equality, mutual respect, and care. Just look at how they disregard the principles from above. Zhao Changha's expression darkened as he replied, no matter what. I will confront them when I return. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Pang Bei remained silent, knowing that returning home was not an option. Of course, neither Lu Hai nor Zhao Changha would allow Pang Bei to go back. After all, King Longu was in dire need of personnel. To them, Pang Bei was an invaluable asset. With him on duty, many mountain-related issues would be resolved, significantly reducing their workload. Otherwise, they would have to patrol the mountains every year. Now, with Pang Bei's expertise, any arising issues could be reported directly to Lu Hai, alleviating further complications. Given that this was a forest region, despite the small size of El Jiatsuan, there were dedicated telephone lines installed specifically for reporting purposes, a luxury not afforded to other production teams where telephones and flashlights were considered household items. While savoring the tiger meat soup, Pang Bei curiously asked, by the way, Captain Zhao, how is the investigation into that child progressing? Zhao Changha sighed, thanks to your report. It turns out that the child was indeed not abandoned. It was that scoundrel from Tisanjiang who stole it. We have apprehended an insider, Huang Dieth, who raises cattle in the barn over at Happiness. This rascal abducted someone's child and sold them to Tisanjiang, even recruiting people in the village for him. We managed to catch him. Pang Bei could not help but exclaim, such a person deserves to be executed. Zhao Changha chuckled, what else do you expect? He has no other way out except for the firing squad. Oh, Pang Bei suddenly realized that this was the year 58. A time when even crimes of hooliganism could lead to execution, let alone such serious offenses. Lu Hai sighed. You have no idea how heart-wrenching it was to see that child's parents weeping. Let's not dwell on this any longer, but Xiao Bei, you must be cautious. Tisanjiang and Chui Sanjin are not on the same side. They are still at odds. What? Two factions? Pang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Changha nodded, indeed. The lair of Chui Sanjin's gang has been usurped by Tisanjiang, and Chui Sanjin has been hiding in the mountains. Huang Dia has no idea where he is. However, it is said that Chui Sanjin has accomplices, a sworn brother who seems to operate in the black market, but who exactly that is remains unknown. You need to be careful. Pang Bei furrowed his brow slightly, and Zhao Changha continued to reassure him. However, you need not worry too much. We have basically accounted for everyone in the mountains. You have done well. As he said this, Zhao Changha patted Pang Bei on the arm and gave him a thumbs up. The cleanup you conducted was remarkably thorough. Chapter 67. Adding more troubles for my biological father. Pang Bei was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens. Had he truly annihilated the Chui Sanjin gang, all by himself? Such an accomplishment seemed rather grandiose. Scratching his head, he inquired, Zhao, is this merit to be reported just like that? Zhao Changha, puzzled, responded, what's the issue? This is no small feat. Surely it warrants some scrutiny from above. However, the concern nagged at Pang Bei, but I'm still quite young, and to have such an achievement already. What if I encounter perilous situations in the future? I'm not even married yet, nor do I have any heirs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changha immediately understood. He couldn't help but smirk, chuckling softly. You rascal. Is this what you're fretting about? Nonetheless, you do have a point. So what do you propose I do? Could you perhaps keep the credit for yourself? And allow me to be considered merely an enthusiastic participant? Is that agreeable? Pang Bei racked his brain to formulate a term befitting this era. Zhao Changha pondered for a moment before nodding with a grin. All right, With that sharp mind of yours, why aren't you focusing on your studies? Study? Do you think they would allow me? Who would gather the firewood for them? Who would serve as their lackey? Pang Bei's frustration boiled over at the mere mention of this topic. In truth, he was far more studious than Pang Dong. Yet his family insisted on sending Pang Dong to school, resulting in Pang Dong barely scraping through to a vocational school. Meanwhile, Pang Bei had nearly failed to complete his middle school education. Zhao Chang's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Just wait until I return. Pang Yugui, that scoundrel. If I let him live in comfort, I shall take his surname. If Zhao Chang'e sought retribution against Pang Yugui, the latter would surely find himself in dire straits. Pang Bei was consumed by a desire for vengeance, but causing a bit of trouble for Pang Yugui would certainly bring him some satisfaction. After all, with Lu Xiulan absent, she would have never permitted him to act in such a manner. She yearned for a complete severance of ties. As for Pang Bei, he relished the thought of troubling his biological father. After all, blood is thicker than water. Lu Hai remained silent on the matter. Even though Pang Bei's actions bore a hint of filial disrespect, yet, was his father truly an upstanding individual? It was all part of the grand scheme of things. At this juncture, Zhao Chang'e suddenly lowered his voice. Once we leave, you should go over and clean up. If you come across any intelligence, do remember to inform us. As for the remaining items, make sure to conceal them well. Understood. Pang Bei nodded with a cheerful demeanor. Zhao Chang'e sighed, then continued, all right, we've eaten and chatted enough. This tiger meat soup isn't half bad. I'll take my leave now, as there are numerous subsequent matters to attend to. Be careful from now on. Don't act recklessly. You have but one life to live. Do you hear me? Pang Bei promptly rose and replied, got it. He felt that both Zhao Chang'e and Lu Hai were individuals with whom he could forge a deep bond. After all, with their presence, the days ahead would surely be more favorable for him. Once he bid them farewell, Pang Bei was obedient, refraining from rushing to the battlefield to clean up. Instead, he chose to stay at home and continue playing with Xiao Qian. Before long, his mother returned, her face aglow with joy. It was evident that something delightful had occurred. Pang Bei gazed curiously at his mother, inquiring, Mother, what brings you such joy? Children should not pry into adult matters, she retorted. Perplexed, Pang Bei asked, is someone introducing you to a suitor? Lu Xiulan playfully pinched Pang Bei's cheek, causing him to yelp in pain. Mother, please, be gentle. I might be disfigured and unable to marry. I won't pinch you, but what nonsense is this? How dare you speak ill of your mother? Are you asking for a beating? Pang Bei, wincing, waved his hands in protest, his face flushed. Rubbing his sore cheek, he protested, I was merely jesting. Lu Xiulan huffed and replied, even so, a son should not mock his mother. What is it that has you so elated? With a pout, Pang Bei responded, I am just curious. Lu Xiulan's smile returned as she softly said, you know Lu Xiaowu from the village, right? Pang Bei nodded. Yes, I know him. He has a brother who just married, but he is not functioning well in that regard. His mother approached me, offering cloth tickets, asking for a piece of tiger bone to brew some wine for her son. To help him, Pang Bei realized, oh, so young and already needing to recuperate. When spring arrives, I shall venture into the mountains to see if I can find some epimedium. Perhaps some goji berries as well? Lu Xiulan furrowed her brow and seized Pang Bei's ear, demanding, where on earth did you learn such oddities? It's no wonder you are always fixated on marrying. You've certainly not been studying properly. Pang Bei cried out in pain. Mother, I learned this from the doctor at the health clinic. Don't you remember? It was for Xiao Qian. He treated her for the same ailment. Lu Xiulan released her grip, her irritation palpable. You choose to learn only the frivolous and ignore the useful. Pang Bei rubbed his ear and pleaded, Mother, can we discuss matters without resorting to violence? Experts say that hitting children is detrimental to their psychological development. Lu Xiulan scoffed, I care not for what experts say. I know the old adage, a loving mother spoils her son. If I do not discipline you, you might ascend to the heavens. She continued, now tell me, what nonsense is spewing from your mouth? Pang Bei muttered in grievance. Just the other day, you said I was no longer a child. And now I am again treated as one. With a sharp glance, Lu Xiulan silenced him, causing him to shield his face. Unable to suppress a chuckle at her son's timid demeanor, Lu Xiulan exclaimed, you little rascal. I plan to save up for when you are truly ready to marry. Surely, you will need new bedding and clothing. Pondering for a moment, Pang Bei replied, I doubt it will be necessary. Zhao has just left. And I now have a salary. I can buy what I need then. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiulan was momentarily taken aback. What? Pang Bei jumped back in surprise. No. Mother, what are you planning? What has come over you these days? You have a salary? Nodding, Pang Bei confirmed. Yes, it's $10 a month. With joy, Lu Xiaolan embraced her son, exclaiming, "How wonderful! My son is truly remarkable." "Oh, with a salary. Does this mean you have secured a formal job?" Pang Bei exhaled in relief and continued, "The salary is modest, merely 10 yuan. What more do you expect? How much does Zhao receive in a month? These workers earn merely 20 to 30 yuan at most, and that's generous. On the lower end, it amounts to just 10 yuan. You should take joy in that." "Ah, if my son secures a job, we must be discerning when it comes to choosing a wife. We cannot settle for just anyone." After speaking, Lu Xiaolan chuckled to herself, then covered her face and exclaimed, "Is this a dream? My son has found work." Observing his mother's reaction, Pang Bei reflected on the significance of that meager 10 yuan. In his past life, that sum would barely buy an ice cream. And he would have to weigh even that against the risk of encountering an assassin, merely the price of a popsicle stick. Although this era is impoverished, it possesses a genuine warmth among its people. Suddenly, he felt that his rebirth was not a punishment from the heavens, but rather a compensation, allowing him to experience the warmth he had never known in his previous life. In his heart, Pang Bei silently expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Chapter 68, A Bountiful Harvest. Pang Bei has secured a formal job, and Lu Xiaolan beams with pride. This position is not merely recognized by the production team. It has been sanctioned by the local police station. It comes with a salary. Her son, Lu Xiaolan's pride, is now officially employed at the police station. Although he serves as a patrol officer, he is responsible for an entire mountain range. What an impressive role. From this day forth, Lu Xiaolan's face has been adorned with a perpetual smile. Pang Bei, however, refrains from saying much. His mother, intent on crafting a tiger skin coat for him to wear at his wedding, is also diligently preparing to exchange items from the tiger for some money. After all, the new year approaches, and they cannot possibly don fur coats in the coming spring, can they? While his mother processes the tiger, Pang Bei sets out early under the pretext of exploring the mountain. He waits until Zhao Changke and the others have departed before discreetly heading to Daegu. By midday, Pang Bei arrives at his destination. Upon returning, he finds the snow remains undisturbed, with no significant changes to observe. He discerns that these individuals have long since perished. Looking up at the mountain peak, he notes that an avalanche has occurred on that side. Here, the snow has simply cascaded down. A shiver runs down his spine as he excavates the cave entrance and crawls inside. Within the cave, he discovers a table, chairs, and bedding. An array of essential living supplies is quite well stocked. On this trip to the mountain, Pang Bei has brought ice blocks with him. He selects items that would be useful at home and in good condition. He dismisses the bedding as unappealing and too dirty for his taste. But the furniture is worth considering. Additionally, he finds tools such as axes, shovels, and picks, which he does not mind taking. However, Pang Bei is taken aback to find only a scant supply of ammunition, approximately 300 rounds. Given the number of individuals here, 300 rounds is hardly sufficient. Moreover, they are all Mauser pistol bullets. Pang Bei could certainly use them, but he finds a gun with a shovel among the corpses. Upon inspecting the bodies, he uncovers a significant number of food vouchers, meat tickets, and fabric coupons, the origins of which remain a mystery to him. He pays them little mind. As for the gun, he retrieves a polished, mirrored one from the hands of a deceased man. Although he has no desire for it, his own firearm, a quick-firing model, is far better maintained. He considers the favor it could grant him with Lu Hai, who is in need. He decides to keep it for Lu Hai while reserving the bullets for himself, knowing that Lu Hai can procure bullets on his own later. After securing the gun, he continues his search and makes a surprising discovery. He finds a bayonet, specifically the one designed for the 38 type rifle. Pang Bei is momentarily stunned. What an unexpected find! To his amazement, the bayonet fits perfectly onto the rifle, an excellent stroke of luck. The Type 38 rifle is not particularly short. However, the cavalry rifle in his possession, designed for cavalry and second-line troops, is significantly shorter than the standard Type 38. While the Type 38 measures nearly 1.3 meters in length, this cavalry rifle is merely 65 centimeters long. Yet, when affixed with a bayonet, it exceeds 1 meter, capable of inflicting considerable harm to wild beasts. This is indeed a remarkable find. Pang Bei, in a fit of excitement, practiced a few stabbing motions. It felt quite natural. He then carefully stowed the bayonet and continued to explore. To his astonishment, he discovered something extraordinary nestled within the embrace of the snow, a Japanese military topographic map. This document serves as evidence of their numerous transgressions, yet it is also a highly precise military map of the era. In the past, Many soldiers had perished due to the lack of such maps. This high-precision military map delineates the terrain of the mountains and, most importantly, Pang Bei unearthed a significant secret, an arms depot. Goodness, this was a clandestine military facility constructed in preparation for an advance northward. Pang Bei stood dumbfounded. He glanced at the rifle in his hand, and then recalled that this group possessed Japanese weaponry, leading to an unsettling thought. Could they have procured their weapons from here? Uncertain of the specifics of this military facility, as it was inscribed in Japanese which he could hardly comprehend, he was nonetheless convinced that this place had witnessed nefarious activities. Regardless, Pang Bei felt that this location warranted a visit. However, it was too far away, and presently, heavy snow rendered the mountains impassable. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to tuck the map away for future exploration. He trusted that Taz Hangjiang would undoubtedly keep the secret to himself, given that no one else was armed. It was likely Taz Hangjiang's hidden refuge, albeit probably stocked only with light weapons and ammunition. Otherwise, this group would have been armed long ago. As for Cui Sanjin, he most likely acquired his weaponry from him. Pang Bei was curious to see if there might be some valuable items within the military facility. Perhaps there were some novel gadgets? At the very least, even a few grenades would be advantageous if he encountered a bear again. He would be prepared to toss a grenade. Thus, this matter would have to be set aside for the time being, to be revisited in the coming year. After scouring the battlefield, Pang Bei's haul was quite substantial. 3 bags of grain, some furs, over 100 coins, along with ammunition and a bayonet. Additionally, there were tools, a set of chairs and a table, and a barrel of kerosene. These supplies would certainly enhance his quality of life. Not to mention, these rascals were indulging in rice and white flour. What sheer extravagance! Pang Bei grumbled as he gathered his belongings, promptly returning home. After all, his own meager furnishings were in disrepair, with the wood already rotting, and there was a chance that during his next meal, the table legs might give way. The stools were uneven, unlike these chairs, which were the kind typically found in the homes of landlords. Using this for a meal, Pang Bei found it quite satisfactory. As he returned with a pile of goods, twilight was already descending. Upon hearing the door creak open, his mother emerged, utterly bewildered. "Xiao Bei, what is this? Have you come down from the mountain?" Pang Bei waved his hand dismissively. "No, these are the spoils given to us by Zhao. They belong to the bandits who were slain. Zhao instructed me to secretly retrieve them, saying we would find them useful." As he spoke, Pang Bei pulled out grain tickets, cloth tickets, and meat tickets from his pocket and presented them to El Xiaolan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This can't possibly be safe, can it?" Pang Bei chuckled. "If you don't speak of it, there will be no trouble. But if you do, I, along with Zhao and the captain, will face dire consequences. The choice is yours. Either report us to the commune, or quickly assist me in unloading the goods." I found a bag and a half of flour, and a substantial amount of rice. El Xiaolan was taken aback and hurriedly opened the grain sack. Indeed, a bag and a half of flour, and a considerable quantity of rice. Such fine provisions. Her hands trembled. She had never seen so much fine grain in her lifetime. While El Xiaolan was still in shock, Pang Bei revealed some money. "Oh, and mother, take this as well. It's the bandits' money." El Xiaolan froze momentarily, then snatched the money, glancing around cautiously before whispering reproachfully, "Are you trying to get us killed? Can this be brought out in the open?" With a furtive demeanor, she hurriedly stashed it away. Lowering her voice, she warned, "I'm warning you, this must remain a secret. Even the captain cannot be informed. This is to protect them, understood?" Pang Bei nodded in agreement, and then El Xiaolan smiled. "My son has truly made a name for himself. With this money, you can marry a wife." Chapter 69. Significant Commission. LV Xiaolan cautiously concealed the money. After a hearty meal, Pang Bei began to rest, for the day had indeed been exhausting. His mother rearranged their belongings. The old, dilapidated table was burned for fuel, while the bench was placed outside for seating. With a sturdy table now at their disposal, there was no longer a need to find something to prop it up. The grain supply was sufficient, and with some fabric vouchers, there was even the prospect of sewing a new outfit for Xiaoqian for the new year. The improvement in their circumstances was strikingly apparent. This brought Pang Bei joy. But he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Although he had secured employment and their livelihood seemed assured, he understood that challenges lay ahead. His sister needed to attend school, and they could not remain in the mountains indefinitely. Pang Bei knew that to sustain this newfound comfort, he would need to venture deeper into the mountains, seeking an appropriate pretext for doing so. Ultimately, as long as he established a suitable reason for his presence in the remote wilderness, he would be beyond reproach. Thus, The most prudent course of action would be to find a discreet location to construct his own dwelling after the spring thaw. In this way, should trouble arise, he could retreat to the mountains for refuge. As the days grew colder, Pang Bei found it increasingly difficult to venture into the mountains. After delivering the remains to the police, he ceased his excursions. The heavy snowfall rendered further journeys into the mountains foolish. Although Pang Bei no longer needed to enter the mountains daily, he devoted these days to training. He also focused on processing the tiger. While he had no intention of selling the tiger's skin, the bones, teeth, and tail could be sold for a profit, along with some tiger meat, which was also valuable. Naturally, one had to be cautious when selling tiger products. Pang Bei stealthily descended the mountain one afternoon, heading directly to the black market. Upon arriving at Lao Gaoto's shop, which had just opened, he was greeted with curiosity. "Ah, the young hunter has arrived. What do you have for me to see today?" Pang Bei glanced around before whispering, "Old man, this cannot be exposed to light." Lao Gaoto was taken aback, looking at Pang Bei with confusion. "Cannot be exposed to light?" As Pang Bei opened a small flap of the bag, Lao Gaoto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where did you acquire this?" In a hushed tone, Pang Bei replied, "From the mountains. Follow me." Lao Gaoto quickly rose, leading Pang Bei indoors, where he shut the door and turned towards him. "You have quite the audacity, daring to confront such a great beast." Pang Bei lowered his voice. "It was either me or it. With the new year approaching, I wanted to earn some money and buy a few things." The old man chuckled. "Let me see what you have." Pang Bei untied the burlap sack, revealing not only the tiger bones but also its teeth, meat, tail, and a variety of other game such as wolf and wild boar skins. Indeed, there was a substantial amount of wild delicacies. The elderly man gazed upon the contents of the bag, chuckling, "I will take this and offer you this sum." He grasped the 5 fingers of Pang Bei's hand. Pang Bei stared in astonishment. 500? He nodded in agreement. "All right. 500 yuan, for people of that time, represented years of labor." The old man smiled and replied, "Wait here. I shall fetch it for you." With that, he turned and retreated into his room. Shortly thereafter, the elder emerged with a bag, placing it on the counter, saying, "Count it." Pang Bei laughed. "Do you think I would doubt you? My grandfather has always trusted you. If your son were here, I would count it. But with you, it would be disrespectful to do so. If it's more, I shall not return the excess. If less, I shall consider it lost." Lao Gaoto chuckled. "You rascal. Indeed, you are quite the clever one. By the way, you mentioned you were looking to purchase something. What do you intend to buy? I can offer you a price fit for a friend." Upon hearing this, Pang Bei beamed. "Old man, I am in need of some emergency medicines at home. Do you have any?" The elder pondered for a moment, then turned and retrieved a box from behind him, placing it on the table. "A military medic's kit. Acquiring this is no small feat. Others would charge 50, but for you, 30. Pang Bei promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." He then handed over 30 yuan to the elder. Opening the box, Pang Bei discovered it contained Yunnan Bai Yao ointment, painkillers, and gauze, essential supplies for any military medic. He was overjoyed, bowing slightly as he expressed, "Thank you. This will indeed be invaluable. To be frank, the other day on the mountain, we nearly lost someone. We struggled to get a child out for treatment. It has been exceedingly difficult. I also have a younger sister, nearly 4 years old. With my frequent hunting excursions, injuries are inevitable." Lao Gaoto nodded with understanding. "I know what you intend to do with this. There is no need for you to explain. Whatever you do is none of my business. I do not pry into the affairs of those who trade with me." He then added, "By the way, young man, I have a favor to ask of you." Pang Bei was taken aback, asking, "A favor? What is it?" "Help me procure a bear gallbladder. There will be a generous reward. Additionally, if you come across any medicinal herbs on the mountain, gather as many as you can. I shall take them all." Pang Bei received the note from the old man, observing the elegant script, which appeared far from ordinary, resembling a prescription. He looked at Lao Gaoto, puzzled. "Is this urgent?" "Yes." The elder nodded. "As soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Someone is waiting for this medicine." Pang Bei acknowledged the urgency. "I will certainly try. But as you know, the mountains are currently snowbound." The elder looked at Pang Bei and said, "If you can bring back the bear gallbladder before the new year, your grandfather can receive medical treatment in the city. Furthermore, I can arrange a job for you in the city." Pang Bei was taken aback. To the city. He inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. He realized that his journey to the city held little significance. However, if he could indeed send his mother to the city, he would feel much more at ease. Contemplating this, Pang Bei turned to the old man and inquired, "Is this promise binding?" The elder nodded in affirmation. "I can arrange for you to work in the factory area. The choice is yours." "No need for that. All I desire is to secure a position for my mother, allowing her to retire and providing her with a place to reside. If you can guarantee these conditions, I shall deliver to you the essence of the bear within 7 days." The old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze upon Pang Bei, asking, "Are you serious? The essence of the bear, this is the optimal selection for the remedy. Yet, the whereabouts of the bear remain a mystery, merely a legend. I assure you, as long as my mother and sister can enter the city, I shall procure the essence of the bear within a week." Chapter 70, Mother. I wish to strive. If it meant allowing Pang Qian and his mother to enter the city, Pang Bei would certainly oblige. After all, in the mountains, uncertainty looms over everyone. Moreover, if his mother were to depart, he would have no lingering concerns when he ventured into the mountains in the future. The city, after all, is devoid of wild beasts. Upon hearing Pang Bei's words, the elderly leader contemplated for a moment and replied, "If you can procure human bear gall, I can arrange accommodations, job placements, and even schooling for your sister. The need for this medicine is urgent and significant. Were it not for your impressive feat of bringing down a tiger today, I would never have disclosed such matters to you, so you must keep this confidential." Pang Bei nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. However, to capture a human bear, I require additional resources. Merely relying on my firearm does not assure success." The elderly leader chuckled, gazing at Pang Bei. "What do you wish to acquire?" After pondering briefly, Pang Bei drew a hand grenade from his pocket, stating, "This." Upon seeing the melon-shaped grenade in Pang Bei's hand, the leader's expression shifted, and he began to smile with excitement, exclaiming, "Haha, I was right about you. You are quite the character. Wait a moment." The elder crouched down, tapped the ground, and pried up a section of a brick, revealing a wooden box. He opened the box and retrieved 2 grenades. Placing them on the table, the elderly leader said, "These are for you." Pang Bei was taken aback, gazing at the elder, who continued with a smile, "You were the one who killed Chui Sanjing, weren't you?" Pang Bei's countenance changed dramatically, instinctively placing his hand on his waist in caution. The elder observed him and couldn't help but chuckle. "You are quite intriguing. Fear not. I shall not divulge this. The grenade possessed by Chui Sanjing was obtained from me. Though you are young, your skills are commendable. Take these 2. I would rather not keep them as they may become a source of trouble. Once you have secured the human bear, I will not take a single penny, but I shall fulfill my promises without fail." Pang Bei nodded. "All right, I trust your word, old man." After speaking, he tucked the grenades into his waistband and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Old man, I have one final question." The elder smiled. "Speak. If I bring the items you requested, when can I expect to receive the promises you made?" "By the latest in October and the earliest in April. The job will be secured, and temporary housing can be arranged, leading to a stable residence in the future." The elder concluded, and Pang Bei smiled. "Thank you. I shall refrain from entering the city. I am now a mountain patroller and must remain in the mountains." The elder nodded, and as Pang Bei opened the door, a gust of cold wind swept in. Without looking back, Pang Bei departed. The elder observed his retreating figure, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. "It seems old Liu has chosen a remarkable successor. Who would have thought that Pang Bei possesses such prowess at such a young age? How bold he is to challenge the human bear." The elderly leader pondered whether to remark that heroes emerge in youth or that the inexperienced are unafraid of danger. Along the way, Pang Bei contemplated the situation. Little Qian is now 4 years old, an age suitable for kindergarten and preparatory schooling, leading eventually to primary education. Pang Bei harbored the hope that Xiao Qian would diligently pursue her studies and strive for a better life. As for his mother, he wished for her to establish herself in the city and secure employment. Should his grandfather require medical attention, there would be accommodation available for them. Contemplating this, Pang Bei took a deep breath, convinced that the risk he contemplated was worthwhile. Presently, he possessed a Type 38 rifle, along with 2 hand grenades and a bomb. Pang Bei believed that eliminating the bear man was not beyond the realm of possibility. Although the bear man was formidable and challenging to defeat, Pang Bei felt confident that he could engage him for several days. However, how could he communicate this to his mother? She would undoubtedly oppose his venture into the mountains. After all, in this frigid temperature, one could easily perish in the mountains. Nevertheless, Pang Bei was determined to give it a try. He resolved to discuss it with his mother. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Upon returning from the black market, his mother's smile remained unwavering as she greeted him. "My son has returned. How is it? Are you faring well?" Pang Bei nodded with a smile and presented his mother with a pouch of money. "Mother, this is the money I earned from selling." As she opened the pouch, her eyes widened in astonishment. Why is there so much money? Pang Bei chuckled. It was a tiger, after all, not cheap. He then opened a first aid kit. This is the emergency medicine I purchased, ensuring we won't be without supplies at home. His mother gazed at the kit and remarked with a smile. My son has truly grown capable. With this, you could practice medicine in the village. Pang Bei laughed, shaking his head. I'm hardly qualified. I can only handle emergencies. However, mother, I have a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you. Noticing her son's serious demeanor, El Xiaolan was taken aback. She wiped her hands and sat down, asking, what is it? Why so formal? Pang Bei spoke softly. I received a job offer. If successful, the other party has promised to arrange for you to enter the city, providing work and accommodation. Xiao Qian could attend school in the city, and grandfather could receive treatment for his leg. El Xiaolan was momentarily stunned. Such an offer implied that her son's undertaking was no trivial matter. She anxiously inquired, what do they want you to do? Collect bear bile, Pang Bei replied, enunciating each word clearly. Upon hearing this, El Xiaolan immediately protested. No, absolutely not. Pang Bei urged softly, Mother, do you truly wish for Xiao Qian to spend her entire life alongside me in the mountains? And what are the mountains? Did I not grow up there? El Xiaolan's voice grew louder, her agitation evident. Mother, Pang Bei implored with heartfelt sincerity. Xiao Qian and I have already lost our father. If we remain in the mountains, her life will be irrevocably over. In the future, will she follow in your footsteps, marrying into a family and serving them like a beast of burden? If this endeavor succeeds, both you and Xiao Qian could move to the city. Even if I were to cease my efforts, I could still come to you, living in the city. Hearing her son's words, El Xiaolan's voice trembled with emotion. If your father abandoned me, do you intend to do the same? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and Pang Bei felt his own eyes grow moist. He shook his head and said, I do not wish to part with you, regardless of the circumstances. You will always be my mother. Therefore, mother, I must urge you to consider this. The mother replied, my child, I can forego wealth and splendor. I have no desire to enter the city. All I need is you and little Qian. If you both can live well, that is sufficient for me. El Xiaolan's voice trembled as Pang Bei grasped her hand. Mother, I am confident. If I were not, I would not gamble with my life. At worst, we shall not succeed in this venture, but I wish to try. Grant me 3 days. Within this time, regardless of the outcome, I shall return. All I ask is for you to sew me a sleeping bag and prepare some provisions, and please do not divulge my whereabouts to anyone. 3 days, and I shall take my chance. Moreover, mother, if grandfather can enter the city for treatment, it would also be a way for you to fulfill your filial duty. Would it not? El Xiaolan found herself in a dilemma. Pang Bei's words stirred her heart, yet she could not bear to gamble her son's life. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, is it true that regardless of my consent, you will go? Pang Bei nodded earnestly. With a sigh, El Xiaolan rose and said, then let us give it a try. However, little Bei, if you were to perish, I would not wish to live either. Remember this. Chapter 71. What the hell, Dodgy? Are you taking me into a bear's den? The task that Pang Bei undertook was akin to defying fate itself. In that era, securing a job in the city, having a place to live, and even possessing a household registration were luxuries one could scarcely dream of. Achieving such feats would irrevocably alter the course of Pang Qian's life, freeing her mother from enduring hardship. Most critically, Pang Bei was acutely aware that his hunting activities would inevitably attract attention. There would always be envious eyes, and should someone decide to report him, his situation could turn dire. However, if he were alone, who could possibly confront him? If need be, he could retreat into the mountains, daring anyone to pursue him. Thus, Pang Bei was resolute in his intent to attempt this venture. His mother assisted him in crafting a sleeping bag, diligently following his specifications to ensure it was well prepared. This time, Pang Bei also intended to bring Dodgy along, as she proved to be the most effective companion, perhaps even a lifesaver. Additionally, he needed to pack provisions for 3 days, along with some liquor. Water would serve merely as a means to create ice, while alcohol was undoubtedly the better choice for sustenance. In preparation for his expedition, his mother took the time to steam buns and prepare a generous supply of salted meat, ensuring that the provisions were light, yet substantial enough to stave off hunger. In the frigid northeastern wilderness, the intake of salt was critical. Without it, survival was utterly unthinkable. This necessity explains the heavy salt consumption prevalent among the inhabitants of the Northeast. Fully prepared, Pang Bei set out quietly with Dodgy before dawn. As he traversed the deep snow-laden forest, the journey proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. He had taken meticulous care in his preparations, even disguising his bare fur cloak while at home. From a distance, he resembled a heap of snow-covered debris. Thankfully, the mountains were not steep. The terrain was gentle yet endlessly sprawling, encircled by peaks. As far as the eye could see, only the vast forest and pristine snowfields stretched before him. In such weather, wild animals were scarcely visible. Amidst the serene forest, the only sound was that of Pang Bei's movements. The crunch of snow beneath his feet providing a surprisingly soothing release of tension. Yet, the chill was undeniable. Following the location of his previous encounter with the bear, Pang Bei found no trace of it upon his arrival. If it still lived, it was likely hibernating deep within a cave. Last time, it was Zhao Changhe and his companions who had unwittingly disturbed the creature. This time, Pang Bei planned to execute a sudden strike, aiming directly for its life. Of course, success was paramount. As he progressed, Pang Bei utilized his short spear to continuously probe the thickness of the snow ahead. His original pace had dwindled to a mere third of its former speed. Navigating through snow that reached his waist proved exceedingly challenging. It was uncertain whether fate conspired against him. But the snowfall that had paused for several days resumed with vigor at dawn, intensifying as the afternoon wore on. Feathery snowflakes cascaded across the forest and snowfields, enveloping the world in a soft, white blanket. Pang Bei gazed upward, his thoughts drifting back to the moment of his rebirth. Regardless of the circumstances, one must persist. Survival is paramount. Unfolding the map, Pang Bei barely ascertained his position. After all, traversing in heavy snowfall is a grave misstep. It is all too easy to lose one's way. Were it not for his specialized training in the frigid zones, he might not fare much better. In such weather, even the most seasoned hunters would hesitate to venture into the mountains. In their eyes, Pang Bei's actions could be deemed foolhardy. Exhausted from the arduous trek, he glanced around and absent-mindedly scooped a handful of snow into his mouth. The icy flakes melted instantly, bringing a refreshing chill. Fortunately, his situation was far better than that of the heroic predecessors who had endured such conditions. He still had steamed buns and salted meat to sustain him, while those brave souls had lain in the ice and snow, subsisting on fried noodles and frozen potatoes. Although the military repeatedly emphasized the importance of inheriting such indomitable spirit, how many could truly embody it? It is difficult to say. Pang Bei, after all, was a soldier forged in peacetime. Though they were not pampered soldiers, the intensity of their training was still considerable. Yet, the living conditions and logistical support they enjoyed were unimaginable for soldiers of previous eras. For them, such a lifestyle seemed to belong only to the privileged offspring of the imperialists. After savoring a few mouthfuls of snow, Pang Bei bit into a piece of salted meat. Chewing brought discomfort to his gums, yet he persevered, swallowing the meat, for abstaining could easily lead to demise in these mountains. As the day wore on, he remained devoid of any leads. Peeking out from Pang Bei's sleeping bag, Daji cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes darting with keen alertness. Pang Bei observed her, feeling a twinge of guilt as he said, "Daji, I truly apologize for bringing you out in this heavy snow." Daji, however, ignored him, her nose twitching as if she had detected something. Pang Bei, puzzled, inquired, "What is going on?" At that moment, Daji wriggled out of the sleeping bag, scanned the area, and began to spin in circles. Before long, she emitted a soft, alluring sound. Pang Bei immediately approached her. Seeing him drawing closer, Daji continued her advance. Thus, the pair, one man and one fox, left a solitary trail of footprints in the snow. After approximately 10 minutes, Pang Bei was astonished to find that she had guided him to the mouth of a cave. Stopping about 100 or 200 meters from the entrance, Daji hesitated. Pang Bei regarded the cave with trepidation, concerned it might be the lair of a bear. To enter recklessly would be akin to delivering oneself to peril. However, to his surprise, Daji darted inside. "Hey, where are you going?" he called, hastily following her. It wasn't long before Daji emerged again, circling around. And Pang Bei soon realized that the cave was unoccupied. It was shallow, allowing a clear view inside. Within lay a relatively flat stone suitable for placing a sleeping bag, providing a place to rest. Additionally, the corners were overgrown with various grasses, now wilted and resembling dry twigs. Uncertain whether the wind had blown in or if the small tree had originally thrived in this spot, Pang Bei began tidying up upon entering. He kindled a fire, finally finding a place to warm himself and rest. For safety's sake, he constructed a trap using fine hemp rope, a cunning device designed to thwart infantry, an improvised explosive fashioned from a fragrant melon grenade, strategically placed at the entrance. Any beast daring to approach would meet a grim fate. Moreover, with Daji by his side, her vigilance was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, for added security, Pang Bei retrieved the grenade, removing its cover and releasing the pin and cord, positioning it beside himself. Should any disturbance arise, he could swiftly hurl it from the cave, albeit with the risk of mutual destruction. Yet, faced with the alternative of being devoured, a swift end seemed preferable. After all, he had carried the fox throughout the day and was genuinely fatigued. Finally able to rest within the cave, Pang Bei was unwilling to squander this precious time. If rest was possible, it must be seized immediately. Who could predict when danger might strike again? With a smile, he settled into his sleeping bag and turned to Daji, playfully saying, "Come, Daji, warm my bed. Tonight, I shall hold you as I sleep." Just as he was teasing her, Daji's fur suddenly bristled, her demeanor shifting to one of acute caution. A low growl resonated, unmistakably signaling an impending threat. Alarmed, Pang Bei seized his rifle, tension coursing through him as he peered outside. At that moment, footsteps echoed from beyond the cave. As he pondered what creature approached, a sudden thud startled him, prompting him to switch on his flashlight. He then glimpsed a dark form outside, towering like a small mountain. Pang Bei's heart raced, his entire body tensing in fright. "What the hell, Daji? Have you led me to a bear's den?" Chapter 72. Happy birthday, Brother Bear? Pang Bei felt a surge of tension, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Although this was only their second encounter, he remained astounded by the bear's exaggerated size. Pang Bei pondered what might have contributed to such growth hormones. How could one scientifically explain this phenomenon? Mutation? Or perhaps evolution? Just as Pang Bei's nervousness rendered his voice somewhat tremulous, another sound like distant thunder echoed around him. Howl. Pang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be a tiger? Was this creature truly harboring a grudge after all these days? Remarkably, it was still in pursuit. He couldn't help but admire the bear's temperament, despite being chased. It did not engage in a fierce battle with the tiger. Pang Bei was at a loss whether to commend the bear for its intellect or to view it as a coward. After all, when it had pursued Zhao Changhe, it had exuded an air of invincibility. Yet now, faced with the tiger, it chose to flee, embodying the wisdom of survival. Could it be that the bear had also attained a level of enlightenment, understanding the virtue of adaptability? No wonder Daji had brought him here. Perhaps they were waiting for the clam and the snipe to contend, allowing a third party to benefit. Pang Bei smiled and gave Daji a thumbs up. Good job. Daji, seemingly puzzled, fixated her dark eyes on him, just as sounds of tearing and fighting erupted from outside. Pang Bei quickly shifted his gaze. Seizing a Type 38 rifle and positioning himself near the concealed trap he had set. Outside, the bear was engaged in a fierce struggle with a large Siberian tiger, both creatures displaying remarkable ferocity. It must be said, the Siberian tiger was indeed formidable. While its size was dwarfed by the bear, it charged forward fearlessly, exhibiting aggressive movements that left Pang Bei feeling vulnerable should it choose to target him. He crouched in the snow, camouflaged by a pile of debris, observing from a distance. Opening his flask, he took a swig, a wave of warmth washing over him. Life and death, he mused, are but a fleeting matter, if challenged. One must rise to the occasion. With that thought, he cocked his rifle, aiming at the bear. At that moment, the tiger lunged at the bear, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck. However, the bear's thick skin rendered the tiger's attack ineffective. After seizing the bear, the tiger clawed at its belly with reckless abandon. And soon Pang Bei saw blood splatter into the air. Goodness, was the tiger truly this fierce? No wonder our unit is called the Fierce Tiger Special Combat Team. Daji watched with keen interest, akin to a spectator at a spectacle. Outside the cave, a fierce battle unfolded between the tiger and the bear, while inside, two instigators, a man and a fox, observed the chaos in their sanctuary. Despite the bear's injuries, it retained the advantage in size, though it bore the marks of the tiger's assault. It was clear that the tiger was beginning to tire, while the bear still possessed a reserve of strength. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Pang Bei immediately braced himself, fully aware that the moment to act had arrived. The tiger was on the brink of demise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the human bear remarkably struck the leaping, infatuated tiger, sending it crashing into the snow. The tiger struggled momentarily, yet it was evident that it was incapacitated. The human bear lunged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that very instant, a resounding bang erupted. The muzzle of a Type 38 rifle emitted a plume of white smoke. A bullet swiftly shot from the barrel, piercing the human bear's flesh and creating a small wound. Click. Pang Bei quickly chambered another round and fired again at the human bear. Whoosh. Click. Bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, each finding its mark. The speed with which he reloaded and fired was beyond that of an average soldier. Pang Bei was executing a rapid-fire technique honed through specialized training in the military. 3 shots in succession were the extent of his capabilities. The Type 38 rifle contained 5 rounds in total, leaving him with 2 remaining. The human bear had been struck thrice, once in the back of the head, once in the neck, and once in the shoulder, each shot targeting a vital area. However, the bear's thick skin and robust physique meant that even a regular bear might not succumb immediately to such wounds, let alone this formidable creature. Pang Bei did not harbor illusions of easily dispatching the human bear. Yet, there was no alternative. He surveyed his surroundings and pointed towards a narrow crevice within the cave, located behind a large rock. Without hesitation, he scooped up Daji and thrust her into the opening. Daji appeared momentarily dazed but quickly regained her composure as Pang Bei adeptly scaled the rocky surface, positioning himself at the cave's entrance, wedging his body into the corner. The bear, known colloquially as blind bear in northeast China, clearly had poor eyesight. Enraged, it let out a thunderous roar and charged towards the cave. Just as its head was about to breach the entrance, an explosive sound erupted. Boom! The human bear was taken aback, as it had never encountered a concealed explosive at a cave entrance before, having faced many hunters but never one wielding grenades. The shrapnel from the grenade mangled half of the bear's face, leaving a horrific sight. Although the damage appeared severe, it was not fatal. Nonetheless, the excruciating pain prompted the bear to retreat, distancing itself approximately 20 meters from the cave entrance. The bear remained fixated on the cave, capable of discerning the presence of humans within through scent, yet unable to visually locate them. It paced back and forth, shaking its head and emitting low growls. Clearly, the harm inflicted by the tiger was far less consequential than that which a human could deliver. The animosity was now directed squarely at Pang Bei. Indeed, the creature displayed remarkable intelligence. Pang Bei could not help but scoff at the bear's cleverness as he glanced around the cave before leaping onto a protruding rock. He secured himself tightly with his legs, bending down to prepare for what lay ahead. It is often said that armed police achieve a near-mythical prowess. Pang Bei underwent exchange training on their side. Although he may not possess the extraordinary capabilities of those transcendent humanoid weapons, his skills are still quite formidable within the Special Operations Team. This position, however, cannot be sustained for long. He can only ascertain the opponent's location in a fleeting moment. Instead of firing a weapon, he clenches the pin between his teeth and yanks it with considerable force. Whoosh! A long-handled grenade soars forth, tracing a graceful parabolic arc. The bear, noticing something flying through the air, lifts its head to observe, unconcerned. After all, it is not particularly large, and it does not perceive any threat to itself. Yet, due to its negligence, boom! This time, the explosion is significantly louder than before. Snowflakes are sent spiraling into the air, and the accumulated snow on surrounding tree trunks trembles and cascades down. This time, the grenade has imparted a crucial lesson in safety to the bear. Humans should never expect to catch whatever is thrown at them with their faces, for those inhabiting this land are all formidable forces. As the snowflakes and smoke dissipate, what was once a massive head is now reduced to a grotesque visage, bloodied and mangled. It has transformed into a veritable gory mess. Oh well, not only is the face severely injured, but one eye is also completely blinded. In this instant, the bear has evolved from a mere blind beast to a true sightless creature. Pang Bei leaps down, believing this should suffice. Yet, upon landing, he immediately regrets it, for he spots a towering figure, standing at least 4 to 5 meters tall, not far from him, accompanied by a menacing growl. An icy chill runs through Pang Bei's veins. He offers an awkward smile. Hiss. Happy birthday, brother bear? Chapter 73. The hunt for the human bear. The human bear raised its massive paw high, holding it aloft for an eternity, for it had caught the scent of its kind. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Pang Bei seized the opportunity, lifting his rifle. Such was Pang Bei. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated he became. In the face of life and death, he remained unfazed, even relishing the chance to jest. This was precisely why he had been chosen as a marksman. This lad was imbued with the genes of a natural warrior, a veritable combat enthusiast. Click. At that instant, when his life teetered on the brink, Pang Bei steadily raised his weapon, humming a northeastern rendition of the birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Ah, the tune, if accompanied by a lamenting clarinet and a loud proclamation of filial piety, would have been utterly perfect. Bang. Perhaps it was the adrenaline coursing through his veins. But Pang Bei's vision sharpened remarkably. Despite the night, everything appeared vividly clear. His focus and muscular coordination reached a zenith. Bang! The firing pin struck, and the bullet was unleashed. With an initial velocity exceeding 700 meters per second, it bore Pang Bei's humorous wishes, striking the human bear squarely on the nose. He had not aimed for its eyes. After all, they were already blind. Was that not a foolish endeavor? With pinpoint precision, Pang Bei's shot found its mark. The human bear, now wounded, was utterly at a loss for Pang Bei's whereabouts. It howled in agony, clutching its head, its colossal form crashing through several trees. Driven to madness, the human bear rampaged like a headless fly, charging towards Pang Bei's cavern. Yet, this time, Pang Bei chose not to flee. Instead, he calmly chambered the final bullet. The rifle, a Model 38, could only hold 5 rounds at a time before requiring a reload. Reloading was a time-consuming endeavor, devoid of any flair. Bang! This time, Pang Bei's bullet lodged itself in the bear's gaping maw. Blood poured forth from its cavernous mouth, yet the creature's immense inertia propelled it toward Pang Bei. However, at that moment, Pang Bei's expression remained stoic. He understood that only 2 outcomes awaited him, life or death. With astonishing speed, he drew a rapid-fire mechanism from its holster. As he raised his rifle, his other hand flicked the automatic switch. In one fluid motion, he pulled back, releasing the safety. By the time these movements were complete, his rifle was aimed at the foe, and he squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of metallic projectiles erupted at the cave's entrance. All these actions transpired within mere seconds. Pang Bei favored the rapid-fire mechanism because it could serve as a single-shot pistol or an automatic rifle. As the last bullet was discharged, the human bear halted, mere inches from Pang Bei. He could almost taste the pungent scent of blood and the faint whiff of gunpowder. In that moment, Pang Bei felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Just as he believed he had narrowly escaped death, the human bear suddenly shook its head. Although it could not see Pang Bei, it seemed to sense his presence before it abruptly moved. As if in a moment of clarity, Pang Bei was startled. He was still alive. At that moment, despair enveloped him. He realized his fate was sealed. Instinctively, he reached for the grenade at his waist, thinking that rather than being devoured, he would prefer a swift end. Just as his hand grasped the long-handled grenade, a chilling laugh echoed from Daji, reverberating through the cave with an eerie resonance. In that instant, Pang Bei noticed the human bear opening its gaping maw wide. Without hesitation, he pulled the string of the grenade and shouted, "Daji, get down!" Yet, the human bear did not lunge at him. Instead, it appeared to be ensnared by some unseen force. The speed was astonishing, leaving Pang Bei momentarily stunned. His earlier courageous stance transformed into something almost comical as he thought. Here goes. He hurled the grenade into the bear's mouth and then dropped to the ground, rolling twice. Expecting an explosion, he was bewildered when nothing happened. What is going on? Why has Tia detonated? At that moment, he observed that the bear was being dragged away by a tiger. The tiger, summoning its last ounce of strength, pulled the bear out and clamped its jaws tightly around the bear's leg, becoming still. It appeared that the tiger had met its end. Yet, Pang Bei was perplexed as to why Daji's laughter had invigorated the tiger so dramatically. What was the underlying principle? Could there be a connection? Turning back to Daji with confusion, he was suddenly jolted by a deafening explosion. The human bear had emitted a muffled sound before bursting apart. This time, the bear was utterly vanquished, its remnants splattered at the cave entrance. Pang Bei, staring at the smoldering remains of the bear, plopped down onto the ground in disbelief. He never anticipated that he would confront a creature so foreign to him. Had he waited another 20 years, he surely would have faced dire consequences. Yet, at present, no one was overseeing the situation. With a long sigh, he turned his gaze to Daji. "I must say, your connections run quite deep," he remarked. Daji, with a sly glance, surveyed the surroundings before circling the tiger. Pang Bei, curious about her actions, stood up with his rifle as a makeshift cane, suppressing his fatigue as he approached the tiger. Upon seeing it, he was struck with astonishment. "Wait a minute, this is a female tiger? What is going on? Is this your friend?" Daji tilted her head, her gaze seeming to imply, could it be that the female tiger was driving away the human bear along with that one-eyed male tiger? Was she nurturing cubs? What on earth was happening? Was there truly something extraordinary at play? Just as Pang Bei was lost in thought, the sound of wolves howling echoed from the mountains, sending a shiver down his spine. Surely, he thought, this could not be his misfortune? At that moment, Daji lifted her head and, before Pang Bei, manifested her true form. A howl escaped, leaving the residents of the northern plains utterly astonished. In the capital, there exists a master of vocal mimicry. Daji, how is it that you, a graduate of the Foreign Language Institute, possess such a plethora of linguistic skills? Daji's imitations were so exquisite that Pang Bei wagered a bet. This creature roams the mountains and forests, undoubtedly due to its ability to replicate the calls of various animals. Indeed, this being displayed an intelligence that was somewhat otherworldly, reminiscent of the orca, that renowned trickster of the oceanic streets. It delights in mimicking other creatures, leading them astray. As expected, once Daji completed her mimicry, the wolf's howl had vanished. Clearly, this individual had delivered false information, successfully deceiving everyone. Pang Bei found himself utterly exhausted, slumped upon the ample posterior of the bear. He exhaled deeply, the breath escaping him causing frost to rapidly form upon his hat. Together, a man and a fox gazed upon the vast expanse of twinkling stars in the forest. Pang Bei, entranced by the unpolluted brilliance of the night sky, pulled Daji close and murmured, "It's done. We can finally ensure a good life for Mother and Xiao Qian." Daji erupted in a fit of laughter, and as Pang Bei lowered his gaze, he found her dark eyes fixed upon him. Their eyes met, and Pang Bei could not suppress a smile, remarking, "Once they depart, it will just be the two of us and our two foolish dogs, relying on each other for companionship." Chapter 74, The Most Powerful Support, Daji. At long last, Pang Bei's hunting expedition concluded without incident. However, Pang Bei discovered that venturing into the wilderness with Daji significantly diminished the difficulty of the endeavor. Were it not for her presence, he would surely have met his demise. With her by his side, he felt as though he were indulging in a rather fortunate advantage. Nevertheless, the bear was too large, compelling Pang Bei to perform a swift dismemberment. This bear was a male, and as he dismantled it, Pang Bei muttered in exasperation, "There are no cubs present. So what is all this excitement about? Not hibernating in winter, just frolicking, huh? It seems your revelry has led to dire consequences. Learn from this in the future." Not only did he strip the bear of its previous adornments, but he also handled the tiger with equal diligence. As Pang Bei toiled, Daji feasted contentedly at the side. Accompanying Pang Bei had proven to be a significant boon for her. Relying solely on her own efforts to forage for food was arduous, and catching even a mere mouse was a commendable feat. To encounter a rabbit or a wild chicken was akin to a stroke of luck. With Pang Bei, Daji was thriving, indulging in the spoils of tigers, bears, and wolves alike. After finishing his tasks, Pang Bei discarded the remains near the cave. He meticulously preserved the bear gallbladder, for that was his primary objective. However, it soon froze solid in the frigid air. In this icy realm, freezing items was remarkably simple. Once everything was in order, Pang Bei succumbed to exhaustion and began to rest, feeling thoroughly fatigued. At present, he surmised that danger was unlikely. He nestled into his sleeping bag, with Daji curled in his embrace, her little head peeking out as she drifted into slumber. The pair, a man and a fox, did not awaken until the following morning. Throughout the night, Daji radiated warmth, akin to a small furnace. On the next day, Pang Bei set out to gather branches to fashion a makeshift snow sled. Once secured, he grasped a rope and began his journey home, laden with a bounty of spoils. Daji lay comfortably atop the sled, her head peeking out, embodying a state of serene leisure. After trekking for half the morning, Pang Bei finally reached a familiar mountain pass. It seemed that returning home would require another day. As he calculated the time, he realized that he had little left before the delivery deadline. With one day to rest upon his return, the remaining day would be devoted to the delivery. After all, his mother had squandered 2 days in preparation, and he had spent over a day wandering the mountains. Yesterday had also been wasted, leaving him with a day for rest and another for delivery, timing that was nearly perfect. Due to the weight of his burdens, his pace was noticeably slower. Over the past 2 days, Pang Bei had primarily been on the move, quenching his thirst with snow, nibbling on buns when hungry, and roasting meat in the evening for a warm meal before sleep. Finally, on the third night, under the cloak of darkness, Pang Bei returned. Lu Xiaolan stood at the door, wiping her tears while holding a lantern. She was uncertain if her son would return. It had been over 3 days since he had set out. Would he truly come back? Just as Lu Xiaolan was consumed by anxiety, 2 playful wolf cubs suddenly scampered into the yard, barking joyfully as if heralding some delightful news. El Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback. Then she heard the sound of footsteps crunching in the snow, accompanied by a heavy dragging noise. She raised the kerosene lamp in her hand slightly, and by its faint light, she discerned a small bear-like figure hauling a substantial load toward her. Upon seeing this creature, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Xiao Bei." She couldn't help but call out into the forest, "Mother, I'm over here, lend a hand." Upon hearing Pang Bei's response, El Xiaolan dashed toward her son without a second thought. When she finally laid eyes on Pang Bei, she disregarded everything else and embraced her child. "Xiao Bei, my son, you've returned. Are you all right?" "Ah, Where are you hurt? Pang Bei chuckled. What injury? Grandma Husantai is extraordinary. Mother, let me tell you. I didn't even lift a finger. Husantai summoned a Siberian tiger to fight the human bear while I collected the spoils. Upon hearing this, El Shilan fell to her knees in gratitude. Grandma Husantai, your disciple El Shilan is willing to offer incense for a lifetime, willing to support you. Thank you for your immense kindness. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt compelled to bow her head. Pang Bei quickly grasped his mother's arm, saying, Mother, what are you doing? Grandma Husantai is one of us. Besides, we must also thank the captain. Without him providing me with the grenade, I wouldn't have managed at all. El Shilan wiped her tears and then noticed the makeshift snow sled that Pang Bei had crafted. She asked curiously, What? Why is there a tiger as well? Pang Bei nodded. Oh, that was a companion of the tiger. She got into a scuffle with the bear and, for some reason, was in such a fierce rage, unwilling to relent. However, she couldn't best the human bear and ultimately perished. I sought vengeance for her. Mother, let us head home. It's too cold outside. And I love some meat soup. Hurry. I'll prepare it for you. El Shilan smiled as she helped Pang Bei drag the load back. They then organized the items together. When El Shilan spotted a bear paw roughly the size of her upper body, she was utterly astonished. How? Can it be so large? Pang Bei grinned. Mother, if this is prepared well, it should be absolutely delicious. El Shilan could not help but poke Pang Bei gently on the head. You only think about food. This is a precious item, if sold. It could fetch a considerable sum. Pang Bei paused. Oh, right. You spendthrift child. If we sell it at the foot of the mountain tomorrow, surely it will be worth at least 10 yuan, right? Pang Bei questioned. Only 10 yuan? El Shilan gave him a glance. What? Is 10 yuan not enough? Don't you know that even a single penny can thwart a hero? Pang Bei nodded, finding wisdom in his mother's words. He chuckled, Mother, I'll deliver the bear gallbladder tomorrow, and then you and Xiao Qian can enjoy a good life. El Shilan paused, then countered, And what about you? Aren't you going to the city with me and Xiao Qian? Pang Bei laughed. I'm working here. This way, both of us have jobs. I can earn a fortune in the mountains. If life in the city isn't to your liking, just come find me in the mountains. Moreover, Mother, I am heading to the city now, and it won't be long before I am destined to go to the countryside as an educated youth. Do you believe me? LV Shulan sighed, finding resonance in her son's words. Upon reflecting on this, she continued, But what about your mother? If I find myself with some free time, I shall come to visit you. While you are alive and have the chance, do come see me. It's a bit difficult to find meat in the city. If you desire wild game, just come and seek me out. Pang Bei took a hearty sip of hot water. LV Shulan could not help but chuckle. Are you trying to chase us away so that you one day have to marry a wife? Without your mother by your side. The world is vast and distant. You want to ensure I can peacefully go to the city, but marrying a wife is a must. I refuse to enter the city without seeing my daughter-in-law. Pang Bei was taken aback, inwardly cursing himself. Oh no, my mother has cultivated a troublesome thought. Chapter 75, Xiao Bei, do you want a wife? Regarding a mother's desire for a daughter-in-law, it truly presents a conundrum. One cannot simply venture into the mountains to procure a wife. This heartfelt wish of the mother has indeed struck a nerve with Pang Bei. Until his sacrifice, Pang Bei had never had a girlfriend. Although he had experienced love, it was merely youthful infatuation. Essentially, he had never married. The notion of bringing a woman home to share his life seemed rather ludicrous. Yet, seeing his mother's earnest demeanor, Pang Bei could only muster a reluctant nod. I will give it a try. Mother, it's not that I do not wish to find someone. But I must find a suitable match, mustn't I? Moreover, this is not akin to hunting, where I can just catch one in the mountains. His mother huffed. If you could bring one back to live with you, that would suffice. Well, Pang Bei, aside from hoping for success, had no other recourse. He had no choice but to deliver the goods first and then devise a plan. In any case, the matter of a wife was something he had no inkling about. Besides, is it so easy to find one? With a head full of troubles, Pang Bei sought out Old Gao. When the elder saw Pang Bei, he was taken aback. In just 7 days, you actually managed to procure it? The elder immediately ushered Pang Bei into the small room. Upon seeing the enormous bear bile and bear paw, he was rendered speechless for a time. When he finally opened his pocket and saw another half set of tiger bones along with some tiger meat, he gazed at Pang Bei in astonishment. Have you transformed into a spirit? How did you manage to hunt another tiger? Pang Bei chuckled. When I was dealing with the human bear, this fellow was also present. I brought it back as a bonus. It wasn't me who did the hunting. It was the human bear that killed it. Old Gao nodded and commented. As for the bear bile, I will ensure it gets delivered. I can also assist in selling the bear paw, but as for the payment, I cannot cover that. This time, I can pay you in full. Whatever it sells for. It's yours. Pang Bei smiled. Old Gao then inquired, young man, why do you appear so downcast? Upon hearing this, Pang Bei sighed. I've encountered a bit of a predicament. My mother is pressuring me to marry. But old sir, is finding a wife truly so simple? Old Gao could not help but laugh. You must be wishing to find one for yourself and engage in a romantic love affair, correct? Pang Bei, puzzled, replied. Isn't that how it should be? Old Gao waved his hand. Of course, one should seek a beloved partner to share a lifetime with. However, my young friend, that is something only children dream of. For us villagers, simply finding someone to share our lives with is already a blessing. As long as we can have our fill of food and someone to help tidy the home, that is a life well lived. A woman who can eat her fill, that is a lifetime. Pang Bei was taken aback. Old Gao chuckled as he lit his pipe, taking a puff before continuing. In my youth, I was also considered quite a catch in these parts. During the war, I too had someone I cherished. Ultimately, I did bring her home. Pang Bei responded with a smile. How wonderful that is. Old Gao waved his hand dismissively. Initially, I yearned for beautiful love. The idea of free love would transform our lives. As life unfolds, amidst the mundane realities of daily existence, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, the inevitable tribulations become apparent. Ultimately, one discovers that love is but a fleeting impulse. With the passage of time, love may dissolve into familial bonds. Pang Bei found himself momentarily stunned. Old Gao, with a smile, inquired, so, tell me, what difference does it make to live with someone? Pang Bei replied, suddenly acutely aware of the disparities brought by time. They were simple, sincere, and genuine. Life, in its essence, was grounded in reality. To discuss ethereal concepts with the people of this era felt unsettling, akin to fanciful daydreaming, a luxury afforded only to those who were well-fed. Recalling the lessons learned in history class, as well as the tangible experiences of contemporary life, Pang Bei remembered that the current existence had already been fraught with tension for a year, and the forthcoming year promised to be even more arduous. For after the new year, they would soon face a time deeply ingrained in the collective memory of the nation, an era of low standards. During his time in the military, Pang Bei often heard the tales recounted by the veterans, particularly about this era, especially during meals in the mess hall. The mention of frugality invariably invoked the term low standards. These words were a nightmare for those who lived through that time. The 3-year natural disasters, unprecedented droughts, and strained relations with the Soviet Union necessitated repayment of debts, leading to widespread starvation. During that period, not only was meat a rarity, but even rice was scarce. In desperation, people resorted to foraging for wild vegetables, gnawing on tree bark, and digging up roots. The convergence of natural calamities and human misfortunes left an indelible shadow in the hearts of the elderly. Those who survived that era, particularly the so-called little emperors of the post-80s generation, would often hear their grandparents admonishing them not to waste food, insisting that every grain be consumed. The elders would say that leaving rice uneaten would result in marrying a bride with a pockmarked face. Whenever the topic of food arose, the phrase low standards would inevitably surface, and a flicker of fear would cross their eyes. They had been starved into a state of dread. During this period, the communes and rural areas suffered the most, while cities were comparatively less terrifying. This explains why those from that generation sought every possible means to secure a non-agricultural household registration. The fear of true hunger was palpable. This realization strengthened Pang Bei's resolve to ensure that his mother and Xiao Qian moved to the city. Only there, amidst the low standards, could they find a semblance of comfort. As for himself, he thought he could manage in the deep mountains without much trouble. At this juncture, Old Gao suddenly recalled something and chuckled. By the way, Xiao Bei, are you certain you wish to marry? What kind of partner do you seek? At the very least, should there be compatibility and temperament for a harmonious life? Perhaps some shared interests? After a moment of contemplation, Old Gao continued, wait here for a moment. Huh? Pang Bei looked at Old Gao in confusion. He was surprised to see Old Gao walk away, uncertain of his intentions. After some time had passed, Pang Bei began to wonder if he should head home. Just then, Old Gao returned. He smiled and called out to the door, come in. Pang Bei, puzzled, glanced outside, where a young girl clad in a white fur coat stepped in, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, similar to himself. The girl possessed a striking beauty, undeniably captivating through the lens of contemporary standards. Furthermore, her presence and appearance were exceptionally unique, for she was evidently of mixed heritage, adorned with elements of a minority ethnic style. As she entered, her head bowed. She was enveloped in vibrant attire reflective of her cultural background. Pang Bei inquired with curiosity. What is this all about? Who is she? Her name is Lei, replied Old Gal. She has just arrived in your village in search of her fiancé. Fiancé? How old is she? And to whom is she wed? Pang Bei questioned, bewildered. Old Gao chuckled. You should have heard of her fiancé, as he was the mountain guardian who met his demise. Now, she has come down from the mountains, having endured a long journey to reach this point, with nowhere else to go. I believe you two would be well suited. She is adept at hunting, embroidery, managing a household, and cooking. Unfortunately, her village has suffered a calamity, and her family is no more, prompting her to seek her fiancé. Pang Bei gazed at the girl in astonishment. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. He whispered, Is it the Dor tribe village in the mountains? What happened there? Old Gao turned his attention to the girl, who softly replied, We encountered the wrath of the mountain deity, which led to the massacre of our village. At that time, I had gone in search of Ling Shi. When I returned, everyone was. Her voice faltered, choked with emotion. Pang Bei felt somewhat at a loss, while Old Gao continued, She has nowhere else to turn. If she were to stay with ordinary folk, she might face suffering. Take her back with you, marry her, provide her with sustenance, and offer her a place to stay. That would suffice. Chapter 76, Young Calf, Are you serious? Pang Bei was utterly bewildered. By the time he regained his composure, Lao Gao had presented him with a written agreement, and he found himself stepping outside. He had not received any money, yet here he was, bringing a girl home. Goodness, was it really this exhilarating? However, Pang Bei was acutely aware that this was, indeed, illegal. Yet, as he contemplated rejecting the situation, upon hearing her background, he found himself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and brought her home, for by the time they returned, night had fallen. The girl appeared quite bashful and seemed to harbor a certain fear. Throughout their journey, she scarcely dared to speak. As for Pang Bei, he was a straightforward man, exceptionally skilled in combat and unmatched in banter. However, when it came to matters of the heart, he truly felt a bit vulnerable. Particularly in such a direct and provocative situation, he was genuinely taken aback. Feeling awkward, Pang Bei curiously inquired, By the way, Lei, what is your surname among the Dor people? I am surnamed Ao. In the Dor language, it is Allah, but later it was simplified, and everyone adopted the surname Ao. Pang Bei scratched his head and retorted, Yet you don't quite resemble that. You look more like a European. In a hushed voice, Lei replied, My mother was of Russian descent. She met my father in the mountains. After marrying him, I was born. Unfortunately, they both perished due to a plague. Pang Bei scratched his head vigorously and remarked, I see. The Russian people, they don't speak Russian, most of them converse in Mandarin. However, they do have a foreign appearance. Of course, they are also one of the ethnic minorities and not foreigners per se. Moreover, there are quite a few in this region. Pang Bei suddenly comprehended and couldn't help but chuckle. So that is how it is. Are there still people from your hometown? Lei shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't even know where my hometown is. With a sigh, Pang Bei realized he had unwittingly taken on the responsibility of this girl. After walking for a while, Lei timidly asked, Do you not want me? I can work hard. I can cook and take care of the elderly. Please, don't abandon me. As she spoke, tears welled up in her large eyes. Pang Bei hurriedly reassured her, No. I was merely inquiring about the circumstances, right? If the captain were to question me later and think I was engaging in human trafficking, where would I go to defend myself? Upon hearing Pang Bei's teasing, Lei's tears transformed into laughter. Pang Bei, curious, asked, Did you walk all the way from the mountains? I recall your tribe is supposed to reside deep within the hills. Nodding, she replied, tears still glistening in her eyes, Yes, I walked for a long time, and I fainted from hunger several times along the way. Pang Bei felt a pang of sympathy and reassured her, Rest assured, now that you are here, I will not cast you away. If I have a meal, you shall have one too. Come, let us go meet my mother. As for the matter of marriage, Pang Bei refrained from mentioning it. Was tea that absurd? They asked me if I wanted a wife, and then just like that, we would be wed? Surely, this would be tantamount to human trafficking. Little did Pang Bei know, in that era, such circumstances were commonplace. Many people only met their future spouses on their wedding day. Certainly, at that time, the legal age for men was 20 years, while for women it was 18. The girl was of age, but according to regulations, Pang Bei was still too young. However, strict enforcement of such rules was largely confined to suburban villages near cities and was often depicted in films and novels. In reality, Remote rural areas were governed more by customs than by regulations, especially in regions close to minority ethnic enclaves, where policies were challenging to implement. At Pang Bei's age, he was expected to be married. Of course, Pang Bei himself had no such intentions. Women would only hinder his speed in shooting. Finally, upon returning home, Pang Bei opened the door. Lu Xiaolan was just stepping out, smiling as she said, "My son has returned. Let me see." Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were frozen in place. Lu Xiaolan then glanced around, seizing a wooden stick by the door. "I will beat you, you rascal. Did you really go to find a wife? Do you know that's against the law? What are you, a tiger?" Terrified, Pang Bei jumped up, shouting, "Mother, it wasn't my doing. It was old Gao who gave her to me." "What? You bought a wife? You ungrateful child. Your mother was bought with 200 pounds of corn flour, and you dare to go buy one." With that, a slap landed on Pang Bei's backside. Ally was taken aback and hurried to intervene. "Mother-in-law, it's not like that. I willingly want to be his wife. I've seen it myself. Old Gao also told me that Pang Bei defeated Zhu Kedao, a powerful mountain spirit, and I wish to marry such a formidable warrior." After Ally spoke, Lu Xiaolan looked astonished. "Girl, you are doing this willingly? Not because this rascal tied you up or bought you?" Ally shook her head. Lu Xiaolan then chuckled, rubbing her hands together, dropping the stick, and took Ally's hand. "Good girl, come. Let us go inside and sit." Pang Bei rubbed his backside, and Pang Qian leaned over, whispering, "Brother, does it hurt?" "You try it," Pang Bei replied, shooting her a glance. Pang Qian pouted. Then, she playfully patted Pang Bei's backside. "It doesn't hurt, brother." Pang Bei couldn't help but laugh. "It doesn't hurt, but why did mother react so strongly?" "She didn't even let me explain." Lu Xiaolan led Ally into the house and inquired about her family situation. Upon learning that Ally had come to seek refuge with her fiancé, who was also a previous candidate for the Mountain Guardian, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but feel sympathy. "Poor child, just like me, we women are destined for hardship." As she spoke, Lu Xiaolan wiped away her tears. Ally quickly assisted her in drying her tears. Glancing around as she said, "Mother-in-law, is there anything I can do? I can help with housework. Please don't abandon me. I have nowhere else to go." Lu Xiaolan promptly replied, "No need, dear. Even if you don't marry my Pang Bei, you will still be my daughter. I want to cast you aside." Pang Bei stood to the side, feeling aggrieved and hesitant to speak. Lu Xiaolan glanced at her son and then at her daughter. She then posed a question. "Aole, how old are you this year?" "I should be the same age as him. I am also 18, but I was born in winter," Aole replied. Lu Xiaolan chuckled. "Then you are younger than Pang Bei. He was born in February." Pang Bei mumbled from the side. "She is older than me. She is 18. I am 17. Just a few months." As he noticed his mother's glare, his voice gradually diminished. Aole appeared astonished. She had not anticipated that Pang Bei was so young. How could someone so youthful manage to hunt bears? Even the finest hunters in the tribe might not possess such prowess. Lu Xiaolan shot a disapproving look at Pang Bei, who then squatted in a corner, choosing silence. He found it perplexing that despite being children, the disparity between them was so pronounced. At that moment, Diji staggered out of Pang Bei's room, directly colliding with Aole. Aole's eyes widened as the fox leaped towards her, affectionately rubbing against her. With an excited shriek, Aole exclaimed, "Ling Shi, is that really you?" Pang Bei was taken aback. "Huh? Ling Shi? Wait, do you know her? Is this fox yours?" Aole enthusiastically replied, "This is the sacred fox Ling Shi from the mountains. She is the mountain deity." Pang Bei blinked in astonishment. Looking between Diji and Aole, "No, this fox was also seen by my mother and her peers when they were young." Indeed, Ling Shi roamed an area of several hundred miles, frequently traversing the mountains, safeguarding the land. She was the true sovereign of this realm. Yet, every winter, she would return to our side, serving as the guardian spirit of our tribe. Pang Bei nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. How remarkable! A vagrant of the Greater Khingan Range, indeed. Chapter 77, Coincidence or Fate? Pang Bei was suddenly struck by a feeling. Perhaps he truly had a destined connection with Aole. Diji had saved him on several occasions, and now she had taken to clinging to him. Meanwhile, Aole had traveled from afar to this place, only to find her fiancé deceased. And there he was, just as he was grappling with a headache, searching for a wife. What a remarkable coincidence. Pang Bei couldn't help but feel that this was a bit too coincidental. Could it be that some scoundrel had orchestrated this? Lu Xiaolan inquired, astonished. "Aole, could it be that you are a shaman serving the holy fox from your hala?" Aole nodded. "We, the Aolamakuan, have served the holy fox for generations, and we are undoubtedly the finest hunters in the entire clan. Pang Bei, utterly bewildered, interjected, "Wait a moment, Hala? Kuin? What on earth?" In a soft voice, her cheeks flushed, Aole explained, "Hala refers to our Dor family. Essentially, Kuin represents a clan of the same lineage, while Hala is a larger confederation of clans. My father was once the leader of our Aalamu Kuin. After his passing, my grandfather took over the management of our clan until they." Pang Bei quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for bringing up unpleasant memories." Aole shook her head, and Lu Xiaolan chuckled. "How well-matched you two are. My little Bei is a protector of the mountains. I noticed that the necklace he wears is something only the most skilled hunters among our kin can possess. Only an Avita could own such a thing. Thus, even if my grandfather were still alive, he would undoubtedly approve of me marrying him." At this point, tears welled up in Aole's eyes once more. Lu Xiaolan grasped Aole's small hand. "Fear not, dear daughter-in-law. I accept you wholeheartedly. Rest assured, he won't dare treat you poorly. If he ever dares to bully you, I will break his legs for you." With that, Lu Xiaolan's gaze seemed to transfer her resentment towards Pang Yugue onto him. Pang Bei felt utterly vexed. Oh, being a man is truly difficult. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaolan suggested that Aole sleep in Pang Bei's room, while Pang Bei, forlornly, dragged his sleeping bag to squeeze in with the two wolf cubs. Pang Bei was relatively unfazed by his predicament, however. The village erupted into lively chatter as the morning assembly commenced. As the saying goes, in a small temple, the demons are fierce, in a shallow pond, the turtles abound. With numerous beautiful young women in the village, the news spread like wildfire. Pang Bei had acquired a wife. Naturally, the speculations ran rampant, with some saying he had picked her up, while others claimed he had purchased her. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hai, wrapped in a military coat, rose early to seek out Pang Bei. Knock, knock, knock. "Shou Bei, open the door." Having spent the night on a sleeping bag, Pang Bei felt quite uncomfortable. Rubbing his eyes, he emerged, looking weary as he faced Lu Hai. Lu Hai, with a knowing smile, asked, "Did you have quite the night?" "Quite the night? I squeezed on the floor with a dog for the entire night." Upon hearing Pang Bei's disgruntled muttering, Lu Hai paused momentarily before inquiring, "Didn't you just marry? Everyone is saying you brought a girl back." Pang Bei spoke with a hint of irritation. "Old Gao mentioned that this girl's fiancé is the mountain guardian from our village." El Hai paused, then inquired, "Is it Aole? Have you brought her back?" "Haha. It seems we were both on the same wavelength. I thought of you at first too. What a pity you weren't home." Pang Bei, puzzled, replied, "Captain, are you here early in the morning to gossip about wives?" El Hai playfully kicked Pang Bei. "How can you speak to your elder like that? Who do you think I'm doing this for? If this doesn't turn out well, you'll be the one in trouble." Pang Bei chuckled. "I'm not foolish. I merely feel sorry for her. She shouldn't be left to wander alone. What if she encounters a villain? While I'm not a saint, I'm not entirely heartless either." El Hai agreed with Pang Bei's sentiment, recognizing his character as commendable. He glanced around the courtyard and jestingly suggested, "Why not keep the girl here as your bride? If she comes to your house and you end up sending her away, that would be a disaster. And don't think about recognizing her as a sister. People talk." Pang Bei was taken aback. "What? What is there to discuss? My mother is here. We Haven Tea even shared a bed." El Hai retorted, "You say you Haven Tea shared a bed, but sharing a room with a proper young lady who returns home with you. How do you explain that?" Upon hearing this, Pang Bei smacked his forehead. "Oh no. I completely forgot about that." Now genuinely troubled, he reflected on Aole's situation. She had lost her home and was all alone, and he had brought her back. It was indeed tragic. This could fill a book. After a moment's thought, he said, "Captain, the crux of the matter is that I'm not of age. What should I do?" El Hai replied, "What is there to do? Just host a meal for everyone. I'll be your witness. When you come of age, you can get your certificate. Besides, who in our village isn't in the same boat? Unless one's family is truly struggling. It's the old bachelors who marry once they reach a certain age. I and your aunt are not of age either. We just live our lives." Pang Bei rubbed his temples and sighed. I've never considered this before, and now it gives me a headache. How about we have a drink tonight? You can offer me some guidance. I just want to cheer my mother up, and now this happens." El Hai burst into hearty laughter. "Stop trying to play the innocent. That girl is quite sensible. She has someone who knows how to live. With your conditions, dreaming of finding a girl like that is futile. What? You're not thinking about those young female intellectuals, are you? Let me tell you, that's not how it works." He continued, "What were they called? Little bourgeoisie? Yes. They're all young ladies, each one more precious than the last. You're hardly home. Having an unreliable woman at home won't do you any good. Pang Bei pondered for a moment and scratched his head. Fine. What else can I do? According to your reasoning, if someone is willing to live with me, that's a blessing, right? Elhai gave Pang Bei a playful punch. What did you think? Don't take your good fortune for granted. By the way, what is that girl's name again? Ao Lei, he replied. She said her surname is Ao. After speaking, Pang Bei paused. Allah. Lei? What the hell? Is this a bit too ahead of its time? Could this woman possibly be a potential superpower? Observing Pang Bei's foolish grin, Lvei cast a disapproving glance at him. Look at you, speaking as if you're a paragon of virtue. If you had no ears, your mouth would be able to stretch to the back of your head. Pang Bei touched his mouth and immediately began to explain with feigned righteousness. Captain, it's not what you think. I just find the name rather amusing. Amusing my foot. Once your wife enters the household, you'll understand the true power of it. Lvei retorted, the Northeast tiger only shows you some respect in front of outsiders. Once you're home, you'll see how you fare. Pang Bei blinked. And just then, Lvei rushed over, panting. Captain, there are people from the farm. Xiao Zhenghua and Zhao Changka have come. Lvei was taken aback and quickly turned to head back. What is going on? He came in person? The two muttered among themselves. And as Pang Bei watched their retreating figures, he mumbled, Xiao Zhenghua? That name sounds so familiar. Oh my god. Isn't that the farm director? Chapter 78. All misunderstood. Pang Bei was quite curious about what the director of the field was doing here. Their production team, after all, was merely a marginal entity, barely surviving over the years thanks to the farm's support. Otherwise, they would have starved. The arable land in the mountains was scant, wholly unsuitable for cultivation. However, Pang Bei had the opportunity to personally experience the simplicity of the past relationship between the leaders and the masses. The former officials did not carry an air of authority. They were genuine and down to earth, as attempting to assert their superiority would be futile. No one would grant them such respect. In fact, in the eyes of the workers, the director of the state-owned factory was often addressed by name. If the director displeased them, they would not hesitate to voice their grievances. This was a normal operation in state-run units, where everyone maintained the attitude of what are you proud of? Dare to dismiss me, and let us see. During that time, officials were generally reluctant to flaunt their status in front of the people, unless they were prepared for re-education by the laborers. If you dare to act superior today, tomorrow you might find yourself plowing the fields with the production team's donkey. Therefore, at the grassroots level, there was hardly any division between officials and the masses, with only a semblance of hierarchy among the officials themselves. Nevertheless, Pang Bei found it difficult to adapt to this feeling, perceiving it as almost surreal. If he were to directly address their brigade commander by name, he could only imagine that writing a self-criticism would be the least of his worries. Yet, he found this dynamic rather amusing, as it allowed everyone to recognize their leaders, fostering an environment where issues could be directly brought to them. It indeed exuded a sense of a large familial community. Unfortunately, he, born later, missed out on such an atmosphere. Pang Bei chuckled and shook his head. As he turned to head home, he spotted Ao Lei emerging with a basin, intending to melt some snow for boiling water. Pang Bei, intrigued, asked, why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer? Ao Lei, blushing, shook her head. I'm not tired. I've rested well. However, Lingxi does seem to have gained some weight, and I appreciate you taking care of her. Pang Bei glanced at Deji and couldn't help but chuckle while scratching his head. I just call her Deji. That's fine. She has many names, and there is no need for you to change it. Besides, she has lost her family. You've taken her in and given her a name. Calling her Deji is perfectly acceptable, he added with a silly grin. Just rest. I'll go dig up some snow, he declared. Ao Lei shook her head. That's a woman's task. Men should do men's work. Don't take our jobs. Pang Bei was utterly confused. Men's work? What am I supposed to do? The heavy snow has sealed the mountains, and I can't even climb up. Unable to contain her laughter. Ao Lei's smile was as sweet as a warm sun breaking through the cold winter, causing the chill around them to recede. Pang Bei was momentarily mesmerized. With a flushed face, Ao Lei explained, where I come from, during winter, the men would gather to drink and chat. You go for a stroll. But remember to come back for dinner. Pang Bei blinked in disbelief. Could it be that he had entered a magical world? Are there truly such women in this world? Pang Bei felt a swell of emotion, pondering why he refrained from pursuing romance. Valentine's Day, preparing gifts. The same for May 20th and May 21st. Throughout the year, one must be ever prepared. It is not the expenditure that troubles him, but the uncertainty of where one might inadvertently tread on a landmine. Nonetheless, such concerns are trivial. After all, romance should be imbued with a touch of whimsy. Life necessitates a sense of ritual, yet the crux lies in the daily existence. As a soldier, Pang Bei is accustomed to being away from home. The mere thought of dating sends shivers down his spine, not to mention the prolonged absences spent training in the barracks. Should he encounter an inconsiderate partner, he could very well be subjected to relentless torment. Young women like Ao Lei are not uncommon in this era. Firstly, they have not been inundated with toxic platitudes. Secondly, they lack the capital to incite gender discord. It is a natural arrangement where each party assumes their respective responsibilities. As a man, one must shoulder the burdens of masculinity, while as a woman, she attends to her own affairs. My endeavors do not require your interference. Nor should you impose your concerns upon me. This encapsulates what the elders refer to as a stable life. Pang Bei scratched his head, suddenly realizing that marrying such a woman would be akin to paradise. Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, his mother rose, observing Ao Lei's departing silhouette, and chuckled as she patted Pang Bei on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Mother's judgment is quite astute, isn't it? This girl is splendid. Alas, she is a bit slender. And her legs are too long. She lacks a plumpness." Pang Bei, puzzled, responded, "Mother, do you possess a flawed understanding of aesthetics? Ao Lei is fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. How can she be deemed unattractive? What misconception is this? A woman who appears prosperous is auspicious." Pang Bei scoffed. "I refuse to believe that beauty equates to fortune. If I were a gambler, would she ensure my victories? If a man fails, he should not blame a woman's appearance." El Xiaolong chuckled at Pang Bei's banter. "You cheeky lad, already defending her? Have you forgotten your mother?" "Such ingratitude." Pang Bei retorted, "This is a matter of fairness. Moreover, in this liberated age, I strive to advocate for women's rights. I abhor the oppression of women. If I had a wife, I would certainly not behave in such a manner." El Xiaolong gazed at Pang Bei, sighed, and gently caressed his face, saying, "With your words, I can rest easy for the rest of my days." At this juncture, El Xiaolong cheerfully inquired, "What does my eldest son wish to eat?" "Mother will prepare it for you." Pang Bei pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us have some meat. Ao Lei, being from a minority ethnicity, seems to enjoy it." El Xiaolong nodded. "In our household, I can assure you, we have plenty of meat." Pang Bei grinned as he rubbed his hands together. Just then, Pang Qian stirred, and upon seeing Pang Bei awake, she energetically hopped over to gather firewood to assist their mother in cooking. Pang Bei proudly declared, "It's all thanks to my sister. With such a wonderful daughter, mother. You must praise her more, otherwise, it would seem you favor sons over daughters." El Xiaolong laughed as she ruffled Pang Qian's hair. "Indeed, indeed. You are all treasures to me. My little Qian is the most obedient and is truly the apple of my eye." In Pang Qian's large, expressive eyes, happiness radiated as she reveled in the gentle caresses from her mother and brother. Recently, the little one had been enjoying a more sumptuous diet. Her cherubic face noticeably rounder and her stature evidently taller. Yet, an unsettling thought crept into her mind. Her mother and sister were soon to embark on a life in the city. This realization left Pang Bei feeling an unexpected emptiness within. As Pang Bei basked in the sun on a bench in the courtyard, Ao Lei returned from outside, prompting him to glance instinctively in her direction. To his astonishment, she carried a basin of snow and, in her other hand, a wild rabbit. Pang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where on earth did you get that?" he exclaimed. Ao Lei blinked her big eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I caught it on a whim. I often bring home a rabbit." "On a whim?" Pang Bei felt a pang of indignation. He had nearly frozen to death in the mountains for a mere rabbit. Just as his pride took a hit, El Xiaowu rushed in, breathless. "Xiao Bei, the captain is looking for you. There has been an incident at the farm. You need to go." Pang Bei quickly rose, uncertain of the nature of the trouble, but he suspected it was related to the farm manager's visit. Just then, Ao Lei chimed in, "You go ahead. I'll ask mother to save you some food." El Xiaowu paused, his eyes widening in surprise. "Xiao Bei, is this your fiancée?" Ao Lei's cheeks flushed crimson, and Pang Bei swiftly pulled El Xiaowu away, admonishing, "Stop joking around. Let's hurry to the team." Chapter 79, What Good Can I Do? Pang Bei hurriedly pulled Lu Xiaowu outside. Along the way, Lu Xiaowu chattered incessantly. "You know, the captain is quite something. He hasn't even had his fill of the new bride, and here he is dragging you away. Spare me. I haven't done anything. Besides, how old do you think I am? I just felt sorry for her and thought it best to take her in, all right?" Lu Xiaowu turned to Pang Bei and remarked, "I say, you can't possibly have taken a liking to that Zhao Xiaodian, can you? She's a young lady of privilege, Don't be foolish. Pang Bei paused for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. We have nothing in common, all right? I spend my days toting a rifle and hunting, while she's busy with her studies. Besides, how old is Zhao Xiaodian? And how old am I? Enough of this nonsense. What's the situation with the captain? Lu Shiwu replied with a grin. A significant number of sheep have gone missing from the farm, over 100. Pang Bei was taken aback, and then frowned. Then we should go look for them. Why come to us? Lu Xiaowu glanced around to ensure they were alone, then whispered. I heard the captain say that the sheep went missing because of one of the farm's patrollers. He has a crush on the caretaker, but she rebuffed him, so he deliberately drove the sheep out of the pen. As a result, the flock scattered, and when another patroller discovered it, he even shot and injured him. Pang Bei's brow furrowed deeply as he looked at Lu Xiaowu and asked, What? Do you want me to handle this? Lu Xiaowu nodded. Pang Bei felt a pang of reluctance. He truly did not wish to involve himself in this matter. He could assist the production team, as it was essential to maintain good relations with everyone. However, assisting the farm, that was something he simply did not wish to do, for he had no desire to leave. Pang Bei understood that in order to survive the impending natural disasters over the next 3 years, it was best to remain in the deep mountains. That was the way to endure better days. Otherwise, one would inevitably face hunger. But the question remained, how could he evade this responsibility? Pang Bei had no intention of drawing attention to himself, as it would yield no benefit. Nonetheless, this was not something he could simply dismiss. He resolved to first assess the situation and determine the next steps thereafter. Before long, Pang Bei arrived at the team headquarters. The room was bustling with people, and seated within was a man clad in military green trousers and green rubber shoes. He wore a deep blue cotton jacket and a blue overcoat on top. He was engaged in conversation with Lu Hai. Upon noticing Pang Bei and Lu Xiaowu enter, Lu Hai promptly waved them over. Xiao Bei, just in time. Come, have a seat. Pang Bei sat down, feeling somewhat out of place. The man scrutinized him and smiled. So, you are Comrade Pang Bei? Both Captain Lu and Zhang He have spoken highly of you. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. Pang Bei did not respond but merely nodded with a smile. This was not the sort of situation in which he wished to involve himself. However, it was evident that the captain and Zhao Zhang intended for him to take charge of this matter. Pang Bei was uncertain of their motives, but at that moment, Zhao Zhang spoke up. Xiao Bei, let us not prolong this discussion. 100 sheep have gone missing from the farm, and the perpetrator is a skilled marksman. This young man is a sent-down youth, hailing from a military compound. At present, the sent-down youths who can go to the countryside are primarily the offspring of officials, and it would not be prudent for us to take action. Pang Bei widened his eyes, gazing at Zhao Changhe. So, is it appropriate for me to intervene in this matter? Zhao Changhe replied. Of course, you lack any connections, and no one would be inclined to complicate matters for you. Besides, having lived in the deep mountains for so long, do you truly wish to come down? Lu Hai turned to Pang Bei, who pondered for a moment. It became evident that Lu Hai had this very scheme in mind. On one hand, he would earn merit. On the other hand, the adversary would have no grounds for complaint. Even if they found him displeasing, there would be no recourse. Rewards must be granted. However, a proper reward such as arranging work in the city was out of the question. Naturally, the best option would be to secure a position for him in the mountains. Pang Bei was aware that there were indeed forest ranger cabins within the mountains. Although these were state property, Lu Hai could not interfere. If he were to grant him one of those cabins, Pang Bei would have a place to reside. Entering the mountains would provide him with a refuge. Consequently, his patrols would become less arduous, as he would have an additional location to rest and could even store certain unsavory items. Reflecting on this, Pang Bei secretly concluded that Lu Hai was indeed cunning. He was not as simple and honest as he appeared. It was apparent that Lu Hai had conferred with Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe then added with a smile, Xiao Bei, rest assured, this task will not be in vain. Our Director Xiao, has consented. If you manage to retrieve the goat, the farm will provide timber to construct a new house for you to marry. Furthermore, Director Xiao could advocate for the cabin in the mountains on your behalf. Imagine this. During the summer, if you tire from your travels, you could rest in the cabin without the need to hurry back. Pang Bei furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, but the issue is, they might possess firearms, right? Moreover, it is quite difficult for an ordinary person to strive for a position in the countryside. Most of those eligible are children of officials undergoing re-education through labor. If I were to confront them, should I draw my weapon or not? If I were to shoot and kill one of them, how would that be accounted for? Zhao Changhe's expression turned serious as he replied, rest assured, the municipal bureau has already issued orders. This young man has killed one person, injured another, and caused the farm to lose 100 goats. Life and death are of no concern. Even if he is captured, he will face execution. The family's intention is to have him shot on sight, lest they face repercussions themselves. Pang Bei contemplated this, then quietly said, Zhao, we are still relatives. Aren't you asking me to do something dirty? It is true that I hunt, but I do not take lives. Zhao Chang'e felt a wave of exasperation. Damn it. This little rascal can truly put on an act. He has killed a dozen without batting an eye. And now he pretends to be the good guy in front of me? However, Zhao Chang'e understood that the incentives were insufficient. This young rascal was negotiating conditions. Nevertheless, as they were family, Zhao Chang'e recognized the need to bend a little. He sighed, Xiao Bei, I am aware of your concerns. However, these sheep are specifically meant for the mountainous region, where wild beasts roam. Our search for these goats has been met with reluctance from the patrollers, who claim they lack experience. Primarily, it is their marksmanship that falls short compared to others. You, however, possess extraordinary shooting skills. Without you, the losses to the farm would be considerable. Xiao Zhenghua discerned that Zhao Chang'e was subtly hinting at him. Yet, in that era, even as the farm director, he dared not make overt promises to Pang Bei. At that moment, El Hai chimed in, I understand, you've just brought home a new bride. And the bed hasn't quite warmed yet. We can sympathize with that. How about this? I can help you register your wife. Suddenly, Xiao Zhenghua raised his hand and said, Comrade Pang Bei, our farm has never had a fixed person to manage the mountainous area. There is no one to oversee the region, and some minority villages remain difficult to communicate with. If you can successfully handle this matter, I shall appoint you as the contractor for this mountainous region, making you its administrator. Your primary responsibility will be to foster good relations with the minority tribes in the mountains. You may utilize the resources there for personal needs, but large-scale trading is prohibited. However, you must ensure the security of this area, conduct patrols, and manage various aspects. If you agree to take on this task for the farm, I will appoint you as the administrator. Additionally, you will receive annual support in the form of firearms and ammunition from the militia. Pang Bei coughed slightly. Guns? I have one. I possess the .38 rifle provided by Zhao, which is more than sufficient. Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but chuckle, realizing this rascal was angling for something more. So you've been waiting for this. Do you feel the .38 rifle is inadequate? Pang Bei remained silent. And Xiao Zhenghua continued with a smile. I have a fine collectible gun. You know our farm is comprised of soldiers turned civilians from the front line. I possess a grand 8-round rifle. Pang Bei's eyes brightened. Wow, an M1 Garand. That is an exceptional piece, semi-automatic. Xiao Zhenghua, noticing the gleam in Pang Bei's eyes, feigned mystery and said, back in the days of cold guns and cannons, our regiment managed to seize a unique grand 8-round rifle, complete with a scope. Chapter 80. The underlying reasons with a mirror? Pang Bei's interest was instantly piqued. During the overseas operations, the Americans utilized the Garand, and only 2 models could accommodate a scope, the M1C and the M1D. However, the standard sniper rifle predominantly employed on the battlefield was the M1D. The M1C was too cumbersome and complex to modify, requiring numerous steps for conversion, and its production was challenging. The front lines suffered grievously from enemy fire, necessitating the urgent need for a precision rifle that could be swiftly manufactured and easily equipped on a large scale. Thus, the M1D was born. Nevertheless, the Garand M1D could hardly be classified as a true sniper rifle. It still utilized standard infantry ammunition, and its shooting accuracy fell significantly short of that of a dedicated sniper rifle. Although a considerable number had been captured domestically, faced with the overwhelming might of the Iron Tide from the elder brother, training snipers seemed less practical than enhancing firepower, rendering such rifles of little concern. At this stage, the military had nearly no snipers, focusing instead on sheer firepower. Consequently, these captured rifles were distributed to the militia, with the scoped variants garnering little interest. Pang Bei recognized that his counterpart was merely toying with him. Yet, he feigned curiosity. A rifle with a scope? How come I've never seen one? Upon noticing Pang Bei's engagement, Xiao Zhenghua felt a surge of pride. This scope was seldom utilized. Employing such a device was less comfortable than using iron sights. Due to its lack of practical use, it was essentially a superfluous accessory. If he could persuade Pang Bei to accept it, it would undoubtedly be a significant gain. Furthermore, Pang Bei required ammunition. His stock of .38 rifles was, to be honest, rather limited. However, he had an ample supply of the larger caliber. Xiao Zhenghua chuckled. You have no idea, my young friend. This scope is marvelous, akin to a telescope. allowing one to see far and shoot with exceptional accuracy. Yet, it requires extensive practice. If you agree, I will provide you with both the rifle and the scope, along with a supply of ammunition, which I can offer you right away. However, can you ensure the return of the sheep and the capture of the individuals? Upon hearing this, Pang Bei pondered silently. This old trickster is quite cunning. After a moment's reflection, he straightened his posture and declared, "What's the issue? I'll return home to fetch the rifle. Let me inform my mother, and we can depart immediately." Xiao Zhenghua could not help but burst into laughter. This young comrade is quite enthusiastic. Lu Hai and Zhao Changke also laughed heartily, thoroughly amused by Pang Bei's innocence and sincerity. Little did they know Pang Bei's true intentions. He possessed a .38 rifle, which he could use, and more importantly, it was also suitable for Aole, given its shorter barrel, making it ideal for a young woman. Additionally, Aole had experience with hunting. If she had a firearm, it would enhance their safety at home. With this in mind, Pang Bei rubbed his hands together, grinning. "When can I receive it? By the way, my rifle must come with a bayonet." Xiao Zhenghua laughed heartily. "All right, I will provide you with a bayonet." To be honest, the captured Garand M1S did not have many bayonets available, but there were certainly some. The farm here has only a handful. Pang Bei is willing to provide it. He confidently patted his chest and declared, "All right, I'll go fetch the gun. I am a man of my word. Let's go." Xiao Zhenghua promptly replied, "No need. You go ahead, and I will give you the gun first. You can use that one directly." Pang Bei, with a glint in his eye, insisted, "No. I am accustomed to the Type 38 rifle. I must practice with the new one. When it comes to life and death, it is better to rely on the old faithful." Xiao Zhenghua found Pang Bei's reasoning valid and consented to let him retrieve his weapon. Little did they know Pang Bei's true intentions. What a joke. In a sniper duel, a bolt-action rifle offers far more stability than a semi-automatic. Though it is a single shot and lacks the comfort of a semi-automatic, a marksman seeks to eliminate the enemy with one precise shot. Who thinks of the second? The Garand is indeed excellent for hunting, as the 7.62mm ammunition is no trifling matter. However, in terms of sniping, the Type 38 far surpasses the Garand in both range and accuracy. With a smile, Pang Bei returned home. Informing his mother, he was venturing into the mountains to search for sheep. She said nothing, as she perceived no danger in such a task. After all, what peril could there be in seeking a sheep when her son had vanquished both bears and tigers? Having settled matters at home, Pang Bei set out with his Type 38 rifle. Upon seeing the rifle in his hands, Xiao Zhenghua could not help but laugh. "You truly don't want the new gun I offered? Yours is rather antiquated. I recall it was used by the Japanese second-line troops, wasn't it?" Pang Bei, brimming with pride, replied, "Do not underestimate this rifle. Although it is not as lengthy as the standard Type 38, its agility in the mountains is unparalleled. Hunting is not akin to warfare. What matters is maneuverability, which allows for better ambushes. Moreover, the Japanese bayonet is specially optimized for close combat. They prefer hand-to-hand encounters. However, American soldiers are rarely inclined to engage in such battles. Thus, in terms of bayonets, the Japanese model is superior." After expressing his pride, Pang Bei noticed Xiao Zhenghua chuckling. "Do you really intend to engage in hand-to-hand combat? With your slight frame?" Xiao Zhenghua scrutinized Pang Bei, but he remained unfazed. "Director, do not underestimate my slender build. A bayonet often conserves ammunition. In close quarters, a swift thrust can save bullets." Xiao Zhenghua nodded, smiling as he remarked, "You are quite spirited. Had this been during wartime, you would have made a formidable soldier." Pang Bei secretly mused, "I have always been an elite." As they chatted along the way, Pang Bei, along with Zhao Changke and Xiao Zhenghua, descended the mountain. Zhao Changke pedaled a bicycle carrying Pang Bei, while Xiao Zhenghua rode his own. After cycling for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the farm. This state-run farm was quite sizable, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Presumably, due to prior incidents, security had been intensified. Upon reaching the farm, Xiao Zhenghua led Pang Bei and Zhao Changhe to the office. The office of the farm director, Xiao Zhenghua, was nothing more than a modest room. Upon arriving here, Xiao Zhenghua appeared considerably more solemn. Once he entered the office, he pointed directly at the military operations map adorning the wall. "Pang Bei, are you adept at reading maps?" Pang Bei nodded. Of course, without the ability to navigate, one might easily lose their way. He saw no reason to conceal his proficiency in map reading. After all, it was hardly an indicator of exceptional skill. Xiao Zhenghua continued, gesturing at the map. "The goat we lost has been driven into this mountainous region. Yesterday, comrades from the militia ventured in, resulting in 1 fatality and 1 injury. Should you choose to enter the mountains, I will arrange for the militia to accompany you. Zhao Chang'e interjected, I will accompany you as well. He patted Pang Bei on the back, seemingly reassuring him that there was no need for concern, as he would support him. Pang Bei nodded and replied, So my task is to locate the goat and bring this fellow back? No, it is just us for now. What I am about to say must remain confidential. Xiao Zhenghua insisted. Pang Bei acknowledged, while Zhao Chang'e added with a serious tone, Speak freely, Lao Xiao. This lad, Xiao Bei, is particularly tight-lipped. Xiao Zhenghua sighed. Comrade Pang Bei, the individual he killed was a sent-down youth from our locality, hailing from a family with considerable influence. Thus, the covert order I received was for vengeance. This is why we require a reckless youth without connections to undertake this task. I understand this may affect you, but the repercussions will be minimal. Even if trouble arises, it will not fall upon you, but rather upon others. So rest assured, Zhao Chang'e has supplemented. Regardless of who is responsible, this matter will inevitably reflect upon our precinct. This fellow is a menace, so Xiao Bei, it is imperative that you eliminate him. Pang Bei was taken aback. Why must it be me? Xiao Zhenghua turned to him. Meeting his gaze, because you are the only one among us who has taken a life. Chapter 81. The State Farm. Pang Bei was taken aback. He gazed at Zhao Chang'e in astonishment, who could not help but chuckle. Do you really think I alone can cover for you? Without Lao Xiao? You might as well forget it. Xiao Zhenghua laughed lightly as well. Xiao Bei, I understand your audacity and sense of justice. The child you discovered is actually a relative of one of our farm employees. I owe you my gratitude. Thus, I have kept this matter under wraps for you. Although it is indeed cruel to send a child to commit murder, we currently have no better candidates available. Pang Bei was perplexed. Isn't this a military transition to civilian life? Many are either injured, returned to their hometowns, or retired due to illness, leaving only family members and children to fill the roles. The harassed caretaker was, in fact, my daughter, Xiao Fangfang. Pang Bei was momentarily speechless. He looked at Xiao Zhenghua. Then does this scoundrel still dare? Xiao Zhenghua gritted his teeth. Not only does he dare, but he has also committed acts more beastly than those of a savage. Pang Bei immediately fell silent. Observing the father's expression, one could easily imagine the turmoil that had transpired. Furthermore, this rascal seemed to have acquired some marksmanship skills from somewhere. Our people had not engaged in combat for many years, and underestimating him had led to this predicament. Additionally, having engaged in labor for years. If it were merely a matter of fighting, it might not be an issue. However, age takes its toll. Both vision and ability diminish over time. The younger generation consists mostly of militia, who can barely shoot straight. Lao Zhao remarked on your exceptional shooting skills, making you the only one in our farm capable of eliminating him. Finally grasping why he had been sought out, Pang Bei concluded the weighty conversation. Xiao Zhenghua then broke into a smile. All right, I've instructed the cafeteria to prepare a delightful meal. Come, let us first enjoy a good feast, regardless of the circumstances. Pang Bei had no reason to hesitate. Why not indulge in a good meal? The farm's cafeteria boasted skilled chefs. Moreover, they were serving vegetable dumplings, which, though lacking in meat, were at least made of white flour. Pang Bei had not tasted a single leaf of cabbage while up in the mountains. With the availability of greens, he naturally ate heartily. During the meal, Pang Bei devoured over a dozen large steamed dumplings. This left Xiao Zhenghua utterly astonished. Goodness! For an average adult, such sizable dumplings would suffice for 4 or 5 at most. Yet, Pang Bei managed to consume over a dozen in one go. Although they appeared somewhat scant, he truly had an impressive appetite. However, witnessing Pang Bei's voraciousness eased Xiao Zhenghua's previously anxious heart. After all, given Pang Bei's slender frame, if he could eat heartily, it meant he possessed considerable strength. In his eyes, a hearty appetite often indicated hidden strength, much like Master Gao from the cafeteria, who was quite thin yet could carry 3 or 4 bags of flour with ease. Despite being a chef, he had originally been a worker from the oil fields. His culinary skills earned him a place in the cafeteria, and he had since been retained there through sheer force of will. Master Gao's cooking was undeniably delectable. Especially in the culinary realm, when leaders visit the market, he typically assigns Master Gao to prepare the dishes. Among these, the dumplings are Master Gao's specialty, cherished by the farm workers who relish his steamed dumplings. Though the filling is sparse in meat, the dumplings are extraordinarily delectable, infused with meat broth and his unique blend of spices. After a hearty meal, Xiao Zhenghua chuckled. Xiao Bei, how about you rest tonight? We shall venture into the mountains early tomorrow. Pang Bei wiped his mouth and inquired, Director, if you were to encounter trouble, would you venture out during the day? Xiao Zhenghua's smile faltered, his expression bewildered as he gazed at Pang Bei. Zhao Changhe, with a mysterious smile, seemed to mock Xiao Jinghua for underestimating Pang Bei. After a moment of astonishment, Xiao Jinghua asked, "So, does Comrade Pang Bei mean we'll head into the mountains tonight?" Pang Bei nodded, "At home. It is just my mother and—" Zhao Changhe chuckled, "I understand, your new bride, eager to return and start a family." Turning to Xiao Jinghua, he urged, "You should gather the team. Xiao Bei cannot remain down here for long. After all, the Lu family village needs him to guard the mountain, especially with the heavy snowfall. Starving beasts may venture into the village." Xiao Jinghua promptly agreed, wishing to resolve the matter swiftly. Yet, the urgency of their newly arrived guests seemed rather inappropriate. Little did he know, Pang Bei was even more anxious. Unable to suppress a laugh, Xiao Jinghua said, "All right, you two sit for a while. I shall call for assistance." Rising, he left, while Zhao Changhe poured himself a bowl of hot water. Sipping from the coarse porcelain bowl, he asked, "Xiao Bei, do you blame your uncle for leading you into trouble?" Pang Bei shook his head, addressing Zhao Changhe, "I understand, uncle, that you act in my best interest. You offered me the chance to acquire a reliable firearm and expressed concern over others coveting my position, providing me with a refuge, correct?" Zhao Changhe could not help but smile, his gaze filled with admiration. "You may be young, but your insight is profound. Come spring, there lies a place in the mountains. Once a den of bandits, now vacant. You should explore it. The path is fraught with wild beasts, and not even we dare tread there without proper arms." Pang Bei smiled, looking at Zhao Changhe, "Uncle, though I have severed ties with the Pang family, I still acknowledge you as kin." Zhao Changhe glanced at Pang Bei, chuckling. "I was initially concerned you might be too naive, but it seems you are merely discerning with your own kind. Outsiders attempting to deceive you? That would indeed be a formidable challenge." At this point, Zhao Changhe looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. "Moreover, steer clear of old Gao." Pang Bei appeared puzzled. "Huh?" Zhao Changhe whispered, "Old Gao has a complicated background, and he is not someone to be closely associated with. Be wary. Your little wife's fiancé, that young dwarf fellow, was a victim of that old scoundrel." Pang Bei stared at Zhao Changhe in disbelief. "Isn't it Director Wang?" Director Wang, eager to achieve success, is certainly not the sort to intentionally bring about someone's demise. The death of another would not bode well for him. Meng Naxin, known for his hunting prowess, had ties with the seasoned Gao, yet prior to his unfortunate incident, he had met with Gao, the contents of their conversation remaining a mystery. The following day, in a reckless endeavor to hunt the Wolf King, Meng Naxin ventured into the mountains, only to be found later with his body entirely hollowed out. Pang Bei immediately surmised that Aloy's former fiancée had likely failed to gain the approval of her grandfather and sought out Gao, hoping to inquire about the whereabouts of his necklace. Aloy had mentioned that the necklace around his neck was a privilege reserved solely for the hunting leaders of the Moken tribe. Nevertheless, Pang Bei also recognized the validity of Zhao's caution against placing too much trust in Gao. With a smile, he nodded, assuring, "I understand. Rest assured." Just then, a gunshot rang out from outside the cafeteria, followed by a cry of alarm. "Hurry! The director has been shot." Chapter 82. Under siege. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Changhe instinctively felt the urge to rush out. However, he was swiftly restrained by Pang Bei, as Pang Bei pulled him back. The glass of the cafeteria shattered with a resounding crash, and a metal tray near the food counter was overturned. Clearly, it had been struck by a bullet. Zhao Changhe's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such audacity from that scoundrel. Pang Bei glanced around and then noticed the hat mirror hanging on the wall. Intended for employees who often found their mouths smeared with grease after meals, it was prudent to have a means of cleaning oneself. Without hesitation, Pang Bei sprang up and dashed over, quickly removing the mirror. Just as he crouched down, a bullet pierced the wall, creating a gaping hole. Instantly, Pang Bei rolled over to the vicinity of the window, holding the mirror aloft to observe outside. As soon as the mirror revealed a sliver of the outside world, a bullet shattered it. The mercury glass splintered in Pang Bei's grasp, yet he seized a shard and extended it outward once more. This time, while the bullet shattered the window pane, it did not strike the fragment. However, Pang Bei caught sight of the flash from the gun's muzzle. It was evident that the marksman was not particularly skilled, having inadvertently exposed himself. To a professional sniper like Pang Bei, this was tantamount to courting death. Zhao Changhe, anxiously observing, called out, "Xiao Bei, do you have confidence?" Pang Bei smirked, "Just a mere nuisance." With that, he leaned against the wall, swiftly reloading his weapon. Due to Pang Bei's evasion, the assailant remained concealed behind a haystack, firing recklessly at the workers in the courtyard. Bang! Another shot rang out. and a militiaman collapsed in a pool of blood. The militia, lacking battlefield experience, fired indiscriminately in the general direction of the shots, unable to pinpoint the assailant's location. Their aim was woefully inadequate, a testament to the inadequacy of the farm's militia. They were simply being slaughtered here. Click. Pang Bei chambered around, cradling his rifle. The revered Model 38, as he awaited the next gunshot. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. This time, almost simultaneously as he rose, he took aim and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The muzzle of the Model 38 flared. In that instant, the reckless individual hiding behind the haystack felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Damn it! Who shot me? The bullet had struck him, blood oozing freely. In agony, he was forced to cease his one-sided assault. He attempted to flee, but Pang Bei raised his rifle again. Just then, someone unexpectedly seized him. You little brat. Where did you get that gun? Do you wish to throw your life away? The sudden tug had caused his aim to deviate, and the bullet missed its target. This infuriated Pang Bei. Turning to see a dark-skinned middle-aged man glaring at him with fury, he demanded, Whose child are you? Where did you steal that gun? Zhao Changhe approached, intervening. He is Pang Bei, the hunter from Lujiazai, a guardian of the mountains. Just him? Is there no one left in Lujiazai? To appoint a mere child, barely grown, as the guardian of the mountain? The man could hardly conceal his disdain. The one who looked down upon Pang Bei was none other than Wang Hongqi, the acting captain of the patrol team. Pang Bei felt utterly speechless. He could have resolved the matter swiftly and returned home by tomorrow. Instead, the perpetrator was allowed to escape. Ignoring Wang Hongqi, he expressed his disdain, saying, If it weren't for you, I would have been home by now. With that, Pang Bei flung open the window and deftly vaulted over it to pursue the fleeing assailant. Witnessing Pang Bei's departure, Wang Hongqi was equally displeased. Lao Zhao. What's wrong with this kid? Zhao Changhe, equally perplexed, observed that Pang Bei had likely been on the verge of success. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Hongqi, exclaiming, You're just being cocky. You've let a cooked duck slip away. What nonsense. Lao Zhao, are you out of your mind? I saved that child. Zhao Changhe's face flushed with indignation, akin to someone who had overindulged in drink. You're far too self-assured. Pang Bei is capable of slaying tigers. He even defeated the Wolf King on the back mountain of Lujiazwang. You wouldn't know a thing about it. Wang Hongqi was taken aback, retorting with a scoff. Go ahead and brag. If he can kill a tiger, then I shall feast on excrement. Zhao Changhe, trembling with rage, pointed at Wang Hongqi, growling, You. Just wait. With that, Zhao Changhe burst through the door in pursuit of Pang Bei. Seeing the two men depart, Wang Hongqi followed suit, muttering, This boastful child. I must see for myself if he can truly ascend to greatness. As Pang Bei emerged, he was greeted by the sight of numerous bodies strewn across the courtyard. Lying in pools of blood, evidently struck by gunfire. He dashed toward the haystack, lowering his head to search, and soon discovered several strands of straw stained with blood. Pang Bei continued to survey his surroundings. The assailant, wounded, could not have fled far. He straightened up and examined the ground once more, and indeed, he found a trail of blood. Following the trail, Pang Bei relied on his exceptional tracking skills. At that moment, Zhao Changhe caught up to him and inquired, What is the situation? What do you know about the assailant? Wounded, undoubtedly. He can't have gone far. Pang Bei scanned the area and added, Uncle, you handle the scene. I shall pursue him. Zhao Changhe looked at him with concern. Are you sure you can manage? Pang Bei responded confidently. To capture him alone is difficult. To kill him, however, is simple. With that, he seized his rifle and prepared to depart, only to be accosted by Wang Hongqi, who obnoxiously questioned, Where is he? Didn't you hit him? I see you're not as capable as you claim. Pang Bei, disinterested in Wang Hongqi's taunts, continued his pursuit into the mountains without looking back. Wang Hongqi persisted in his attempt to engage, but was shoved aside by Zhao Changhe, leaving Wang Hongqi momentarily stunned. What is the matter? Is he your relative, that you protect him so? Zhao Changhe pointed at Wang Hongqi, asserting, Let me make this clear. Wang Hongqi, if you hinder our mission and allow the assailant to escape, resulting in further casualties, you will be held accountable. Wang Hongqi glared defiantly. On what grounds? You brought your team, but failed to apprehend him, and now you're blaming me? Zhao Changhe dismissed him, turning instead to assess the scene and evaluate the extent of the casualties. Wang Hongqi gazed at the now-vanished Pang Bei, letting out a cold snort. Is this merely an excuse to flee? At such a tender age, he certainly excels at boasting. Pang Bei pursued the trail, following the bloodstains. Clearly, the individual who had fired the weapon had merely dabbled in marksmanship, yet remained an amateur. Compared to his own expertise, this person was nothing more than a child. In his flight, he could not even conceal the blood trail. As Pang Bei continued his pursuit, he observed that the blood dripped, rather than being flung away. Evidently, the location of the gunshot wound was likely on the torso, rendering it impossible to be cast aside. To evade capture, one would need to either apply a hasty bandage or shake it off entirely. It was imperative not to allow the blood to form a discernible trail, for otherwise, one could never shake off the enemy, given that the opponent exhibited such disregard for human life. Pang Bei concluded that there was no need to value this person's life either. Such an individual, if allowed to live, could very well be extricated by their family if captured. Speaking with righteous fervor now, they would likely be unable to resist rescuing him upon confrontation. If he were to emerge once more, he would undoubtedly dare to act again. Thus, Pang Bei resolved to send this scoundrel to hell for a proper reckoning. Chapter 83. The sniper battle. Pang Bei relentlessly pursued, gun in hand, while the fugitive, injured, perceived him as a relentless specter in hot pursuit. The one being chased was He Chong, a young man from a family of considerable influence. Due to his frequent brawls with the neighborhood youths, resulting in several run-ins with the law, his family, exasperated, decided to send him to the countryside for a period of re-education, hoping to arrange a suitable job for him upon his return. However, they could never have anticipated that he would not only receive the education but also attract such significant trouble. Within the confines of the compound, He Chong mingled with several young men adept in firearms, and he had developed a camaraderie with them. Among his associates was one who possessed a foreign language sniper training manual, which they sought to have translated by his cousin, fluent in English. Armed with the methodologies outlined in that tome, he embarked on his journey into the realm of sniping, which inflated his ego considerably. Yet, for Pang Bei, this manual was nothing more than an archaic foundational text, its content long outdated, a relic from a bygone era. Encountering a marksman of Pang Bei's caliber, renowned globally, was akin to courting disaster. As Pang Bei closed the gap, He Chong, realizing he could not shake off his pursuer, deliberately veered towards the direction of the rural school. In that era, state-run farms were akin to small kingdoms, where the need to venture outside for education was virtually non-existent. Hospitals, shops, and schools were all conveniently located within the farm's boundaries, allowing workers to live their entire lives without ever departing. He Chong, gun in hand, found the rural school deserted, its classes long dismissed. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a single room illuminated with light. Approaching, he discovered it to be a dormitory, yet it was empty. As he circled around, he spotted two figures in the distance, a tall one resembling a teacher accompanied by a small boy, both carrying firewood, evidently returning to warm their abode. Without hesitation, He Chong, dragging his injured form, advanced towards the female teacher. Upon seeing her, he instantly raised his firearm. The woman, terrified, instinctively shielded the boy behind her. "What do you want? If you have a problem, direct it at me. Leave my student alone," she exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. The boy, pale with fear, called out, "Teacher." Pointing his gun at the teacher, He Chong coldly commanded, "Enough of this nonsense, come with me." He realized that his only means of escape lay in taking a hostage, for he had no alternative. Unbeknownst to He Chong, Pang Bei had already arrived at his location. The reason Pang Bei refrained from taking immediate action was that he needed He Chong to return to his hideout. Pang Bei surmised that the sheep must have been driven away by this individual. Otherwise, in such weather, survival would be impossible. Peering through his binoculars, he was astounded to discover that this scoundrel had resorted to hostage-taking. Such an act was of paramount importance during training exercises. However, when confronted with a hostage situation, Pang Bei, the special sniper, is not as adept as the snipers of the armed police special forces. This predicament has become quite distressing. They possess the skills for hostage rescue and escort operations, yet the primary mission of this combat unit is assassination. They are specifically designed to serve as a sharp blade, primarily executing tasks related to decapitation operations and sabotage behind enemy lines. Although rescuing hostages is a fundamental skill, Pang Bei is not equipped to orchestrate such a grand performance on his own. Special forces are formidable infantry with exceptional individual capabilities, not superhumans. They are certainly not akin to the army infantry squads obsessed with the firepower necessary for breaching strongholds. Moreover, he lacks drones, robotic dogs, and various unmanned observation devices. Without adequate support, this battle will be exceedingly challenging. Pang Bei stroked his chin, analyzing the current situation. This scenario is quite dire. The equipment and conditions required for a rescue are not met. Yet, he cannot simply abandon the hostages. Upon realizing this, Pang Bei decided to covertly follow and seek an opportunity to strike. Chi truly lacks foresight. He believes that by capturing hostages, Pang Bei will be too intimidated to act against him. He forces the women and children to lead the way while threatening them with his weapon as they retreat towards his abode. This is a grave mistake. However, considering his background, he likely possesses no counter-surveillance experience. He is merely relying on his gun and his ability to wield it. Pang Bei stealthily trailed behind, ensuring that he revealed no trace of his presence. As he moved, he pondered how to handle this fool. He must act before the militia catches up, otherwise. With more people present and given Chi's inexperience, an impulsive move could result in the hostages being harmed, and that would spell disaster. As he contemplated this, Pang Bei meticulously observed his surroundings. Chi had chosen a supposedly concealed location. However, what kind of concealment is this? He simply found a wooden storage facility used during the summer on the mountainside. This fool exhibits no intelligence whatsoever. Pang Bei felt utterly speechless. It seems he is relying solely on his firearm and some rudimentary sniping tactics to bully the weak, and the militia, unfamiliar with sniper operations, is easily intimidated. As the opposing force drew near, for reasons unknown, Chi turned and fired into the sky. Come on, are you here yet? If you have the guts, come and get me. This is my territory. Can you catch me? Pang Bei was incredulous. Is this man courting death? His so-called territory? Oh. Just because he is familiar with the area, he considers it his home turf? What is he thinking, my brother? Pang Bei revealed a disdainful smile as he crouched within the thicket, continuing to observe the fool. Come out. Come out. Do you believe I will kill this woman? In the midst of his ranting, Chi, in a fit of madness, fired at the female teacher. Bang. The woman fell, blood gushing forth in an instant. Pang Bei's eyes widened in shock. He was bewildered. He should not have exposed himself. How did this fool discover his presence? A young boy dashed toward the woman, crying out, "Teacher! Teacher!" As Chong observed his surroundings, he noted the unsettling stillness. Growing increasingly agitated, he raised his weapon once more, aiming at the boy's head. Call out, NMB. You're driving me insane. How could you not have followed me? He had initially intended to lure the boy into his territory, to demonstrate who held the power. With a cruel expression etched on his face, Chong declared, "Since you haven come, you're of no use to me. You little wretch." With that, his finger hovered ominously over the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire reverberated through the woods. Chong felt a sharp pain near his ear, a searing agony that prompted him to touch the area, only to find his hand stained with bright red blood. Ah! He cried out in anguish, crouching down and clutching his ear before seeking refuge behind a nearby cover. Hiding within the shadows, Chong's expression twisted in rage and confusion. He could not discern where the bullet had come from. This was not what the books had described. Wasn't one supposed to be able to detect the source of gunfire? Why, after his own shot, could he not pinpoint its origin? Come out. If you don't, I'll end this little bastard's life. Aren't you so formidable? Go ahead and kill me before I take him down. Bang! This time, the bullet grazed the loose earth, sending his hat flying, and he felt a fiery sting on his scalp. Blood began to trickle down his nose. This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. It was unlike any experience with the militia. There were no shouts, no taunts, only the eerie silence of the forest firing upon him. In that moment, he recalled a handwritten passage from a book. At this instant, every tree, every stone, had become my enemy. Chapter 84. The most humiliating death. Chong was suddenly engulfed by a sensation of suffocation. Is this a sniper battle? Could it be that there is a sniper on the opposing side? Impossible. How could that be? The troops had never intended to cultivate snipers. It would be a waste of the already scarce resources, and the country lacked such standardized weaponry. Those who had once wielded cold guns and artillery had long since ceased to do so. Even if they were present, they could not possibly be this formidable. After all, he had studied advanced sniper manuals from abroad. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chong trembled with fear. Time passed slowly, and he was paralyzed with terror behind the cover. He understood that if the opposing side was indeed a sniper, the moment he exposed himself, he would be vulnerable to a fatal shot. Yet, his knowledge was merely theoretical, derived from a textbook that had not been updated since the conclusion of the war. Snipers typically did not aim for the head. Moreover, the techniques employed by Special Forces snipers extended beyond mere rifles. In situations like his, to the eyes of a Special Forces sniper, he had already become a target marked for elimination. Generally speaking, what he faced was not sniper fire, but suppression and reconnaissance. An eternity seemed to pass, but there was no sign of movement from the other side. This eerie silence rendered He-Chang increasingly agitated. He reasoned that he must eliminate the hostage to force the enemy to reveal themselves, thereby creating an opportunity. He then proceeded to cautiously probe, as advised in the manual. But his efforts yielded no response. The adversary hadn't he fired? How could they be so unyielding? He-Chang contemplated shifting his position to gain a clearer line of fire on the young boy. However, the moment he moved, bang, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck his weapon with pinpoint accuracy. Sparks erupted as it hit the forearm, causing him to drop the gun in fright. In that instant, He-Chang glanced around. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a knife from his waist and charged towards the young boy. At that moment, something rose behind him. Initially, he assumed it was merely hay scattered near the warehouse, never suspecting that it was a person. As this figure stood, He-Chang instinctively tried to evade. But his adversary offered no time for reaction and did not fire. Instead, with a swift thrust, a bayonet pierced into his armpit. The force was immense. Compounded by his motion, it felt as if he had been gored by a buffalo. The bayonet toppled him to the ground, and he sensed blood gushing from his wound. Stunned, He-Chang turned to Pang Bei, attempting to speak, yet found himself voiceless, his lung capacity dwindling. Pang Bei advanced slowly. And only then did He-Chang perceive that this seemingly wild figure was, in fact, a youth. The boy's expression bore no emotion, yet to He-Chang, his impassivity was rife with murderous intent. Is there a sense of accomplishment in slaughtering the defenseless? There is nothing more to say, sniper. Your skills are commendable. It is no injustice that I should fall by your hand. Go ahead, shoot me. A sniper dying at the hands of an opponent is no injustice. Pang Bei scoffed. A sniper? Do you even deserve that title? Do you know what the greatest humiliation for a sniper is? At this moment, a cruel glint flashed across his face. He-Chang gazed at Pang Bei, who continued coldly, to die by the enemy's blade, especially in a sniping environment. That is a stain a sniper can never erase. He-Chang's pupils constricted as Pang Bei, with a chilling mockery, added, Thus, you are utterly unworthy of this profession, unworthy even to be called a human. With that, Pang Bei plunged a knife into He-Chang's throat, pinning him to the ground. As He-Chang's eyes gradually lost their luster, Pang Bei retrieved his rifle. He approached the young boy and the female teacher. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the teacher had merely sustained a shoulder wound. Though serious, she was still alive. Pang Bei took out a leather pouch from his pocket and produced some Yunnan Baiyao to treat her injury. I will leave you and the teacher here in the warehouse while I go fetch help. Don't wander off. The young boy, terrified, nodded in compliance. Pang Bei lifted the female teacher and carried her into the warehouse, where there was a bed, presumably used by He-Chang. He gently placed her on the bed. Turning around, he noticed bones and blood scattered on the ground. Taking a detour to the backyard, he soon discovered a hidden enclosure filled with goats, evidence of He-Chang's clandestine activities. Pang Bei approached, picked up He-Chang's firearm from the ground, and examined the corpse. In He-Chang's possession, he found a blood-stained book inscribed with the name Howard Samuels in English. Pang Bei glanced at it and sneered, of all the mentors. You chose to learn from someone who met his demise on the battlefield? With that, he tossed the book aside, checked the ammunition, and was surprised to find He-Chang well-equipped. He confiscated the ammunition but left the gun behind, taking only the book as evidence. He then meticulously erased his traces and quietly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he encountered Zhao Changhe organizing personnel for a roll call, carrying his rifle. Pang Bei approached, and Zhao Changhe, momentarily taken aback, asked, Little Bei, where are the others? Did you lose them? Pang Bei remained silent, patting Zhao Changhe on the shoulder, and inquired, Where is the field director? Zhao Changhe, slightly bewildered, responded, He's at the clinic. What do you need him for? Leaning closer, Pang Bei whispered in Zhao Changhe's ear, There's a teacher injured at the timber warehouse on the mountain. Zhao Changhe froze, staring in astonishment at Pang Bei, who waved his hand dismissively, as if it were of no concern to him. Wang Hongqi, observing Pang Bei's demeanor, sneered, Old Zhao, your so-called expert seems rather incompetent. Doesn't he? Lost track of them, I suppose. Zhao Changhe remained silent, his face darkening as he commanded, We depart immediately. Target the timber warehouse on the mountain. Advance at a run. Though Wang Hongqi was confused, everyone else had already mobilized, leaving him no choice but to follow along. At that moment, Pang Bei entered the infirmary. After inquiring with several attendants, he confirmed the location of the ward and boldly stepped inside. Xiaozhen's injuries were not severe. He had merely sustained a grazing wound to his calf from a bullet. Having just received treatment, he remained on the hospital bed. Upon seeing Pang Bei, Xiao Zhengguo's expression shifted to one of anxiety as he quickly asked, "Did you catch the person?" Pang Bei remained silent, retrieving the sniper training manual from his pocket and tossing it onto the bed. Noticing the still damp blood on the book, Xiao Zhengguo understood that Pang Bei had succeeded. "Where is he?" Xiao Zhengguo was aware that Pang Bei was reluctant to admit that he had been the one to pull the trigger. Therefore, his words were deliberately vague, comprehensible only to the two of them. On the mountain, at the lumber warehouse, there was also a female teacher who had met misfortune but had survived, along with a young boy who had been taken care of. Additionally, the goats had been located, though a few had perished. The remainder were still safe. Xiao Zhengguo let out a long sigh of relief, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "As for the gun, it is currently in my office, along with the beauty. Here are the keys. Take them and ensure it is well secured." Pang Bei took the keys, nodded, and asked, "What about the bullets?" "Hai will fetch them for you." "Why are you concerned about that here?" Pang Bei nodded again, casually waved his hand, and smiled, saying, "Then I shall let you rest for now. I will return to sleep." Chapter 85. Well done. As Pang Bei departed, Xiao Zhengguo gazed at the doorway, murmuring softly, "Indeed, a true master, to kill with such composure." It seems Zhao Changhe was right. This lad possesses an extraordinary adaptability. According to Zhao, he only appeared fearful when he took the life of Cui Sanjane. However, his subsequent demeanor was remarkably calm. If he were to step onto the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be an elite soldier. Having once commanded troops myself, I recognize a promising talent when I see one. Alas, if only you had been born a few years earlier, I could have taken you to the 38th parallel for some thrilling escapades. Who knows? I might even have earned a great merit through your brilliance. Of course, while Xiao Zhengguo pondered this, Pang Bei remained indifferent, his attention solely captured by the gun in the office. Upon entering, he indeed spotted the firearm Xiao Zhengguo had mentioned. It rested atop a cabinet, and as Pang Bei retrieved it, he examined it closely. "Wow, is this an M1C? And is that an M82 scope?" Pang Bei's expression revealed his astonishment. The sniper rifles captured during previous conflicts were predominantly M1D and M1C models, with the latter being rarer. Given the already limited number of captured sniper rifles, the scarcity of the M1C made it even more valuable. The firearm in his hands had been modified, featuring a flash suppressor at the muzzle. The principal distinction between the M1C and M1D lay in the modifications to the receiver. The M1C had undergone alterations, while the M1D merely featured an added scope without any other changes. The difference was evident in the mounting of the scope. The M1C employed pins and screws to secure its mount on the left side of the receiver, whereas the M1D affixed its scope to the left side of a barrel sleeve. Both installation methods positioned the scope to the left without obstructing the loading and ejection of shells, nor hindering the use of the original iron sights. Furthermore, the M1D's addition of merely a barrel sleeve made it easily distinguishable. In those days, such firearms were typically acquired from the formidable Marines, who were heavily equipped with this type of rifle. Pang Bei chuckled, stroking his nose. "A 2.5x scope will suffice for hunting." He returned the gun and calmly made his way back to the dormitory, eager to thoroughly enjoy his newly acquired Garand M1C rifle. Thankfully, he had managed to procure a considerable number of Garand rifle cartridges from Yichang. The 7.62mm ammunition was significantly more powerful than the 6.5mm rounds. Presently, testing the firearm was not an option. He would have to wait until he returned to the mountains for adjustments. Feeling fatigued, Pang Bei promptly collapsed into bed and drifted into a peaceful slumber. While Pang Bei slept soundly, Zhao Changhe and Wang Hongqi were wide awake, their minds racing with unease. The two stared blankly at the corpse, then surveyed their surroundings, clearly noting the signs of someone having tampered with the scene. The only footprints visible on the ground belonged to the deceased Hichang and a child's small prints. Wang Hongqi crouched down, scrutinizing Hichang closely. A wound beneath his ribs and a gaping hole through his throat, precise and lethal. Could it be the work of that boy? Zhao Changhe did not glance at Wang Hongqi, but coldly remarked, "It must be the doing of the Type 38 rifle and bayonet. What do you think?" Wang Hongqi's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. He turned to survey the others, aside from the Type 53 cavalry rifles. All they possessed were the large 8mm rifles. No one employed the antiquated Type 38 rifles, which were largely left to gather dust in the armory, as they were seldom favored. He noticed Hichang's ear appeared to have been shot off, and there were wounds on his shoulder and scalp as well. In such darkness, how could he possibly possess such marksmanship? Why resort to using a bayonet? As Wang Hongqi grappled with these perplexing questions, Xiao Lu hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Director Zhao, we discovered a female teacher who has been injured against the wall, along with a child." Zhao Chang'e cast a penetrating gaze at Wang Hongqi. The answer conveyed entirely through his expression. Wang Hongqi was left dumbfounded. This was deliberate by Pang Bei. He was intentionally humiliating He Chang. Wang Hongqi was well aware of He Chang's temperament, overly proud and notoriously foul-mouthed, rarely speaking civilly. These two stabs were clearly intended to silence him. This young man seemed to be quite cunning. Moreover, their militia had been pursuing for so long, resulting in casualties. Yet he managed to locate the enemy's lair in such a brief time and eliminate them. How scornful could one be towards He Chang? Report to Captain Wang. We've located the goats we lost. A few have been slaughtered, and the count matches up. Wang Hongqi sprang to his feet, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was intentional. His mind was astute. His actions decisive and merciless. Most importantly, his methods left no trace, allowing them to report as they pleased. Wang Hongqi had initially thought that He Chang would be done for after harming the director's daughter, but how could they suppress this incident? The reason Wang Hongqi had reacted so strongly upon Pang Bei's arrival was that he recognized the recklessness of a child who acted without regard for the consequences, leaving the aftermath for others to manage. However, Pang Bei executed this matter with such finesse. No one would uncover any truths. Given the circumstances, Wang Hongqi and his team could straightforwardly report the discovery of the bodies, requiring no further explanation. As for who was responsible, in the mountains, how could they ascertain the identity of the killer, especially one so ruthless that it could not possibly be attributed to a child? It must have been a case of unfortunate misfortune at the hands of bandits. Furthermore, with the female teacher and child rescued, they could spin the narrative as they saw fit. The testimonies and evidence would stand, allowing for any manner of submission. Ultimately, the case was solved. Zhao Chang'e took a stroll around, then lowered his voice to inquire of Lu Jiaqi, "Xiao Lu, did you find any bullets on He Chang?" Lu Jiaqi paused for a moment. "Well, there are still 2 rounds in the gun, but he has been searched. His money, ration coupons, and bullets are all gone." Zhao Chang'e could not help but chuckle. How meticulous. This affair has been arranged almost too perfectly. Lu Jiaqi was taken aback. "Director, what do you mean?" Zhao Chang'e waved his hand, interrupting the inquiry. He then addressed Lu Jiaqi, instructing her to examine the corpse to ascertain the cause of death and prepare a report. Additionally, he mentioned the need to issue a collaborative investigation notice and to prepare for an upcoming mountain search to track down the perpetrator. Capture the perpetrator? Oh, I understand. Lu Jiaqi grasped the situation immediately. She was well aware that this incident was the handiwork of Pang Bei. No one else possessed such capabilities. Yet, at such a young age, how had he acquired skills akin to that of an assassin? Lu Jiaqi pondered, internally reflecting, "We must ensure he remains off the grid. His emergence poses an immense threat." In the mountains, Pang Bei was akin to the king of bandits. Outside, he was a living embodiment of death itself. While lost in thought, a police officer approached quietly and asked, "Lu, what did Section Chief Zhao say?" "Prepare the announcement and ensure the report is ready. This matter is significant. However, securing a 3rd-class merit this year should be quite attainable." Really? Excitement surged among them, fueling their motivation. The officers were acutely aware that Pang Bei was behind this affair. Yet, it was executed with such finesse. He left without a trace, concealing his achievements, allowing the glory to fall upon them. Chapter 86. Thank goodness for not having a partner. Early the next morning, Pang Bei was engaged in his training at the farm. While running, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Jiaqi, who was emerging with a basin in hand. Upon seeing Pang Bei, Lu Jiaqi paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Oh, Pang Bei, you're up early to exercise?" With a smile, Pang Bei replied, "Officer Lu, you're not up too late either. What's this? Did the police also rise early for training?" Lu Jiaqi, puzzled, inquired, "Training? What do you practice in the mornings?" Pang Bei chuckled, "Running, of course. For a mountain guardian. Long-distance running is essential. My grandfather always said, if you can't conquer a few mountains in a day, you might as well stay at home." Unable to hold back her laughter, Lu Jiaqi remarked, "That's true. By the way, Pang Bei, I heard you got married. Is it true?" Pang Bei was taken aback for a moment, recalling Zhao Chang'e's suggestion to introduce Lu Jiaqi as a potential partner. However, Lu Jiaqi was older than him, which didn't faze Pang Bei. The crux of the matter was that she didn't seem to be a particularly good person. He felt that she would eventually discover his issues, keeping such a ticking time bomb close by. Moreover, both of them were rarely home. Goodness. They had been married for a year and only met twice. What was that about? Additionally, her family might not approve. From the captain's remarks, it seemed that Lu had some background. Seeing Pang Bei silent, Lu Jiaqi couldn't help but laugh. You can't possibly think I want to date you, can you? How old are you? Little brother, what are you thinking? Pang Bei scratched his head innocently. I guess I overthought it seeing him like this. Lu Jiaqi laughed. All right. Moving on. By the way, the director is preparing to issue a notice for collaboration. You should be aware that you need to be cautious lately. There are bad people on the mountain. Hichang died yesterday. As she spoke, her gaze deliberately conveyed to Pang Bei, stick to the script and don't go blabbering. Once Lu Jiaqi finished, Pang Bei immediately saluted. Understood, Officer Lu. I will remain vigilant and ensure the safety of all comrades in the production team. Seeing Pang Bei's antics, Lu Jiaqi couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. All right, off you go to breakfast. By the way, save me a seat. I brought some delicious food for us to share. Pang Bei grinned. Sure thing, he dashed to the cafeteria and secured a spot for himself. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jiaqi, having finished her grooming, approached with her lunchbox and sat beside Pang Bei. He craned his neck to look at her. Upon seeing Pang Bei, Lu Jiaqi was reminded of her younger brother. Had he not passed away, he would be about this age. Of course, she had another younger brother, but he had been taken to live in the south by relatives, making it unlikely for them to reunite. She wondered if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. Unable to suppress her laughter, Lu Jiaqi opened her lunchbox to reveal her homemade pickled cucumbers. Pang Bei's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Pickled cucumbers? My goodness. Sister Jiaqi, where did you get these?" The term Sister Jiaqi caused Lu Jiaqi to stiffen momentarily. She gazed at Pang Bei with longing, as if envisioning her younger brother seated beside her. Pang Bei lifted his head, directing his attention towards the dazed Lu Jiaqi, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Lu Jiaqi snapped back to reality, waved her hand dismissively, and then offered Pang Bei a piece, saying, "It's my own pickling, by the way. Did you just call me sister? Are you trying to get close to me?" Pang Bei shook his head, retorting, "Not at all. Speaking of which, aren't we comrades? I am also a patrol officer appointed by Zhao, am I not? You are older than me, so is there anything wrong with me calling you sister?" Lu Jiaqi pondered for a moment, and then smiled. "No problem. From now on, that is how I'll be addressed." As she spoke, she playfully handed him a boiled egg. Upon seeing the boiled egg, Pang Bei remarked, "You should keep that for yourself. You're so thin, you must be lacking in nutrients. I eat meat every day on the mountain, and I yearn for some vegetables. The craving has become almost maddening." Lu Jiaqi couldn't help but laugh at Pang Bei's words, replying, "You can't find wild vegetables on the mountain? Dear sister, it's winter. Are you asking me to search for wild vegetables? Why not just send me to the heavens?" Pang Bei grimaced in response. Lu Jiaqi playfully tapped Pang Bei on the head with her small hand. This surprised Pang Bei, who looked at Lu Jiaqi with confusion, asking, "Teasing your sister? Are you looking for a fight?" For some inexplicable reason, Pang Bei felt a genuine sense of siblinghood emanating from Lu Jiaqi. After all, he had no sister. This sensation, why did it evoke a feeling akin to bloodline suppression? "Ah, I have reverted to my original name. Lu Jiaqi was merely a pseudonym for my work. My true name is Lin Hongxia." "What?" Pang Bei nearly jumped up in astonishment. "Lin Hongxia? Isn't that the name of his grandfather's elder sister, his great-aunt?" Lin Hongxia had always been the pillar of their family. The Lin family's pride stemmed from the emergence of an extraordinary female leader. Lin Hongxia. Goodness. Thankfully, she never married. If she had a partner, Pang Bei felt he would be struck by lightning. Nonetheless, Lin Hongxia remained a renowned heroine, having never wed. It seemed that she had faced family troubles, sustaining injuries that rendered her unable to bear children. Thus, she remained a lifelong bachelorette. His father had mentioned that she was harmed by the enemies of their great-grandfather. However, it appeared that after the great-grandfather's demise, she had also suffered severe injuries. The specifics were unclear to Pang Bei. In any case, although Lin Hongxia was not a member of the Lin family by birth, after changing her surname, she even entered the family genealogy, being the only woman inscribed in the Lin family register. No wonder he sensed a feeling of bloodline suppression. Goodness, this is quite the revelation. Pang Bei dared not acknowledge this newfound kinship, bowing his head in silence. His own father had yet to be born at that time. His father belonged to the 1970s generation, while Pang Bei was from the 2000s. His grandfather was still a mere child. This was rather intriguing. With this thought in mind, Pang Bei cautiously inquired, "So, Sister Xia, do you have any other family members?" "I have a younger brother, around 7 or 8 years old. Due to family issues, for his safety, he has been adopted by my aunt and uncle and taken to the south. Pang Bei scratched his head, contemplating. Ah, so this is Lin Bei, my biological grandfather. The prospect of meeting him and hearing him refer to me as Big Brother would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Sighing, Pang Bei remarked, every family has its own troubles to contend with. Lin Hongxia couldn't help but chuckle softly. Enough of that. You sound like a little adult. Let us eat. Afterward, the director has asked me to escort you back to the village, as I will be staying there for a few days. Pang Bei was taken aback. Staying in our village? What is going on? Has something happened there? Lin Hongxia glanced around before lowering her voice intentionally. There are still issues over at Shifeng. The director took to heart what you said last time. Although Li Mu hasn't confessed, we've discerned that there are problems. If I'm not mistaken, there are individuals from the other side in your Lijiazwang. The uncle you apprehended and sent to the police station is close to confessing, but it's best to keep a watchful eye on the situation. If the station sends a man, they might not reveal their true intentions. However, if it's me, they would likely let their guard down. The director mentioned that with you there, I would be quite safe. It's all good. At this point, Lin Hongxia quietly asked, you will protect me, right? Pang Bei was momentarily speechless, inwardly cursing. Would I ever let anything happen to you? Naturally, he would never dare to voice such thoughts. Instead, he smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, Sister Xia. You enjoy yourself while I handle the tough stuff. Whoever you want me to deal with, I shall. After all, you are my Sister Xia. Lin Hongxia was taken aback, laughing as she asked, you consider me your sister? Are you serious? Just because you call a police officer sister doesn't mean you can misbehave at will. Pang Bei sighed. I've never had a sister who would share sour cucumbers with me and be willing to chat over breakfast. You must have done your homework on me, my actual sister, huh? With a bittersweet smile, Lin Hongxia felt a pang of sympathy and comforted him. Then, let us do this. Consider me your sister, and I shall regard you as my brother. Besides, I don't have many relatives left. Pang Bei beamed with joy. Really? You're not joking? Lin Hongxia nodded. Of course, I'm not joking. You call me sister, and I'll call you my brother. But let me make one thing clear. If you think you can leverage my name, it won't work. Pang Bei waved his hand dismissively. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, having a sister is all I need.